After hearing everything, everyone fell into a long, heavy silence. After quite a while, Mother Shui wiped her tears and stammered, "So that's how it is. We thought you were hiding something from us. It's just so unexpected." Father Shui sighed deeply. Such a good person, such a wonderful person, and now she's just gone. Shui Jilian couldn't help but sigh. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are never things humans can control. Cheng Tianyuan gently comforted them. "Dad, Mom, please don't overthink it. This all happened so suddenly. We couldn't accept it ourselves, which is why we kept it from you. Please don't let your thoughts run wild. Take care of yourselves. Xin and Xiao Xin are both okay, but it'll be a while before they can come over. Ran, Yang, and the others are all fine too." The elderly couple nodded sadly, not daring to ask any more. Ahu wiped away his tears and crouched down to comfort Wang Qing. Wang Qing was also very close to Zhuo Chun, and being someone with a tender heart, she was sobbing uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. Ahu helped wipe her tears, coaxed her for a while, and then slowly pushed her wheelchair to the seaside to get some fresh air. Shui Ling felt unbearably heavy-hearted, too drained to comfort anyone else. She just sat in her chair, staring at the scenery. In truth, things were far from as smooth as they made it sound. Qin Xinji hadn't even been able to see Zhuo Chun's body. He could only verify her identity through some of her personal belongings, her ID, and a bit of hospital surveillance footage. In the end, all Qin Xinji could do was leave with his mother's ashes. The city was still under lockdown, so Shui Xian couldn't even go out to attend her mother-in-law's funeral. She cried so much her eyes were swollen. When Zheng Duo and his wife got the news, they nearly lost their minds, but they couldn't return to the capital either. The whole city was sealed off, no one could get in or out, and even those inside couldn't move about freely. Qin Xinji didn't want his mother to be buried just yet. He didn't want her to leave this world alone and be buried alone as well. He said that his mother must have longed to see them one last time before she passed, and now that wish couldn't be fulfilled. He hoped that when she was finally laid to rest, the capital would have returned to normal, and all their family and friends could gather to say goodbye. But he couldn't return to Xinyuan, nor could he get into the nearby neighborhood. All he could do was stay in his car with the urn. Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan tried to persuade him not to get fixated on this idea, to let Sister Chun be laid to rest first, and then, when things calmed down, they could hold a proper memorial for her. Qin Xinji was on the verge of a breakdown. He hadn't slept for 3 days and 2 nights, and his body was about to give out. But he had always listened to his in-laws, and he instinctively agreed. Shui Yang took him around to several places, and finally, they found a cemetery where they could temporarily inter the ashes. But almost every industry in the capital was paralyzed at the moment. There was no one to make a gravestone or handle any other arrangements, so everything had to be put on hold. Luckily, Xinyuan and the nearby neighborhood were separate and not under lockdown. Shui Yang drove out his family's van and let Qin Xinji stay there for the time being. Qin Xinji had 2 bowls of porridge, took a hot shower, swallowed a couple of pills, and then slept in the warm van for a whole day and night. Earlier today, when he woke up, he called Shui Ling and the others to say his headache was gone and he was feeling better. Even though he was recovering, his voice was still heavy with grief. His in-laws felt so sorry for him, but being thousands of miles away, there was little they could do except urge him to take care of himself. Qin Xinji said that Xiao Tong had messaged him, saying that Duo had caused a scene at the airport and almost got detained by the police. Then he tried the train and high-speed rail stations, but there were no tickets to the capital at all. Everyone told him clearly, every single road into the capital was sealed. No form of transportation could get in. Zheng Duo broke down. He locked himself in his hotel room, hiding under the covers and crying nonstop. Xiao Tong was devastated too. She left the child with her parents and stayed at the hotel to comfort him. Qin Xinji called Zheng Duo to discuss temporarily burying their mother and holding a proper funeral when everyone could gather. At first, Zheng Duo just mumbled a quiet, hum, but after a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into loud sobs. He cried out, insisting it couldn't be true, that it just couldn't be real. Qin Xinji sighed and fell silent as well. Zheng Duo wept uncontrollably, cursing everything and everyone, until finally he just cried quietly. When Qin Xinji was about to hang up, Zheng Duo choked out a reminder for his brother to take care of himself, to make sure nothing happened to him. The situation in the capital was still extremely dire. The hospitals were packed with critically ill elderly patients. Xue Huan had started to regain consciousness, but his cough was severe. He prescribed himself some traditional medicine and used an electric cooker to make herbal decoctions every day. Cheng Huanran volunteered at the hospital, helping out with chores and taking care of Xue Huan. With his company and care, Xue Huan's spirits improved a little. Zheng Xiaoyi was still busy at work, unable to look after her husband. When she heard he was finally getting better, she broke down in tears. Cheng Huanran explained that excellent doctors and medical staff from all over the country had been sent to support the capital, and the medical pressure was starting to ease. He hoped victory would come soon. Xue Ling squinted at the sea in the distance and murmured, "What people fear most is losing hope." Thankfully, hope has finally arrived in the capital. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was worried about their children in the capital and gently took her hand. "We've gotten through so many hardships before. There's no need to fear a little virus. Don't worry, the kids are all fine." Looking at the beautiful scenery before her, Xue Ling murmured, "Before experiencing disaster and illness, many people don't realize that ordinary days are actually a blessing. We only remember the trivial annoyances and worries of life. Only after going through hardship do we realize that what we once valued may not have been important at all. The most important thing is to stay alive. Everything else comes after. As long as we're still here, we should count our blessings and cherish the days ahead." Sister Achun was someone who loved life deeply. Her kindness, optimism, and diligence were all qualities the younger generation should learn from. She may be gone, but she lives on in the hearts and memories of everyone. Sadness and reluctance are inevitable, but grief will eventually pass. The only way to truly honor her and the meaning of life is to face the future in a better state, to live with the same optimism and kindness she did. Xue Ling leaned on his shoulder and asked, "Where are Lao San and Aching? I haven't seen them these past couple of days." "They're busy," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "They went out to buy medical supplies and medicine, and they're planning to keep donating." Xue Ling nodded. Everyone should do what they can. The elderly should rest and recover. The young and strong should do their part, whether it's with money or effort. We must all do our best. United as one, victory is in sight. It won't be long now. A few days later, Wan Yun was discharged from the hospital, safe and sound. After more than 2 weeks in quarantine, little Huzi was finally allowed to leave the hotel and return home. Having both been through a terrifying ordeal, the siblings hugged each other tightly when they met, then video called their parents to tell them they'd won the match. Ahu and Wang Qing still didn't know exactly what had happened, but they congratulated them happily and reminded them to get plenty of rest. Little Huzi couldn't help asking, "Where are those 2 rascals?" Ahu replied, "They're playing by the sea. All 6 kids are building sandcastles on the shore. Xiao Xiao and Anin, plus the 3 elders, are all there keeping watch. Don't worry, it's safe." Little Huzi missed the kids terribly. "I'll video call you again tonight. Let them chat with me for a bit. I think it's been 5 or 6 days since I last saw them." "Sure." Ahu pressed, "So when are you coming over? Isn't little Tiger about to start school?" Little Huzi didn't dare mention the current situation in the capital, so he replied, "No rush. Elementary schoolwork isn't hard. Missing a couple of weeks won't matter. It's freezing cold here these days. The weather's terrible. Let the kids play over there a bit longer. When we have time, we'll come pick them up." "That's not right, is it?" Ahu shook his head. "You can't just let them play and skip school. Mini Tiger is still in kindergarten, so those interest classes aren't a big deal, but little Tiger is different. There's so much homework in elementary school. Miss a few days and he'll fall behind. What's there to worry about?" Little Huzi didn't care at all. "There's a cold snap here. It's freezing. The kids could catch a cold if they go out. Schoolwork comes second, health is most important. Ahu laughed. You're their dad. If you say it's fine, it's fine. We're just the grandparents. As long as the grandkids are happy and healthy, that's all we care about. Little Huzi smiled wistfully. Wan Yun watched Wang Qing's rosy face on the video call, her eyes filling with tears. Mom, I miss you. Wang Qing smiled kindly and waved. Ahu reminded her, your mom wants you to come over soon. Wan Yun nodded and smiled. Okay. Once we have some free time, we'll come keep you company. The signal wasn't great, and the video kept freezing. Soon, it disconnected on its own. Little Huzi didn't try calling again and put his phone away. Wan Yun looked at the bleak courtyard, full of fallen leaves, then at the cold, empty surroundings. Her eyes reddened again. It feels like a lifetime ago. No, to be precise, it's a jumble of emotions after surviving a disaster. Little Huzi let out a long breath and said softly, it's not just you, I feel the same. I was scared, worried I'd get infected too, worried I'd get seriously ill, even die. Luckily, we made it through. Wan Yun choked up. Brother, I think our family's been lucky. I survived, and you were spared too. Mom and Dad both have underlying health issues, especially Mom. If they hadn't gone on vacation early, who knows how bad things could have gotten. I don't even dare think about it. In this wave of disaster, the highest death rates were among the elderly, especially those with pre-existing conditions. Even now, elderly people were dying every day. Although the number of infections and deaths was dropping, the shadow of death still hung over every corner of the city. Little Huzi frowned and said quietly, I don't even want to think about it. When Yang told me Aunt Chun had passed away, I couldn't believe it was real. But something like that isn't a joke. It's terrifying. I can't even imagine. Wan Yun couldn't help asking, can Xiaoxin come back now? She can, Little Huzi explained. Her area's been unsealed. She can come back today. Yang and Xinji are volunteering outside the community. I'll go see if there's anything I can help with later. Brother, don't go, Wan Yun said. I have immunity now, let me go. Little Huzi frowned. You're still weak. Don't push yourself. Leave the mess at home for now, just rest. I'll tidy up when I get back. I'm okay, Wan Yun said. I get tired easily and sometimes feel anxious, but I'm mostly fine. Little Huzi shook his head. Enough. Did you forget what Ranran told you? No frequent showers, no cold food or drinks. No strenuous exercise, and don't run around. Be careful not to catch a cold. Sleep more, rest more, don't rush to work or chores, or you'll feel worse. Oh, okay. Wan Yun rubbed her head and muttered, I'd better go inside. After standing in the cold wind for a while, my head hurts. Little Huzi was startled and urged, quick. Go upstairs and turn on the heater. Boil some hot water to drink. Wan Yun went inside. Little Huzi called after her, I'm going to find Yang and the others. I'll be back later. He tightened his down jacket and strode toward Xin Yuan. Shui Yang wasn't there, he'd gone out with other volunteers to deliver groceries. The two chefs at Xin Yuan were still there, having been trapped inside since the lockdown began, along with a few security guards on duty. When they heard some areas had been unsealed, everyone was overjoyed. We were about to go stir-crazy. The whole city's transportation was paralyzed for over half a month. Unprecedented. Finally, the clouds have parted and we can see the moon. We'll be able to go home soon. Xiaoxin, dressed in loungewear and with red-rimmed eyes, came out to greet him. Brother Huzi, are you okay? Little Huzi hugged her and comforted her. Xiaoan has recovered, and I've been fine all along. Disasters are unpredictable. You and Brother Taitu need to stay strong. Shui Xian had lost a lot of weight and looked pale. I still can't accept it. How could Annie just be gone? She hadn't finished speaking before tears started streaming down her face. Little Huzi patted her arm and sighed, my condolences. This isn't the time to let our guard down. Everyone should stay home and rest. Take care of yourselves first. That's the best way to honor the medical staff and volunteers still fighting. Shui Xian wiped her tears and explained, my big brother went straight to the hospital when he got back. He didn't even dare go home. My second brother volunteers every day. He was up all night last night, slept 3 hours this morning, then went out again. How's your husband? Little Huzi asked with concern. Shui Xian replied, he got caught in the rain and snow, so he has a bit of a cold. Luckily, we had cold medicine and granules at home. He's much better after taking them. He's reading in the bedroom. Oh, okay, Little Huzi said softly. I won't go in and disturb him then. Shui Xian led him to the living room, forcing a smile. In all my years, I've never seen the house this quiet. I walked around Xinyuan, and it just feels so desolate, like everything's changed. Don't overthink it, Little Huzi comforted her. This will all pass soon. Xinyuan will be lively again, just like before. Shui Xian sighed softly. I really want to go see my parents. Xiao Huzi comforted her, don't worry, let's wait until transportation is restored before we go. With red-rimmed eyes, Shui Xian whispered, Xian, he doesn't seem to want to leave. Auntie's sudden passing hit him really hard. He keeps blaming himself, thinking that if he hadn't been so focused on making a profit at the end of the year and had brought Auntie and me along to stay with Mom and Dad, none of this would have happened. You can't think like that, Xiao Huzi said calmly, analyzing the situation. No one can predict natural disasters or misfortunes. It's not his fault. It's not like he caused Auntie's death. Shui Xian choked up. He also said that if he'd taken Big Brother's warning seriously and explained things clearly to Auntie, she wouldn't have gone out. He's full of regret, blaming himself over and over. You need to comfort him, Xiao Huzi said softly. No one is to blame for this. Who could have expected this damned virus to be so deadly? You can't see it or touch it, but it kills silently. If you want to blame something, blame the virus that took Auntie's life, not yourself. Shui Xian sighed. Of course I've been trying to comfort him. Maybe he just needs more time. Now, whenever you opened your phone, there was news about the epidemic in the capital everywhere, making everyone anxious and uneasy. She found a few books about healing and comfort for her husband, hoping he'd read and rest more instead of constantly scrolling on his phone. Shui Xian explained, back when Xinyuan was full of people, everyone would chat and laugh, and the atmosphere would instantly liven up. We'd eat and drink together, and everywhere you turned was family. It was so lively. But when I came back today, the house felt so empty and cold. If we could all be together, with the house full and bustling, Xian would probably feel better. But we can't go anywhere right now, Xiao Huzi said with a bitter smile. I really miss Mom and Dad. I miss those two little rascals too. Leaning back on the sofa, Shui Xian said in despair, I've never stayed in one place for over half a month before. It's miserable. There's food and drink, sure, but not being able to come and go as you please, it's just unbearable. I don't even dare to think about it anymore. Just thinking about it scares me. Same here, Xiao Huzi said, still shaken. If it was just the tough environment, that'd be one thing, but every day it's nothing but my phone. My eyes hurt from staring at it so much, so I have to wander around the little room. Eventually I just sleep, then wake up to eat and drink, then sleep again. But the worst part isn't even that, it's the fear of getting infected. The anxiety is overwhelming, especially when you see the death toll climbing. It's pure psychological torture. They exchanged a glance and both sighed heavily. Just then, Xiao Huzi's phone rang. He answered, then frowned and asked, It's broken for sure? All frozen up? I'll head back and take a look. He quickly stood up and explained, the heating pipes at home are broken, probably because of the pipes themselves. Even though Xiaoan is better now, she's still afraid of the cold. We can't go without heating, and it's so hard to find a repairman right now. I have to go back and try to fix it myself. Hey! Shui Xian quickly grabbed his arm. Don't try to fix it. Wait until everything's open again and get a professional. You and Sister Xiaoan should just pack some clothes and come stay in the guest rooms here. There are plenty of empty rooms, pick whichever you like. This way, we can look after each other. The chef and security are here, so food and safety are all taken care of. Xiao Huzi's face lit up. That's a great idea. I'll go get Xiaoyan and come right over. A little over 10 minutes later, Xiao Huzi and Wan Yun arrived with their travel bags. With the siblings there, Shui Xian felt much happier. That evening, Shui Yang came home exhausted. He took off his protective suit, wrapped it up, and threw it in the trash, then carefully disinfected himself from head to toe, not missing a single spot, not even the soles of his shoes. Shui Xian handed him a cup of warm water, which he downed in one gulp, then, his voice hoarse, asked for another. Xiao Huzi couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you drink water? Did the water you brought with you freeze?" "I didn't dare drink," Shui Yang explained with a frown. "If I drink more, I'll have to use the bathroom, but how do you go when you're wearing a protective suit? I don't want to wear an adult diaper in there, so I just drank less and used the bathroom less." It's been almost a whole day. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy. Xiao Huzi offered, "Are they still short-handed over there? I'll go with you to help tomorrow morning." "You can't," Shui Yang shook his head. "Don't think being a volunteer is easy. When it gets busy, it's non-stop. If you're not physically strong, you can't handle it. 2 people fainted today and 3 or 4 caught colds after getting caught in the rain and snow." Xiao Huzi shot him a look, dissatisfied. "Don't underestimate me. I'm young and strong, okay? You're not like me," Shui Yang said, curling his lip. "I'm in good shape, and I swim regularly. Besides, you've had major surgery before, so you need to be extra careful." "What do you mean?" Xiao Huzi asked suspiciously. Shui Yang explained in a low voice, "Big Brother said they're doing a lot of research on this virus right now. Uncle Huan and many other doctors have found that this virus isn't as simple as it seems. The fatality rate is very high for elderly people with underlying conditions, especially those with weak immune systems. You're young, but you've had major surgery. For safety's sake, it's best not to go out if you can help it." Xiao Huzi asked in disbelief. "That matters too?" "That's what the doctors say," Shui Yang replied, exasperated. "If you're not going to listen to the doctors now, who are you going to listen to? This isn't something you can take chances with. People who don't believe it might pay with their lives. Don't be stubborn." Xiao Huzi fell silent, not daring to insist on helping anymore. Shui Yang continued, "More places will be opening up tomorrow, and life is gradually returning to normal. But don't let your guard down, stay home as much as possible." Okay. Got it." Wan Yun sighed with concern. "Thank goodness for volunteers like you and the other government workers, but it's so hard on you all." "The hospital staff have it the hardest," Shui Yang waved his hand. "What we do is nothing. I heard from Big Brother that many doctors are working back-to-back shifts under huge physical and mental pressure, and people are fainting from exhaustion every day." Shui Xian frowned. "What about Big Brother? Is he okay?" "I've messaged him the past couple days, but he hasn't replied." "He's just busy," Shui Yang explained. "He's been running around nonstop. He's had to work overtime for days, sometimes so busy he doesn't even have time to eat. He's fine, just really tired. Yesterday I filled up the van and brought it over to him, so he can sleep in it whenever he gets a break. The van has an automatic disinfection mode, just set it and it cleans itself. Really convenient." "That's good, makes things easier. There's heating in the van too, so it's warm." Qin Xinji gently suggested, "The weather forecast says it'll warm up tonight. How about we go for a walk in the suburbs tomorrow afternoon?" "Great," Shui Xian said happily. "Let's go out and get some fresh air. I've been going stir-crazy these days." Wan Yun, however, didn't dare agree. She apologized. "Even though I've recovered, my body's still a bit weak. If I catch a chill, I get dizzy. I'll sit this one out." Shui Yang, exhausted, waved his hand. "Don't count me in. Right now, all I want is to lie in bed and sleep for 1,000 years. Do we have to go again tomorrow?" Xiao Huzi asked. Shui Yang shook his head. "Wait for notice." "No idea for now." Xiao Huzi was tempted. "There are still so many places in the city we can't go." "Fine, let's take a drive out of town. I've been cooped up so long I'm about to lose it." Qin Xinji said gently, "All right, let's go for a spin then." With Xiao Huzi and his sister around, the house felt much livelier. That evening, after dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting by the fire. Except for Shui Yang, who went to bed early after his shower. Qin Xinji put down his phone and said, "A Cheng just messaged. He and a Qing are flying to the capital in a couple of days. Ching donated a lot of supplies this time and found an expert related to the cause. They want to come home for a visit and bring the expert along. Xiaohuzi couldn't help but remind him, things still aren't stable yet. They shouldn't come back. Not long ago, everyone was desperate to get out, and now no one dares come to the capital. Why rush back? Tell Lao San the family's fine, no need to come back, let them stay there and enjoy their vacation. No, Chen Xinji explained. Qing's parents are still here in the capital. He's probably worried about them and wants to come back early. Shui Xin pouted. After something this big happened, who could be in the mood to keep vacationing? Unless you're totally in the dark, you just can't relax. Her own parents called the capital every day, worrying about their sons and daughters-in-law. If the old folks didn't need looking after, they'd have flown back already. Her sisters-in-law were the same, no way to enjoy a vacation. If one wasn't pregnant and the other didn't have 4 kids to look after, they'd have found a way to come back long ago. Xiaohuzi was envious. Flights are still suspended, but Qing Xiao always has his ways. Wan Yun sighed. Who knows when things will get back to normal? Feels like the whole city's paralyzed. It's really inconvenient. Xiaohuzi tried to comfort her. It'll happen sooner or later. Let's just be patient. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Xiaohuzi turned and saw Shui Yang rushing in, struggling to put on his down jacket as he stumbled over. No way, is this guy sleepwalking? Chen Xinji frowned and stood up. Shui Yang burst in, crashing into the sofa. His hair was a mess and his face still showed signs of just waking up. Auntie called, Xiaohan was in a car accident. What? Everyone was shocked. The next day at noon, Shui Yang and Chen Xinji drove back. Xiaohuzi and Wan Yun hurried out to meet them. Neither had slept all night, they looked tired and worn out. Xiaohuzi asked with concern, how is it? Is everything all right? Shui Yang shot him a glare and snapped, can you not ask right now? I've missed 2 meals, been running around for over 10 hours without a break. Can you be a little more constructive? Read the room. Oh. Xiaohuzi dashed to the kitchen. Wait here. Food's coming right up. Wan Yun quickly poured 2 cups of warm water and handed them over. Chen Xinji thanked her and downed his in one gulp. Shui Yang did the same, clearly parched. Xiaohuzi moved fast and soon brought out 2 big bowls of pork congee, plus some cold cuts. The 2 dug in hungrily. Xiaohuzi couldn't hold back his curiosity. Isn't the city center still under lockdown? How did your cousin end up having a car accident there? What happened? Shui Yang snorted. What else could it be? She snuck out in a car. No way. Xiaohuzi gave a wry laugh. Your cousin really is a handful. Shui Yang sighed helplessly. She was staying safe at the rehab center, but got bored and wanted to go out. Uncle Hung and Aunt tried to stop her. There were no taxis, so they thought she couldn't get out. Who knew the girl would act on impulse and sneak out in Uncle Heng's car? Does she even have a license? Xiaohuzi asked. Can she drive? I don't think I've ever seen her behind the wheel. Shui Yang rolled his eyes. Rookie drivers don't know fear. She took driving lessons before the new year, but only passed the 2nd test. She thought she could handle it, so she just drove off. The city's full of roadblocks and barricades. She got lost and ended up crashing into a streetlight. She crashed by herself? Wan Yun asked, half amused, half exasperated. No other cars involved? Shui Yang nodded. Yep. Not a single car on the street. She managed to crash into a streetlight all by herself. Damn, that's gotta be some kind of Guinness World Record. Xiaohuzi couldn't help but sigh. Still too young, I guess. Other people's youth means happiness, Shui Yang mocked. Her youth landed her straight in the hospital. Wan Yun asked with concern, is she all right? Was it serious? Shui Yang sighed and explained, the front of the car was pretty smashed up. The airbag went off and cushioned her a bit, but she still couldn't avoid injury, bruised her chest and broke 2 ribs. Oh my God, Xiaohuzi said, half laughing, half crying. Young people always pay for their recklessness. She could have stayed safe at the rehab center, but instead she sneaked into the city in the middle of the night and ended up in the hospital. Well, now she's really paying for it. Chen Xinji frowned and added, ambulances are all busy these days. It took forever for one to arrive. The hospital's overcrowded, and getting in or out is a nightmare. If it weren't for Ranran's help, she probably still wouldn't be admitted. Is everything settled now? Wan Yun suddenly realized. Where's Xiao Xin? Why didn't she come back with you? Shui Yang replied, she had to stay to take care of Xiao Han. The hospital only allows one family member as a caregiver. My aunt's health isn't good, she can barely look after herself, so she couldn't stay. Xiao Xin had to stay, she's a woman, so it's more convenient. We couldn't stay, so we left after sorting things out. Chen Xinji explained, a lot of places still aren't back to normal, and it's hard to hire a caregiver. Plus, Xiao Han's emotions seem unstable, so it's better to have someone familiar around to comfort her. That girl is always causing trouble. Shui Yang grumbled. If she wasn't hurt, I'd really want to give her a piece of my mind. So irresponsible. Xiao Huzi waved him off. Come on, let it go. She's got parents to deal with her, no need for you, the second cousin, to step in. Besides, who doesn't make mistakes in their early 20s? There are things that are urgent and things that aren't. Shui Yang said angrily. The moment his troublesome younger cousin was mentioned, Shui Yang immediately flew into a rage. Do you realize what time it is right now? There's a risk of infection just by going outside, otherwise, why would we be locked down for over half a month? She doesn't have to be quarantined in our neighborhood, but she runs off to a locked-down area to mess around. Isn't she just looking for trouble? Always causing problems. Wan Yun gave an awkward smile and asked, maybe something urgent came up? Or she was feeling down. She said she felt too stifled and was in a bad mood, Chen Xinji explained with a frown. Honestly, I think she's showing signs of depression. Once things settle down, I'd suggest letting Ranan introduce her to a psychologist. Really? Little Tiger was dumbfounded. It's that serious? She's mentally ill. Chen Xinji nodded firmly. I can't speak to other things, but I'm very sure about this. After all, Ranan was a doctor for so many years, he probably noticed it before I did. Shui Yang let out a cold laugh and said irritably, she's not a kid anymore. Yet she still throws childish tantrums. And at a time like this? The hospitals are overflowing, and she still insists on going there. Isn't she just making things worse? She's sick, Little Tiger said quietly. You can't judge her by normal standards. After hearing this, Shui Yang slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, not wanting to move at all. Xiaohan's always been awkward and withdrawn, not like other kids. I thought she'd get better after Aunt came back. Some kids grow out of it, but not her. It really feels like there's something fundamentally wrong with her personality. Sigh. Kids from single-parent families are bound to be a bit different. Plus, Uncle Hung and my aunt aren't exactly good at raising children. It's not just one reason. Anyway, you can't blame Xiaoan for everything. Exactly, Little Tiger frowned. She's pretty pitiful. I could tell just by looking at her face that her fate would be rough. Oh, come on. Shui Yang was suddenly amused and teased. Since when did you learn to read faces? Little Tiger chuckled and explained, I was bored out of my mind during hotel quarantine, so I picked it up from a book. Get out. Shui Yang laughed and cursed, reading the faces of people you know best, no wonder you're so accurate. Little Tiger wasn't the least bit offended and reminded them, I really think Xiaohan's situation can't be delayed. Uncle Heng means well but is powerless, and he doesn't seem to have time for his daughter. Your aunt is always recovering from something, probably too busy with her own issues. If she really is depressed, it's better to see a doctor sooner rather than later. I'll talk to my older brother about it, Shui Yang said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He lowered his voice, I just have this gut feeling that Xiaohan's problem is pretty serious. Little Tiger nodded quickly in agreement. Exactly. It's like a ticking time bomb. Just like tonight, she suddenly ran out and almost got into big trouble. Chen Xinji finished the last sip of his soup and reminded them it wasn't almost, something did happen. Shui Yang sighed. Some problems can't be fixed at the root, so they can never be truly solved. Don't get so down, Little Tiger said. It mainly depends on her own ability to adjust, but Xiaoan clearly isn't a strong girl. She can't rely on herself, which makes things even harder. Shui Yang gave a bitter smile. With her mindset, I don't even know how she'll manage to work in the future, survive in society, find a partner, or get married. That's not something we can control, Shinji analyzed. If she gets better soon, all those problems will sort themselves out. But if she never manages to adjust, these issues will be just the beginning. Little Tiger nodded. That's true. Won-Yoon thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, even if she doesn't work, she'll never have to worry about food or clothing. After graduation, she'll probably just go back to work at the sanatorium, right? Shui Yang shook his head. I don't know. She probably doesn't like it herself. She's got a really awkward personality. Maybe it's because of her family. She likes lively environments and crowds, but when she's actually around people, she gets social anxiety, clams up, and goes quiet all of a sudden. She doesn't have any close friends, no besties, and she instinctively finds it hard to trust others. With a personality like that, it's tough for her to find a job outside. Even if she does, she probably won't last long, Shinji explained. Work isn't a solo thing, it's about cooperating with others. With her personality, it's hard for her to get along with people. In a small group, she'll be ignored or even looked down on. It might be even worse for her. Shui Yang scratched his head. Feels like Uncle Hung and Aunt never even thought about any of this. Shinji lowered his voice. They've never been the type to think things through. Yeah, Shui Yang muttered, if they were, their family wouldn't be such a mess. Little Tiger lifted his chin. Instead of always cleaning up the mess afterward, like tonight, it'd be better to deal with the problem early. Right, get her treated as soon as possible, Shinji reminded. You should contact Ranan soon. Shui Yang agreed. Won-Yoon suggested, if she can't work at a big company, maybe she could join Xiaoxin's small business. Fewer people might suit her better. People like her don't do well being alone all the time. We'll see when the time comes, Shui Yang replied. She hasn't even graduated yet, so there's no rush. Little Tiger propped his head on his hand and lounged lazily on the sofa. There are millions of people in this world, each with their own fate. That's what makes life so colorful. Shui Yang yawned and joked, when did you become such a philosopher? Did you just pick that up recently too? I just started worrying about my 2 sons, Little Tiger murmured, eyes half closed. I'm afraid I won't be able to raise them well on my own, and I worry they'll have psychological issues when they grow up. Everyone exchanged glances and fell silent. After a long while, Shinji comforted him. The sooner you spot potential problems, the sooner you can prevent them. There are plenty of kids from single-parent families who are optimistic and cheerful, Shui Yang said. Besides, your 2 are boys, they can handle a bit more hardship. In my opinion, not overprotecting your kids is actually better for their growth. True. Little Tiger hesitated and said quietly, but kids these days aren't like we were. They have comfortable lives, doting elders, get whatever they want, do whatever they want. I don't know if you feel the same, but I personally find them really hard to teach. You still have to do it though. Shui Yang laughed. Just because it's hard doesn't mean you can skip it, right? Little Tiger thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, Yang, when are you guys moving back? Shui Yang was caught off guard by the question, his face freezing awkwardly. We're not sure yet. Let's wait until things settle down for a bit before deciding. Little Huzi couldn't help but sound disappointed. If your kids don't come back, Minnie-Hu and the others will always be without playmates. Shui Yang chuckled and reminded him, aren't there a few kids in the neighborhood behind us? They can play together after school. Little Huzi shook his head. Forget it. What's wrong? Shui Yang asked. Too big of an age gap? They can't get along. Little Huzi pursed his lips. There aren't many courtyard houses in the neighborhood, just a dozen or so. Some families only stay a few days a year, some don't have kids at all. The few that do only have 3 or 5 children. But those kids are treated like treasures, each with a dedicated nanny doting on them every day. They're afraid of getting their hands dirty playing in the sand, afraid riding bikes isn't safe, and can't handle even the slightest bump or scrape. Last time, Minnie-Hu fought over a toy and hit a little girl his age. He just hit her arm, he's not strong, just gave a light swing. She wasn't hurt, didn't even cry, but the nanny freaked out. going on and on about how her employer treasures the child, and if anything happened, she couldn't take responsibility. Then she scooped up the girl and left, never bringing her out to play again. Really? Shui Yang asked in surprise. Wan Yun gave a wry smile. My dad's mentioned it more than once. He often says he misses Xiao Shuang and Xiao Zhu. My brother and I are both busy and can't be home much. After school, Minnie Hu and Little Hu always have no one to play with. My dad has to look after my mom, so he can't take them to the park either. Little Huzi explained, the main thing is, winters in the capital are long, and with the wind and rain, the elders don't dare take the kids out. But kids need playmates to grow up. If your kids were at Xinyuan, Minnie Hu and his brother wouldn't have to worry about this. Shui Yang sighed, unable to hide his frustration. I'm worried too. I wish I could move back right now. Everyone laughed and asked if he really meant it. Isn't living independently great? No one to boss you around, no need to mind the elders, do whatever you want. Isn't that the dream? Shui Yang looked a little embarrassed and explained, you don't realize until you move out, living on your own is a tough lesson. My parents managed everything at home, inside and out, all perfectly arranged. We had whatever we needed, could do whatever we wanted. How is that not freedom? My wife is still young and has no experience running a household. Suddenly managing a family of more than 10? No way. 1 minute we're out of this, the next we're missing that. Food is either wasted or not enough, and we can never find what we need. She's overwhelmed, and I'm holding back from saying anything, but honestly, I'm pretty stressed. Wan Yun was confused. Where do you get more than 10 people? Isn't it just you, your wife, and 4 kids, 6 people? Not counting the 3 nannies and a few bodyguards? Shui Yang said gloomily. Their salaries alone are enough to make it hard for me to breathe. Wan Yun stuck out her tongue and whispered, no wonder. Your wife's suddenly having to manage so many people, of course it's tough. Give her some time, let her adjust, and she'll get the hang of it. Exactly. Little Huzi said. Everything takes time. Auntie has always managed Xinyuan. She used to run so many businesses and oversee thousands of workers with ease. Even if Xinyuan was several times bigger, it'd still be a piece of cake for her. But your wife is different, she's young and has no experience. You need to give her time. Chen Xinji elegantly wiped his hands and said gently, that's right, you need to give Xiaoxiao some time. The kids are all still young and rely on her for everything. You're busy all day and hardly around. Don't think running a household smoothly is easy, there's a lot to it. Wan Yun laughed softly. With little kids and so many outsiders, just those 2 things are enough to make anyone's head spin. If it were me, I'd probably have a breakdown. Shui Yang leaned back with a bitter smile. Before, my income was decent, and I had some savings. Even if things were a bit chaotic and we spent more, we could get by. But not anymore. The company's having problems, the clothing factory delayed our profit share, and suddenly I'm strapped for cash. To put it simply, when you're poor, everything's tough for a couple. How's the new project going? Little Huzi asked. Shui Yang sighed. Just as we were about to get started, the pandemic hit. The team's basically set, and as soon as we can get back to work, we'll get going. Chen Xinji raised an eyebrow. Need funding? Why didn't you say something? Not that much, Shui Yang replied gratefully. Big brother lent me some, and Little Huzi transferred some too. It's enough for now. The main issue is company cash flow, and we lost a shareholder, so we need some time to adjust. The new project's already started, and as soon as the market recovers, I'm confident we'll turn things around. I really believe in the live stream market. Oh, Chen Xinji nodded slowly. I have a lot of faith in the domestic online market too. But the cost of shipping fresh produce within the country is too high, and fruit doesn't keep long, so costs go up. I've contacted 2 or 3 logistics companies, but we can't agree on prices, and they don't have the right equipment, so they're not willing to try it yet. Wait. Shui Yang suddenly got excited. Taitu, you haven't talked to Qing about this, have you? He owns a logistics company. I happened to sit next to him at dinner the other day, and he said he's really optimistic about the domestic logistics market and wants to expand his company. Chen Xinji's eyes lit up. When he and Lao San get back, I'll ask him about it. Hey, little Huzi laughed. If there's money to be made, remember to let me in on it. Of course, Shui Yang said. You're already a shareholder in my new livestream project. Little Huzi didn't mind much. His club had made a comeback, business was booming, and he had no financial worries. I'm actually in a bit of a dilemma. I don't know if I should hope you make more money or not. Shui Yang flared up. What kind of nonsense is that? Who says things like that? With that, he swung a big fist at Little Huzi's arm. Little Huzi didn't dodge, just laughed heartily. If you make more money, your family definitely won't move back. I'd rather you didn't make any. Shui Yang couldn't stop laughing. Honestly, I really do want to move back. Whether we have money or not, I'll find the right chance to convince Xiao Xiao to come home. 2 days later, Lin Qingji and Cheng Huancheng returned to the imperial capital. Without taking a break, the two of them hurried straight to visit Lin's father and mother. The elderly couple had been taking good care of their health, always mindful of wellness routines, and with timely precautions, they'd stayed safe and sound. They chatted with Cheng Huancheng for a long while, only letting them go to rest when Lin Qingji reminded them. Let's head back to Xinyuan, Cheng Huancheng suggested. There are still some medical supplies and medicines in the car that need to be brought home. Lin Qingji shook his head. No rush. Let's wait until after a nap. I just contacted your second brother and Xing. They're both out right now. Only Xiuhu and his sister are at Xinyuan. After several hours on the plane, Cheng Huancheng's head was still a bit fuzzy. All right, let's take a nap first. We'll go to Xinyuan for dinner this evening and stay over tonight. Lin Qingji agreed. At that moment, the assistant hurried over. Master Qing, Miss E is here. Lin Qingji said gently, go greet her first. Tell her it's best to avoid seeing the old master and madam for now. Once the pandemic is over and things are safe, she can visit them then. The assistant glanced around and whispered, she said, she's here to see Master Chong. Huh? Cheng Huancheng asked suspiciously, see me? I don't think I know her. Ah, Qing, have I met her before? I don't recall. Lin Qingji shook his head calmly. You probably don't know her. But you do know her younger sister. Huh? Who? Cheng Huancheng asked, confused. Lin Qingji chuckled. The silly girl who impulsively confessed to you and made you fall while skating. Cheng Huancheng. The assistant explained in a low voice. Miss E said she'd contacted Master Qing before and knew you'd be back today, so she came by especially to visit. Let's not meet, Cheng Huancheng said instinctively, waving his hand. Tell her I've been dizzy since getting off the plane and have already gone to rest. The assistant nodded. Lin Qingji reminded, give her some of the gifts we brought. Tell her we're very busy lately. When we have time, we'll invite her and her sister for a meal. The assistant agreed and left. Cheng Huancheng yawned widely and muttered, what's this about? She's holding a grudge because I turned down her confession? Is her sister here to question me? Lin Qingji just smiled, leading him through the corridor, around a small lake, and finally to his residence, Fengqing Pavilion. After changing into pajamas, Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask again. Is that really it? No, Lin Qingji poured him a glass of warm water and explained, she's probably here to play matchmaker, not to question you. Cheng Huancheng. Lin Qingji's gentle eyes were full of amusement as he said, can't help it. Our Chong is just too popular. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Cheng Huancheng's handsome face flushed as he protested, you should just tell them about our relationship. Really? Lin Qingji teased, we can go public now? Cheng Huancheng glared at him, snapping, don't act all smug. This is all because of you. Make it clear to them so they don't come knocking again. Lin Qingji shook his head innocently. You're the one being chased after, not me. What did I do? Then he shot Cheng Huancheng a sidelong glance. Logically speaking, I should be the one upset and jealous here. I should be angry, so why am I the one being questioned and blamed? Ah, Chong, you're really turning the tables on me. Cheng Huancheng looked a little embarrassed and grumbled, of course it's your fault for not handling things thoroughly enough. Otherwise, this wouldn't keep happening. Your relatives don't blame you, should they blame me? Lin Qingji changed clothes gracefully and chuckled. It's because you wouldn't let me tell anyone. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these misunderstandings. Fine, fine, you go tell them. Chang Huanqing flopped onto the bed, rubbing his still dazed head. I'm really amazed by your family's weird genes. Lin Qingji poked his head out, curious. Weird genes? What do you mean, like everyone has the same taste? It's been years. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes. I turned her down clearly back then, and she still hasn't given up? If you hadn't brought it up, I'd have forgotten all about it. Lin Qingji shook his head helplessly. Shows how rare and precious our family's loyalty is. Still thinking about you after all these years, truly, one encounter with young Master Cheng, a lifetime of regret. Oh, please. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but point out, it's probably because they see how close I am to you and think I'm worth investing in. Lin Qingji just smiled. He'd always been reserved, with almost no close friends. Over the years, only Cheng Huancheng had spent so much time with him. He often visited Xingyuan, sometimes even staying there. Some people with ulterior motives guessed that Cheng Huancheng must hold a special place in Lin Qingji's heart, so they tried to get close to Cheng. Cheng Huancheng had seen plenty of this before, so he could pretty much guess the truth. Cheng Huancheng snorted, good thing I've been abroad these past 2 years, and good thing I've never been a high-profile person. Otherwise, my family's doorstep would have been trampled flat by now. All thanks to you, young Master Qing. Come on, Lin Qingji fastened his robe and laughed softly. I can't get used to your sarcasm. Can you change your tune? Cheng Huancheng pulled the thin quilt over himself and muttered, listen if you want, I don't care. Seeing that he seemed a bit upset, Lin Qingji quickly came over. So what should I do? If we go public, even more people will know about us. If we don't, there'll always be people trying to get close through roundabout ways. Cheng Huancheng was speechless for a moment, then mumbled, of course we're not going public. You know how much I hate all that. I know it's unavoidable, but the less the better, right? All right, whatever you say, Lin Qingji replied softly. Cheng Huancheng buried his head in Lin Qingji's arms, mumbling, don't make me think too much when I'm dizzy. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently, gently stroking his hair. If you're dizzy, just rest. Suddenly, Cheng Huancheng seemed to remember something and opened his eyes wide. I just thought of something, I want you to answer me honestly. What is it? Lin Qingji smiled. Still about what we were just talking about? Cheng Huancheng said seriously, if someone came to me, asking me to help them connect with you, maybe even offering me benefits, and I asked you for help, would you agree in the end? And you? Lin Qingji parried, do you think I should agree? Cheng Huancheng's bright eyes darted around. I think you would. Lin Qingji laughed. Why do you say that? Cheng Huancheng shrugged. Because you trust me. If I brought it up, it wouldn't be anything that would put you in a tough spot. Since it wouldn't trouble you, you'd probably agree for my sake. Ah, Cheng, you know me well, Lin Qingji praised. You're absolutely right. Cheng Huancheng's handsome face flushed slightly as he turned away. What are you saying? Shouldn't you at least pretend to be fair and impartial? Not even putting on an act. Lin Qingji was amused by him and hugged him from behind. I'm just a businessman, not some upright judge presiding over court. Why do I need to be fair and impartial? As long as the people closest to me are happy, everything else is just worldly possessions. I don't really care. Cheng Huancheng yawned again and mumbled, in my opinion, as long as you're human, you're bound to have selfish motives. Lin Qingji replied. Maybe the truly virtuous are exceptions. But we're just ordinary people with emotions and desires, so of course we have our own interests. Lots of people come to me for help. Some distant relatives and friends are always nervous when they approach me. Honestly, as long as it's not something bad, if a relative comes to me for help, I'll do my best to oblige. He wasn't a saint, nor was he perfect. At the end of the day, he was just another person in this world, with someone he loved, things he cared about, and plenty of worries. Cheng Huancheng frowned slightly and asked, then why didn't your 2 cousins come to you directly? Why would his relatives come to him instead of Lin Qingji? Unless it had something to do with him? Lin Qingji gave a vague answer, maybe what they want is too valuable. Cheng Huancheng turned to glare at him. What? Why so secretive? Lin Qingji had no choice but to tell the truth. They want to develop the mountain villa and the surrounding land at Maple Grove into a tourist spot. Huh? Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, they want the whole mountain? They want you to sell it to them. They're family, so it's not about the money, Lin Qingji explained. There's a waterfall up there, actually more than one. The mountain has plenty of water and the river below is fast-flowing. You can view waterfalls up top and do rafting below. The villa could be turned into a big hotel, and the surrounding land could be used for more guest houses or other attractions. In spring, the mountains are covered in flowers. In summer, there's swimming and rafting. In autumn, you can admire the maples. In winter, there's ice skating. I've already invested a lot of time and money there, so much of it is ready to go. Cheng Huancheng raised an eyebrow. So, they just want to take over something ready-made? Pretty much, Lin Qingji said. Cousin always says she'll stay single for life. She's already 40, and her family's been nagging her nonstop. Maybe she just wants a peaceful place to stay, and making some money on the side wouldn't hurt. Cheng Huancheng still didn't quite get it. So, what does this have to do with me? You didn't want to agree, so they tried to go through me? Are they trying to set me up with her sister as a roundabout way? Is she hoping for a matchmaking fee? Do you think I'd agree to that? Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. Whether it's Maple Grove or you, I can't bear to part with either. Cheng Huancheng pulled the covers up and muttered, at least you have a conscience. He really liked that Maple Grove. Every autumn, he couldn't help but miss it. If he hadn't been abroad these past 2 years, he'd have gone every year. Such a wonderful place, there's no way he'd ever want to sell it. Lin Qingji, lying beside him, said softly, go to sleep. I'll gently let my cousin know and suggest some other places. Tell her about our relationship, Cheng Huancheng grumbled. So her sister will give up already. Lin Qingji chuckled helplessly. She's always been a bit dense. I've hinted before, but she didn't get it. Then just tell her straight out. Cheng Huancheng said generously. She's family, she'll find out sooner or later anyway. Lin Qingji played with his hair with one hand, phone in the other. Really? Then I'll just say it. Cheng Huancheng snorted, and make it clear I'm the type who doesn't care about anything outside my window, don't come to me for favors. No way, Lin Qingji teased. As long as you're by my side, you won't escape these things. Then get away from me. Cheng Huancheng scooted over. Lin Qingji laughed and pulled him back into his arms. All right, I'm done joking. I know you don't like all these complicated social games. I'll do my best to shield you from them. He was naturally reserved and always kept a low profile, and, because of his special status, he had to be even more discreet. Luckily, Chang wasn't the flashy type either, or there would have been even more of these situations. Actually, he'd always been busy since he was young, with little time to make friends. Whether it was friendship, love, or even family, all relationships require time and energy to maintain. He had neither, so he had very few friends. Because of his personality and status, some people were always nervous or overly respectful around him, while others liked to make sarcastic remarks, which left him exhausted and unwilling to deal with them. But Cheng Huancheng was the one person who had stayed by his side for years, always there. Gradually, some people with ulterior motives noticed and started paying attention to Cheng Huancheng. Later, when he began visiting Xin Yuan more often, even staying overnight, some people became convinced that he and Cheng Huancheng were very close. Since they couldn't curry favor with Lin Qingji directly, they tried to get close to those around him, hoping to expand their network. But they never expected that Cheng Huancheng wasn't interested in these games either. In fact, he was even less savvy about social maneuvering than Lin Qingji. He couldn't bear to see a Chang troubled, and he didn't want to be the cause of his worries. Joking around was one thing, but he'd never let him suffer because of him. Cheng Huancheng lazily snuggled in his arms and asked, "Do you think I should learn some of this social stuff from my mom?" Navigating social relationships was a big subject, and he'd never really studied it. But his mom was a natural, maybe he could learn from her. "No need," Lin Qingji said mercilessly. "You're not cut out for it, and you'll never learn. Most of your family's social dealings are handled by your eldest brother, and the rest by your parents. When it comes to this, your parents have no expectations for you or your younger brother." Cheng Huancheng. He couldn't help but defend himself and his younger brother. That's usually the eldest son's job anyway. They don't need me or my brother for it. Even if we could do it, there's no place for us. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently. Exactly, you're not needed. But let me add. Both you and your younger brother are too pure-hearted for all that scheming and social maneuvering. Maybe, Cheng Huancheng murmured. Lin Qingji said gently, social dealings aren't easy to learn. Wherever there's desire, things get complicated. Auntie knows your personalities and respects your choices, so she never forced you to take over the family business. She just wants you to do what you love. Mainly, she can't bear to see you suffer, and she doesn't want to burden you with responsibility. She wants you to stay true to yourselves. As he listened, Cheng Huancheng drifted off to sleep. Lin Qingji gently tucked him in, then closed his eyes and fell asleep too. As evening fell, Lin Qingji's Maybach pulled up at the entrance of Xinyuan. Cheng Huancheng was so excited that he dashed inside in a flash. Lin Qingji strolled in behind him, flanked by 2 assistants and bodyguards. Shui Yang and Qin Xinji had already returned, freshly showered and changed, looking refreshed as they sat in the living room. Little Huzi and Wan Yun were there too. Hearing the third brother shout, everyone hurried out to greet them. After going through a battle that felt like a brush with life and death, everyone's mindset had changed. Unlike before, there were no enthusiastic greetings, just silent, emotional hugs and handshakes. Shui Yang pat. They're doing great, Cheng Huancheng replied. That place is semi-isolated from the outside world, so there's no need to worry about the pandemic spreading. The weather is really warm. They wear short sleeves every day. No need to stay cooped up in heated rooms. They can bask in the sun, enjoy the sea breeze, take in the scenery, eat good food, and have each other for company. The days just fly by. Mom and Dad do worry about you guys, but otherwise, everything's fine. Shui Yang pressed, what about Xiao Xiao? And the kids? Do they miss me? I tried video calling the last couple of days, but they barely talk to me, always running off to play. They're having the time of their lives. Cheng Huancheng laughed. Before we came back, we asked them if they wanted to return. Not a single one did, they all shook their heads. They're having too much fun to miss home. Only Xiaozhu showed some filial piety. He picked up a few seashells on the beach and asked me to bring them back for you. Really? Shui Yang burst out laughing. All my love for him wasn't in vain. Good kid. Cheng Huancheng added with a grin, but then he saw no one else was giving gifts, so he felt a bit reluctant and asked for them back. He said once he's had enough fun and doesn't want them anymore, he'll think about giving them to you. Shui Yang, my own flesh and blood, I can't hit him. Lin Qingji gently explained, second sister-in-law is really worried about you. Try to video call her more often and explain how things are here, so she doesn't worry too much. Little Huzi asked about his parents, and the two answered his questions carefully and thoroughly. Lin Qingji thoughtfully added, Little Tiger and Mini Tiger have both put on weight, one gained 2 pounds, the other 1.5. They love the curry fried rice there and have to eat a bowl for both lunch and dinner. Every morning and evening, they run around on the beach or the big lawn behind the house. They look much sturdier now. Little Huzi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank goodness he'd sent his parents and kids on vacation early, otherwise, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. For one thing, his parents weren't in great health. If they'd gotten infected, they might not have made it. He was quarantined, and his sister had to be isolated for treatment too. At the most dangerous, critical moment, no one could move. Who would have taken care of his parents? Who would have looked after the kids? Thinking back, it was pure luck. Qing Xiao, it was your last-minute business trip that saved everyone. Thank you, thank you. Lin Qingji smiled and shook his head. It was just a coincidence, not really my doing. The silver lining is that things are getting better day by day, and the sun will shine again after the storm. Yeah. Now, only a few small areas are still locked down. Most places are back to normal. It won't be long. The number of infections keeps dropping, and the death rate is going down too. Cheng Huancheng looked around and asked, Big Brother still hasn't made it back? Have you seen him? We have, Shui Yang explained. He's doing okay, but we can't get close. We just shout from a distance with masks on. He's too busy to use his phone, and it's hard to take off the protective suit, so we can only contact him when he changes. Usually, we send messages in advance, and when he gets a chance, he'll reply. Shinji asked with concern, how's sister-in-law holding up? She must be going through the hardest time right now. Yeah, Chung Hwanchong said with a wry smile. Luckily, she's really strong. She's worried sick, but she doesn't show it. She eats and sleeps as usual, goes for walks on the beach morning and evening, and spends the rest of the time reading or watching TV. Mom and second sister-in-law often chat with her and play with the kids to distract her. Big Brother's frontline work is incredibly dangerous, but she still supports him without hesitation. She's never once asked him to come back. No one dared to think what if, let alone imagine the worst. Shinji, worried about his beloved wife, quickly asked Lin Qingji if he could send a private hospital car to pick her up. Xiaoxin is at the hospital taking care of Shuihan. Right now, the hospital is the easiest place to get infected, lots of patients, lots of people coming and going. If we could transfer them to your private hospital, it would be much more convenient. Of course, Lin Qingji instructed his assistant to arrange it immediately. Qing Huanchong frowned. How's Xiaoan? Is it serious? Minor chest fracture, Shui Yang replied. It won't heal that quickly, she'll have to stay in bed for a few more days at least. Shinji shook his head. Xiaoxin called me earlier. She said our cousin's really unstable emotionally. She doesn't know what to do. Didn't the psychologist come before? Shui Yang asked, puzzled. Didn't it help? Didn't Big Brother ask a psychologist to treat her? Shinji couldn't help retorting, even a mild cold takes 2 or 3 days of medicine to get better. You think psychological issues can be fixed in a day or 2? Some mental illnesses take many sessions, at least a few months, sometimes years, even decades to heal. Shui Yang rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Let's transfer her quickly. Xiaoxin herself needs looking after. How can she take care of a ticking time bomb who could go off at any moment? Lin Qingji, having heard most of the story, had already guessed the gist. There are professional psychologists over there, and the caregivers are all highly trained. They'll definitely be able to take care of her condition and emotions. Shuihan's been locked down for almost a month, and now she's stuck in the hospital recovering from an injury. It's easy for her to have emotional problems. Shinji whispered anxiously, I'm worried she might hurt Xiaoxin. No need to worry about that, Shui Yang explained. Xiaohan's still injured. She can't move even if she wants to. Xiaoxin's quick on her feet. She could run away in a flash. Shinji still wasn't reassured. Qing, please arrange it as soon as possible. Will do, Lin Qingji nodded. Chang Huanchong demanded, why didn't you send Xiaoan there in the first place? You all know the place. Shui Yang shot him a look. Back then, a lot of roads were still blocked. You couldn't just go wherever you wanted. Plus, it was late at night, everyone was anxious, and no one was thinking straight. The hospital was packed, they couldn't take any more patients. Luckily, Big Brother was inside, so we managed to get her admitted and treated. Third, you weren't in the capital these days, you have no idea what people here went through. Oh, right, Chung Huanchong apologized softly. I was taking things for granted. Lin Qingji had always been efficient, so by the next morning, Xiaohan had already been transferred to a private hospital. Shui Xian came back looking utterly exhausted, shaking her head and sighing. Xiaohan seems like a completely different person now. No matter what I say, it feels wrong. She's always on edge, and it's making me feel like I'm about to have a nervous breakdown myself. Shinji pulled her into his arms, his voice full of concern. You've had a tough time. Chang Huanchong asked with concern, what exactly happened to Xiaohan? Lin Qingji tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry, I've already arranged for a psychologist to be with her for counseling and treatment. Her physical injuries aren't serious, she'll recover in a few days. After all, she's young and healthy. She's depressed, Shui Xian explained. The psychologist Big Brother found for her said so. The doctor said her mental state wasn't great to begin with, and after being locked down for a month, she just couldn't take it anymore. so it all exploded at once. That's not all, Shui Yang shook his head. I heard from Auntie that not long ago, she confessed to a boy and got rejected. She's been in a bad mood ever since. Cheng Huanchong raised his eyebrows. When did that happen? Auntie said it was right when winter started, Shui Yang frowned. That girl's got a strange personality, never says anything directly. Auntie only found out later. Qin Xinji reminded them, did you tell Auntie about her transfer to another hospital? They need to know, so they don't worry. I told her, Shui Yang said with a bitter smile. But they're barely managing themselves right now. They can't spare any attention for Xiaohan. Xiao Huzi asked curiously, what's going on? Is the nursing home really busy? Shui Yang shook his head. The nursing home was locked down yesterday evening. Apparently, 2 people in the cafeteria developed fevers and coughs. Everyone. Shui Yang rubbed his temples and sighed. They're doing tests and screenings today. No one's allowed in or out for now. Uncle Huan and the others are busy at the hospital, so only Uncle Heng is left at the nursing home. He's running himself ragged. Andy said she can't leave to see Xiaohan, so she's counting on us to look after her. No matter how serious Xiaohan's situation is, at least there are professional doctors to help. What I'm most worried about now is that something will happen to Uncle Heng and Auntie. Especially Auntie, Cheng Huanchong frowned. Her health has never been good. If she gets infected, that would be terrible. Xiao Huzi muttered, the worst thing this time is for elderly people with pre-existing conditions. Everyone fell silent again, the atmosphere heavy and tense. After a long while, Lin Qingji reminded them, let's stay in touch. If they really do get infected, we'll immediately arrange for the best doctors and medical equipment to be sent over. He might not be able to help much from overseas, but now that they were all back in the capital, he had enough resources to protect his family and friends. Shui Yang nodded quickly. I'll call and video chat with them every day. And don't let Mom and Dad know, Qin Xinji reminded. They're far away. If they knew, they'd just worry and feel helpless. It would only make them anxious and upset, nothing else. Cheng Huanchong looked left and right. If we don't tell her, Mom might get upset. We all need to be on the same page and not mention it. The implication was clear. If no one says anything, then if Mom finds out and scolds them, they can all share the blame, and it won't be such a big deal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Qingji said gently, don't worry, it might just be a false alarm. Since Cheng Tianfang and Shui Heng weren't showing any symptoms, everyone tried to stay optimistic. But sometimes, things just don't go your way. What you can't avoid, you can't escape. The next morning, Shui Heng and Cheng Tianfang both started running fevers. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms at the nursing home, so they could stay there in isolation and receive treatment. They've both taken fever reducers, Shui Yang explained, but they both say they feel awful, just completely unwell. Qin Xinji frowned. Any other symptoms? Is there anyone looking after them over there? They're coughing too, Shui Yang shook his head. Auntie said her cough is really bad. It just started all of a sudden. Her throat's dry, she's dizzy, her head feels foggy, and she's got no energy at all. She told me not to let Xiaohan know, so she can focus on getting better. I don't even dare tell her how serious Xiaohan's depression is. Yesterday, the psychologist contacted Lin Qingji and said that Shuihan's depression wasn't just a passing phase. The situation was worse than he'd expected, and she might need long-term medication and therapy. No one dared to talk about it, and now something else had happened. Qin Xinji quickly contacted Cheng Huanran, telling him to inform Shui Huan immediately and see if he could help. Shui Yang asked suspiciously, why call Uncle Huan? He's recovering himself and still helping treat patients. The nursing home's still locked down. He can't go back, even if he wants to. No, Qin Xinji said. He might have a way. I heard from Ran that Uncle Huan prescribed himself some Chinese medicine that worked really well. After 2 days, his fever was gone and his cough improved a lot. With all his medical experience, he's definitely the right person to ask. Shui Yang pulled out his phone and called his big brother, but no one answered twice. I can't get through for now. Right now, only Big Brother can reach Uncle Huan. After a pause, he asked, where's Eiqing? Where are they? Qin Xinji replied, I think they're all in the back garden. I'll go call them in. No. Shui Yang hurried outside. Let's go to them, it'll save some time. After hearing everything, Lin Qingji said, I'll send over a few ventilators right away. Wait. Shui Xian asked anxiously, is there anyone to take care of Auntie and Uncle Hung? Shui Yang shook his head. We're really short-staffed. There are a lot of elderly people there, and several have already fallen ill. Now they're all being isolated and treated separately, and there aren't enough caregivers. Caregivers. Qing Huancheng said quickly. Qing, send 2 more caregivers over, 1 for each of them. Lin Qingji agreed and immediately contacted his assistant to arrange it. Shui Yang, standing to the side, shook his head and sighed. When will this ever end? How many days has it been already? Shui Xian, eyes red, snuggled into her lover's arms and choked out, Auntie and Uncle Hung will be okay, right? They'll be okay, won't they? Qin Xinji held her tighter and said softly, don't cry, they'll be fine. This will pass. Shui Xian sobbed, I'm so scared now. Every time I hear someone around me has gotten infected, I can't help but be afraid. I'm scared they'll end up like Mom, gone, just like that. Qin Xinji's eyes turned red too, and he was at a loss for words. Cheng Huancheng put down his shovel and sighed heavily. Xiao Han is still lying in the hospital, her injuries haven't healed, and her depression is serious. Now Auntie and Uncle Hang are sick too. This is just awful. Shui Yang cursed. It's so damn freaky. You can't see it, you can't touch it, and suddenly you're sick. Damn this virus. Qin Xinji sighed and tried to comfort everyone. Let's all calm down a bit. This is a viral outbreak, not just the regular flu. We can't just tough it out overnight. No idea when this will all end, Cheng Huancheng murmured. It's fine as long as everyone around us is okay, but the moment something happens, my heart just twists up with worry. There's nothing more painful in life than being separated by death. They had just lost Aunt Chun, and none of them wanted to lose anyone else, whether it was Uncle Hung or their aunt. They all had to be okay. No more accidents can happen, Cheng Huancheng said, eyes red, voice low. Is there anything we can do? We'll go right now. Lin Qingji put a hand on his shoulder and spoke gently, don't be impulsive. We're not medical professionals and don't have the expertise. If we go, we'll just get in the way. We have to take care of ourselves first if we want to take care of others. There wasn't much they could do, but they were already doing everything they could. That's right, Shui Yang added, frowning. Big Brother said that even a lot of medical staff have gotten infected, and some have even passed away. Quite a few were still very young. If even the professionals can't handle it, there's no way we ordinary people could. We're better off helping out as volunteers, doing what we can. As for treating patients, that's up to the professionals. Cheng Huancheng gritted his teeth. Uncle Hung and Auntie's lives are still uncertain. We can't just sit here and do nothing, can we? There must be something we can do. Even if you want to take care of them, there's not much you could do, Lin Qingji said quietly, holding his hand. They need to be in isolation for treatment. You wouldn't even be able to get into the care facility. Shui Yang nodded. The whole facility is sealed off. The uninfected are in the east wing, the infected in the west. It's still a bit chaotic, but in a couple of days things should settle down. Cheng Huancheng asked anxiously, what about supplies and medicine? Can we get those in? We can, Lin Qingji replied. I'll figure something out. Shui Yang said, I'll keep in touch with Uncle Hang and Auntie. They're in neighboring rooms right now, but neither of them can get out of bed. Auntie's condition might be more serious. She says her head feels foggy, and she's never felt this bad in her life. Qin Xinji reminded them again, try to get in touch with Uncle Huan, see what he says. Everyone grabbed their phones, frantically calling either Shui Huan or Cheng Huanran. Shui Huan had probably put his phone away and wasn't answering. Cheng Huanran, overwhelmed by the barrage of calls, guessed something urgent must have happened, otherwise his siblings wouldn't be so desperate to reach him. He quickly took off his protective gear, pulled out his phone, and answered. He then hurried off to find Shui Huan, urging him to quickly write out some herbal prescriptions. Shui Huan, who knew his brother and sister-in-law's health conditions well, quickly wrote out 2 prescriptions. Cheng Huanran asked nervously, Uncle Huan, do you think Auntie, will she be able to pull through? Shui Huan looked utterly exhausted, his eyes bloodshot, tear stains from his protective mask marking his face. He'd always been a refined, handsome man, even past 50. He was as elegant as ever. But after days without sleep, working himself to the bone to save patients while half-sick himself, he looked much older, worn out in body and spirit. Cheng Huanran's eyes reddened, his voice catching in his throat. Uncle Huan, Auntie's health was already so weak, with so many underlying conditions. I'm really afraid she won't make it. Shui Huan sighed softly and tried to comfort him. Ran, we've seen too much death these past days. I know what you're worried about. Right now, all we can do is have the greatest hope, do our utmost, and keep as calm a mindset as possible. Do all we can, and leave the rest to fate. Cheng Huanran wanted to wipe his tears, but didn't dare. He washed his hands again, then gently dabbed his eyes with a disinfectant wipe. Just then, someone called out anxiously from down the hall, Director Shui. Director Shui. Shui Huan squeezed Cheng Huanran's shoulder, then hurried away. Maybe it was exhaustion, maybe age, but his back wasn't as straight as before. He walked away, slightly stooped. Cheng Huanran knew there was no time to dawdle. He carefully put on his protective mask and rushed to the herbal pharmacy. Beds lined both sides of the corridor, family members slumped by the bedsides or sleeping next to the patients. Everywhere he looked, he saw haggard figures. But people coming and going barely had time to glance at them. Over the next few days, everyone used Xinyuan as their base. More and more areas were being reopened, new cases were dropping, and more people were recovering and being discharged. After the lockdown was lifted, fewer volunteers were needed, so Shuiyang and Qinxinji no longer had to run around the city. Some places had started to reopen offices, but everyone entering or leaving had to have their temperature checked twice. Even so, many companies still refused to resume work. On one hand, employees were afraid to go out. On the other, many workers from out of town still couldn't return. Cheng Huancheng scrolled through his phone in surprise. The authorities just announced that all road checkpoints will be lifted in 3 days, and flights will gradually resume. Oh, Shui Xian quickly said, I'll screenshot this and send it to Mom and Dad and to Duoduoji. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, is Duoduoji doing better? He's fine now, Shui Xian explained. He was discharged after a day, but he's still feeling pretty low. Zheng Duoduo had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol these days. The weather was cold, the drinks were cold, and he ended up with acute gastroenteritis. Xiaotong quickly took him to the hospital, and after 2 days on and 4, he was discharged. It wasn't serious, but it gave everyone quite a scare. Xiaotong, both worried and exasperated, scolded him thoroughly and forbade him from drinking again, making him eat plain porridge and noodles every day. Zheng Duoduo didn't want to worry his in-laws or tire out his wife, so he quietly followed instructions, just waiting for flights to resume so he could return to the capital. He kept in close contact with Qinxinji and Shui Xian, so he was well informed about everything. Cheng Huancheng felt sorry for him and said quietly, he and Auntie depended on each other for so many years. It's only natural he's heartbroken. It'll take time to recover. Shui Xian sighed, I can't get over it either. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, why didn't you all take Qing's plane to see your parents? Tai Tuji wouldn't allow it, Shui Xian explained. He said that even though we've all been staying home, the moment we go out, we could catch the virus. If we got infected on the way to the airport, we'd risk bringing it to the whole family over there. That would be terrible. Plus, he wants to wait here for Duoduoji. There's also Mom's funeral to arrange, and the inscription for the tombstone, all things that need careful discussion. Cheng Huancheng guessed another reason. Keeping busy, not letting yourself be too quiet, probably helps you get through it. When work resumes, there'll be a ton of things to do, Shui Xian said helplessly. But right now, I just don't have the energy for anything. I don't want to move. Cheng Huancheng completely understood how she felt and said, I haven't updated for several days now. Huh? Shui Xian stared at him in disbelief. Really? You stopped updating too? Yeah, Cheng Huanchong explained. I just haven't been in the mood to draw. I can't get into it, and the plot is all over the place. Rather than putting out something just to appease readers, I'd rather not update at all. I've taken a break, and I'll start updating again once I'm feeling better. Artistic creation requires a calm state of mind, but right now, he just wasn't feeling it at all. Shui Xian understood that he was worried about his older brother, and that Aunt Chun's passing had hit him hard. Mom left so suddenly. Cheng Huanchong spoke softly. We were all raised by Auntie. We have a deep bond with her. To say we're not sad or upset would be a lie. Shui Xian explained, that's exactly why I have zero motivation to get back to work and make money. We're pretty lucky, we don't have to worry about money, Cheng Huanchong said. Take your time, get your emotions in order, and then go back to work. Shui Xian lowered her voice. Taidu told me he might want to take a break, not push himself so hard anymore. What? Cheng Huanchong didn't quite get it. Wasn't he planning to start some online business? Shui Xian shook her head. I don't know. From what he said, it sounds like he wants to slow down a bit. Cheng Huanchong said, if that's what he wants, you should support him. Making money and chasing dreams are important, sure, but life isn't just about ambition. Sometimes you need to stop and enjoy the scenery along the way. Of course I support him. Shui Xian sighed. I want to take a break too. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but ask, but don't your short videos need to be updated regularly? They won't stop, Shui Xian explained. My team is mature enough now, I can hand things over to my staff. Cheng Huanchong nodded. That's great. You can relax and have some fun. Shui Xian said, let's wait until things settle down here. Once everything's stable, I'll go with him to in country for a long vacation. Aren't you still developing that wind power plan over there? Cheng Huanchong asked. Taitu's business is so big, it can't be easy for him to take a long break. Shui Xian explained, there are professionals in charge now. He doesn't need to run around himself. At that, she couldn't help but sigh. If you ask me, having enough to spend is enough. There's no need to obsess over having more. The greedier you get, the heavier the burden on your shoulders, and the more exhausted you become. Cheng Huanchong laughed and countered, so what do you think counts as enough to spend? Shui Xian thought for a moment, her beautiful big eyes darting. Well, as long as you have enough to eat and drink. When you want to eat, there's food. When you need something, you can get it. Cheng Huanchong burst out laughing. So, what do you like to eat? What do you like to use? You love eating big lobsters. That's not something an average family can afford all the time. You like wearing casual clothes and carrying fancy bags. Those aren't things ordinary families can just buy on a whim. Shui Xian. After a moment, she couldn't help but argue, don't use me as the standard. I just mean people shouldn't set their sights too high. Cheng Huanchong squinted and sighed softly. If you don't strive for anything, that's just laziness. Our older generation doesn't really approve of lying flat or Buddhist attitudes. They even get angry when they hear about it. Our society is developing so fast and competition is so fierce. If people weren't being outcompeted, the whole lying flat thing wouldn't even exist. Life's pressures are so high that people start feeling lazy. But if you could live well and at your own pace, who wouldn't want that, right? Shui Xian couldn't help but mumble, that's true. Cheng Huanchong pointed at his phone screen. A bunch of readers and fans have messaged me, saying they regret it. They regret not saving money before, always chasing consumption and enjoyment, living paycheck to paycheck without any sense of crisis. Now, after more than a month unable to work, there's no salary, but they still have to eat and drink. They're all anxious and worried. Just thinking about it is rough. Shui Xian asked curiously, so how did you reply? Cheng Huanchong gave a wry smile. I told them regret is useless. Just start saving from now on. If everyone had as many assets as Taitu, they could go their whole life without working. As long as they don't waste money, they could live comfortably for a dozen lifetimes. If you don't have financial pressure, there's no need to worry or feel anxious. If you want to rest, just rest. Shui Xian nodded repeatedly. That evening, Qin Xinji came back. Cheng Huancheng asked about his specific plans and whether he'd discussed them with Lin Qingji. We talked, Qin Xinji explained. He said one of his new companies is developing a live streaming platform, and it's going pretty well. Last year, the company expanded its express delivery business on a large scale, and now it's taking shape. Cheng Huancheng asked, how do you plan to work with him? I'm planning to pull out of some supermarket sales, Qin Xinji explained. The brand is already established, and we've invested enough in advertising. We can move to online sales or live streaming. Considering costs, I'm planning to go straight into live streaming. Little Tiger, listening intently, asked, you mean selling directly in live streams? Yeah, Qin Xinji said. The import and export channels are the same, but once the goods arrive at the warehouse, they'll go out through fresh produce channels, getting to consumers faster and cheaper. It's more targeted and will recover costs more quickly. Cheng Huancheng was curious. Does Eiqing's courier company have a fresh produce channel? That sounds expensive. Exactly. Little Tiger chimed in. Packaging is pricier, you need special refrigerated vehicles for transport, and every courier branch needs big freezers. That's a huge investment. Qin Xinji replied, I discussed this with Eiqing too. He suggested we invest together to make the courier company more comprehensive, investing in ourselves. It'll take a lot of capital, so I'm still considering it. Weren't you planning to take a long vacation? Shui Xian muttered. Qin Xinji smiled. That's nothing to worry about. Eiqing has a whole team of professionals managing things. I don't have to do it myself. I think it's great, Little Tiger said approvingly. There's still a lot of room in this industry. Taitu, it's worth a try. Qin Xinji thanked him. I'll think it over. Little Tiger grinned. Yang jumped on the live stream bandwagon too. He's been out trying it these past couple of days. When he gets back, ask him about it. Qin Xinji nodded. The pandemic has made more people love online shopping. This industry is bound to keep booming. That night, Shui Yang came home exhausted. Everyone else had already gone to bed, so no one noticed anything unusual. It wasn't until the next morning, when he greeted everyone with a raspy, duck-like voice, that they all asked in surprise what happened to his throat. Don't even ask, Shui Yang coughed and explained in a low voice, I lost my voice from live streaming. Cheng Huancheng teased, you're not thinking of becoming a live stream host yourself, are you? Seriously? That dedicated? Shui Yang raised his eyebrows and declared loudly, honestly, I really am tempted. Those so-called hosts, neither their eloquence nor looks can compare to mine. Everyone burst out laughing. Shui Xian said, second brother, they're professionals, after all. Everyone has their own specialty. Little Tiger joked, in this age of beauty filters, good looks are everywhere. With a few tweaks, you don't even need makeup. Everyone's a top beauty or handsome guy. That's not necessarily true, Shui Yang said smugly, lifting his chin. If I put my face up close to the camera, the effect would be amazing. I'd instantly have fans screaming, hubby, and gain hundreds of followers in no time. Qin Xinji smiled. If you get enough fans, maybe you'll even become the next national husband. Heh. Shui Yang was delighted. When it comes to looks and style, our family is top-notch. That national husband title sounds like a good gimmick. Maybe it's worth a try. Lin Qingji smiled gently and set down her chopsticks with elegance. In the age of traffic, everything is about popularity. As long as you're famous enough and have enough fans, you're a big influencer. Shui Yang perked up, full of enthusiasm. With my looks and my status as a young boss, I think I've got a pretty good shot. Everyone was amused by him. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but rain on his parade. If you really become the national husband, do you think your wife will still call you hubby? She shops online all the time too. How long do you think you'll stay out of her reach? Still feeling confident. Shui Yang. Alright, maybe he gotten a little carried away just now. Shui Xian huffed playfully. Don't think you can get away with anything just because your wife isn't here. If you dare use your looks to seduce fans, watch out, she might block you and never come back. No way. Shui Yang immediately backtracked, explaining obediently, I was just joking, just messing around. Even if I had 1,000,000 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Shui Xian stifled a laugh. That's more like it. Hey, hey, Shui Yang croaked. Don't let my wife hear any of this, okay? Qin Xinji laughed. All right, stop yelling. Don't you trust us? And watch your voice, you sound like Donald Duck now. Lin Qingji suggested later, let's have the kitchen make you some throat-soothing tea. Great. Shui Yang quickly thanked her. Cheng Huanchong brought up the topic again. What's wrong with your voice anyway? Did you talk too much yesterday? Or are you getting sick? Just talked too much, Shui Yang sighed, giving up. It was my first trial livestream, and there were a lot of issues. I explained everything to the person in charge, but he was still confused, so I had to tell the assistant again. Then the host's introduction wasn't detailed enough, so I had to step in. The model's demonstration wasn't great either, so I had to explain again. The place was small but packed with people, so it was super noisy. I had to shout the whole time. And now my voice is wrecked. Shui Xian reminded him, next time you're in a crowd, remember to bring a lapel mic. That's all you need. Got it, Shui Yang replied. I'll get a few for next time. Shui Xian added, and if you're talking a lot, make sure to drink plenty of water. It helps protect your throat. Okay. Shui Yang made a mental note. Little Tiger asked curiously, how many did you sell yesterday? It was just a trial run, Shui Yang explained. The real sales start this afternoon. I'm offering everything at 50% off to attract some traffic first. Little Tiger gave him a look. 50%? You think that's a big discount? What? Shui Yang muttered. Isn't that low? That's already a great deal. Little Tiger shook his head. I don't think so. If Shawan were up, she'd tell you it's still too high. She watches live stream sales sometimes, and she only goes for the ones at 10% or 20% of the original price. No way, Shui Yang said in disbelief. How can anyone make a profit at 20%? I'd be losing money. Little Tiger suggested, then go for 30%. If you can make a 10% profit and sell enough volume, you'll still make money. Live stream sales are all about quantity, right? Shui Yang was reluctant, explaining, even our online store only goes down to 40% off at the end of the season. The main sets usually sell out before we even get to 50% off. Shui Xian shook her head. It has to be cheap or you won't attract fans and customers. Exactly, Little Tiger said. Shawan says she won't even consider anything over 30% of the original price. You'd better go lower or you won't sell much. Lin Qingji also reminded him, live streaming is all about volume. As long as you move enough product, making money shouldn't be hard. All right, Shui Yang said, resigned. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. 30% it is. They chatted as they ate, and soon the conversation turned to the situation at the nursing home. Shui Yang explained, Uncle Hung says he still has a cough, but he's not getting fevers anymore. Still, he's really weak and sleeps most of the day. Big brother says as long as there's no fever, it's not too serious. He just needs to keep taking his medicine. What about Auntie? Cheng Huanchong asked. I messaged her yesterday, but she hasn't replied. Shui Yang shook his head with a sigh. She's not doing well. Her fever keeps coming back, and she feels awful all over. The caregiver says she's not eating much and doesn't want to move. She's still taking her medicine and cooperating with treatment, but she looks really frail. She's still on 4 drips, and they're being very careful. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Lin Qingji said quietly, at least there's some good news. Last night, the psychologist reported that Shui Han is doing a bit better. Shui Xian frowned. She's not still refusing to talk, is she? She's been talking and even laughing, Lin Qingji replied. But sometimes she still gets down and goes quiet. The doctor just needs more time, and so does she. Cheng Huanchong sighed gloomily. Auntie still doesn't know about her situation. She knows Auntie and Uncle Hang are sick, right? Shui Xian asked. Shui Yang nodded. We told her. She said she wanted to go see them, but I explained the nursing home is still locked down and no visitors are allowed. She was calm, paused for a moment, said goodbye, and hung up. That's not normal, Little Tiger commented. Most kids would be a lot more emotional, worried, anxious, impulsive, something. Sigh, Cheng Huanchong said heavily. She's a patient herself right now. We can't judge her by normal standards. The conversation drifted to other topics. After a moment, little Tiger hesitated, then turned to Shui Yang. I heard most primary and middle schools are reopening next week. Have you and your wife talked about it? Are you planning to go back to class? Shui Yang shook his head. No, it's better to let them stay over there for now. There are still too many unknowns with the pandemic. But little Tiger frowned. Aren't they supposed to be in school? If they don't come back soon, they'll just play all day and go wild. Shui Yang sighed. Sometimes, when you're faced with a crisis, you realize you can let go of a lot of things. Compared to life and health, nothing else really matters. Studying a bit more or a bit less isn't as important as staying healthy. There's no point forcing it for now. If they want to play, let them play. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, is Xiaoxiu's schoolwork that intense? He's only in 2nd grade, right? It can't be that bad. It's not Xiaoxiu's schoolwork that's intense, Shui Yang teased. It's his dad who's stressed. Little Tiger shook his head helplessly. No, it's just, he was always an average student to begin with. If he misses the start of the school year, he'll fall even further behind. He was playing the role of both dad and mom. How could he not worry about his kid's studies? Haha, Shui Xian giggled. Tiger bro, look at you now. Remember when you used to skip school and run off to the capital, full of swagger, saying things like, what's the point of studying? It's all about your future anyway, and if your future's set, you don't need to study. Back then, third bro and I were still in middle school, and we couldn't help but admire your boldness. Little Tiger. The old underachiever quickly clasped his hands in mock surrender. No, no, no. My dear sister, it's fine if you say that now, but please, never say it in front of Xiaoxiu or Mini Tiger. I'm begging you. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shui Yang joked, if you'd known this would happen, would you have done things differently back then? Your grades weren't that great either, right? Little Tiger rolled his eyes. Ranji was the impressive one. He made a comeback in the later years of middle school. You only got into college because you were recommended. Shui Yang shrugged. At least I did better than you. You never even set foot in a college. Little Tiger. Fine, he regretted it now. Little Tiger couldn't help but sigh. In the future, if those two little rascals don't want to study, I won't even know what to say to them. If I'd done well in school, at least I could brag. Back in my day, your dad was something else. But since I wasn't much myself, how can I expect more from them? That's exactly why you should encourage them to study hard, Cheng Huancheng suggested. Or, you could use yourself as a cautionary tale. Little Tiger laughed bitterly. How? Am I suppository? You have no idea how hard kids are to teach these days. Every time I help with homework, I'm on the verge of a breakdown. It just makes me appreciate my parents even more, thankful they didn't strangle me back then, and grateful to Uncle Yuan for constantly dragging me back from the brink. Don't worry too much, Qin Xinji said with a smile. Both your boys are well-behaved and gentle, not the mischievous type. Kids like that usually do fine in school. Little Tiger shook his head. That's just on the surface. They're not really that obedient. They say whatever they want, and sometimes even talk back to me. Shui Yang quickly tried to reassure him. A lot of parents who didn't do well in school end up with kids who excel. On the other hand, some top students have kids who are underachievers. Really? Little Tiger couldn't help but argue. I heard Uncle Yuan did really well in school. He was the first in the village to go to college. And he was a top student too, right? Back then, anyone who made it to higher education was truly talented. Out of all of you, only you were a bit behind. The rest were all top students. Shui Yang laughed and scolded enough. I'll be the cautionary tale, all right? Mom and Dad were top students, but I turned out an underachiever. Exactly, Little Tiger grinned. I may not know much about genetics, but I get the gist of probability. Shui Yang waved his hand. Back to the point, I'm planning to wait a bit longer. Things still aren't stable, so there's no rush to bring them back. You're different, Little Tiger pouted. Your two kids are still in kindergarten, a few days more or less doesn't matter. My eldest is already in primary school. I'm worried he'll fall behind. Cheng Huancheng thought for a moment. Why don't you take pictures of the textbooks and send them over? My mom or the sisters-in-law can help tutor him when they have time. Practice writing, do some exercises, it shouldn't be hard. He's only in second grade. The material is really simple. The sisters-in-law can handle it easily. Right, Shui Xian added. You can buy some workbooks and mail them over. Have him practice more. Read the texts morning and night. Even if he misses a month or two, it won't make much difference. Little Tiger's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Okay, let's do that for now. Honestly, even though everything's opening up, there are still new cases popping up now and then. I'm still worried. If we don't have to bring them back, it's better not to. Exactly. Let's wait a bit longer. Shui Yang took out his phone, checked it, and suddenly broke into a delighted smile. Great news. Big Brother says he's going to self-isolate for a few days, and once he's sure he's fine, he'll come home. Really? Big Brother can come back? That's wonderful. Shui Yang explained. He said the pressure at the hospital isn't as bad now, so he can start pulling back. Plus, the pharmaceutical company is reopening, so he needs to be there. Cheng Huanchong seemed to remember something and quickly said, Mom mentioned before that if Big Brother kept volunteering at the hospital, she'd come back early to help him out. No need, Shui Yang shook his head. Big Brother's already talked to Mom and Dad. He doesn't want them to come back. He told them to keep enjoying their vacation. Shui Xian couldn't help but feel sorry for Kaingen and said softly, Sister-in-law is still pregnant. There's no choice, Cheng Huanchong shook his head. She has to stay there. If she gets infected, she can't take any medicine, and the baby would be at risk too. It's just too dangerous to come back. Lin Qingji said gently, don't worry. Once Ran Ji settles things here, he'll definitely go over to be with her. Exactly. It won't be long now. A few days later, Zhang Huanran checked into a quarantine hotel to self-isolate. A new cold front swept in, and heavy snow began to fall again in the capital. Finally, there was good news from the nursing home. Shui Heng and Cheng Tianfang both tested negative. Shui Heng was doing a bit better. Aside from feeling tired and sensitive to the cold, there were no other issues. Cheng Tianfang, on the other hand, wasn't doing so well. She coughed every day, was extremely weak, and spent most of her time sleeping. Unfortunately, the nursing home was still under lockdown, so no one could visit. Thankfully, the caregiver Lin Qingji had arranged was extremely dedicated, taking meticulous care of them and reporting on their condition every morning and evening, which put everyone's mind at ease. Seeing that things had stabilized, Shui Yang finally dared to tell his parents overseas about his aunt's family situation. He thought they'd be shocked and worried, but to his surprise, they were unusually calm. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I've already booked a flight for tomorrow. I'll head back with the KO first. Shui Yang. Shui Yang was stunned, as if he suddenly remembered something. Dad, did you mishear something? I'm telling you the truth. I didn't lie to you about anything. Cheng Tianyuan replied calmly, I know. But I still have to go back. Shui Yang couldn't help but ask, you're going back to work, right? You can just call the warehouse. They're all old clients. There's no need to risk coming back in person. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I want to go see your aunt. Shui Yang sighed and explained, the nursing home is still under lockdown. 2 elderly residents passed away recently. They were quite old and had a lot of underlying health issues. They just couldn't make it. Dad, you should stay where you are for now. Even if you come back, you won't be able to visit aunt. But Cheng Tianyuan had already made up his mind. You don't understand. I need to go back. All right, don't ask too many questions. We'll talk when I get there. Shui Yang hurriedly asked if anyone else was coming with him. You can't let the kids hear about this, or they'll start missing home and insist on coming back too. You're overthinking it, Cheng Tianyuan pointed out bluntly. They're all having so much fun they don't even want to come home. Not a single one has mentioned it. Even you, if it weren't for Xiao Xiao bringing it up, they'd have forgotten all about it. Shui Yang. All right, maybe he was just being sentimental. Cheng Tianyuan explained, this place is secluded and spacious. There aren't any outsiders around, and the climate is great. The elders are all staying here for now. They don't know what's happening in the capital. Ah Heng and Ah Huan don't contact Uncle Jillian much, and even when they do, they don't mention anything. Hu and Wang Qing are planning to stay too. Xiaohuzi and Wan Yun made up excuses that they're still away at competitions and can't bring Xiaoxiuhu back to school yet. They're worried he'll fall behind in his studies. Now Xiaohuzi has sent over some books, and your mom and Anin are taking turns tutoring the kid. So Hu and the others aren't worried anymore. Shui Yang agreed, made sure his father would have 2 bodyguards with him on the trip, and felt reassured enough to hang up. That evening, as a few of them gathered for dinner, Shui Yang brought up the matter. Lin Qingji frowned slightly and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have arranged a plane to pick Uncle up." "No need," Shui Yang explained. "Flights have resumed, and the tickets are already booked." "That won't do," Lin Qingji lowered her voice. "This virus has been found in many places around the world. If there's an infected passenger on the plane who hasn't been detected yet, Uncle would be stuck in a closed cabin with them for several hours. The risk of infection would skyrocket." Qing Huanchong frowned. "Exactly. If he gets infected, that would be terrible." Qin Xinji shook his head. "Let's not take any chances. Let's use our own plane to pick him up. Dad's almost 70, he's an elderly man. We can't let him take unnecessary risks." "Yes," Lin Qingji said gently. "The plane is available now. Just say the word and we can have it pick Uncle up right away." Shui Yang responded quickly, "All right. I'll tell Dad to cancel his ticket and wait there for our plane." Cheng Huanchong urged, "Hurry. Call him now." "I'll do it after dinner," Shui Yang said, chewing on his steak. "Dad's not flying until tomorrow anyway. There's no rush." Shui Xian came in with a face mask on, saying she'd eat later. "Dad's coming back to see Aunt? Really? Didn't you tell him he can't visit her yet?" Shui Yang shook his head. "I did, but he still insists on coming." "Maybe it's just family ties," Qin Xinji said softly. "Even though Dad and Aunt haven't been that close in recent years, he still cares about her. Besides, Aunt's not doing well. It's only natural for Dad to worry. If he doesn't see her with his own eyes, he probably won't be able to rest easy." Everyone nodded in agreement. That must be it. Aunt is Dad's only sister after all. Mom said that when they were kids, Dad spoiled Aunt a lot. He even gave up going to college himself so Grandpa and Grandma would let Aunt go to elementary school. Qin Xinji couldn't help but guess, maybe it's because Mom passed away so suddenly. They're afraid of losing loved ones without warning. Maybe Dad just doesn't want to have any regrets about not seeing her one last time. The day before yesterday, Zheng Duo came back. Since the pandemic situation here still wasn't clear, Xiao Tong and their son stayed in Rongqing for now. As soon as Zheng Duo got off the plane, he came looking for him, saying he wanted to visit his mother's grave. Qin Xinji reminded him that the tombstone couldn't be made yet. They were waiting for him to come back and discuss it. Zheng Duo looked exhausted and pale. He stood in front of the grave for a long time, then suddenly collapsed to his knees and started wailing. He said he couldn't believe it, not at all. How could his perfectly healthy mother be gone just like that? He was overwhelmed with grief and said he regretted it so much. He should have rushed back as soon as he heard something had happened in the capital. At least he could have seen his mother one last time, maybe even taken care of her while she was sick. Maybe if he'd come in time, she wouldn't have died. Qin Xinji, eyes red, told him to calm down. No one could have predicted the pandemic would get so bad, or that a simple trip outside would lead to infection. Healthy people were just gone, just like that. Zheng Duo cried until his face was covered in tears, blaming his brother for not getting their mother out, for cremating her so quickly, for not letting him see her one last time, even just one more look. Qin Xinji could only sigh, knowing that grief had clouded his brother's mind, and there was no way to reason with him. Zheng Duo cried for a long time, muttering over and over about how cruel fate was not even letting him see his mother one last time. Qin Xinji explained quietly, "At the time, I kept thinking the bad news couldn't be true. I refused to believe it until I finally saw her body. After the cremation, holding the urn, it just didn't feel real. I was in a daze the whole time." Duo kept saying that not seeing Mom one last time would be a lifelong regret. I might not have understood before, but now I do. Everyone listened in silence, deeply moved. It's something ingrained in us, I guess. When an elderly relative is near the end, families always try to notify everyone to come back and say their goodbyes. Shui Yang scratched his head. But that's not it. Dad only found out about Aunt's illness this afternoon, but he said he'd already booked his ticket before that. Lin Qingji elegantly put down her chopsticks and said softly, sometimes, between family, there's no need for words. After hearing this, everyone's hearts grew heavy. Let's not jump to conclusions. Aunt has already tested negative. She's just not fully recovered yet. Yeah, she's still weak. She just needs more time to get better. Yes, it'll take a while. No one dared to say more. They all quietly focused on their food. The following evening, a plane brought Cheng Tianyuan back home. Accompanying him were a KO and another bodyguard. Cheng Tianyuan looked a little embarrassed. This must have cost a fortune. This trip must have been quite expensive. Dad. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but laugh. It's not like our family is short on money. Don't worry about it. Lin Qingji chimed in gently, a little extra fuel is nothing. Having you home safe is worth more than anything. Shui Yang laughed heartily. Anyway, it's Qing who's paying. He's the one who never runs out of money. Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan shot Shui Yang a helpless glance. He noticed how much weight Shui Yang had lost lately. His once sturdy frame had clearly slimmed down and felt a pang of heartache. You're as skinny as a monkey. I let you go volunteer, and you managed to lose weight at the same time. Shui Yang's nose tingled, and he half joked, half complained. With you all gone, I couldn't eat or sleep well. How could I gain weight? I just missed you all too much. But hey, at least I saved a ton on diet plans. Dad, Shui Xian ran over and threw herself into her father's arms, her eyes turning red. I missed you all so much. Cheng Tianyuan had always doted on his youngest daughter. He chuckled indulgently and patted her back. You're almost 30, aren't you? Still crying like a little kid, aren't you embarrassed? Shui Xian pouted. Not at all. I'll always be your little girl. Chen Xinji hurried out to greet them, her voice trembling with excitement. Dad. Cheng Tianyuan smiled warmly and patted his daughter. Good girl, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Come on, let's all go inside and talk. Shui Xian grinned and clung to her father's arm, leading him toward the main living room. The others followed, all wearing smiles. They hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months. It wasn't exactly a long separation, but after surviving such a disaster, being able to reunite safely with family filled everyone with emotion. Not seeing his eldest son, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask after him. I messaged him yesterday, but he didn't reply. What's going on? Is he in hotel quarantine and can't use his phone? No, Shui Yang quickly explained. He probably just didn't see it. He had a video conference with the group's executives yesterday. He's probably just swamped. Communication is fine. He even video chatted with us the night before last. That's right, Cheng Huanchong did a quick calculation. It's been 6 days, he probably has to quarantine for another 10. Cheng Tianyuan cared most about his eldest son. He sighed. Last time he sent us a video, he looked so thin, almost unrecognizable. Everyone hurried to comfort him. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. At least he didn't get infected, and he did what he could to help. Otherwise, he'd probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. There's not much we can do for him except support him quietly. Is my sister-in-law okay? Shui Xian asked curiously. When is the baby due? Cheng Tianyuan replied, a little over 2 months left. Should be around the 4th month of the lunar calendar. Shui Yang laughed. Once Big Brother's done handling things here, he'll definitely fly over to bring her back. We'll see, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Your mom says there's no rush. We'll discuss it when the time comes. Anin has kept up with her checkups over there, and everything is normal so far. Xinji's housekeeper is extremely capable, a wonderful Chinese lady. There are a lot of people and things to manage over there, but she handles everything perfectly. We don't have to worry about a thing, just enjoy our time. Qin Xinji smiled and added, Sisterly really is amazing. They chatted with Cheng Tianyuan for a while before Xiaozi drove back to Xin Yuan and rushed inside. Uncle Yuan. Xiaozi ran over and shouted, I missed you so much. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and hugged him. Where's Shaoan? I don't see her. Xiaohuzi explained. She's still working overtime at the club. Things have finally started picking up again these past couple of days, so she's been really busy. Don't just focus on work, Cheng Tianyuan said. She needs to take care of her health too. Xiaohuzi grinned. She's fine now. She used to be afraid of the cold, but now that the weather's warming up, she's all better. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in relief. That's good. Seeing you all safe is the only way I can truly be at ease. He paused, and the smile on his lips faded. I'm going to visit your aunt first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Shui Yang couldn't help but remind him, Dad, didn't I tell you? Aunt's place is still under lockdown. No one's allowed in or out. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. Her place is on the 3rd floor, and there's a small hill behind her window. I plan to climb up and see her from there. Cheng Huanchong asked nervously, Dad, can't you wait until she recovers and the nursing home is open again? No, Cheng Tianyuan lowered his gaze, his voice heavy. These past few days, I've been having the same dream over and over. I have a feeling your aunt doesn't have much time left. Shui Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered, What kind of dream? Cheng Tianyuan sighed. I dreamt that your aunt was saying goodbye to me, telling me she was going to join Grandpa and Grandma. I was afraid I wouldn't get to see her one last time, so I booked the earliest flight back. Everyone fell silent. Yesterday, they'd guessed as much, but no one dared to say it out loud. Tears glimmered in Cheng Tianyuan's eyes as he spoke softly. Your aunt really had a tough life. She made mistakes, suffered setbacks, enjoyed some good times. Her life was full of ups and downs. In the end, she might not even have a single family member by her side. I have to go see her. Some things might sound mysterious, even impossible to explain with science, but they still happen. Maybe it's just that human science hasn't reached the level to explain them yet, but their existence is undeniable. Shui Yang's eyes darted as he asked quietly, Dad, maybe you're overthinking it? According to the nurse, Aunt's just weak and has been sleeping a lot. If something was wrong, the doctor would have told us. Yeah. Cheng Huanchong nudged Lin Qingji beside him. The nurse sends updates to the assistant every day, and there hasn't been any bad news lately. Don't just stand there, explain it to Dad. Lin Qingji hesitated, her gaze dropping. Actually, Aunt's organs have already started to fail. This afternoon, the doctor sent a critical condition notice. I had my assistant pass it on and told them to do everything they can for her. As soon as she finished, everyone fell silent again. After a long while, Cheng Tianyuan straightened up with a stoop. All right, it's getting late. I'll go shower and change and call your mom to let her know I'm safe. You all get some rest and take care of your own things. Good night, Dad. Dad. They watched him walk away slowly, their hearts weighed down with sorrow. Early the next morning, Cheng Tianyuan was already prepared to head out. Shui Yang ran out and called, Dad. Wait. I'll go with you. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, don't you have a live stream to do? In the afternoon, Shui explained. There. Just then, Cheng Huanchong also came running out. Dad, second brother, I want to go too. Cheng Tianyuan didn't refuse and took both his sons with him as they left the house. The streets had already returned to their usual hustle and bustle, with crowds everywhere. As Shui Yang drove, he explained, back when the city was locked down, only medical workers and volunteers could move around. The whole city was eerily quiet, no cars anywhere, even after walking for half a day. It was such a creepy, unsettling feeling. We grew up in the capital, over 30 years now, and it was the first time I'd ever seen the city like that. I can't even describe how it felt. Melancholy and sadness, Cheng Huanchong added. Worry, anxiety, and a sense of confusion. Shui Yang nodded repeatedly. Exactly. It was so complicated. Cheng Tianyuan had never seen the capital like that, but hearing his sons talk about it, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are the scariest, especially when we're powerless to resist them. The three of them soon arrived on the outskirts of the city, stopping at the entrance of the sanatorium. As soon as the car stopped, the staff on duty noticed and used the loudspeaker to tell them to leave. Shuai quickly grabbed a megaphone from the trunk and shouted that they were just here to hike nearby, not to enter the sanatorium. The staff ignored them after that. The three of them walked along a mountain path around the sanatorium. In some places, there was no path, so Shuai and Cheng Huanchong cleared the way through the undergrowth, trampling it down and helping Cheng Tianyuan across. Watching his two sons forging ahead, Cheng Tianyuan felt a surge of comfort and pride. Luckily, both of them had come along today, otherwise he might have gotten lost or been forced to turn back halfway. Shuai checked the direction on his phone and led his brother and father around for a while, until they finally reached a small hillside. Cheng Tianyuan, panting, frowned and asked, "Why, is it so far away?" He remembered Cheng Hung once saying that behind the ward was a small hillside, separated by a stream. To protect the environment, they'd moved the wall 3 or 4 meters inward. The local neighborhood committee later agreed to let him divert a small stream into the sanatorium, so the pond inside would have fresh water flowing through it. He thought it would be at most a dozen meters away, but now it looked to be at least 30. Heh. Shuai pulled out the megaphone from behind his back and said, "Dad, don't worry. We've got this." Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, "Why do you have this in your car? What did you use it for before?" Shuai gave a wry smile. "When I first started volunteering, I had to shout all day long, calling out instructions until I lost my voice. Later, the supervisors took pity on us and gave each of us a megaphone. Said it was a gift. And now, it's come in handy again." Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly and took out his phone to call Cheng Tianfang, but she didn't answer, so he called Shui Heng instead. Soon, a window opened, and Shui Heng poked his head out. Cheng Huanchong and Shuai quickly waved and shouted, "Uncle Heng! Uncle Heng!" From being afraid to go out, to being isolated and then treated in quarantine, Shui Heng hadn't been outside for 2 months. Seeing his family now, he was so excited he waved at them frantically. Cheng Tianyuan called out a few times on his phone before finally getting his attention. "I want to see Ah Fong. Tell her I'm here with the kids to visit her." Shui Heng quickly explained, "I'm right here in her room with her. She's behind me." A moment later, Shui Heng and a nurse helped Cheng Tianfang to the window. Cheng Tianyuan's eyesight was a bit blurry, but he could still make out the thin, frail figure of his sister. His eyes reddened instantly. Shui raised the megaphone and shouted, "Auntie! Auntie!" Cheng Huanchong joined in, "Auntie! Auntie!" On the phone, Shui Heng explained excitedly, "Ah Fong heard you. She's really happy. She's even smiling, says she misses you all so much." Cheng Tianyuan took the megaphone from his son and shouted, "Rest well and focus on getting better. When you're well, Heng and I will take you on vacation. Your sister-in-law and the kids are still waiting for us at the seaside." After a while, Shui Heng's voice came through the phone, a little choked up. "She heard you. She started crying while she was smiling. She says okay. Brother-in-law, video calls are enough. You didn't have to come all the way here. The mountain paths outside haven't been walked in years. It's all overgrown. Please be careful." Cheng Tianyuan sniffled and asked, "Is there anything Ah Fong wants to eat?" Shui Heng replied, "She doesn't have much appetite, still on in 4. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, "Does she want sesame paste? I remember she loved it as a child." I'll go home and make it for her, then bring it over." Shui Heng said he'd ask her. A moment later, he said in surprise, "Ah Fong says she wants some. She really misses the taste of sesame paste. She says Mom's was the best." Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, "I know how to make it too. Tell her to wait. I'll go home right now and make her some." Shui Heng reminded them to be careful on the way back, especially to watch out for animals in the grass. Don't get bitten by snakes. "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said. "We know. We'll head back now." The three of them put away the phone and megaphone and carefully made their way back along the path they'd come. Shui Yang's cotton leisure wear was covered in grass and seeds by the time they got out, but he didn't mind. He brushed some off, then drove his father and brother back to the city. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Let's buy some sesame and grind it ourselves at home." "Dad, let's just buy sesame powder," Cheng Huanchong suggested. "It'll be much easier." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. You don't understand. The sesame paste your aunt likes has some peanut powder mixed in. We were poor back then, and when your aunt wanted something sweet, she'd ask for sesame paste, but sesame was expensive. Your grandma was afraid it would run out too fast, so she secretly mixed in some peanut powder. Peanuts are fragrant too, and the two together taste even better. That's why your aunt loves it so much. I have to grind it myself and mix in some peanuts. Using our own stone mill makes the powder finer and smoother. All right, whatever you say, Chung Hwan-chung replied softly. The three of them went to the supermarket and bought top-quality sesame and peanuts. They didn't take any chances. Everyone wore masks and cooperated with the temperature checks. By the time they got back to Xinyuan, it was already noon. After hastily finishing his lunch, Chung Tianyuan quickly got to work grinding sesame seeds and peanuts. Shui Yang had already left for work. Cheng Huancheng was busy preparing his graduation thesis. He no longer needed to attend classes at school. He just had to stay in touch with his advisor and discuss the details of his paper. This afternoon, his advisor replied to his email, so he was busy revising his first draft and didn't stay to help his father. Shui Xian didn't go to work today. She slept in until late morning, then lazily basked in the sun, chatting idly nearby. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Hasn't your company resumed work? Why aren't you going in?" "I don't want to," Shui Xian replied with a wry smile. "I used to work overtime every day, wishing I could just sleep at the office and scramble to gain more traffic and followers. But after living at the company for over 20 days, now just thinking about going back fills me with dread. The company has enough staff now, there's no need for me to keep such a close eye on things. Even if I don't go for a few months, everything will still run smoothly." Chung Tianyuan didn't agree. He gently said, "The company is your hard work and dedication. You mustn't give up halfway." "I won't," Shui Xian explained. "Everything's fine right now. I just want to take it easy for a bit, not push myself so hard like before. Life is short, you have to enjoy it while you can. There's no need to be at odds with money, especially when we're nowhere near short of it." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled helplessly as he worked the small stone grinder. "That's because you're lucky. Do you still keep in touch with your classmates? How many of them can inherit 2 or 3 billion from their parents and have a wealthy husband too? Is there anyone else like you?" Shui Xian blushed and stammered, "Not that I've heard of." Cheng Tianyuan asked curiously, "What do most of them do for work?" "Some work in museums," Shui Xian replied. "Some are at historical research institutes and a few are in cultural relics restoration. For history majors, there aren't actually that many career options." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Most people have to work hard at their jobs, even to the point of exhaustion. You have the freedom to choose your career and a huge amount of capital to support your business. Whatever you want, you get. That's why your career goes so smoothly and you earn so much. How many people can say the same?" "That's true." Shui Xian laughed sheepishly. "That's why I dare to relax. If I didn't have such a strong backing, I wouldn't dare slack off." Cheng Tianyuan still couldn't help but remind her, "You should cherish the results of your years of hard work. It's fine to rest, but don't be reckless and don't give up easily." Shui Xian nodded obediently. "Okay, I understand." Cheng Tianyuan continued with his work. Smelling the aroma of sesame seeds, Shui Xian said softly, "Dad, third brother has been in touch with Xiaoan, making sure she video chats with Auntie at least twice a day." And then Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "She's still sick right now, we can't push her too hard. She's your cousin and your aunt's only child. We're getting old, and it's hard to connect with young people. You all need to help keep an eye on her so nothing else happens." Shui Xian gave a wry laugh. "Dad, you have no idea how strange Xiaohan's personality is. She nearly drove me crazy before. I don't know how Auntie and Uncle managed to raise her. She's like this because she's ill," Cheng Tianyuan said helplessly. "Her upbringing was very unusual, and she's been shy and awkward since she was little. Your aunt and Uncle Heng have put a lot of effort into her. The way Xiaoan turned out is partly their responsibility, but they've done their best. There's no point blaming them now. People need to look forward and move on." Shui Xian nodded. "We'll do our best. The psychologist says her mood is much better and she's willing to talk now." Cheng Tianyuan praised gently. It's all thanks to Ching's timely help this time. Exactly. Shui Xian muttered gloomily. The whole city was in chaos before, supplies were scarce, and people were breaking down everywhere. If it weren't for Brother Ching's resourcefulness and the fact that we have a hospital and doctors in the family, who knows what would have happened. Shui Han had suffered a breakdown, driving recklessly. Luckily, she only injured herself and didn't hurt anyone else. The more everyone thought about it later, the more frightened they became. If it had happened in a busy downtown area, who knows how many people could have died under her wheels. Even if she herself was unharmed, she'd have to bear legal responsibility. With her temperament, if she'd been detained or imprisoned, she might really have lost her mind, with no way back. Cheng Tianyuan was also filled with lingering fear after hearing his daughter's words. What did the psychologist say? How much longer will she need treatment? We have to be careful from now on. Shui Xian replied, at least a year or so, they said. We can't let our guard down. Plus, she'll need medication and follow-up for another 2 or 3 years. Our family will have to take responsibility for her illness from now on, Cheng Tianyuan said solemnly after a moment's thought. Everyone needs to keep a close eye on her, care for her more, and share the burden. Shui Xian nodded. Don't worry, we'll all do our best. There's strength in numbers in our family. Something seemed to come to Cheng Tianyuan's mind, and his eyes reddened as he sighed. They say, marrying a virtuous woman brings blessings for 3 generations. It took me many years to truly understand the meaning of that. On the other hand, if there's a black sheep in the family, it can ruin not just themselves, but their parents, siblings, and even the next generation. Your aunt made a mess of things when she was young. Later, she turned over a new leaf and was lucky enough to meet Shui Heng, starting a new life. But old habits die hard. Once the environment changed, her bad traits resurfaced, hurting herself and your grandfather. Not to mention the elders, she couldn't even take care of her own child. No matter how blessed a family is, if there's a black sheep, the damage goes far beyond just 1 or 2 people. Take now, for example, he and Xueling were already elderly, and there was less and less they could do. But they couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so they had to share some of Xiahan's troubles with their children. When Xiaoan had her accident, neither of them was in the capital. In the end, it was their sons and daughters who had to handle things. There would be more problems in the future, far more than just 1 or 2. They would do their best to help, but most likely their hearts would be willing, but their strength insufficient. After all, they still had the older generation to care for, and their own health was no longer what it used to be, so he had to let his children know in advance. Seeing her father's sadness, Shui Xian quickly comforted him. Dad, don't worry. We'll do everything we can to help her. And don't worry, Xiaoan is getting better every day. She'll recover eventually. Let's hope so. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes and continued grinding sesame seeds. After the black sesame porridge was ready, it was packed into a thermos, and then Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Xian delivered it together. The nursing home was still under lockdown. Anything sent in had to be disinfected and sterilized before being allowed inside. Over an hour later, Shui Heng called to say that Cheng Tianfang had already eaten the sesame porridge. She said it was delicious. She really liked it. It tasted just like her childhood. Cheng Tianyuan was delighted and explained that he would bring more tomorrow. He also asked if there was anything else they wanted to eat, so he could bring it along. Shui Heng said the food at the nursing home was always good, so there was no need to trouble themselves. Just keep sending the sesame porridge. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, and he and his daughter returned to Xinyuan. That night, Shui Han called Cheng Tianyuan, crying and saying she wanted to go back to the nursing home to be with her mother. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Haven't you been keeping in touch with your mom through video calls?" "Yes, but it's not enough." Shui Han choked up as she explained, "I've noticed Mom is getting thinner. She looks worse and worse, and her voice is getting weaker every day. I'm really worried about her." Cheng Tianyuan sighed helplessly. "She still needs time to recover." "No. I want to go back and be with Mom." Shui Han sobbed. "I want to be by her side." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but explain, the place is still under lockdown. They can't come out and we can't go in. That's why you have to think of something, Uncle. Shui Han urged. Talk to my cousins, I'm sure they'll have a way. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit troubled and could only reply, Ranan is still quarantined at the hotel and can only work remotely. Yang Yang and Shinji have stopped volunteering and are back at work. Please. Shui Han pleaded through tears. Uncle, please say yes. My cousins will definitely have a way. I want to be discharged and go back tomorrow. I regret it so much. If I'd known something would happen at the nursing home, I never would have left. I'm out here, my parents are sick inside, and I can't even take care of them by their bedside. I'm really unfilial. What's the point of saying all this now? Cheng Tianyuan countered. Who could have predicted this? It's not your fault. Shui Han kept begging, insisting she had to go back. I don't care. If they won't let me in, I'll climb over the wall. The nursing home is my family's, why shouldn't I be allowed in? If it comes to it, I'll fight them for it. Cheng Tianyuan was alarmed and reminded her, you absolutely can't do anything reckless. The law is the law. If you break it, the police can detain you. You just got out of the hospital, do you want to end up at the police station? Both your parents are still sick, you can't make them worry about you too. Shui Han finally calmed down a bit and muttered, Uncle, but what am I supposed to do? I'm really worried about Mom. Don't worry, Cheng Tianyuan soothed. I heard the lockdown will be lifted soon. Once it's over, you can go in. Just keep video calling your parents, it's only a few more days. But Shui Han still wanted to go back, insisting she had to get in. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to your cousins and see if we can figure something out. But don't do anything rash, focus on recovering first. Shui Han agreed and hung up. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to put on his coat and go out to find the younger generation. It was late at night. Xiuhu and Wan Yun had just come back and were eating jjiang noodles in the main dining room. Cheng Huanchong and Lin Qingji were busy in the studio, working together on a large oil painting and chatting quietly as they worked. Third, Cheng Tianyuan knocked and called. Soon, Lin Qingji opened the door. Uncle, you're still up? Cheng Huanchong squeezed out too, his head leaning on Lin Qingji's arm. Dad, what's up? What are you doing looking for us in the middle of the night? Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile and told them about Shui Han's call. She seemed really upset. I don't know if it'll affect her recovery. The place is still under lockdown. Do you think there's any way to get her in? Lin Qingji thought calmly and suggested, let me talk to her psychologist first. As for the lockdown, we'll try to figure something out. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. She probably saw how bad Fang's condition looked and got scared something might happen, so she's suddenly panicked. Cheng Huanchong gently comforted his father, don't worry, we'll handle it. It's late, you should get some sleep. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and reminded them, don't stay up too late yourselves. Got it. Okay. The next morning at breakfast, Lin Qingji hurried to report the results of his inquiry to Cheng Tianyuan. Han was indeed very emotional last night, but her psychologist suggests not stopping her, try to accommodate her feelings as much as possible. Her condition has improved a lot, so there's no need to worry about her doing anything extreme. Cheng Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, I was most afraid she'd get stuck in her own head again or spiral into a mess of emotions. No need to worry, Lin Qingji said gently. Her psychologist is with her full-time now and can help her at any time. Cheng Huanchong, however, explained awkwardly, the nursing home probably won't lift the lockdown until the day after tomorrow or even later. Nothing's certain yet. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll talk to her and ask her to be patient for another couple of days. Lin Qingji already had an idea and suggested, if Han really insists on going in, we could ask Uncle Huan for help. He's one of the consulting doctors, so he could use that as a reason to visit the patients. Han could tag along and slip in with him. She's been keeping up with her tests and Aunt and Uncle Hung have both tested negative now, so there's no need to worry about infection. But Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Huan is still extremely busy right now and can't get away. For many patients who haven't recovered, having another good doctor is very important. Han just wants to visit her mom. We can't make such a big deal out of it. We need to be rational about what's more important. Shui Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly. She can video chat with Aunt anytime. It's not easy for Uncle Huan to take her in right now. Besides, once she gets in, she probably won't want to come out. That'll make things hard for Uncle Huan with the people in charge, right? And Han's fracture has only just healed. She shouldn't be running around. She's still half a patient herself, Shui Yang muttered around a bite of scallion pancake. How can we just let her do whatever she wants? Exactly. Xiuhu shook his head. Let's not have another emotional breakdown. Last time she almost scared me to death in the middle of the night. She's always been a bit dramatic and delicate. How's she supposed to take care of a patient? More likely, the patient will end up worrying about her. Everyone fell silent. This really isn't easy to answer. Wan Yun glanced around and asked quietly, do you think maybe she's worried Aunt's life is in danger? Maybe she's afraid she won't get to see her one last time. After hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but tear up. Well, I'll go pick her up from the hospital later and accompany her to Xiaofeng. It's okay if we can't meet face to face. We can just take a look from the hillside across the window. Shui Yan was worried and suggested, Dad, why don't we go with you? Right, Cheng Huancheng explained with a frown, the mountain road over there is really hard to walk. A lot of places are overgrown with weeds, you can't even find the path. Shui Xian also advised, Dad, let second brother and third brother go. You should stay and make sesame paste for Andy. I'll go with you to deliver it this afternoon. After all, Cheng Tianyuan was getting on in years. He'd already made 2 trips to the outskirts yesterday, and when he got up this morning, his calves and knees were feeling a bit sore. Still, he wanted to accompany his niece one more time. If I don't go, I'd rather go. Everyone understood how he felt, so they finally agreed. Qin Xinji reminded them, take some bodyguards with you and have them clear the way with tools. That'll make the path easier, and you won't have to worry about any animals suddenly jumping out and scaring Xiaohan. She's always been timid, so we need to look out for her. All right. Shui Yang agreed readily. I'll take 2 people with me, plus me, that's enough. Cheng Huancheng still needed to send his painting to his advisor, so he volunteered to deliver the sesame paste in the afternoon. Once everything was settled, everyone continued eating. Little Huzi grinned and said, Uncle Yuan, the housekeeper's back at work. Xiaowen and I are planning to move back this afternoon. No need for that, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. You 2 should stay. Let the housekeeper take care of things at home. With the elderly and kids gone, Xing Yuan is so quiet. Having you 2 around makes it a bit livelier. The others agreed as well. Little Huzi was reluctant to leave too and said with a wry smile, I don't really want to go. My place is even quieter than here. And the housekeeper's cooking can't compare to yours. I've already gotten so comfortable here, I don't want to leave. Shui Yang shot him a look and retorted, then why are you in such a hurry to move back? Just wait until Uncle and the others come back. Wan Yun thought for a moment and suggested, Brother, why don't you stay? I'll move back and stay with the housekeeper. Little Huzi quickly agreed. There were more men here, and since his sister was single, it might not be convenient for her to stay here long term. He'd originally wanted to move back for her sake, but if she was going back herself, he'd rather stay. No one tried to keep Wan Yun, but they reminded her to come over for meals whenever she had time. Wan Yun explained a little awkwardly, I have another reason for moving back. One of my best friends is changing apartments, and her lease is ending half a month before her new place is ready. Her old landlord is rushing to renovate, and the new landlord can't let her move in yet. Hotels are too expensive, and regular inns aren't safe, so I invited her to stay at my place for a while. I see. Little Huzi immediately agreed. That way you'll have company after work. If that's the reason, then it's better for me to stay here. Wan Yun smiled and reminded him, it's just for half a month. Not long at all. No problem, said Little Huzi. She's your friend, if we can help, we should. There are so many empty rooms at home, it's fine if she stays a few days. Wan Yun thanked him. Shui Xian asked curiously, is your friend single? Does she rent long-term? Yeah, Wan Yun replied with a wry smile. She's got it worse than me, almost half her monthly salary goes to rent. She still has to eat, drink, buy makeup, clothes, and bags, so she's always living paycheck to paycheck. This time, after the new year, the pandemic hit, and she ran out of money really quickly. Luckily, her parents helped her out, or she wouldn't have made it through the financial crisis. She was really scared, realized she couldn't keep living without a safety net, so she decided to find a cheaper place and start saving a little every month, just in case. That's very good, Chung Tianyuan said. It's important to develop a habit of saving, so you're not caught short in emergencies or special situations. Wan Yun laughed awkwardly. I haven't really saved much myself. You're not so bad, Shui Xian said. You don't have to pay rent or living expenses. Some of the young employees at my company can barely make ends meet. Luckily, I paid their salaries on time, or their landlords would have kicked them out. They have to pay rent and live, so if their pay is delayed or they lose income for even a month, they could end up on the street. Same with several of my employees. Shui Yang laughed. They all came to me for salary advances. I told them, work hard and try to earn a big bonus next month, then put some money aside for emergencies. But every one of them says they just can't save. Chung Tianyuan asked suspiciously, why can't they save? If you want to save, just make up your mind and do it. You can't be half-hearted, and you can't give up halfway. Dad, you just don't know. Shui Yang shook his head. They're all under huge pressure, rent, supporting their girlfriends, some have to support their families, pay mortgages and car loans. If their salaries don't come in, things fall apart fast. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder young people these days always say they're under so much pressure and easily get anxious. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, none of it is cheap. If you don't have savings and suddenly lose your income, you can't keep anything going. How could you not be anxious? How could you not feel stressed? Wan Yun muttered with a sigh. I never really felt it before. Everyone just muddled through. But this pandemic lockdown really threw people off. Afterwards, people slowly woke up from the chaos, started to see the problems, and began to rethink their lifestyles. Some even say it'll change a whole generation's attitude towards spending and life. But it can't change reality, Chung Huanchong joined in. As long as what you earn and what you spend aren't balanced, your savings will always be running low, and you'll always be anxious. Shui Yang shook his head. All you can do is scrimp and save. There's no other way. Some people are even predicting a big wave of unemployment is coming. If you lose your income, you can't spend anything, and talk of balance is just empty words. Too miserable, little Huzi muttered. Just imagine mortgages, car loans, all kinds of debt, parents to support, kids to raise. If you lose your income, it won't just change your attitude towards spending and life. It might even change how long you live. Higher unemployment, higher suicide rates. Especially in the big cities where the pressure is even worse. Everyone chimed in, continuing the discussion. Chung Tianyuan listened with a furrowed brow. After breakfast, he called Shui Ling, who was far across the ocean. He told Shui Ling about the situation in the capital and suggested, daughter-in-law, we're in a transition period right now, and a lot of places haven't officially resumed work. Should we consider reducing the rent? Or maybe even waive a month or two? Shui Ling thought for a moment and replied, I'm not familiar with the situation there, and I can't think it all through right away. Why don't you talk to Xiao Liao and discuss it with him? Waiving a month or two is fine, we're not short of that money. The most important thing right now is to get through this tough time safely. Qing Tianyuan agreed. All right, I'll get in touch with Xiao Liao later. Shui Ling reminded him, all the rental matters are handled by Xiao Liao and a few other staff members. They're all long-time employees. You should talk to them first, and then have them reach out to the tenants. Chung Tianyuan lowered his voice. I've heard the economy might get even worse, and who knows when it'll recover. We're not under any financial pressure, so if we can help our tenants a bit, we should. Either we lower the rent or waive 2 months' rent. Let's see which option works better and go with that. Shui Ling, being the seasoned one, quickly cautioned, lowering the rent isn't a good idea for now. If we suddenly cut rents, other landlords might not be happy about it. Sure, it's our property and our decision, but we're all operating in the same market. It's not good to disrupt the rules of the market. That's a big taboo. You're right. Chung Tianyuan smiled apologetically and explained, I was a bit careless and didn't think it through. Xueling spoke gently, your suggestion is a good one. We're all in the same city, and if we can get through tough times together, it's good for everyone. Our tenants are struggling. If they can't pay rent and end up moving out, it's not good for us either. Exactly. Qing Tianyuan laughed. I'll talk to Xiao Liao about it soon. Xueling asked quietly, I'm not at home, so you have to handle everything by yourself. Is it tough? Not at all. Qing Tianyuan replied softly, no matter what I do, I always want to ask you first, how to arrange things, what to do. I'm used to you keeping everything at home so organized, and I always feel like I can't do it as well on my own. Luckily, the kids are all grown up and can help out. Everything's fine at home, so don't worry. Xueling chuckled, with you there, of course I'm not worried. By the way, how's Afong doing? Any better? No. Qing Tianyuan sighed. Still the same. Hung says she's always tired and sleepy, no energy at all. Xueling couldn't help but sigh too. She's always had a weak constitution. It's tough for her. Chung Tianyuan lamented, this virus is really something. You can't see it or touch it, but it's caused so much suffering for so many people. Xueling comforted him and reminded, you still need to be careful when you go out, always wear a mask. And remember everything Ran told you. Don't worry, I remember. Chung Tianyuan asked with concern, how are things with you these past couple of days? Are Mom and Dad all right? Xueling replied, they're doing great. Same with Uncle Jillian. They take walks by the sea, sit and chat on the grass, and have seafood feasts now and then. Tonight, we're planning to have grilled scallops. Butlerly has already arranged with the local fishermen, any scallops that are big and good quality, they'll send them over. The elders don't have good teeth, so they eat grilled fish. Xiao and the kids all love scallops, and who is a big fan too. Qing Tianyuan asked again, isn't it all right? Ran can't leave the quarantine hotel for a few more days. Tell him not to worry. Once he's settled things at the group, he'll fly over to be with her. Don't worry, Xueling said with a laugh, they all have phones. They video chat every day, there's no need for us to pass messages. Qing Tianyuan said quietly, I heard there are tons of orders at the group, but Ran can't go to work. Luckily, with the internet, they can hold video meetings. Otherwise, it'd be hard for him to manage everything. When Ran gets here, I'll head back, Xueling explained. I'll go to the group and hold down the fort so he can stay here with Nin for the birth. Qing Tianyuan found this amusing and asked, how many years has it been since you last went to the pharmaceutical group? Are you sure you can handle it? Hey. Xueling laughed, I may be old, but my brain still works. I might not be a professional, but I'm pretty good at managing a company. I'm confident about that. Chung Tianyuan thought it was a great idea too. All right, let's do that then. Xueling explained, the weather here is great, temperatures are steady every day. The elders don't have to stay cooped up with the heat on, and their coughs have gotten much better. I suggest they stay here for now and not go back to the capital. Agreed, Chung Tianyuan echoed. It's better for them to stay. Another reason is, the situation with the pandemic here is still uncertain. Xueling said, as for whether the kids should go back, or if Xiao and the others should return, I'll talk it over with her later. What about Ahu and the others? Qing Tianyuan asked quietly. The climate there is nice, but Wang Qing and Ahu need to take medication long-term and get checkups every few months, so they'll probably have to come back with you. If they really like it there, they can always go back. Xueling explained, Ahu keeps in touch with his doctor, and they said they can mail the medication over. Qing feels awkward about staying here too long, but Ahu wants her to stay. He says the weather in the capital isn't good for people with chronic conditions, and sometimes winter lasts for months. He said when the kids go back to school, he'll stay here with Wang Qing. With the elders around, they won't get lonely. Chung Tianyuan was relieved. All right, as long as they have their medication, they can stay as long as they want. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Xueyang came over with a cheeky grin and teased, Dad, talking to Mom again? Who says old folks don't get clingy? YouTube video chat and call every day without a break. Is that any of your business? Cheng Tianyuan snorted. We started being lovey-dovey before you were even born. Shui Yang, all right, I can't argue with that. I've had to accept it since the day I was born. Cheng Tianyuan took his son and the bodyguard out and called Xiao Liao on the way. They talked for over 20 minutes. Shui Yang handed him a thermos and asked, Dad, are we really reducing the rent? We've decided to waive 2 months for now, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Shui Yang was surprised. 2 months? Really? Even for the businesses? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Xiao Liao said that business is usually best during the new year, but because of the lockdown, a lot of shop owners have been struggling. Now that things are open again, there still aren't many customers and business is tough. There are some businesses doing well, Shui Yang said, but they're the minority. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him. It's not practical to investigate every single case. Since we're waiving rent, we'll do it across the board. Shui Yang couldn't help but joke. Why can't I ever meet a landlord as nice as you guys? Our company's rent hasn't been reduced by a single cent. That's it. Next time I'm renting an office, I'm going to ask Mom for space in her building. Cheng Tianyuan ignored him and reminded, we're picking up Xiaohan to visit your aunt later. Remember to watch what you say. Don't worry. Shui Yang nodded. I know how to behave. Around noon, Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Yang came back, bringing along Shui Han, whose eyes were red from crying. Of the younger generation, only Cheng Huancheng was home painting, the others were all at work. Shui Yang rubbed his stomach and ran to the main kitchen to hurry everyone up for lunch. Soon, a delicious meal was served. Shui Yang wolfed down his food, eating ravenously. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help teasing him, second brother, you didn't exactly eat light this morning. Look at you, eating like you've been starving for days. I burned a lot of calories. Shui Yang explained. I was out with Ah Chow and the others cutting grass and chopping trees. Lots of work means lots of food. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his dispirited niece and gently reminded her, don't zone out, eat something first. Then, he used the serving chopsticks to put some food on her plate. Hospital food can't compare to home-cooked meals. You've lost weight lately, so you need to eat more. Shui Han shook her head and explained, the food there is actually pretty good. They change up the menu every day and the chef is really skilled. It's a private hospital, of course it's good. Shui Yang chimed in. Not just anyone can get in there. Shui Han couldn't help but glance at Cheng Huancheng, her eyes full of grievance and pleading. Third brother you and that Qing Xiao are pretty close. Could you maybe talk to him, see if he can help move my mom over there? Please. Cheng Huancheng raised his eyebrows and asked, didn't they already send doctors and caregivers to look after her? The lockdown order came from the health bureau, Shui Yang interjected. And it'll probably be lifted in 2 or 3 days anyway. There's no need to go against official orders. During the pandemic, things are complicated for everyone, and everyone has their own difficulties. If everyone tried to get special treatment, wouldn't everything be chaos? Shui Han retorted, if it's just a couple more days, then what's the harm? The nursing home's been locked down for so long already. A couple more days won't make a difference, Cheng Tianyuan said gently, trying to comfort her. Just be patient for a bit longer. The lockdown should be lifted soon. Shui Han shook her head. But what if it's not just a couple of days? There are so many people at the nursing home. What if something else happens? Shui Yang put down his chopsticks and countered. The doctors and caregivers were all sent by Qing Xiao from the private hospital. Even if we move Anne out, it's still the same doctors and caregivers, isn't it? It's not the same. Shui Han huffed. If my mom could come out, I could be with her. Isn't that different? Shui Yang rolled his eyes at her. Then why did you sneak out in the middle of the night? Why weren't you there with Aunt then? Shui Han. Enough. Cheng Tianyuan glared at his second son and said sternly, just eat your food. If only eating could keep your mouth shut. Shui Yang shrank back and went back to attacking his food. Cheng Huancheng tried to comfort his cousin. Second brother doesn't mean any harm. He just doesn't want you to act impulsively. Third brother. Shui Han pleaded, her eyes red. Please ask Qing Xiao to help. I know he can do it. I heard he donated a ton of money and supplies this time. Someone as important as him, who would dare refuse him? Please do it for my mom, okay? All right. Seeing that she was on the verge of tears, Chang Huanchong had no choice but to agree. I'll get in touch with him later. Shui Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, choking up a little. Thank you, third brother. Cheng Tianyuan tried to comfort her. All right, don't cry. Your eyes are going to swell up. Eat while it's hot. Shui Han picked up her bowl and chopsticks and murmured, Uncle. I'm always causing trouble for you all. I'm really sorry. We're family, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. No need to be so polite. Family should help each other. If your aunt and I are in the capital, you can come to us with anything anytime. If we're not around, just go to your cousins. The more people, the more solutions. Shui Han nodded obediently. Once my mom gets better, I'll be sure to take good care of her and listen to her. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Your mom will be very happy to hear that. She seemed much better after you visited her this morning. Shui Han pouted and sighed. Mom's health has been so bad these past years. No traveling, no going anywhere far. She's always either recuperating or getting treated, spending half her time in a hospital bed. I've thought about it. Once the pandemic settles down, I'll take her traveling everywhere, show her the world. When she's old and really can't walk anymore, she won't have any regrets. As long as you have that filial heart, that's enough, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. But your mom, she's still very weak right now, so traveling isn't possible for the time being. Wait until she's recovered, then you can set off together. Shui Han nodded. I don't have classes this semester, just need to find a place to intern and get ready for graduation. I'll have plenty of time to be with my mom. All right. Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare listen any further and reminded her, don't just talk, eat up. Shui Han obediently buried herself in her food. Shui Yang and Cheng Huanchong exchanged glances, neither daring to say anything. To want to care for your parents, only to find it's too late, this is one of life's greatest regrets. Hopefully, little Han wouldn't have to endure such a regret. After lunch, Shui Yang hurried off to work. Cheng Tianyuan took out the stone mill and continued grinding sesame for his sister. Shui Han watched blankly from the side, occasionally asking questions. Uncle, why do you add peanuts? Cheng Tianyuan replied, it makes it richer and more fragrant. Your mom has loved this flavor since she was little. Shui Han giggled and asked, Uncle, did you dote on my mom a lot when you were younger? I did, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile, but she was so disobedient, always doing things that gave us headaches. Shui Han was curious. Like what? Of course, Cheng Tianyuan wouldn't spill too much about his sister to his niece. After all, people of his age all care about saving face. She didn't like studying, always skipping school and running around. She loved gossiping with the neighborhood aunties, talking about everyone's business, and she was greedy, lazy, and didn't like to work. Shui Han giggled. That much? Really? Not really, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Shui Han asked again, you're quite a bit older than my mom. When you married Auntie, wasn't my mom still really young? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She was only 15 or 16 back then. Shui Han grinned. Was my mom jealous of Auntie? Auntie's photos from when she was young are so beautiful. Even prettier than today's celebrities. Women don't like having someone prettier than them around. No, Cheng Tianyuan replied as he kept working. She was a bit mischievous, but your aunt isn't the petty type. She always forgave and looked out for your mom. Shui Han nodded in agreement. That's true. Auntie has always been generous and kind. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Some people are just born to be forgiven, and truly great people know how to forgive. Shui Han glanced thoughtfully at Cheng Tianyuan and asked, Uncle, are you saying, my mom is someone who needs to be accommodated, right? That's right. Cheng Tianyuan smiled gently. She's the youngest in the family. Her parents doted on her. Her brother doted on her. When she was little, our family was struggling. Sometimes we'd go months without having even a bite of meat, but whenever there was any, your grandparents wouldn't eat a single piece themselves. They'd save it all for her. I'm older than her, so whenever there was something tasty or fun, I'd let her have it. Shui Han couldn't help but sigh with envy. My mom must have been so happy as a child. Chung Tianyuan said. Back in those days, when resources were still scarce, she really was fortunate. Lots of kids her age in the village envied her. But being raised like that also made her a bit selfish. She likes to enjoy herself and insists on making her own decisions. Because of this, your mom took quite a few detours growing up. The light in Shui Han's eyes dimmed, and she murmured, "My mom, she's a good mother." I know. Chung Tianyuan smiled. There are no absolutely good people in this world, nor absolutely bad ones. But there are definitely the best mothers. Your mom is a good mother, we all know that. You should be grateful to her. Shui Han nodded. I'll definitely be good to her from now on. Uncle, I'm about to start my internship. Once I finish and graduate, I'll be able to look for a real job. Good. Chung Tianyuan smiled approvingly. Establishing a career is fundamental in life. It means you can stand on your own. Shui Han couldn't help but ask, Uncle, my mom and dad keep wanting me to work at the family's convalescent home, but I really don't want to. Could you help me talk to them? Chung Tianyuan asked in return, Why don't you want to work at your own family's convalescent home? Is there something wrong with it? I'm just not interested. Shui Han pouted. I'm already sick of being there. Living and working in the same place, I wouldn't even have room to breathe. What's the fun in life then? Chung Tianyuan smiled. So, what do you think makes life fun? Shui Han thought for a long while. Just doing what makes me happy, what I like. Chung Tianyuan chuckled. Have you ever asked anyone else if they're happy at work? If they like it? Ugh. Shui Han pouted. Who could possibly be happy working? Hardly anyone goes to work all cheerful and excited. Chung Tianyuan laughed softly. Exactly. Most people are forced by life and circumstances, otherwise, who would want to work? So, why do you want to work? Shui Han hummed and replied, for myself, to do something, to show my parents that I can be independent and earn my own money. That's a good reason. Chung Tianyuan pressed further. So, what kind of job do you like? I don't know, Shui Han mumbled. I haven't figured that out yet. Chung Tianyuan smiled. Then isn't it a good thing your parents want you to intern at the convalescent home? Since you don't have any other options and they're offering you a pretty good one, what's wrong with that? Shui Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Chung Tianyuan explained, the convalescent home is a top-tier facility in the capital. Not just any fresh graduate can get in. Since you don't have a clear goal or other options, and your parents are giving you such a good opportunity, why not take it? Is it that you don't like the convalescent home, or is it that you don't like your parents making choices for you? Have you thought about it? Are you really looking for the right place to intern, or are you just trying to go against your parents for the sake of it? Shui Han blushed and lowered her head. I just don't want to always be under my parents' watchful eyes. They've been managing me since I was born. Now I'm about to graduate college, and they're still hovering over me. Have you tried applying elsewhere? Chung Tianyuan asked. Shui Han shook her head gloomily. The companies I'm interested in, their requirements are pretty high. I don't really qualify. Chung Tianyuan was curious. Are they all big companies? Yeah, Shui Han replied. All well-known major corporations. Chung Tianyuan teased her with a laugh. You really are fearless, like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Shui Han looked a bit embarrassed and muttered, It's just an internship. If I could get into a big company, I'd definitely learn more. That's a good reason, Chung Tianyuan reminded her. But if you can't even get your foot in the door, where's the learning going to come from? Shui Han giggled and asked, Uncle, how about I intern at my big brother's pharmaceutical company? What do you think? Why do you want to go there? Chung Tianyuan asked, puzzled. Shui Han's eyes lit up. I heard the benefits are great. I heard the senior executives all make over $1 million a year. What about regular employees? Chung Tianyuan asked. Did you look into that? What about interns? Shui Han looked a little sheepish and shook her head. Chung Tianyuan answered for her. Regular employees make several thousand a month. Those with positions make over 10,000. Interns usually just get a little transportation and meal allowance. You only get a real salary after becoming a full employee. Even if you get in, it's just a small stipend. Shui Han laughed awkwardly. Uncle, do you think I could ask my big brother for an internship? Oh, Chung Tianyuan teased. Aren't you afraid your brother will keep an eye on you? Shui Han blushed, stammering, Big brother would never do that. He's always doted on me. Besides, he's the big boss and I'd just be a little intern. He wouldn't have time to watch over me. Qing Tianyuan smiled wryly. No wonder they say people are full of contradictions. Look at you, wanting to use your connections to get an internship, but not wanting those same connections to tie you down. Wouldn't it be great if everything could go exactly the way you want? But if everyone did that, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Shui Han protested shyly, Uncle, it's not the same. Not everyone has connections, not everyone has a great big brother. I'm just luckier, so you can't compare. Qing Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. So you know you're lucky? But your greatest fortune isn't those things. Your greatest luck is being born into a tolerant, outstanding family, never having to worry about food or clothing, always being cherished and cared for. Others don't even have the right to choose, but you get to be willful and pick what you want. Shui Han giggled quietly. Qing Tianyuan finished collecting the sesame powder and brushed the table clean. Henin, you're still young, and you have your parents and family to protect you, so you can afford to be a little willful for now. But as you grow older, you'll need to learn to restrain yourself and hold yourself to higher standards. After all, the people who protect you are all getting older, they can't always be there for you. That's not true. Shui Han pouted. Uncle, you're all still young. Not old at all. Besides, even if you do get old, I still have my big brother, second brother, third brother, and cousin Xian. They'll all look out for me. I'm the youngest in the family, so they'll always protect me. Qing Tianyuan smiled bitterly to himself and said softly, Silly girl. You can't always rely on others. Remember, the best support you'll ever have is yourself. Shui Han didn't understand, nor did she want to. After Qing Tianyuan finished cooking the black sesame porridge, he originally wanted her to take it to the hospital. Who would have thought she'd fallen asleep on the couch in the living room? He didn't wake her. Instead, he turned around and had old Chin, the driver, take him to the hospital. Over an hour later, Qing Tianyuan returned home. Dad. Cheng Huancheng came running over, looking miserable, and pleaded in a low voice, Can you please do something about Xiaohan? Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Wasn't she sleeping in the living room? No way. Cheng Huancheng explained, She's been in the art studio for almost an hour, pestering me to introduce her to an internship at an entertainment company. She keeps saying she wants to get close to her idol, to be the most dedicated fan. I'm rushing to finish my illustrations and really don't have time to listen to her chattering away. I'll probably have to pull another all-nighter tonight. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a calming look and lowered his voice. She's a patient right now. Her emotions are all over the place. Try to go easy on her, just humor her as much as you can. I've been trying to, Qing Huancheng explained helplessly. But she changes her mind every few minutes. I just can't keep up. Knowing how hard he'd been working lately, Cheng Tianyuan patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Bring her out and tell her I want to see her. Trust me, I can talk her down. Cheng Huancheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief and cupped his hands in thanks. Thanks, Dad. I'll go coax her out right away. That evening, after a busy day, everyone returned home and gathered for dinner. Xiaohuzi was relatively free these days. The club didn't have any major competitions coming up, so the team was just training and working on building teamwork. As the boss, aside from chatting with potential partners and advertisers, he didn't have much else to do. The market hasn't recovered yet. Most people are still waiting to see what happens. We had 2 advertisers interested in signing, but now we'll be lucky to keep even one. No one knows what things will look like after the pandemic, so everyone's being extra cautious with investments. Shui Yang was so tired his voice was hoarse as he sipped his soup. Business is still pretty good on the streaming platform, though. Maybe it's because there are so many online users these days. As long as the ads are placed well, it's not hard to draw in fans. Shui Xian asked curiously, Second brother, how many followers does that streamer you signed have? Over 10 million, Shui Yang replied. He's a sports influencer, attracts tons of fans with his fitness skills and good looks. Not bad, Shui Xian couldn't help but point out, but it's still not enough. If you could get a couple of celebrities to help out, the results would be amazing. Let's take it slow, Shui Yang said with a wry smile. Sales are okay for now, and orders are increasing every day. The clothing factory just reopened, so they can't produce that much inventory right away. We have to take it step by step, no point rushing. Qin Xinji paused with his chopsticks and suggested, you could test which sets sell best, then focus on one or two as your main products. Mass-produce those and win with volume. Oh, that's a great idea. Shui Yang nodded quickly. The platform seems small, but it's actually huge. But you can't offer too many products or the logistics team won't be able to handle it. Listen to my voice. Don't I sound like a duck again? Almost, Cheng Huanchong said, shoveling rice into his mouth. Once you're more stable, launch your most popular sets and send some to the entertainment company. I'll have the manager give them to the artists to wear free advertising for you. Shui Yang raised his eyebrows and grinned. Can I get away without paying for the ads? What do you think? Cheng Huancheng laughed. Why don't you ask Xiao Huzi if his club members will do ads for free? Xiao Huzi chuckled. Shui Yang rolled his eyes at him. That's different. Their main income comes from ads. Artists at entertainment companies make money from gigs, ads, acting, web dramas, a ton of high-paying jobs. Cheng Huancheng waved his hand. We'll only charge a portion, give you the best rate. The market is what it is, and information spreads fast online. No one knows if the price is high or low, but if you break the rules and make exceptions, everyone will know in no time. Sometimes, before you even see results from the ad, people are already out there trashing your company. So, it's best to be cautious and follow procedure. Thanks. Shui Yang nodded, already very satisfied. Shui Han's eyes darted back and forth between them. Third brother, just having the artists wear the clothes doesn't guarantee any advertising effect, right? The entertainment company makes so much money, do they really care about this little bit? Cheng Huancheng shook his head. It's not about the money, it's about the rules of the market. We have to follow the process to make sure everyone's interests are protected. We can give discounts, but not for free. Besides, second brother's company isn't just his, and I'm not the only one running mine. We can help each other out, but when it comes to company matters, we can't break the general rules. Oh. Shui Han seemed half understanding. Xiao Huzi continued, right now, streaming platforms are popping up everywhere. You have to find the right direction. The bigger the traffic and the more fans you have, the more opportunities there are. Shui Yang sighed, feels like we're in an era where only the biggest fish survive. If you're not a super big fish, you'll get eaten. That's just how the market works, Qin Xinji said gently. It didn't happen overnight, and it won't change overnight either. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but sigh. In the future, small businesses and startups will face even tougher competition and a harsher environment. It's survival of the fittest, cruel, but fair. Getting strong fast, Shui Xian nodded, is the only solution. Shui Yang smiled bitterly. Gotta seize the moment. I might not have much time left. I need to take this chance to leap forward, or I'll just crash and burn. All right. Eat while it's hot, Cheng Tianyuan tapped his chopsticks and said warmly. Don't think about all that while eating. Focus on your meal first, then get back to work after dinner. Yes. Listen to Dad. Got it. Everyone responded in turn, digging in heartily. Shui Han asked curiously, third brother, is Qing Xiao not coming home for dinner tonight? No, Cheng Huancheng replied. He's busy. Maybe he'll come by later, or else tomorrow evening. No, Shui Han mumbled. Qing Tianyuan listened carefully and more or less guessed what was going on. Xiao Han, let's focus on your mom's situation first. There's no rush to push for the lockdown to be lifted. The pandemic isn't just a family matter, it's about the whole society and people's livelihoods. We can't just think about our own interests and ignore the greater good. But individuals are part of the collective too. Shui Han muttered under her breath. Shui Yang secretly rolled his eyes and reminded, but individuals also have to serve the collective, right? But the collective also has to take care of individuals. Shui Han retorted. If you always sacrifice individual interests, people will eventually lose faith in the group. If everyone is dissatisfied, the collective will lose hope sooner or later. Don't forget, a collective is made up of individuals. I might not be good at studying, but I understand this principle perfectly well. Shui Yang nodded. True, but right now, the collective interest comes first. There are still many elderly patients at the nursing home, and their health is just as important as Auntie's. We have to make sure everything is checked thoroughly before lifting the lockdown. There can't be any mistakes. Shui Han pouted. But if everyone's already recovered, why keep dragging it out? Being stuck inside all day is driving me crazy. Who isn't frustrated? Qing Huanchong said quietly. A lockdown lasts half a month, sometimes more than a month. Of course it's frustrating. But if someone tests positive again, lifting the lockdown could spread it to others, so we have to be careful. We still don't fully understand this virus. Otherwise, Uncle Huan and the others wouldn't have to work so hard. The nursing home is full of elderly people. Better to be cautious. Shui Han, eyes red, poked at her rice and muttered, I just want to be with my mom. We know, Chung Tianyuan said gently with a smile. They're just telling you not to worry, to be patient a little longer. Shui Yang coaxed, you can video call every day, see and talk to her whenever you want. Auntie has your dad with her, she doesn't need you to help right now. Exactly. Qing Huanchong chimed in. Your filial piety, Auntie and Uncle Hung both understand. Didn't you visit Auntie this morning? You can always go again tomorrow. Video calls are so convenient. If you say something wrong, it's clear as day, just like meeting in person. Shui Han felt a little better and said softly, all right, I'll wait a bit longer. Little Huzi, not great at comforting people, said, that's the spirit. You have your reasons for wanting to be there, but the epidemic control staff have their reasons too. They're thinking of everyone. If you're understanding, those helping you won't be put in a tough spot, and others won't be affected either. With so many people and so many things going on, there are bound to be others who feel wronged or overlooked. It's not just you, Shui Han. Shui Han looked confused. Are you saying I'm being unreasonable? That I don't care about others? Of course not. Little Huzi shot her a look. Is that what I meant? You misunderstood. I'm just saying lots of people feel wronged, not just you. You don't need to feel singled out. Everyone's just bearing with it and getting through. Chen Xinji and Shui Xan, knowing Shui Han could be difficult, didn't dare chime in. They kept their heads down, chatting quietly and pretending not to hear. Shui Han just muttered, oh, and kept poking at her rice. Cheng Tianyuan coaxed, don't just chat, eat up. Here, have some fish with pickled vegetables to whet your appetite. Thank you, Uncle, Shui Han replied absent-mindedly as she ate. Little Huzi asked curiously, Uncle Yuan, how much rent are you planning to waive? Have you decided? It's settled, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Earlier, Xiao Liao called and we agreed, all our tenants, whether shops, apartments, or flats, get 2 months' rent waived. Your aunt agreed too. That's awesome, Little Huzi muttered. Why couldn't I have landlords like you guys when I was renting? Special times call for special measures, Cheng Tianyuan sighed, shaking his head. If everything was normal and everyone was healthy, a month or two's rent wouldn't matter. But when people's incomes are unstable, even half a month's rent can be a burden. We can afford to lose a couple months' rent, but for some, a few thousand yuan is a big deal. Let's help them get through this rough patch first. Shui Yang praised, Mom and Dad are the best landlords ever. Absolutely. Little Huzi laughed. Qing Huanchong grinned. Maybe other landlords will hear about this and follow Mom and Dad's example. Little Huzi quickly added, spread the word. If people know, more will want to rent from us in the future. No, Cheng Tianyuan interrupted with a laugh. We've agreed to keep it low-key, no publicity, no making a show of it. Little Huzi looked puzzled. Why? Why not? It's such a good deed, why keep it quiet? Qing Tianyuan smiled and said softly, it's like what Lao Sin said earlier. We're not trying to stand out, just doing what feels right. We can't break market rules, and we don't want to morally pressure others, just want peace of mind for ourselves. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's it. No wonder Uncle and Auntie always think several steps ahead of us. True kindness is silent and gentle, like rain nourishing everything. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and reminded everyone, eat up or the food will get cold. I'm full, Shui Yang said, putting down his chopsticks. I could go for some dessert, or not. Cheng Wanchong couldn't help but tease, "You've put on weight these days, flabby weight too." Shui Yang jumped and pulled his hand back. "I'm full, I'm done." Shui Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and giggled, "Dad, have you noticed you're starting to sound more and more like Mom?" Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback. "Really?" "Yeah." Shui Xian laughed. "You really are. More and more every day." "Totally. It's true." "I think so too." Qin Xinji smiled and agreed, "I've noticed it too. I didn't before, but now that Xian mentioned it, it's obvious. Maybe when Mom and Dad were always together, we didn't see it. Now that Mom's not at Xinyuan, Dad's style stands out more." "Huh." Shui Yang laughed. "What style?" "After decades of marriage, you lose your own style, because you end up the same." "Yeah, totally the same. Almost identical." "Exactly. Dad, if you hadn't said it yourself, we'd have thought it was Mom talking. Not just similar, exactly the same. Loving couples really do become like each other." "That's right. You won't find another pair like them for miles. Maybe hundreds of miles." Cheng Tianyuan was a little embarrassed and waved them off. "If you're done eating, go do your own thing. Stop teasing us old folks. Go, go, go." Everyone burst out laughing and scattered. That night, Cheng Tianyuan went to bed early. Halfway through his sleep, he suddenly woke up for no apparent reason, sitting up in bed with a slightly panicked look on his face. He gently rubbed his chest, feeling an inexplicable discomfort weighing on his heart. He couldn't quite describe the sensation, but it was deeply unpleasant. After thinking for a moment, he reached for his phone. Suddenly, a dull pain shot through his chest. He frowned, clutching his chest in distress, and hurriedly slapped the emergency button by the bedside with a trembling hand. The monitoring room quickly detected the anomaly and immediately notified the others in the house. 2 on-duty bodyguards rushed to the master bedroom. Everyone in Xinyuan was family, and the children always knocked before entering, so Cheng Tianyuan usually just turned the doorknob but never locked the door. The bodyguards burst in and hurried over to support him. "Sir, are you all right?" "Sir, sir," Cheng Tianyuan gasped, murmuring, "My chest hurts." Almost the next moment, Shui Yang, Xiao Huzi, and Cheng Huanchong came running in. Lin Qingji, throwing on a coat as she ran, nearly collided with Chen Xinji and his wife at the door before quickly dodging and rushing into the room. "Dad, Dad, Dad, what's wrong? Uncle Yuan, Uncle Yuan." Cheng Tianyuan took a moment to catch his breath, opened his eyes in a daze, and pointed to his chest. "It hurts." Everyone finally realized what was happening. A short while later, some drove while others helped support him, carefully escorting Cheng Tianyuan to a private hospital. The doctors and nurses Lin Qingji had arranged were already waiting at the entrance, and as soon as the car arrived, they immediately began examining him. Everyone waited anxiously outside the door. Shui Xian, eyes red, leaned into Qin Xinji's arms, too worried to cry and nervously twisting her fingers. Qin Xinji looked pale himself, but still softly comforted his anxious wife. "Don't be afraid. Dad was semi-conscious just now. He didn't seem to be in too much pain, he even stopped frowning after a while." Xiao Huzi paced back and forth, hands in his pockets, shaking his head in visible agitation. Shui Yang glanced at him and pulled him down to sit. "Just sit for a bit. Pacing won't help anything." Xiao Huzi and Shui Yang had stayed up late, still in the living room discussing the first draft of a business contract, so when they got the news, they rushed over in their casual clothes, not pajamas. The others were all in thin coats over their sleepwear, having had no time to change. In their anxiety, no one cared about such details. No sooner had Xiao Huzi sat down than Shui Yang slumped against him. "Bro, let me lean on you for a bit." Xiao Huzi was momentarily stunned, then noticed Shui Yang's hands were trembling. With a helpless sigh, he put his arm around him. Cheng Huanchong sat with his head in his hands, not moving for a long time. Lin Qingji had her assistant fetch a few brand-new blankets from the hospital storage, handing one to each person. Then she sat next to Cheng Huanchong, sharing a blanket with him. Cheng Huancheng was shivering, unsure if it was from nerves or the mountain wind outside the hospital, and instinctively shrank into himself. Lin Qingji put her arm around him. Cheng Huancheng, wrapped in the blanket, leaned on her shoulder. "How long has it been?" Lin Qingji replied, "Only half an hour." After a pause, she added softly, "Uncle's condition isn't serious. I just spoke with the doctor." Cheng Huancheng was still uneasy, glancing toward the examination room. Mom's not home, and Big Brother isn't here either. Now that something's happened to Dad, it's like we've lost our anchor. I feel so unsettled. Lin Qingji frowned slightly and asked, "Should we tell Auntie?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared make the call. "Let's wait and see," Shui Yang said. "If it's just something minor, there's no need to worry, Mom." Chen Xinji couldn't help but add, "I'm sure it's just something minor. Dad gets a physical every year. He's always been healthy." "Yeah, Uncle Yuan's always been in good shape. He'll be fine. Dad hardly ever even catches a cold, maybe once or twice in years. He'll be okay." They tried to comfort each other and themselves. Shui Yang rolled his eyes and muttered, "I seem to remember Dad had some heart trouble once before." "Everyone?" Cheng Huancheng asked suspiciously, "No, really? Are you sure you're not just nervous and misremembering?" "Probably," Shui Yang replied, suddenly unsure after his brother's comment. Shui Xian mumbled, "I don't think so." "No way." Xiao Huzi shook his head. "I've never heard of that. Uncle Yuan's as strong as a bear. He's nothing like my dad. My dad had all sorts of issues before 50, but Uncle Yuan's blood pressure and blood sugar have always been normal." Chen Xinji also shook his head. "No, I've never heard of it either." Everyone stared at Shui Yang, then all breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Qingji instinctively glanced at Shui Yang and guessed, "Maybe you're thinking of another elder and just got confused. I suggest we don't tell Auntie for now, but we should let Ranji know. He's always in charge of everyone's health checkups. He keeps all the reports for our grandparents, uncles, and aunts on his computer. If he sends over Uncle's medical records, it'll help with his treatment." Yes. We have to tell Big Brother." "What's the point? He can't come out right now anyway." "Just another 2 or 3 days, right?" "Almost there." "That's not the point. The key is the medical records. He can just send them over by phone." "What time is it?" "It's 2 in the morning. Should we tell him now or wait until tomorrow?" "Are you frozen stupid? At a time like this, who cares what time it is? As soon as Big Brother finds out, he'll scold us for not telling him right away. Something this serious happens to Dad, and we all panic and forget to notify him, he'll definitely chew us out first. If it were me, I'd scold us too." Shut up. Soon, Cheng Huanran answered the phone, sounding groggy. Shui Yang nervously stammered out what had happened to their father, startling Cheng Huanran awake in an instant. "When did this happen? Did you take him to the hospital? Hurry up and get him there." Shui Yang quickly explained that they'd already taken him to the hospital and he was being examined. Cheng Huanran anxiously rattled off a bunch of medical terms, leaving Shui Yang completely confused, so he put the call on speaker for everyone to hear. Everyone looked equally bewildered. Lin Qingji, having just spoken with the doctor, took the initiative to answer, "The results aren't out yet, but Uncle was conscious earlier. He just said his chest hurt, and later he seemed to recover." Cheng Huanran was still worried and explained, "A few years ago, Dad had a mild heart attack and was hospitalized for several days. Luckily, it was just minor symptoms, no shock, no significant decrease in heart function, and no fever or other issues, so he was fine afterward." This time, besides the dull chest pain, were there any other symptoms? "Oh my God. When did that happen? A few years ago? Which year was it?" Shui Yang had always been straightforward and outspoken, especially with his family. He'd say whatever came to mind without thinking. So he blurted out the question. No surprise, Cheng Huanran scolded him. Shui Yang could only give an awkward, sheepish smile. The others. Seeing everyone looking lost and at a loss for words, Lin Qingji had no choice but to step forward and interrupt Cheng Huanran. "Ranji, Uncle had a sudden attack tonight, so we all panicked. It's normal to forget things in a rush sometimes." Cheng Huanran sighed in frustration, and I just had to be stuck outside. Sigh. I know the most about our family's health situation. Send me uncle's previous medical reports, Lin Qingji reminded him. The attending doctor can use them for reference. Cheng Huanran quickly agreed. A moment later, Lin Qingji's phone received the email. As the eldest in the family, Cheng Huanran didn't just scold his younger siblings, he also made sure to instruct them on what to do. Everyone obediently agreed. Cheng Huanran said in a low voice, "As soon as Dad finishes his examination, video call me immediately." "Oh, okay. Got it." "Yes." After hanging up, Shui Yang ran a hand over his handsome, rugged face. What did I just say? I seem to remember Dad had something like this before. It's your fault. You all said no and misled me." "Oh, give it a rest." Shui Xian snorted. "You can't even remember yourself and you're blaming us?" Cheng Huanchong looked innocent too. Third and I were probably living at school and not home at the time. Back then, they only told us the good news, never the bad. They'd take us out to play and eat, but if anything happened at home, we weren't told, so we had no way of knowing. If we'd known, we'd definitely remember. Exactly. Shui Xian glared at her second brother and muttered, "We definitely remember." Shui Yang. Little Huzi gave an embarrassed smile. I probably wasn't even living in the capital then. Maybe Uncle and Aunt didn't want us to worry, so they didn't tell us. Ugh. Shui Yang scratched his head helplessly and sighed. Dad scared me so bad just now, my brain's all muddled. Qin Xinji tried to comfort him. "It's okay, you were just panicking." Lin Qingji nodded in agreement. "When you're flustered, it's easy to forget details." "It's fine, really." Little Huzi chimed in, "Ranji is just really worried about Uncle Yuan. He didn't mean to scold you guys." I deserved it. Shui Yang gave a wry smile. "I'm still young, but my brain's already failing me. How could I forget something so important and about my own dad? Even if Big Bro didn't scold me, I'd scold myself." Cheng Huanchong muttered, "It's one thing not to tell us at the time, but why not tell us afterward? Mom and Dad, honestly. From now on, no matter how big or small, especially health-related stuff, we should all be kept in the loop. Look at tonight, if the doctor had asked us something important about Dad's condition and we answered wrong, the consequences could be serious." "Exactly," Shui Xian said gloomily. "I always feel like there are things at home that are kept from me and third brother." Shui Yang replied matter-of-factly, "You two are the youngest. With Mom and Dad leading the way, and me and Big Bro backing them up, there's really no need to involve you in everything. Why scare you if we don't have to?" "See," Shui Xian huffed. "That's exactly why third bro and I are always kept in the dark." That was in the past. Qin Xinji quickly put his arm around his wife and coaxed her. "Ever since you and third bro graduated, is there anything at home you don't know about? Back then you were just too young and they didn't want to scare you. What parents don't love their kids? Mom and Dad adore you too, of course they didn't want you to worry." Cheng Huanchong shot a suspicious look at Shui Yang and demanded, "Are you hiding something else from us?" "Huh? What else have you kept secret?" "No idea." Shui Yang dove under the blanket. Little Huzi snickered quietly. Cheng Huanchong, annoyed, was about to stand up when Lin Qingji quickly pulled him back down. Lin Qingji coaxed, "Look at the situation right now, is this really the time or place for an argument?" Xinji was right. If there's something you should know, Uncle and Aunt wouldn't hide it. You two are the youngest, and they just didn't want you to shoulder too much. Do you really think knowing everything is a good thing? Cheng Huanchong was smart. He understood immediately and his anger vanished. Little Huzi quickly agreed, "Exactly. That's why I envy my two sons. The happiest time in life is when you don't understand anything and can just play without worries. The more you know, the more you grow up and the heavier your responsibilities become. Uncle Yuan and Aunt just care about you. They don't want you to worry. Can you appreciate that?" Shui Xian understood too and muttered, "But now we're all grown up and independent. There's no need to keep things from us anymore." Cheng Huanchong nodded. Shui Yang rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? How many things could we possibly hide from you at home? You're not stupid. It's not like we could hide that much." At most, just 1 or 2 bad things, not a lot. I'm the only one in the family who studied abroad, and I've been away the longest, so I'm probably the one who's been kept in the dark the most. Count your blessings. Shui Yang shot him a dramatic eye roll. Qinghwan Cheng. Shui Xian pouted. That's the worst part about being the youngest. Everyone always treats you like a kid, like you're not capable. Maybe they think we can't help, so they just don't tell us anything. We're saving you trouble, isn't that a good thing? Shui Yang turned away and rolled his eyes at her too. Shui Xian. Qin Xinji coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. There aren't any other health issues Mom and Dad are hiding from us, right? That's it, Shui Yang replied with a helpless sigh. If I hadn't gotten confused, I'd have told you. Our family's always been open and straightforward. Unless there's something someone really can't know, we don't hide things. Mom and Dad are usually fine. You shouldn't worry or suspect anything. Qin Xinji nodded, reassured. At that moment, the big doors in front of them, which had been closed all this time, suddenly swung open. As soon as they saw the doctor in a white coat appear, everyone jumped to their feet, forgetting their conversation and even the blankets on their laps, and rushed forward in a panic. Doctor, how's my dad? We're all immediate family. No need to ask. The doctors and nurses had seen plenty of patients' families before, but never a group of relatives as strikingly good-looking as the ones before them now. They stared in a daze, overwhelmed by the visual impact, and for a moment, even forgot to explain the patient's condition. Doctor, Shui Yang asked anxiously, how's our dad? Just tell us already. Yes, tell us. How is he? Is he all right? The doctor waved his hand. Don't worry, don't panic. The patient is fine, nothing serious. At that moment, Lin Qingji's assistant quickly stepped forward, signaling everyone to listen carefully and report back to young Master Qing. Realizing the real VIP had arrived, the doctor didn't dare be careless and explained the situation in detail. Most of the group didn't understand the medical jargon, but they got the gist. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't been resting well, was under a lot of stress, and that had caused his abnormal heart rate and other symptoms. Lin Qingji took the initiative to ask, what should we pay attention to next? How should we take care of him? The doctor answered each question thoroughly. Lin Qingji nodded and instructed, arrange for the 2 best caregivers to come over and go through all these points again. Also, make sure the chef is briefed carefully about his diet. The doctor agreed at once and hurried off to make arrangements. A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan was wheeled out. His face was still pale, eyes closed, half asleep, half awake. Seeing his children gathered anxiously around him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Waking you all up in the middle of the night. I must have scared you. With red eyes, Shui Xian choked up, Dad, you really did scare us. Please don't ever do that again. Cheng Tianyuan managed a faint smile, too tired to comfort his daughter, and just murmured, After he was settled into a VIP ward, everyone still crowded around his bed, unwilling to leave. Dad, does it still hurt? Shui Yang gently rubbed his chest, asking nervously, are you still feeling unwell? Cheng Tianyuan frowned and explained, it doesn't hurt much anymore, but it feels different from usual. Not exactly uncomfortable, but not good either. Shui Yang eased his touch and said softly, let me massage you a bit. Little Huzi came over to help. Cheng Huancheng poured some warm water and helped his father drink. Shui Xian sat at the bedside, massaging her father's legs. Qin Xinji started a video call with Cheng Huanran, letting him see for himself that their father was truly all right. Dad, Cheng Huanran called out excitedly. Cheng Tianyuan waved at the phone, signaling that he was fine. I'll be out in a couple of days, Cheng Huanran said quickly. As soon as I'm out, I'll come see you. No rush, Qin Xinji replied. We're all here. You just take care of yourself. There are so many of us, Dad will be well looked after. That wasn't really what Cheng Huanran was worried about, but he said gently, it's late. You all shouldn't stay up together. Leave 2 people and the caregivers, that's more than enough. The rest of you should go home and rest, so you'll have the energy to take turns tomorrow. Qin Xinji agreed, reminded him to rest early too, and hung up. Lin Qingji had his assistant bring in a light late-night meal so everyone could warm up a bit. The spring chill is biting and the wind by the mountains is cold and damp. There was no heating earlier. If not for the blankets, we might have caught a cold. Everyone agreed and started eating. Little Huzi couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yuan, the doctor said you've been too stressed lately. Is that true? What are you so worried about? Qing Tianyuan sighed softly. I'm worried about Xiaohan's mother. His own younger sister had always been in poor health, and whether she could pull through this time was still uncertain. How could he not worry or be anxious? Everyone exchanged glances, then silently went back to eating. The large hospital room was quiet, with only the sound of spoons clinking against bowls. Cheng Tianyuan looked around and asked, Where's Xiaohan? Shui Yang replied, She's asleep in her room. Chao Ji didn't wake her. We were in such a rush to get you here, we didn't think of it. She's still at home, sleeping. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and instructed, Don't tell her too much. Just say I was feeling a bit unwell and came to the hospital for a couple of days of 4 drips. I'll be home soon. Okay, everyone agreed. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind them she's still young. You're all her older siblings, try to be more patient with her. Okay, they all promised. Cheng Tianyuan closed his eyes and sighed softly. If your aunt can't make it through this. She only has one daughter. Our family should do our best to look after her. She'll be fine, Dad. Aunt will be okay. Dad, don't worry so much. The doctor said it's just stress and lack of rest that made you like this. You need to think about your own health too. Exactly. Take care of yourself first. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. I'm tired. I'll sleep now. Either one of you stays, or you all go home. The caregivers are here. You can all go rest and get on with your own things. I'll stay. Shui Yang quickly put down his bowl and volunteered. I'll stay tonight. It's almost dawn. You all go home and sleep. Lin Qingji glanced at the clock on the wall and suggested, It'll be light in 3 hours. If you go back and forth, you'll waste over half an hour on the road. Might as well stay and rest. The suites downstairs all have toiletries. Get some sleep and go home tomorrow. That works. Let's stay and sleep. Lin Qingji added, If anyone needs a change of clothes, let my assistant know. He'll arrange it in advance. Everyone agreed and then filed out. The room quieted down, with the caregiver dozing in the corner. Cheng Tianyuan opened his eyes and saw his second son fiddling with his phone. He couldn't help but remind him to nap on the sofa. Shui Yang shrugged. No need, I'm still wide awake. You're awake now, but you won't be tomorrow, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'm just getting in 4. There's nothing to worry about. Go get some sleep. Shui Yang rubbed his stomach and smiled. I ate a bit too much just now. Need to digest before I can lie down. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his son, as if something had come to mind. You all don't seem to like Xiaohan much, do you? Shui Yang was taken aback, eyes darting, unsure how to respond. Not really. Dad, you're overthinking it. Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter, quiet laugh. I'm old, not blind. I can still sense some things. No, Shui Yang hurried to explain. Dad, it's not just us. Actually, I think a lot of people don't like Xiaohan much. She's got a difficult personality, a bit of a temper, doesn't really fit in, and sometimes speaks without thinking. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but make excuses. She's just not well. But she was like this before too. Shui Yang muttered. She's always been like this, not just now. Cheng Tianyuan stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while, then closed his eyes and murmured tiredly, I'm going to sleep. Oh, okay. Shui Yang quickly tucked him in and said gently, Sleep well, Dad. The next morning, everyone slept in and didn't wake up until after 9. Xiao Huzi called his sister, telling her to look after the club since he'd be staying at the hospital for a couple of days to help out. Wan Yun agreed, reminding him to take good care of Uncle Yuan, and said she'd come visit after work. Xiao Huzi told her not to run around too much, explaining, Uncle Yuan's body is weak right now and he's easily susceptible to infection. The club is full of young guys coming and going, so there are more germs there than elsewhere. It's fine for us since we're young, but Uncle Yuan's in a special condition. We need to be extra careful. Wan Yun could only agree. Xiaohuzi added, Auntie and our parents still don't know about this. I'm not sure what Uncle Yuan wants to do, so don't let anything slip if you video chat with them for now. Wan Yun agreed again. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Xiaohuzi reminded her, the end of the month's coming up. Help me transfer some money to that old account in the South Island today. Still 20,000? Wan Yun asked. Xiaohuzi replied quietly, yeah, and then hung up. Turning his head, he saw Shui Yang sprawled out on the sofa, half asleep. Xiaohuzi chuckled and nudged him with his foot. Don't sleep here. Go downstairs to the suite and get some proper rest. Shui Yang just grumbled, shifted to a more comfortable position, and kept sleeping. On the hospital bed, Cheng Tianyuan turned his face, still looking pale and weak as he spoke. Huzi, you're still sending money to the Shanwei couple, right? Yeah. Xiaohuzi forced a wry smile and said softly, after all, they're Xiaoxiuhu and Minniehu's grandparents. They're old now and have no savings. I can't take care of them in person, so the least I can do is help out financially. It's not much, just a fixed 20,000 a month, so they can buy some supplements or medicine. Good kid. Cheng Tianyuan smiled approvingly. You doing this would make Yu very happy if she could see it from heaven. Xiaohuzi shrugged. Uncle, it's not much money for me, but it means a lot to them. I'll keep sending it until they pass away. Cheng Tianyuan squinted his eyes and sighed softly. Who would have thought the Shanwei couple's old age would turn out so miserable? The pack of wolves around them had picked them clean, cheated them out of everything, until all they had left was the apartment they lived in, nothing else. Their only daughter was gone, along with all their hopes and dreams. Both of them were in poor health, mentally and physically, barely scraping by, just waiting for the end. Later, Shui Ling hired 2 caregivers for them through an agency, one for cleaning, one for personal care, with all expenses paid from her own account. Xiaohuzi made sure to send them money regularly so they wouldn't have to worry about daily life. Even so, the 2 of them had no one to rely on in their old age, and their spirits were so low it was heartbreaking. But Xiaohuzi didn't pity them. You reap what you sow. They have to taste the bitter fruit themselves. I suppose so. Now that he was older, Cheng Tianyuan often liked to reminisce. When I first met them, we were all young. None of you kids were born yet. Back then, we built a few houses by the river in Rongqing and started a supermarket with your dad and your cousin. Lingling started wholesaling clothes from the capital. The Shanwei couple came to Lingling to buy clothes to sell in the South Island. Xiaohuzi chuckled. Back then, being a 10,000 yuan household was a big deal, right? Absolutely, Cheng Tianyuan replied. At that time, an average worker's salary was just over 100 yuan. A 10,000 yuan household could get their name in the paper, wear suits and ties. They were the rich elite, the envy of everyone. And back then, the Shanwei couple could pull out tens of thousands at a time. Shui Yang rolled over and mumbled, so rich. That's right, Cheng Tianyuan nodded. They were among the wealthiest. Xiaohuzi shook his head with a laugh. They started out on the fast track, but the further they went, the narrower and harder their road became, until they trapped themselves and lost everything. Shui Yang rubbed his handsome face and asked curiously, Dad, did they lose all their money in business? No, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Shanwei and Aunt Chin were both shrewd and bold in business, always one step ahead of the competition. They were great at making money, but terrible at keeping it. What do you mean? Shui Yang, still half asleep, didn't quite get it. They could make money and make it fast, but they couldn't hold on to it. Shanwei loved to gamble, especially high stakes. Plus, both their families kept eyeing their money, always asking for handouts big and small. Over time, the family became disharmonious. The couple grew apart, constant fighting and bickering. As the saying goes, a harmonious family prospers in everything. Once the family falls apart, other problems follow. Shui Yang guessed, so people took advantage of their chaos to steal their money? That's part of it, Cheng Tianyuan explained. When a couple is at odds, no one has the energy to run the business. Without oversight, the business goes downhill. Money gets misused, relatives embezzle, and with all the gambling, their big factory went bankrupt overnight. On top of that, Aunt Chin was drugged by her mother-in-law and nearly died. They spent a fortune to save her, but she was left with lasting health problems. With a troubled home, more and more problems piled up. For decades, they'd make a fortune and lose it, up and down, until they were too old to keep up. The market weeded out the old guard, and they were left with nothing. Xiaohuzi snorted. In the end, it all comes down to bad behavior and poor character. If Shanyu hadn't had such morally questionable parents, she wouldn't have ended up on a path of no return. Sigh, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. But without her parents, there'd be no her. Shui Yang quickly changed the subject. That's why you have to learn to be a good person before you do anything. If you get that right, everything else falls into place. And then, Cheng Tianyuan murmured, now, when they're almost in their graves, they finally understand. Too bad, it's all too late. Aunt Chin had called Shui Ling several times, sobbing and saying how much she regretted it, regretted making her daughter divorce and remarry. If she hadn't, her daughter could have had a happy family and wouldn't have died so tragically. They used to look down on Xiaohuzi, but only after he kept sending them money and took such good care of their 2 grandkids did they realize he wasn't so bad after all. Those so-called blood relatives only ever leached off them, and once there was nothing left, they all disappeared without a trace. Only Shui Ling and Xiaohuzi, despite everything, continued to help them, especially the ex-son-in-law who had long since divorced their daughter. This moved them deeply and filled them with endless regret. Little Tiger lowered his eyes, making no comment. No matter how long they live, I'll stick to 20,000 a month until they're all gone. Shui Yang patted him on the back, showing his support through action rather than words. Cheng Tianyuan smiled slightly and praised him. Tiger, you've become much more steady and mature over the years. Sigh. Little Tiger gave a bitter laugh. I was forced to grow up. Marriage, kids, parents, career, every single thing pushed me to mature. Uncle Yuan, if I could spend my whole life sheltered under my parents' wings, who would ever want to grow up? I'd never want to, not in a million years. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Yang both burst out laughing at that. Shui Yang slouched on the sofa, laughing wryly. Who isn't forced to grow up? Reality is just that cruel. When I was a kid, I couldn't wait to grow up. I always thought, once I'm grown, I'll be free. I'll be able to do whatever I want, go wherever I want, no more parents or teachers bossing me around. How great would that be? But now that I'm grown, I realize it's actually miserable. I'd rather not have grown up at all. Looking back, childhood was the happiest time. The worries of adulthood are things you could never have imagined as a child. Same here, Little Tiger said gloomily. I always thought school was boring, but who knew making a living would be even more exhausting? When you're a student, at most your parents push you to study harder. Even if you don't do well, they won't really do anything to you. But once you're grown, no one's forcing you, but you have no choice. My parents need me to support and care for them. My family needs me to earn money and provide. My child needs me to nurture and accompany them. My career demands I keep pushing forward. There's not a moment to catch my breath. Looking back, school was actually the most carefree time. Too bad, there's no going back, Cheng Tianyuan said with a fond, indulgent chuckle, pointedly reminding them, none of us can go back. Little Tiger and Shui Yang exchanged glances, brothers in hardship, hugging each other for comfort. Cheng Tianyuan was amused by them and asked gently, has anyone ever told you that we envy you guys? Seriously? Little Tiger teased. Uncle Yuan, shouldn't we be the ones envying you all for your success and the freedom to relax and enjoy your grandkids? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, we really do envy you. We envy your youth, your endless possibilities, your strength. Sure, you've got pressure, but deep down, we're still jealous. It's just the youth part, Shui Yang muttered. If I could be a little younger, the rest doesn't matter. Cheng Tianyuan explained, there are plenty of other good things, you're just too busy to notice. Little Tiger couldn't help but sigh, every generation envies the younger one. Uncle Yuan's right. Youth means opportunity, it means endless possibilities. When we envy our younger selves, it's the same as envying today's kids. Shui Yang, exhausted, started snoring in the middle of the conversation. Chung Tianyuan and Little Tiger lowered their voices and continued chatting quietly. A while later, Chung Huanchong and Lin Qingji arrived. They'd changed clothes, saying their assistants had brought them over. Little Tiger shrugged and explained, I just changed last night, so my clothes aren't dirty yet. I'll make do for today. Soon after, Shui Xian and Qin Xinji arrived as well. Chung Tianyuan frowned and reminded them, no need for everyone to stand around here. Go do what you need to do. The nurses are enough, don't worry. Besides, I can get in and out of bed myself, I'm not immobile. There's no need for all of you to stay here waiting to take care of me. Lin Qingji, always a busy man, apologized and said he had to go. What kind of talk is that? Shui Ling felt a headache coming on. Her mother got sick. How could that possibly be your fault? Did you issue the lockdown orders for the care home? And over the past 10 years, hasn't she known how bad her mother's health was? Cheng Huanchong just shrugged helplessly, showing he had no solution. Shui Ling sighed and shook her head. Forget it, don't take it to heart. She's not herself right now, she's sick. She wasn't sure if she was comforting her son or herself. In any case, she felt she'd have to keep reminding herself, or else that foolish girl would drive her mad. Lin Qingji gently interjected, she's just in shock and can't process things right now. Auntie, should we ask Uncle Shui's opinion? I'm at a loss too, Shui Ling said softly. A Feng and a Heng divorced over 10 years ago. She's not part of the Shui family anymore. Besides, Uncle is so old now, it's hard for him to go back and forth. And we've always had an unspoken rule. Elders don't attend the funerals of the younger generation. Even if we tell him, he can't make the decisions, and it wouldn't be right for him to do so. Lin Qingji also found this difficult. He suggested, why don't you discuss it with Uncle when you see him later? What about Ran? Shui Ling asked. Will he be able to come out tomorrow? Cheng Huanchong replied, earliest would be tomorrow afternoon, but it might be the day after. We notified Big Brother as soon as Aunt passed. He knows about her health, and he's seen so much death lately, so he's a lot calmer than we are. These days, you've all worked so hard. Shui Ling gently patted their hands and said softly, you're the pillars of our family and of the capital. Thanks to you and all the medical staff, this city has made it through the pandemic safely. We're all so proud of you. Mom, Chung Huanchong was a little embarrassed. Lin Qingji hugged Shui Ling and whispered, thank you, Auntie. The luxury car pulled into the care home, and the gates quickly closed behind them. Lin Qingji suggested Huanchong, take Auntie upstairs. I'll have someone tidy up her room and prepare a light supper. Okay. Cheng Huanchong escorted his mother upstairs. A little while later, Lin Qingji returned to his small suite downstairs. He had just changed clothes when he saw Cheng Huanchong walk in, yawning and squinting, and flop onto the big bed. The bodyguard closed the door, leaving the room quiet. Lin Qingji sat on the edge of the bed and asked, did Auntie go to bed? No, Cheng Huanchong replied. She still has a lot to say to my dad and isn't planning to rest yet. Brother Huzi is on night duty tonight. He's already slept for several hours. As soon as my mom opened the door, he woke up and now he's wide awake, planning to stay with them. I was going to stay too, but they told me to come back and rest. Anyway, with Brother Huzi and the nurse there, there's nothing for me to do, so I came back. Lin Qingji reminded him, take off your coat and change into pajamas before sleeping. No, Cheng Huanchong replied lazily, eyes closed. Too lazy. I'll just sleep like this. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently and helped him take off his coat. Did you settle the funeral arrangements? What did Uncle say? Not yet, Cheng Huanchong replied. We don't need to be part of the discussion, just wait for their decision and then carry it out. Lin Qingji said softly, actually, it's not that Annie doesn't have an idea, she just can't make the call. First, your grandparents have both passed away, and your aunt isn't an unmarried daughter. On the contrary, she was married twice, but both ended in divorce. She seemed to have a husband's family, and got along well with Uncle Heng's family, almost like they were one family, but she never remarried. So, whether by tradition or by law, she doesn't really have a husband's family. Yeah, Cheng Huanchong muttered. That's why my dad's at a loss too. Lin Qingji nodded in understanding and said quietly, "From ancient times, there's never been a case of a married daughter returning to her natal family for funeral arrangements. Uncle may be open-minded and easygoing, but deep down, he's still very traditional. No matter how bold or modern he and auntie are, they can't break that precedent." "Exactly," Cheng Huancheng said gloomily. "That's why my mom said we can't take full charge, just help with the arrangements." Lin Qingji insisted on keeping things low-key. "This isn't the time for big weddings or funerals. There are still new cases and deaths every day. We can't ignore the rules just because of a few people's feelings." He was a rational person, speaking with both reason and emotion, analyzing things clearly and logically, getting straight to the point. Cheng Huancheng understood and agreed that this was the right way to handle things. "Even leaving everything else aside, just considering my aunt's awkward status, we really don't know what to do. Plus, Uncle Heng is sick and has no energy to handle anything. Xiaoan is sick, my dad is sick, everyone closest to her is struggling to take care of themselves, let alone organize a funeral." Talking about this, Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but feel depressed. "Aunt's gone, people are falling ill one after another, fourth got hurt today, and big brother still can't come back. This pandemic, damn, it's killing us." In just one winter, he had lost Aunt Chun and his aunt, both people closest to him, both part of this big family. Lin Qingji lowered his voice to comfort him. "That's just how things are. It's unavoidable. Since ancient times, natural and man-made disasters have always been beyond human control. The dead are always someone's loved ones, someone's friends or relatives. In families with many elderly, the odds are even higher." Cheng Huancheng lifted his eyes to look at him, remaining silent for quite a while. Lin Qingji raised his eyebrows slightly, a bit puzzled. After a long pause, Cheng Huancheng finally spoke in a low voice. "I still have my thesis left. Once I graduate, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to spend more time with my grandparents, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and with you. Parting through life and death is undoubtedly painful, but when there's a choice, he didn't want to leave behind too many regrets. The night Dad suddenly had his accident, I was terrified," Cheng Huancheng murmured. "I was so afraid he wouldn't make it through, and then, he'd be gone. Auntie passed away so suddenly, I still haven't recovered from it. My aunt is gone too. She wasn't even 60 yet, still young by most standards. But she left us so quickly." When the pandemic hit, they only knew it might be dangerous, but the real pain came when loved ones passed away. There's nothing more painful than that. They were all still young, especially Aunt Chun, who had always been healthy. Who would have thought she'd be gone in the blink of an eye? Even now, he still couldn't accept it. His aunt had always been frail, but she was still so young. If she hadn't retired a few years early, she wouldn't even have reached retirement age yet. He worried about having regrets in the future, regrets like wanting to care for your parents, but they're no longer there. He didn't want that kind of regret, not even a little. Lin Qingji squeezed his shoulder, not sure how to comfort him, but could only support him. "We're not lacking in material things, and we're lucky we don't have to bend over backwards just to make ends meet. Do what you love. Life is short. Do what makes you happy, spend time with the people you love, and don't leave yourself with regrets." Cheng Huancheng turned his handsome face away, his eyes dim as he looked at him. You know me. I don't have any grand ambitions or lofty goals. I just want to paint the stories I love and spend more time with the people I love. That's all." Even without financial support from his parents, his own work was enough to support himself and live comfortably. None of them were spendthrifts, and each of them insisted on being self-reliant and working hard. Lin Qingji smiled slightly and said softly, "That's already quite something. There are countless people in this world who live unsatisfying lives, muddling through without ever knowing what they want to do or what they love. Many people go through half their lives without ever doing what they love or sticking to their passions. The fact that you can freely choose what you like is already a stroke of luck." Cheng Huancheng asked quietly, "So you support me?" Lin Qingji nodded quickly. "Of course. After a pause, he smiled and said quietly, I was actually worried you might want to stay over there and study for a few more years. The world is so big, I thought you might want to see more of it. I did think about it before, Cheng Huancheng explained, narrowing his eyes. I thought, my parents are still young and strong, our family is doing well. I'm not the eldest son or grandson, so I don't have as much family responsibility as my older brothers. I wanted to travel more while I was young, see more of the world. But after going out, I realized, it's just SOSO. Different countries, different climates and cultures raise different kinds of people. Thousands of people, thousands of worries, countless ways to live. Besides, even if I stay in the capital, I can still travel from time to time. The only difference is, I want to go with the people I love. I want to take my family and you with me. No one knows what will happen in the next moment, so he could only try to spend more time doing what he loved and being with his family and loved ones. All right. Lin Qingji was quite moved. He leaned down and kissed Cheng Huancheng's forehead. Thank you. Cheng Huancheng chuckled. You're not the only one, you know. That's already enough. Lin Qingji shook his head. There are many important people and things in a person's life. We have to live not just for ourselves, but for our family, and for our ideals and life itself. How could your life only have me in it? That would be so barren and dull. I'm satisfied just to have a place in your heart. Those lines from TV dramas and novels, I'll only ever love you in this life. You're the only one in my life. Are just for the impulsive days of youth. They don't fit reality. Cheng Huancheng took his slender hand and squeezed it. You're in the most important seat. Just as important as my closest family. You've long since become my family. Lin Qingji smiled gently. He knew it, and he felt honored and lucky. Cheng Huancheng looked into his eyes and said, life is unpredictable. You never know whether disaster or accident will come first. In a blink, my parents' hair is already turning gray. I worry that if I keep thinking, I'll do this or that in the future, maybe I won't even make it to that future. While I have the chance now, I can't wait for someday anymore. Lin Qingji understood his feelings completely and said softly, I think you're absolutely right. Maybe I should slow down a bit too and spend more time with my parents and with you. You really are too busy. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes at him. You're always saying you could spend several lifetimes with me, so why are you working so hard? Neither of them were spendthrifts. If they were careful, their money could probably last several lifetimes. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Better to live this life well first. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. It's not about working hard, it's just that I have no choice in my position. The family business has a history of 200 or 300 years. It's huge and complicated and covers so many industries. My parents are already old and retired. If I don't manage it, who will? Then just invest less. Cheng Huancheng shrugged. You don't have to jump into every new industry. Someone starts a delivery company, you invest. Someone does live streaming, you invest. Are you planning to do all 300? That's too greedy. Injustice. Lin Qingji explained helplessly, I only invest in projects I believe in. I wouldn't dare take on everything. Cheng Huancheng shot back, you believe in way too many projects. Food, clothing, housing, transportation. Which industry aren't you in? Think about it yourself. Lin Qingji shook his head. No, these past few years I've only invested in high-tech and e-commerce. Not that many. All right. Cheng Huancheng rolled over and muttered, I don't care what you do. Anyway, I'll work hard to finish my thesis, and once I can graduate, I'll just go take my graduation photo, get my diploma, and come right back. From now on, the capital is my home base. Wherever you and my family are, that's where I'll be. While your parents are alive, don't travel far. I finally understand the true meaning of that saying. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently, pulling the thin blanket up to cover them both. From now on, wherever you are, I'll do my best to be there too. Family comes first, work can't compare. Cheng Huancheng lazily rolled over and snuggled up beside him. You said it yourself. I'm adjusting my future plans, so you'd better adjust yours too. And then, Lin Qingji closed his eyes and nodded. Of course. As we grow older, our plans have to keep up with our changing thoughts. Cheng Huancheng suddenly remembered something and reminded him again. Oh, and our plan for kids. We should put that on the agenda too. All right, Lin Qingji replied with a smile. It was past 4 in the morning when Xueling finally came downstairs to rest. But she didn't sleep for long. She was up again by a little after 8. Cheng Huanchong brought her breakfast, asking with concern, "Mom, can your body handle this? You were on a plane for hours last night and barely slept." Xueling shook her head. "No need to worry. 3 or 4 hours is plenty. At our age, if there's something weighing on your mind, you can't sleep much anyway. A short nap is enough. By the way, has your dad eaten?" "He had a small bowl of pork congee, not much," Cheng Huanchong replied. "All right." Xueling's voice was gentle. "You stay here today and look after your dad. I'll go talk to Uncle Hang about the funeral arrangements." Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but remind her Uncle Hang is at the nursing home. Xiaohan ran over there in the middle of the night too. "Last night." Xueling frowned. "Did the psychiatrist say so? She has someone with her, right?" Cheng Huanchong nodded. "There's someone with her 24/7, plus a psychiatrist. The doctor said her mood has stabilized a bit. She kept insisting on seeing Uncle Hung last night, so the bodyguard took her over." "Okay." Xueling asked, "Were the bodyguards arranged by you? Are they people we know?" "There are family's bodyguards. Brother Chao is in charge of scheduling. There are 2 psychiatrists, both have worked with Xiaohan before. We don't want to overload them, so Qing has already arranged to find another one. The goal is to have 3 shifts taking care of Xiaohan until she recovers." Xueling sighed softly. Things had just started to settle down, and now this happened. Although Xiaohan had never lacked food, clothing, or love growing up, her life's path had been full of twists and turns, never truly smooth. Cheng Huanchong tried to comfort her. In life, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go as we wish. Who has a life that's all smooth sailing, free of illness or pain? She's still young so long as she has the right guidance and support. She'll bounce back soon. "I hope so." Xueling reminded him, "You and Qing have been handling this, so I'll leave it to you. Your maternal grandparents aren't in the capital, and I need to look after them, so I can't stay here for long. Your big brother still needs to go to Ngui to take care of your sister-in-law, so you two will need to share some of the responsibilities." "No problem," Cheng Huanchong agreed readily. "I just have my thesis left to finish, nothing else. I'm actually ahead of my classmates, so I have plenty of time." Xueling nodded, pleased. "Thank you, both of you." "It's not hard at all," Cheng Huanchong said. "When I have time, I'll help take care of Grandpa and Grandma too." Xueling asked, "Where's Qing?" "He's busy," Cheng Huanchong explained. "He left early this morning and probably won't be back until evening." As long as he was in the capital, Lin Qingji rarely traveled for work. He usually left early and came back late, centering his schedule around the family. He slept at Xinyuan and always returned there. These past few days, though, he'd been staying at the hospital. "With Dad recovering here, we're staying here for now so we can look after him more easily." Xueling always cared about her children, but she never interfered too much in their lives. "All right, that sounds like a good arrangement." Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what about Andy's funeral? How should we handle it?" Xueling sighed and explained, "Your dad wants her buried in a cemetery here in the capital. The old custom in our village is that married daughters can't be buried in their natal family's cemetery, nor can their funerals be held there. Luckily, we're in the capital, so we don't have to worry about those taboos. But your dad is ill, and with the pandemic restrictions, we can't hold a proper funeral anyway. So I plan to discuss it with Ah Heng. After she's cremated, our family will have a simple memorial, then take her to the cemetery for burial. Then, can Auntie be entered into the Shui family ancestral hall?" Cheng Huancheng lowered his voice. "Yesterday, I heard Xiaohan begging Uncle Hung. She wanted Auntie's name entered into the Shui family ancestral hall and genealogy." Xueling frowned. "She said that? Where did she hear about such things?" Seeing his mother's reaction, Cheng Huancheng hesitated. "Mom, is it not allowed?" "There's no such precedent," Xueling shook her head. Cheng Huancheng's eyes shifted as he whispered, "Just because there's no precedent doesn't mean it can't be done. Someone has to be the first to try, right?" Xueling couldn't help but laugh. You all don't really understand how this works, so don't just say anything. In the old days, there weren't many people in the clan, but only those who passed the imperial exams, officials, could be entered into the genealogy. Later, as the clan grew, collateral branches basically couldn't be entered unless they made significant contributions or were very famous. In your grandfather's generation, only third uncle was entered. That was because he was highly respected and single-handedly protected the Shui ancestral hall and the last bit of the old house, which became Xinyuan. I married out, so I couldn't be entered. Cousin Azong also married out and wasn't entered either. In our generation, only Ah Huan was entered, no one else. Qing Huanchong was surprised. Not everyone can be entered? Of course not, Shui Ling shook her head. It's always been only the clan head or those with great virtue who could be entered. Otherwise, with so many relatives, how could you possibly write them all in? Cheng Huanchong thought for a moment, then asked suspiciously, what about second brother and fourth brother? Didn't Grandpa say they were entered into, what was it? That's not the genealogy, Shui Ling explained. No need, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Go take care of your own business, don't trouble yourself to come back. Lin Qingji just smiled. Uncle, it's so empty at Xinyuan with everyone here. How could I not come? Besides, I need to come back to be with Achong. Cheng Tianyuan was left speechless and could only nod. Lin Qingji nodded politely and left. Cheng Tianyuan then tried to shoo his son-in-law and daughter away. Go to your work. Little Tiger and Lao San are more than enough here. Qin Xinji shook his head. Nothing urgent. I've handed everything off to my assistants. Dad, we hire so many people and pay them so much so we can have some free time ourselves, otherwise, what's the point? Qing Tianyuan smiled. That's true. Your mom always says, if a business requires you to do everything yourself, it'll never get big. One person only has so much energy, you can't make all the money yourself. The real skill is getting others to make money for you. Exactly. Little Tiger agreed. Qin Xinchi chuckled. That's why I listen to Mom, so I have time to stay and keep you company. Shui Xian snuggled up to her father and said playfully, I've been really busy these past few days, so I gave myself half a day off. I'm the boss now, I don't need to do everything myself. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't argue with them and just let them be. As you get older, loneliness is the worst, especially when you're sick. His wife wasn't around, but all his children were. With his kids bustling around him, it almost felt like normal times, and his mood improved without him realizing it. Now that it was his children's turn to take care of him, he felt deeply comforted. Cheng Huanchong wanted to wake Shui Yang and send him downstairs to sleep more comfortably, but he couldn't budge him. He was sleeping like the dead. Leave him, let him sleep, Shui Xian giggled. You couldn't wake him if you tried. He's out cold. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan still needed an 4, so he sat up in a new position, but it was hard to move his hand. The nurse found an electric heating pad for him to rest his hand on, and it warmed up quickly. Shui Xian thought it still wasn't enough and got a pillow to prop him up more comfortably. By the way, is Xiaohan still at Xinyuan? Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern. Have you contacted her? She's still asleep, Cheng Huanchong replied. I asked the security at the monitoring room earlier. They said Xiaohan hasn't come out yet this morning. It was just after 10 in the morning, which was perfectly normal for young people who like to stay up late and sleep in. Suddenly, Cheng Tianyuan's phone rang. Qin Xinji quickly picked it up. It's Uncle Hung. Bring it here, Cheng Tianyuan called. Put it on speaker. Qin Xinji hurried over and did so. As soon as the call connected, before Cheng Tianyuan could say a word, Shui Heng's panicked voice came through the phone. Brother-in-law. Something's wrong. Ah Fong, she's in emergency care. What? Everyone was shocked. Cheng Tianyuan's face went pale, his voice trembling. What happened? Wasn't she fine yesterday? She was in great spirits last night. Shui Heng replied anxiously. But I just felt something was off. We slept through the second half of the night, but this morning I noticed something was wrong and rushed to call the doctor on duty. She's still in the emergency room now. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't care about himself. His trembling hands propped him up as he tried to sit. Hurry. We need to get to the nursing home right away. Wait. Everyone rushed to stop him, desperate for him not to act impulsively. Dad, you're still on in 4. Dad, Aunt will be fine. Didn't Uncle Hung just say so? She's being resuscitated. She'll pull through soon. You have to take care of yourself. You can't just run around right now. Before Chung Tianyuan could even sit up, several of his children pressed him back onto the bed. All of you, let me go, he said in a low, stern voice. But as he tried to get up again, a wave of dull pain hit his chest, making him grimace in agony and forcing him to lie back down. Dad. Oh no. Dad, are you in pain again? Oh God. Quick. Call the doctor. Doctor. Nurse. After a flurry of panic, reality and the doctor's persuasion finally calmed Chung Tianyuan down. The doctor frowned and warned, "You must not take this lightly. Many heart attack patients think it's just a minor pain, that they can tough it out or sleep it off. But the longer you delay, the worse it gets, sometimes with fatal consequences. This is not a small matter. You absolutely cannot be careless." Seeing Chung Tianyuan's face turn pale and ashen, everyone was on edge. Dad, you have to listen to the doctor. If you hadn't gotten medical help last night, you might still be unconscious now or worse. Exactly. Listen to the doctor. You need to rest and recover. Uncle Yuan, please don't scare us again. You already gave us a fright last night. Don't do it again today. Have mercy on us. Our hearts can't take it either. Chung Tianyuan frowned weakly. I'm fine. Don't just stand here. Hurry, call Xiaoan, and get to the nursing home right away. Shui Yang nodded quickly and started making arrangements. Huzi and Taitu, you two stay here and look after Dad. I'll head to the nursing home with Lao San right now. Xiaoxin, you go to Xinyuan to pick up Xiaoan and meet us there. Stay in touch on the way. Everyone agreed and hurried off. The ward suddenly felt much emptier. Chung Tianyuan said quietly, Taitu, call a Hang and ask for an update. Chen Xinji immediately did as told, but the call wouldn't go through. Dad, maybe try again in a few minutes. The line's busy. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment. Call Awan. Soon, Shuewan answered. His voice was anxious and rushed. He explained he was in the car on his way to the nursing home. Brother-in-law, where are you? Xiahan's with you, right? You two should get going too. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Chen Xinji quickly explained, Uncle Huan, Dad had heart trouble last night, chest pain, so we brought him to the hospital in the middle of the night. He's still on in 4 and can't move around. Just now his heart rate spiked and the pain came back, so there's no way he can go. Second and third brother have already gone to the nursing home. Xiaoxin is picking up Xiaoan and will meet them there. They're all on the way, but it'll take some time. Shui Huan sounded worried. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you call me last night? I was at the hospital the whole time. Chen Xinji replied, we brought him straight to Qingshao's private hospital. The doctors took care of everything right away. Dad's fine for now, but he needs to rest for a few days and can't get agitated or move around. Uncle Huan, the main hospital is really strict about entry and exit right now, and it's packed. We didn't want to trouble you or risk any delays, so we came here instead. Huan, Chung Tianyuan said, it's not that we didn't want to call you, we just didn't dare. I understand, Shui Huan sighed helplessly. The hospital's a mess right now, all because of the pandemic. It's chaos. If there were any other option, we wouldn't choose this place. Without testing, you can't be sure who's carrying the virus, and the results take time. But so many patients can't wait. When someone's critically ill, every second counts. But you also have to think of everyone else. If even one infected person gets in, it could be fatal for the other patients. Chen Xinji said softly, we understand. Luckily, Qing's hospital is fully equipped, and Dad's the only patient, so he's getting the best care. The Lin family's private hospital wasn't open to the public. Only close relatives and friends were admitted. During the pandemic, the hospital mainly helped transfer medical supplies, not treat patients. Most of the staff were sent out to support other facilities. Hearing this, Shui Huan was relieved. He said quietly, brother-in-law, you can't take heart problems lightly. You must rest. I'll come see you after I settle things with my sister-in-law. No need, Chung Tianyuan said. Just get to the nursing home and help out. I've got the kids here with me. Shui Huan agreed and hung up. The ward fell silent. None of the three felt like chatting anymore. Chung Tianyuan was anxious, tossing and turning as he waited for news. Chen Xinji worried that his anxiety would put too much strain on his heart, so he quietly consulted the doctor. The doctor soon came and found a way to help him sleep peacefully for a while. Once Chung Tianyuan drifted off, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor reminded them that the patient couldn't take any more shocks and told the family and caregivers to be extra careful. All right, Huzi agreed. Chen Xinji frowned slightly, glanced at his father-in-law on the bed, then took out his phone. We can't keep this from Mom. We should tell her and have her come back to take charge. His mother-in-law had always been the backbone of Xinyuan. Now, with something big about to happen and his father-in-law falling ill at such a critical moment, she needed to be called back right away. Huzi hesitated. Right now? Maybe. It's not that serious. Aunt might still pull through. Let's wait a bit, Chen Xinji said in a low voice. If Aunt can't make it, we'll contact Mom immediately and have Qing's plane fly her back. Huzi couldn't help but ask, should we tell Qing Xiao? Yeah. Chen Xinji unlocked his phone and said quietly, he's part of Xinyuan now too. We have to keep him in the loop. Just then, Chung Tianyuan's phone rang. Huzi picked it up, and when he saw the name Shuiheng flashing on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. He nervously licked his lips. Chen Xinji was tense as well. He cleared his throat, trying to steady himself. Then he took the phone and answered. Hello. There was silence on the other end for a long time, then the sound of someone sobbing, choking back tears, as if trying to speak, but unable to get the words out. Brother-in-law Afong. Afong, she's gone. Oh God. She's really gone. Chen Xinji and Huzi exchanged glances, both stunned and at a complete loss. Midnight, airport. The night wind howled with the lingering chill of early spring, the cold seeping deep into the bones. Shui Ling hurried down the stairs and saw Lao San and Lin Qingji standing side by side below, waiting for her. Both of them wore matching trench coats, tall and striking, their presence hard to ignore. They stood with heads held high, looking at her with eager concern. Mom, Auntie. The two came up to her, one on each side, taking the things from her hands. Shui Ling's mind was buzzing, her thoughts in chaos. Her voice was a little hoarse as she spoke. Let's go home first. A long luxury car pulled up, and Cheng Huanchong helped her into the car. As soon as she was seated, Lin Qingji asked with concern, Auntie, is your throat okay? You sound a bit off. I'm fine, Shui Ling replied with a frown. Maybe I just didn't drink enough water on the plane. Lin Qingji poured her a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Thank you, Shui Ling murmured, taking a big sip. Cheng Huanchong looked at his mother's pale face and, feeling distressed, said softly, Mom, we made you rush back in such a hurry. With something this big happening, how could I not come back? Shui Ling sighed helplessly. When I watch the news, I'm used to checking the number of infections, then the number of deaths. If Sister Achun hadn't passed away so suddenly, we would have thought this pandemic was still far away from us. I never imagined our family would lose another member. Lin Qingji tried to comfort her in a low voice. Auntie, you have to take care of yourself. Aunt's health was always poor, and she had many underlying conditions. For patients like her, the mortality rate is much higher. The pandemic has swept through the whole capital, not that we didn't want to avoid it, but it was unavoidable. Shui Ling choked up. When your dad said he wanted to come back, I thought he was just being overly anxious. Maybe, because of family ties, he sensed something was wrong all along. A few days ago, her husband had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep or eat well. When she asked, he always brushed it off, saying it was nothing. It wasn't until she pressed him that he admitted he didn't know what was wrong, just that he had a bad feeling weighing on his heart, an unspeakable discomfort. I tried to comfort him, saying that Afong had already tested negative and was getting better day by day, so there was no need to worry. Who could have known? She still couldn't escape this fate. Cheng Huanchong's eyes were red as he said quietly, no one could have expected this. We all thought she was out of danger. Uncle Juan said Aunt's physical condition was just too poor, her body too weak. Even though she tested negative, her organs were still extremely frail. Slowly, she just couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Qingji explained there were always doctors by her side, and a very professional caregiver as well. In the end, there was nothing more they could do. It wasn't that they didn't try, but that she was beyond saving. I understand, Xue Ling nodded with a sigh. You all did your best. The nursing home is still under lockdown, and it wasn't easy for you to get doctors, caregivers, and equipment in there, and to coordinate everything. Cheng Huancheng lowered his voice, but Xiaoan, she's very emotional right now. She even blames us. Don't mind her, Xue Ling shook her head. She's just too heartbroken and has nowhere to vent, so she lashes out and says things she doesn't mean. Lin Qingji gently patted Cheng Huancheng's arm and said softly, she's still sick, after all a patient. Give her some time, she'll get better. She's the patient, and also the one who's hurting the most. If we argue with her now, it would mean we're the ones lacking understanding and empathy. Sigh. Cheng Huancheng said gloomily, she's not the only one who's hurting. Xue Xian had rushed to Xinyuan to pick up Xiaoan, but just as the two of them left, they received the terrible news of Qing Tianfeng's passing. Xue Han was stunned, standing there in a daze for a long time. Xiaoxin said she didn't move for half the day, and it scared her. She didn't know what to do, Cheng Huancheng explained. But then, Xiaoan suddenly broke down, crying and screaming, even hitting Xiaoxin. Is Laoxi okay? Xue Ling frowned. She wasn't hurt, was she? Cheng Huancheng replied softly. Her arm was bruised in several places, her neck scratched and bleeding, and her thigh got kicked a few times. Luckily, the bodyguard jumped into the back seat and restrained Xiaoan, or Xiaoxin would have been badly hurt. Xue Ling felt a pang of heartache for her daughter. Xiaohan's situation is special. Be careful when you're around her these next few days. She was given a sedative, Lin Qingji explained. Her emotions were too unstable, so we had no choice. She fell asleep afterwards. I've arranged for 2 psychologists to stay with her in shifts. They've both worked with Xiaoan before and know her condition well. I believe they'll be able to help her. Uncle Heng is feeling very low and isn't in great health himself, so he really can't look after her right now. Cheng Huancheng frowned and said quietly, Uncle Heng is sickly and in low spirits. He's even stooping when he walks. You need to help take care of him. Xue Ling asked, is someone looking after him? Cheng Huancheng replied, second brother is with him. Uncle Huan really can't get away. There are still a lot of patients at the hospital waiting for him. The nursing home has enough staff and everything they need, so he asked Uncle Heng to stay and rest, and let the doctors there take good care of him. With doctors and second brother there, you don't need to worry. Xue Ling nodded. It's too late now. I'll talk to second brother in the morning. The car sped smoothly along the highway on the outskirts of the city. The lights on both sides of the road were bright, but there were very few cars coming and going. Xue Ling squinted at the night scene outside the window, her heart full of emotion. In just one winter. It seems like nothing has changed, but at the same time, everything feels different. This winter is just too cold, and it's still cold, even now. The heater in the car was on high, but her hands and feet still felt icy. Next to her, Cheng Huancheng opened the automatic compartment at his feet, took out a thin blanket, and gently wrapped it around his mother. Xue Ling asked quietly, we're going to the hospital to see your dad first, right? I want to see him. She knew she wouldn't be able to sleep if she went back to Xinyuan now. She might as well go see how he was doing. It had only been a few days since she'd last seen him, and now he was in the hospital. How could she not worry? Yes, Lin Qingji replied gently. Everyone's there, and we'll all stay there tonight. Cheng Huancheng quickly reassured her, Dad's condition isn't serious. The doctor said after 2 or 3 days of 4 drips, he can go home. It's just that Aunt's sudden passing. Dad's having a hard time coping. These things take time, Xue Ling sighed. What about the funeral? Are we sure we can't hold one? Lin Qingji replied, right now, it's not possible. Gatherings of more than 7 people are prohibited. If it were a wedding, we could postpone it and hold it properly later. But a funeral, there's no way to delay it. We'll have to keep it as simple and low-key as possible. Xue Ling was very open-minded about this and nodded in agreement. She's already gone. No matter how grand the ceremony, it doesn't mean much. With the pandemic still uncertain, we should strictly follow the rules and not let personal feelings harm the greater good. Besides, with so many people sick or elderly, there's no way to hold a big funeral anyway. Cheng Huancheng shook his head in distress. Mom, we still need to hear what Uncle Heng and Xiaoan think. I never intended to take charge of Fang's funeral, Xue Ling explained seriously. After all, she was married. It's not for her natal family to handle her funeral, but we should help out. Sigh, Cheng Huancheng sighed. Xiaoan's state is really scary right now. Even if we want to help, she might not accept it. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What? She thinks she can handle everything on her own? Is she even up to it? Right now, Xiaoan could barely take care of herself, let alone her ailing father. She didn't even know how to earn a penny. How is she supposed to organize a funeral? Besides, aren't funerals still restricted? Most likely, it'll have to be like when Aunt Chun passed, just a simple burial in a cemetery. Back when Aunt Chun died, the lockdown was still in effect. You couldn't go anywhere, couldn't get anything, not even a headstone. Luckily, restrictions have eased now. Things might not move as quickly as before, but it's much more convenient to get what you need. Cheng Huancheng shook his head and pursed his lips. No, Mom, you misunderstood me. She's not listening to anything right now. She doesn't believe a word we say. She even accused us, said we never cared about Aunt, that we were the reason she died. That's just the family roster. Anyone with the surname Xue can be listed, including Xiao Shuang and Xiao Zhu. They're already on it. The roster just records how many descendants there are, but distant relatives might not be included, so it's not comprehensive. Cheng Huancheng finally understood and nodded lightly. I see. So you're all on the family roster, right? What about spouses? No, Xue Ling answered honestly. The roster is just for record keeping, so we can check on new family members from time to time. Spouses aren't included, only Xue family descendants. If second brother and fourth brother didn't have the surname Xue, the record would stop at my generation. Oh. Cheng Huancheng frowned slightly and whispered, then Xiao Han must have misunderstood. Xue Ling shook her head. Don't worry, your Uncle Heng will explain it to her. I don't know where she picked up these odd ideas. What era are we living in, still fussing over these empty formalities? What matters is a proper burial and being able to visit and pay respects nearby. Once someone's gone, what's the point of so-called reputation? Not to mention, even Xue Heng himself can't be entered into the genealogy. Even if he could, his spouse couldn't. Besides, Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang divorced long ago, so it's even more impossible. I don't know either, Cheng Huancheng guessed. Maybe she read it in a book or saw it on TV. She kept begging Uncle Heng, and we were afraid to get involved. Xue Ling waved her hand. You don't need to worry about her. If she has questions, let her come to me and I'll explain everything. All right. Unexpectedly, Xue Ling still underestimated Xue Han's stubbornness. Even after explaining 2 or 3 times, Xue Han remained confused and insisted that Cheng Tianfang's name must be entered into the Xue family genealogy. No way. Xue Han puffed up angrily. My mom can't be left out like that. Her name must be added to the Xue family's ancestral records. Xue Heng felt a headache coming on. He held his head and sighed deeply. I've told you already, it's not possible. Why can't you understand? Xue Yang was lying on the sofa nearby, fast asleep, occasionally letting out a soft snore. Xue Ling tried to soothe her. Han, don't overthink it right now. The most important thing is to let your mom rest in peace first. Don't lie to me. Xue Han's eyes were red. My mom has to be recognized by the Xue ancestors before she can be cremated. Otherwise, she won't be able to rest in peace and her soul won't know where to go. Xue Ling was taken aback. What soul? What do you mean, not resting in peace? What era is this? Are there still young people who believe in this stuff? Wiping away her tears, Xue Han choked out, My mom married my dad, so she's part of the Xue family. Only if the Shui ancestral hall accepts her as a daughter-in-law will her soul have a place to go. Otherwise, she'll be a wandering ghost. Shui Ling was secretly alarmed. It seemed the child's condition was quite serious. Sigh. Shui Heng frowned and gave up. The ancestral hall is for worshipping ancestors. The genealogy only records highly respected or outstanding descendants. I'm not even in the genealogy. How can we add your mom? Let Grandpa go. Shui Han said excitedly. Let Grandpa help. He's one of the elders of the Shui family. He's helped manage the ancestral hall for years. They're all gone now. Shui Heng retorted. Don't you know how old your grandpa is? Who would let the elders do this kind of thing? Shui Han shook her head. Then let Grandpa plead for her. That should work, right? Where is Grandpa anyway? How can he not come back? My mom was his daughter-in-law. You're the eldest son. My mom was the eldest daughter-in-law. Now that she's gone, how can Grandpa not come back? At a time like this, he's still off on vacation. Enough. Shui Heng scolded in a low voice. Don't start lashing out at people when you're upset. What nonsense. Your grandpa is an elder. Even if he knew, he couldn't attend a junior's funeral. It's a big taboo. Besides, things in the capital are still tense. How could we let your grandpa risk coming back? Elderly people have underlying health issues and weak bodies. If he caught the virus, the consequences would be unthinkable. Everyone here is struggling to take care of themselves. How could we let the old man come back? Shui Han shouted in frustration. Then what about my mom? She has nothing. She's already dead, and you won't even give her a proper status. She gave the Shui family a daughter. She was good to Grandpa and Grandma. Why can't you give her a place in the family? Mom was most afraid of not even having a proper burial, of having no identity after death. Do you know that? Do you? Calm down, Shui Ling coaxed gently. Don't get upset. Let's talk this through. Shui Han shook her head. How can I talk it through? Even when I try, none of you listen. Just because I'm the youngest in the family, I don't even have the right to speak. That's not it. Shui Ling shook her head slowly. You've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Shui Han shouted. You never listen to anything I say. None of you. Enough. Shui Heng scolded. Who taught you to talk to your aunt like that? She's my cousin, your aunt, and your real aunt by marriage. How old are you? Don't you even know the basic respect for elders? Have you wasted these 20 years of your life? Still agitated, Shui Han shouted, I haven't wasted my life. I shouldn't even be alive. I'm completely useless. No. The psychologist nearby quickly stepped forward, calmly taking Shui Han's hand. Han, let's talk calmly. You're too worked up. Come on, take a deep breath. Deep breath. Shui Ling exchanged a look with the psychologist and pulled Shui Heng aside. Han, deep breaths, come on. Let's breathe together. Deep breath. Good, very good. After a while, Shui Han's emotions finally settled a bit. Shui Ling put her arm around Shui Han's shoulders and said gently, Your dad is tired. Let him rest for a while. When he's feeling better, we'll talk to him again. For now, go have something to drink with the doctor or go rest in your room. When your dad feels better, we'll discuss your mom's funeral arrangements. What you're asking for is a bit unusual, but it's not impossible. Don't worry, your dad and I will do our best to meet your requests. Really? Shui Han asked nervously, frowning. And are you lying to me? Just trying to brush me off? Of course not. Shui Ling smiled gently. I keep my word. We'll do our best. Shui Han asked seriously, Can my mom's tombstone say Shui Chengshi? Yes, Shui Ling nodded. That's no problem. With that assurance, Shui Han's expression improved a lot. Then that's fine. Dad, you have to agree, since Aunt already did. Shui Heng looked at her with complicated eyes, his own eyes red, but he didn't say anything. Shui Ling stepped forward. That's not a problem. The doctor chimed in with more comforting words, and finally managed to persuade Shui Han to leave. Shui Heng slumped down, watching his daughter's departing figure. Heng uncle. Shui Yang hurried to support him. Shui Heng let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, Is this child crazy? No, Shui Ling shot him a look. She's just been traumatized, which triggered her previous psychological issues. The doctor said she'll recover in time. Shui Heng closed his eyes in exhaustion, leaning on Shui Yang's shoulder, not moving for a long while. Shui Ling sighed softly. I know you're not feeling well, physically or emotionally. With Han like this, we can't go against her wishes right now. It's fine if her name can't go in the genealogy. There's still the family register, right? I'll go to the ancestral hall, get the register, and add Fong's name after yours, just to satisfy her for now. She's not thinking straight. How can you just go along with her? Shui Heng sighed weakly. We can't just do whatever she wants. Shui Ling shook her head. Fong's funeral can't be delayed. We need to let her rest in peace as soon as possible. Han's condition needs us to work together. For now, let's calm her down. When the tombstone is made, we'll engrave that Fong was your wife. You and Fong couldn't remarry, and that's a thorn in Han's heart. Now that Fong is gone, let's take this chance to remove that thorn. Don't hurt the child any further. Do as you see fit. Shui Heng was still hesitant. Will the register really work? Shui Ling replied softly, no one dares make decisions about the genealogy. It has to be approved by the elders, or no one will dare write anything. Fong can't tell the difference for now, so let's use the register to appease her. Shui Heng was anxious and muttered in a low voice, not just anyone can be added to the family register. Outsiders aren't allowed. This had always been the rule, and it wasn't something he could decide on his own. I don't know where that girl heard about wanting to be added to the family genealogy. Shui Heng said angrily. I don't care what's carved on the tombstone. But the genealogy isn't something just anyone can join. Shui Ling pressed his hand down, lowering his voice. Don't shout, or Xiao Han might hear. Who knows if she'll lose control of her emotions again. Hung uncle, Xiao Han, she's a patient right now, Shui Yang advised helplessly. Don't argue with her. Let her say whatever she wants, just ignore it. Shui Heng rubbed his throbbing forehead and sighed. Didn't you hear what she said just now? If I don't do as she says, she'll ignore me for the rest of her life. She was just saying that in anger. Shui Yang shook his head. People say all sorts of things when they're upset or out of control. You can't take it seriously. Just ignore her. But Shui Ling pondered Xiao Han's words, thinking carefully. Maybe Ah Fong once mentioned something like this to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so insistent. You mean the words on the tombstone? Shui Yang asked hesitantly. Did Aunt really care about that? Shui Ling nodded gently and explained, your aunt came from the countryside, and traditional ideas are deeply rooted in her mind. In Qingjia village, married women must take their husband's surname to be buried. She might have worried that since she couldn't take the Shui surname, she wouldn't be able to be buried properly. Shui Heng looked confused. She never mentioned this to me. You two never remarried, so it would have been hard for her to bring it up, Shui Ling guessed. Maybe she mentioned it to Xiao Han, otherwise Xiao Han wouldn't bring it up for no reason. Shui Heng shook his head weakly. There's no way she can be added to the genealogy. Maybe we should just do as you say and use the family register to placate her a bit. Right, Shui Ling suggested. I'll go to the ancestral hall and bring back the family register. Then I'll add Ah Fong's name next to yours. Shui Heng hesitated. But what if the others disagree? The family register has always only listed Shui family members, never spouses. I'll write it. I'll take responsibility for the consequences, Shui Ling said. If anyone asks, I'll explain everything. No way. Shui Heng quickly objected. I can't drag you into this. If anyone's breaking the rules, it's me and Xiao Han. I can't let you take the blame. Shui Ling waved her hand. No more arguing. I'll handle it. Should we tell Uncle and my dad? Shui Heng suggested. Shui Ling shook her head firmly. No need. They're overseas. The less trouble, the better. With that, she hurried off to take care of things. An hour later, she rushed back and, right in front of Xiao Han, wrote Cheng Tianfeng's name in the family register, deliberately adding it after Shui Heng. At last, Xiao Han managed a faint smile and murmured, my mom would be so happy. Shui Heng also said he'd already contacted the funeral company and had the tombstone inscribed with Shui Chengshi. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han pressed further, Dad, will you be buried with Mom in the future? No, Shui Heng dodged the question. Xiao Han pressed on, why not? Mom was your only ex-wife. If you're not buried with her, who would you be buried with? I'll be fine on my own, Xueheng said in a low voice. Xiaohan frowned and asked, wouldn't it be nice to keep each other company, even after death? No need, Xueheng avoided her eyes. I won't agree to that. Dad, just say yes, Xiaohan persisted, as inconsiderate as ever. That way, when I come to pay respects, I won't have to visit two places. Xueheng was exasperated and retorted, I raised you, and you can't even make one trip to the cemetery for me every year on Qiming Festival? I can, Xiaohan mumbled. But it'd be better if you could be buried together with Mom. Xueheng huffed, stop meddling in our affairs. I'm not dead yet. Why are you worrying about this now? It's not like you're that filial the rest of the time, but you're so insistent about this. That's not it, Xiaohan's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she whispered, I just want you two to be together, so you can keep each other company in heaven. Xueheng shook his head firmly. No, I want some peace and quiet by myself. Dad. Enough, Xueling, feeling a headache coming on, frowned and advised, you two stop arguing. This isn't a marketplace, and this isn't something to haggle over. Then, she looked at Xiaohan and lowered her voice, you need to respect your dad's wishes. After all, this is his own business. Right now, your mom just passed away, so we should do our best to honor her wishes. When your dad passes away in the future, we'll have to respect his wishes too. This child rarely considered other people's feelings and was always used to doing things her own way. Even after her father's clear refusal, she still wouldn't let it go. Her parents' refusal to remarry was already the clearest statement of their intentions. Why did she insist on deceiving herself? Xiaohan hesitated, torn. Off to the side, Shui Yang rolled his eyes and whispered, your dad's still alive. You can't just make decisions for him. When he's gone, you can do whatever you want, he won't be able to jump up and scold you then. You're their only daughter, so no one else will be making arrangements. If you really want them together, just wait. You'll get your chance eventually. What's the rush? Xiaohan glanced at him thoughtfully, calmed down, and realized he had a point. At last, she stopped dwelling on the matter. The funeral was simple, and everyone arrived on time for the burial. Chen Tianyuan still couldn't walk quickly, so Lin Qingji and Qin Xinji supported him on either side. Xueheng frowned as he looked him over and said quietly, brother-in-law, you're in this condition. You can always come visit Afong later. There's no need to rush over now. We're all here, it's enough. If I didn't come, I wouldn't be able to get over it, Cheng Tianyuan sighed, gazing at the photo on the tombstone. She was someone who cared about these things. I'm her brother, so I know her well. If I didn't come, she'd be angry. Xueheng gave a bitter smile. She won't. Not anymore. Cheng Tianyuan murmured sadly, that's true. Not anymore. Brother-in-law, you should sit down, Xuehuan suggested, worried. Don't stand too long. If you feel unwell, let us know right away. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Xiaohan was sobbing uncontrollably, unable to stop her tears. Zheng Xiaoyi comforted her at her side, and the psychologist stayed close, watching her every change. Cheng Huanran, who had just come from the quarantine hotel, helped carry wreaths and arrange bouquets with his younger siblings, filling the grave with beautiful yellow chrysanthemums. Xueling stood on the other side, gazing at the tombstone, her heart heavy with sorrow. The little girl who used to love wandering through the alleys, chatting with the village aunties and neighbors about everyone's business, was gone. No matter how glorious or wealthy or respected someone was in life, or how humble and insignificant, in the end, everyone becomes nothing more than a handful of earth, no different from anyone else. That's how it is for everyone. She remembered how, when Cheng Tianfang was young and naive, she was deceived into leaving home and ended up marrying the wrong person, only for it all to end in divorce. She nearly lost her life, and everything she owned was swindled away. Later, she turned her life around, studied hard for years, and finally graduated, becoming a vibrant and educated woman. At that time, when they first came to the capital, Cheng Tianfang came along too, settled her household registration, and found a steady job. In the prime of her 20s, She and Shui Heng met by chance, fell in love at first sight, and eventually got together. When they got married that year, both families were overjoyed, everyone grinning from ear to ear. Even Ahu and his wife, who lived far away in Rongqing, came to attend the wedding. The place was packed and bustling with excitement. With the families now joined by marriage and living on the same floor, they saw each other every day and shared a deep bond. Those days were truly wonderful, flying by in a blur. Before they knew it, several years had passed. But even the sweetest love can't always withstand the grind of daily life, the endless chores and routines. After years of bickering, they finally welcomed a precious daughter. Yet, her birth didn't save their marriage. Instead, it hastened its collapse. Qing Tianfang had come close to death several times, but each time she survived. She should have been blessed with a long, happy life, but her own misunderstandings led her astray, sometimes to the point of no return. Shui Ling narrowed her eyes, suddenly recalling the day Qing Tianfang attempted suicide in prison. When she rushed over, Qing Tianfang's face was as pale as death. She was so close to dying, but fate wouldn't let her go just yet. She lived another 20 years. Sadly, her health was never the same, and she spent her last years trying to recover. Looking back on her life, it was full of twists and turns, highs and lows. She had her moments of glory and her times at rock bottom, but in the end, she too became a handful of earth. As Shui Ling thought about all this, her cheeks were once again wet with tears. Chang Huanchong stepped forward and gently hugged her, comforting her in a low voice. "Mom, please don't cry. Let me help you sit down." "No need," Shui Ling shook her head. "I want to stay a little longer, to keep your aunt company for a while." Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand, his voice calm. "No need to stay. Let's all go back." With that, he turned and slowly walked away. Qin Xinji and Lin Qingji, worried about him, quickly moved to support him on either side. Cheng Tianyuan didn't look back, walking quietly and silently. The two of them didn't say a word, simply accompanying him. "Uncle," Shui Han couldn't help but call out. Zheng Xiaoyi stopped her, sighing softly. "Your uncle is too sad. He can't stay any longer." Shui Han only half understood, watching the lonely figure being helped away, sobbing quietly. Cheng Huanran noticed Shui Heng didn't look well and helped him sit on a small stool. Shui Heng hadn't seen him for a long time and noticed he'd lost a lot of weight, feeling a pang of heartache. He patted his shoulder gently. "It's good you're back. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." "Ranra." Cheng Huanran's eyes reddened as he murmured, "It's just, we still couldn't protect Aunt." "No one's to blame," Shui Heng sighed softly. "Blame that damned, deadly virus, and your aunt's own poor health. So many people were infected, but a large number survived. Afong had too many underlying conditions and was always weak. She just couldn't make it through." Shui Huan came over and said quietly, "That's the truth, and there's nothing we can do about it." He was a doctor. He wanted to save his family, his loved ones, but even the best doctors are sometimes powerless. Cheng Huanran let out a long sigh, running his hand through his hair in frustration. "Uncle Huan, what are your plans now?" Shui Huan had already retired, but during this outbreak, he volunteered at the hospital to help treat patients and had stayed on ever since. "The epidemic is still uncertain," Shui Huan said gravely. "There's still a mountain of things for us to research and discuss. Until a specific treatment is found, it'll be hard to rest. I'll leave the sanatorium to my colleagues. I need to get back to the hospital." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, "What about Auntie?" "She can go back to the sanatorium," Shui Huan replied. "Now that my sister-in-law is gone and my brother's health isn't great, I won't be at the sanatorium, so she'll need to take charge and keep everything running smoothly." Shui Heng was deeply worried about his brother and said quietly, "This isn't an ordinary virus. Even now, I still feel weak. You're not young anymore, and you've already retired. You can help for a while, but not forever. If you get infected again, your body won't be able to take it. You can save lives at the sanatorium too." "No," Shui Huan shook his head firmly. "We see more cases at the hospital and can gradually build up experience treating them. The epidemic is indeed dangerous, but since I'm older, I should be the one to step forward and shield the younger generation. Shueheng was still worried, murmuring, I just lost a loved one. I can't lose anyone else. Dad still needs us, and the sanatorium needs you too. Shuehuan's eyes reddened unconsciously as he said softly, Brother, if anything happens to me, I'll have to ask you to take care of Dad. I'm not a good son, I can't always be by his side to care for him, and I feel I've let him down. But I believe Dad will understand me. He's a doctor too, he'll understand. Shueheng knew he couldn't persuade him, so he turned away. Dad's getting old, he can't take any more shocks. If you insist on continuing to study this damned virus, you have to promise to protect yourself, to keep yourself safe. You can't let anything happen to you. Dad may understand, but he can't bear to lose his son. No parent should have to bury their child. He's so old now, he couldn't take it. Shuehuan nodded quickly, I will. I'll do everything I can to protect myself. Not far away, Zheng Xiaoyi listened quietly, not saying a word. Qing Huanran glanced at her nervously, then nudged Shuehuan. Uncle Huan, have you talked this over with Aunt? Shuehuan looked at his wife, his eyes full of unspoken words. Zheng Xiaoyi met his gaze, and after a moment, she smiled at him. Shuehuan murmured, There's no need to discuss it. She understands me, she'll support me. But your family isn't just her. Shueheng glared at his brother, his voice stern. What about your 2 children? Have you thought about them? You've been busy with work all these years, and finally got a couple of years' rest, just waiting for them to graduate and come home so you could all be together. If anything happens to you, how could you face them? Shuehuan was struck by words that touched on feelings he didn't dare face. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself, and his eyes grew moist. Zheng Xiaoyi stepped closer and said softly, Big brother, please don't scold him anymore. He has a lot on his shoulders. Just the other day, he signed up for the new drug development team. Now that he's already signed up, even if we wanted to stop him, we couldn't. You should have stopped him, Shueheng said, frowning with concern. You can't just let him do whatever he wants. All these years, he's worked from dawn till dusk, never able to come home for holidays, always busy, always pushing himself. That's all in the past, but now he's retired. Why are you still letting him run wild? Brother, someone has to do it, right? Shuehuan sighed quietly. I've been developing new drugs for so many years. It would be a waste to let all that experience go unused. If the country were at peace and the people were safe, I'd be happy to retire and stay at the nursing home with you all. But the future of the pandemic is uncertain. We have to make some necessary preparations. At this, he glanced apologetically at Zheng Xiaoyi beside him. I know. I haven't been a good husband, let alone a good father. I've let Xiaoyi down, and I've let down Xiaoya and her brother too. With red eyes, Zheng Xiaoyi hugged his arm, choking back tears. No one's ever said that about you. Don't say that about yourself. The kids are grown now, they understand how hard our work is. They'll forgive you. I've never blamed you either. Shuehuan reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed softly. Seeing them like this, Shueheng turned away, unable to hold back his tears once again. If it weren't for this damned virus being so deadly, I wouldn't need to stop you. In just one winter, so many people have died. Sister Chun couldn't make it, and Fong finally tested negative and started to recover, but in the end, she didn't survive either. It's just too dangerous. I have to try to talk you out of it. You're not some young man in your 20s or 30s anymore. How old are you now? A retired old man, and you still want to join the fray? Still trying to prove yourself? All right. Cheng Huanran stepped forward to support Shueheng, speaking softly. Uncle Heng, that's enough. Uncle Huan knows what he's doing. Please don't say any more. Shueheng looked at the tombstone, covered his face, and sobbed quietly. During this wave of the pandemic, he had lost one of his closest relatives, and he himself was still suffering from a host of after-effects, his body uncomfortable in all sorts of ways. His younger brother had survived, but was still determined to fight the pandemic and even join the special drug research team. He was already retired, yet still wouldn't give up. If anything happened to him, Shueheng didn't even dare to imagine it. He had already lost Fong. He didn't want to lose any more loved ones. He was scared, terrified. After a while, Shui Ling walked over. Big sister, Shui Wan said softly. There's nothing more to say, Shui Ling said. Take care of yourself. Without your tireless efforts, this city could never have recovered to what it is today. You did it for everyone, so you couldn't always look after your own family. We can't help you much, and we can't really talk you out of it, so all we can do is support you in silence. If you need financial support, just say the word. If you need help from the pharmaceutical group, just ask. As for Uncle Julien, we'll do our best to take care of him, so you have nothing to worry about at home. With reddened eyes, Shui Huan bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, sis. Thank you. I'll leave Dad in your and my brother's care. I can't thank you enough. When I come back safe and sound, I'll thank you all properly. Shui Ling smiled gently and helped him up. We're family. No need for such formalities. Then she turned to Zheng Shui with a smile and praised her. With such a wise and supportive wife by your side, you're able to achieve so much at the front lines. You serve the country and the people, protecting our health and safety. She protects your home, so your achievements are hers as well. Shui Huan quickly agreed, hugging Zheng Shui even tighter. Sis, if she runs into anything she can't handle, I'll have to trouble you to help her out. Shui Ling nodded. Don't worry. We'll do everything we can for family. Thank you, sis. The two of them thanked her in unison. Shui Heng was still lost in his grief, sitting silently in a daze. Shui Ling sighed. Ran, you and your brother help Uncle Heng to the car. Xiaoxin and I will take Xiaoan in another car. No. Shui Han wiped her tears and refused. I want to stay here with Mom. I don't want to go back. Shui Heng glanced at his daughter and said quietly, Don't make a fuss, let's go home for now. You haven't slept much these past 2 days, your eyes are all red. That's right, Cheng Wanchong coaxed. Let's go home and rest first. You can come back to visit Auntie in a couple of days. Rubbing her chilly arms, Shui Xian added, The wind by the mountain is really cold. It's freezing out here. It's not good to stay too long. Let's go back for now. No, Shui Han pouted. You all go ahead if you want. I'm staying here with Mom. Shui Heng shook his head helplessly. As you wish. I'm tired. We'll go back first. The Cheng brothers helped Shui Heng leave the cemetery. Seeing his niece looking pale, Shui Huan stepped forward to check her pulse, his eyes flickering with concern, then massaged a few acupuncture points for her. Shui Han, who had been crying, soon started yawning and grew drowsy. A bodyguard carried her on his back, and the psychologist followed closely behind. Shui Ling watched them walk away, then pulled her cousin aside to ask about the situation. Shui Huan shook his head. I'm not a specialist in psychology, so I can't say for sure. She's a bit weak and has been forcing herself to stay awake. I just helped her relax, and she fell asleep quickly. Can you prescribe something to help Xiaoan calm down? Zheng Xiaoi asked. Shui Huan waved his hand. No, she's already taking medication from the psychologist. We shouldn't give her anything else. Let the professionals handle it. We're not experts in this field, so we shouldn't make decisions for them. Zheng Xiaoi frowned with concern. That poor child. She'll get better, Shui Ling said softly. She was recovering well before. If it hadn't been for Fang's sudden passing, which hit her so hard, her condition would have been almost fully recovered by now. Sis, I'm so grateful for you all, Shui Wan began. No need for all the formalities, Shui Ling cut him off. This time, it was Qing and the others who took care of things. When Xiaoan is better, let her thank her cousins herself. She continued with a note of relief. We were all far away in Wen country, nowhere near the capital. Luckily, the kids held down the fort at Xinyuan, contributing their time, money, and effort. With them supporting us, Yuan and I can finally relax and enjoy our later years. That's wonderful, Shui Huan praised. You and brother-in-law have raised them so well, no need to worry about them not being able to handle things. Each one of them will surpass us in the future. Shui Ling and the couple chatted as they walked. Behind them, Shui Xian wrapped her coat tightly around herself and walked into the mountain wind. After walking a while, she turned back to look at the neat rows of graves in the distance, unable to tell which one was her aunt's, or exactly where it was. She sighed softly and kept walking forward. A stretched limousine sped along the highway in the suburbs, its passengers speaking in low voices. Shueling asked, Juan, are you living at the hospital now? Yeah, Shuehuan explained. I'll be busy for quite a while. We're working hard to prove the significant role traditional Chinese medicine plays in treatment, and our research is also focusing in that direction. So far, things are looking pretty optimistic. Zheng Xiaoyi leaned against Shuehuan, looking rather tired. I'll hold down the fort at the nursing home and wait for him to come back. Xueling reminded her, Aheng isn't in great shape, and who knows how long Juan will be busy. Xiaoyi, you need to promote some capable people to help you out. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself, it'll wear you out. I've already reminded her, Shuehuan added. Some of my former students who came to work for me are quite talented. I told her to pick 2 or 3 she's familiar with and make them middle managers. Let them share the workload and take some pressure off her. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled and agreed. Xueling hadn't seen Zheng Duo in a long time and sighed. I've been calling him, and even though I haven't seen him in person, I can tell he's not doing well. The group's been back to work for a while now, and ever since he got busy, he calls me much less often. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes reddened as she murmured, Auntie left so suddenly. It's not just him, even I can't help tearing up whenever I think of her. Shuehuan frowned and pulled her closer, sighing softly. The dead can't come back. We're doctors, used to seeing life and death, so we should be more accepting. Zheng Xiaoyi choked up. But we didn't even get to see Auntie one last time. She must have had so much she wanted to say to us, but there just wasn't time for anything. Xueling shook her head. Sister Chun probably never expected she wouldn't make it, so she didn't leave anything behind. Duo and Xinji still haven't gotten over it, Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed. Xiaotong said Duo can't sleep at night and wipes away tears in front of Auntie's photo when it's quiet. Auntie left without giving us any time to prepare. How could we not be heartbroken? Xue Xian was crying too, her voice low. We've all visited Mom's grave and the headstone is finished. Zheng Xiaoyi told Xueling, Auntie wasn't with my dad for that many years, but she was a wonderful wife, and my dad loved her deeply. We'd talked before, after Auntie passed, she was supposed to be buried with my dad. But she left so suddenly, and Xinji had her buried in a hurry, not together with my dad. Duo told us he wants to move them together in the future so they can keep each other company as an old married couple. Of course I agree. It's just Xinji. He'll agree, Xue Xian interrupted. Toughhead isn't against it. It's just that Mom's death was so sudden, the burial was rushed. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes flickered as she asked, Auntie divorced her previous husband, right? Toughhead wouldn't want her buried with the old Chen family, would he? No way, Xue Xian said firmly. His biological father passed away long ago, and there's hardly any family left on that side. Toughhead's been abroad for years and hasn't kept in touch. Mom used to say they all thought she'd remarried and left the capital with Toughhead. She said as long as everyone's well, there's no need to keep in touch, and certainly no need to let them know Toughhead is still here. Xueling nodded approvingly. Find a suitable time to have Sister Chun and Uncle Zheng buried together. Even though it was a second marriage, their love was deep and genuine. Let them continue their happiness together in the afterlife. It'll fulfill their last wish. Zheng Xiaoyi took on the air of a responsible eldest sister. I'll discuss it with Duo and Xinji. Xueling rubbed her temples. Once Ayuan's health improves, I'll go see Duo. He wanted to come, Zheng Xiaoyi said softly, but gatherings aren't a good idea right now. I told him not to come. He still hasn't gotten over Auntie's passing, and, honestly, I don't think he wants to come. I didn't push him. Xueling squinted at the scenery outside the window, sighing, everyone needs time to move on. Zheng Xiaoyi looked at Xue Xian's belly, took her hand, and whispered, Auntie was really hoping you and Toughhead would have a child soon. You've been together so many years, it's time to start preparing. Xue Xian blushed and murmured, we're already working on it. Good, Zheng Xiaoyi said warmly. We'll be waiting for your good news. A few days later, Cheng Tianyuan was discharged from the hospital. Xueling accompanied him home, but didn't tell the kids in advance. It wasn't until they arrived at the gate of Xinyuan that Chung Tianyuan picked up his phone and told the family group chat. By evening, the kids had all rushed home for dinner, and Xinyuan was suddenly lively again. Everyone ate and drank in high spirits. Chung Tianyuan looked at the bright, youthful faces and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. After dinner, he went back to his room to rest. "Where's Dad?" Shui Xian looked around. Cheng Huanran replied. He seemed tired and went back to his room. "He just recovered," Lin Qingji said gently. "He needs more rest. Let's not disturb him." Shui Ling's eyes flickered, but she said nothing, just urged everyone to eat more. "Mom?" Cheng Huanchong asked, "When are you planning to leave?" "I want to pack ahead of time." Shui Ling shook her head. "At least another week. Your dad's health still needs monitoring. And we need to keep following up on Xiahan's condition. We can't just leave." Xiao Huzi, too excited to eat, raised his hand and shouted, "Auntie, I want to go too. Save me a seat." Shui Yang widened his eyes. "What, you're going on vacation too? You're not that free, are you?" "Of course not," Xiao Huzi explained. "I'm going to pick up Xiao Xiuhu and bring him back to school. Lots of schools are reopening now. His school won't be doing online classes next week, they're going back in person. Minnie-Hu is still in kindergarten, so it's fine if he stays, but Xiao Xiuhu can't fall behind in his studies." Shui Yang nodded in understanding. Xiao Huzi asked, "What about your kids? Aren't they coming back?" "No," Shui Yang explained. Xiao Xiao is teaching them to draw and read. The pandemic is spreading everywhere, and the capital probably won't be spared. Toughhead's place is quiet, safe, and fun. It's better for them to stay there. Xiao Huzi teased, "If they stay any longer, they'll either turn into lazy truants or wild kids. If they get too wild, they'll be hard to teach later." "I'm not worried," Shui Yang said. "I wasn't a top student, so I can't expect my kids to be. It's fine if they're a little wild, health comes first." "Exactly," Chen Xinji agreed with a smile. "Health is most important. Learning is a lifelong thing, a little delay doesn't matter. That place is all private with hardly any outsiders. It's a safe haven. Once this wave of the pandemic passes, we'll think about coming back." Shui Yang didn't feel comfortable making the decision alone, so he carefully asked Shui Ling if she supported it. "Of course I do," Shui Ling nodded. "You're all right, health comes first. Let's focus on taking care of ourselves for now." Little Huzi explained helplessly, "I didn't want to bring the eldest back either, but his homeroom teacher kept urging me. The others didn't want to make the decision for him, so they just told him to think it through carefully. After all, he was the child's father, he had the final say." Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and said, "Anin and I have discussed it. If Mom, Dad, and Grandpa all stay over there, she'll stay too. If Mom and Dad come back, she'll come back here for the delivery." Shui Xian quickly said, "Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle Julien can't come back, so of course Mom and Dad have to go over." Cheng Huanran nodded. "Actually, I support Anin staying over there to give birth." "Why's that?" Shui Yang asked suspiciously. "Are you going to keep traveling back and forth? Who knows if there'll be quarantine requirements?" "If there are, you'd have to quarantine for at least a month, half a month here, half a month there." "Big brother, can you handle that?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Hospitals here are extremely strict now, including the maternity hospitals. If Anin flies back, she'd have to quarantine for half a month while heavily pregnant. She's due soon, I don't feel comfortable letting her go through that." "So, what will you do?" Little Huzi asked. You can't just not go, right? Sis-in-law is due next month." Cheng Huanran explained. "I'll go over ahead of time, for sure. Most of the group's meetings are online now, and work is assigned in our chat groups. Even if I go over there, I can still manage the company." "No problem," Shui Ling said gently. "I can come back and keep an eye on things for you." Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Mom, that's not necessary. The pharmaceutical group is running smoothly. It's been an established company for years. I've been managing remotely for a while now, and everything's been in perfect order. You don't need to worry. If I really needed you, I would have asked already." "Really?" Shui Ling asked. Cheng Huanran smiled. "Really? I've tried it, it works fine." "That's good," Shui Ling said. Things are pretty relaxed over in one country right now. I haven't heard anything about quarantine. Lin Qing added gently, with our own plane, there are fewer restrictions. If Huanran needs to travel back and forth, I'll try to arrange for him to quarantine somewhere with a better environment, so he can keep working remotely. Thank you. Qing Huanran replied gratefully. But for now, there's no need. I plan to stay with an inn for a few months. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, what does sis-in-law think? Is she okay with staying over there? Cheng Huanran replied, of course she is, she really likes it there. Once the baby's a bit older and she's recovered, we'll bring the child back. How old? Shui Yang asked. Will you be back before the end of the year? Qing Huanran shook his head. We're tentatively planning for autumn, but it's not set yet. The weather won't be too hot or too cold then, and it'll be easier to travel with the baby. Shui Ling smiled. No need to worry. We'll just take things as they come. Who knows, maybe in a few months the pandemic will just disappear. Let's hope so. Wouldn't that be great? Having experienced the real thing, Cheng Huanran couldn't be that optimistic. It's okay for the kids, but the elderly absolutely can't come back unless the pandemic is completely over. Otherwise, they need to stay safe and keep their distance. Everyone couldn't help but think of Zhua Chun and Cheng Tianfang, and the room fell silent. Cheng Huanran said softly, older folks have more underlying health issues and are physically weaker. The risk is much higher. So we really have to insist that Grandpa and Grandma stay over there and not come back and take risks. Yeah, you only get one life. You can't take chances. We'll listen to Big Brother. Mom and Dad will be going over to join them in a few days. Shui Ling urged, let's not just chat, everyone eat up. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. Shui Ling called her parents, chatted for a while, then hung up and went to the master bedroom. Qing Tianyuan was lying in bed, absorbed in an old photo album. Shui Ling came over and asked, is your chest still bothering you? It's been fine for a while now, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'm okay. I just wanted to lie down for a bit. Shui Ling sat with him, looking at the photos. Are you missing a Fong? No, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Looking at these young people, so full of life and health, I can't help but think of Xiaoan. She's still in the hospital. I don't know when she'll recover. Shui Ling pulled the light blanket over her stomach and said helplessly, mental illness isn't like other illnesses. You can't see it or touch it. Whether she gets better quickly depends on her own efforts and adjustment. And a hang. Qing Tianyuan frowned. How's he doing? I haven't seen him these past few days. Shui Ling didn't want to hide it from him, so she explained, while you were in the hospital, he was at the rehab center. You couldn't visit him, and he couldn't come see you, so you haven't met. He's doing okay. Xiaoi said he looks a bit better these past couple of days. Qing Tianyuan frowned. It's been so long. Why are the after effects so stubborn? Otherwise, we wouldn't all be so anxious, Shui Ling sighed. So many people died in this pandemic, it's a bloody warning. Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern, what exactly is wrong with a heng? Shui Ling replied, he's sensitive to cold, sometimes loses his sense of taste, and doesn't have much appetite. He gets tired easily, just a little walking makes his heart race. A Huan prescribed him some medicine, and he's improved a lot. The rehab center has everything he needs, and Xiaoyi arranged for nurses to take care of him. We really don't need to worry. Cheng Tianyuan shuddered. As long as he gets better. It's been so many days already. After a pause, he couldn't help but suggest, should we take Xiaoan somewhere for a change of scenery? Maybe a vacation would help. Shui Ling was taken aback, then reminded him, we can't make that decision for her, we need to ask Xiaoan first. And with her current situation, we should consult her psychiatrist too. Sigh. Cheng Tianyuan said, the others in our family don't need our worry, but Xiaoan is different. Afeng is gone. Aheng is struggling with his own issues. He can't look after her. If we don't take care of her. We're not neglecting her, Shui Ling interrupted, correcting him. I've been busy taking care of you lately, so I haven't had time for her, that's true. But Aiching and the third child have been keeping a close eye on her condition, and they visit her often. She's not being neglected. Cheng Tianyuan quickly amended, no, I meant if we didn't take care of her, who would she rely on? Right? Shui Ling leaned against him and whispered, "Tomorrow morning I'll go with you to see her. We'll ask the doctor's opinion first. If the doctor says no, we shouldn't even bring it up." Cheng Tianyuan also felt this was more appropriate and agreed, "Let's consult the psychologist first." Shui Ling actually supported bringing Shui Han along and said softly, "This child needs a lively and cheerful environment. Uncle Jilian is over there, and everyone, young and old, are people she knows well. That should be better for her condition." "I think so too," Cheng Tianyuan explained. She was isolated in the sanatorium for too long before, that's why she suddenly had an outburst. Of course, there must be other reasons as well. Shui Ling couldn't help but ask curiously, "Other reasons? Really?" "And them," Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "According to a Chong, it might be that Han's love life hasn't gone well." Shui Ling pressed, "She got her heart broken?" "Maybe not exactly," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Seems like it was a crush, but nothing came of it." Shui Ling couldn't help but sigh softly. "This child, why does she always run into trouble?" "It's not her fault, is it?" Cheng Tianyuan said. Shui Ling pulled the thin blanket over herself and replied quietly, "It's not that she can't be blamed. Maybe it's her personality, or maybe she just doesn't know how to handle her feelings well. If it happened once or twice, it could be other reasons. But if it keeps happening, it's definitely not just outside factors. She must have her own issues too." "That's true." Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. "That girl's got a difficult personality, restless thoughts, not much knowledge, and a simple mind that loves to overthink. The more I interact with her, the more I realize her problems run deep." Shui Ling sighed softly. "A Hang doesn't know how to raise a child, he just spoils her." When he finally noticed something was wrong, he couldn't fix it and could only worry. Fong missed out on part of Han's upbringing, and she doesn't know how to guide a child either. Problems pile up, and over time, they're bound to come out. Cheng Tianyuan insisted, "As long as the psychologist agrees, let's keep her with us. My sister only has this one child. I just can't bear it." Shui Ling understood his concern, but had to remind her husband. "If it were our own child, we'd be responsible for raising and teaching them. We could scold them, even discipline them. But Han isn't our biological daughter. We have to know our boundaries. We can love her like a daughter, but we can't teach her like one. She has her grandfather above and her father below. You can't take on all the responsibility. Guide her as best you can, help when you can, but don't try to shoulder everything. You can't take it all on, and you definitely can't be responsible for it all. It's just," Cheng Tianyuan said softly, "that's hard to manage. If you want to take care of her, you end up teaching her like your own." Shui Ling shook her head. "I think, as much as possible, don't." Cheng Tianyuan hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "Now that you put it that way, I realize I might have picked up a hot potato, can't throw it away, can't put it down. Maybe it's a classic big headache." Shui Ling turned to look at him and said softly, "Don't take it so seriously. I'm just reminding you to keep your boundaries." Suddenly, Cheng Tianyuan remembered what Shui Yang had said and asked, "Wife, have you noticed that the kids don't really like Han?" "I have," Shui Ling replied in a low voice. "Mainly because Han's personality isn't very likable, and she doesn't know how to get along with others. But the kids are all sensible, they don't show it on their faces. They know how to care for her and be good cousins. They're not clueless." Cheng Tianyuan sighed again. Shui Ling comforted him. "Most things in life don't go as we wish. How can everything turn out the way you want or expect?" Cheng Tianyuan squinted at the old photos in the album and said quietly, "The elders have passed away, so I shouldn't bring this up. Actually, my parents doted on Fong too much. They always thought she was still young and would be fine when she grew up, but the older she got, the more wayward she became, skipping school, dropping out, even running away with someone. Even when she came to her senses halfway, she still made mistakes. One wrong step led to another, and everything fell apart. Han didn't turn out this way for no reason." "It's all history," Shui Ling said gently. "We can't change it, can we?" Cheng Tianyuan closed the album and said softly, "I'm just summing up the reasons, not blaming anyone. Things are already like this. Even if we know whose fault it is, it can't change reality. Xueling helped him pull up the blanket and said, "You need to be more optimistic, don't dwell on sadness." The doctor said not to get startled or overthink things. Try to stay calm, rest more, and avoid strenuous activity. "I know," Chung Tianyuan replied gently. "I have to take care of myself first before I can take care of others." "Exactly." Xueling patted his chest softly and said, "Dad, Mom, and Han are all still counting on us. You have to get better soon." Chung Tianyuan obediently agreed and held her hand. "These days have been hard on you." Xueling leaned against his pillow and said quietly, "Don't scare me again." "Even though the kids didn't tell me you were sick and reassured me in advance that you were fine, I was still really frightened. Just a few days apart and something happened. At our age, we really can't handle any more scares. Because at this age, any accident could be very dangerous." Chung Tianyuan gently stroked her back and murmured, "I wouldn't dare let anything happen to myself." As soon as I felt a dull pain in my chest, I pressed the emergency button right away, didn't dare delay even a second. After a pause, he sighed, "Back when you said we should install an emergency button in our room, I told you it wasn't necessary, just put one in the elders' rooms. Luckily you insisted. If I'd fainted before I could call on my phone, and the kids only found me the next morning, it might have been too late." "Good thing I insisted," Xueling said. "I knew we weren't young anymore and accidents can happen." An extra button might not be needed most of the time, but in a critical moment, it can save a life. "I told you then, if we never have to use it, that's even better. Since it's our own house, what's the cost of one more button?" Chung Tianyuan said quietly, "Yeah, year after year, and now we're old." Everyone gets old. Xueling had come to terms with the word elderly. "Take good care of yourself, don't make yourself suffer, and don't make trouble for the kids." Chung Tianyuan chuckled, "What, are you saying I'm a burden now? A drag on them?" "Not at all," Xueling replied, her tone a little sour. "They all fuss over you, more anxious than I am, and take even better care of you than I do." Chung Tianyuan smiled contentedly. "They're all good kids, very thoughtful." "It's only been a few days," Xueling snorted lightly. "No child is dutiful by the sickbed for long. Try being sick for a while and see." Chung Tianyuan glanced at her, amused. "Sour grapes. Just because you can't have it, you say it's sour. I have a lot of faith in them." "Forget it." Xueling rolled her eyes at him, then simply closed her eyes. "I don't want that kind of grape anyway." Chung Tianyuan chuckled softly. "Go to sleep." The next morning, Chung Tianyuan was the first to bring up the matter with Lin Qingji. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Qingji said, "If we can have more familiar people around, it'll definitely help cousin Xiuhan's recovery. But I'd suggest having a psychologist accompany her as well, just to be on the safe side." "Another person?" Chung Tianyuan hesitated, glancing out of the corner of his eye at his son-in-law, who was peeling an egg for his daughter. Chen Xinji, sensitive as ever, quickly looked up. "Dad? What's up?" Chung Tianyuan felt a bit awkward and lowered his voice. "Nothing, we're just discussing Xiaoan." After all, it was his son-in-law's place they were talking about. Their whole family had been staying there together. Both the elderly and the kids loved the beautiful tropical seaside environment. With the pandemic raging worldwide, there was no way to go back anytime soon. Now, not only did he and his wife need to return, but they also wanted to bring their niece along, and even her doctor. Bringing 2, then 3 people along, it felt a bit much. Lin Qingji, ever perceptive, immediately understood Chung Tianyuan's concerns. "Uncle, you don't need to worry. If the psychologist comes, she doesn't have to stay with you. I'll arrange for her to have a place nearby. She's an outsider, after all. She just needs to check in on cousin Xiaoan for a while each day, no need to live together. Having an extra outsider around would only make you feel uncomfortable, so better not to have her too close." Chung Tianyuan looked a little embarrassed. "Let me think about it. It's already enough trouble asking you to look after us. Now we're talking about taking people abroad, even bringing a doctor. Let me think it over." "Uncle, we're all family," Lin Qingji smiled. "The doctor's on the hospital payroll anyway. Whether I give her tasks or not, she still gets paid. All I have to do is tell my assistant to arrange it. It's no trouble at all." Chen Xinji, having caught most of the conversation, quickly chimed in, Dad, if you want to bring Xiaoan over, just do it, don't worry about it. There's plenty of space and extra rooms over there. They're just going to waste if no one uses them. Just ask housekeeper Li to arrange things, she'll take care of everything perfectly. Cheng Tianyuan was still a bit hesitant. Chen Xinji chuckled, if you don't come stay, all that space and those beautiful views are wasted. Housekeeper Li and the others are on my payroll, whether you come or not, I still pay them the same. So you really don't need to worry. Dad, are you worried about the money? Shui Yang asked, munching on cheese bread, a little suspicious. Or are you worried Uncle Hung won't let you take Xiaoan on vacation? Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, unsure how to answer. Cheng Huanchong, nearby, couldn't help but laugh. It's not like it's some huge investment, just daily expenses. How much could it possibly cost? Shui Xian muttered, Arnhead will have housekeeper Li arrange everything properly. No need to scrimp, she'll make sure you're comfortable and well taken care of. Come on. Even if you lived there for several lifetimes, you wouldn't need him out of house and home. Chen Xinji laughed elegantly. No, Dad's just worried it'll be too much trouble. Exactly. Cheng Tianyuan smiled apologetically. Xiaohan's a bit of a handful. It's easy enough to bring her along, but if she causes any trouble while we're there, it'll be a bother for you all. Chen Xinji shook his head. Dad, we're all family, no need to say things like that. Lin Qingji teased with a smile, Uncle, you're making it sound like we're all outsiders. Hey! Shui Ling waved her hand and laughed. You're all misunderstanding. Your dad would never stand on ceremony with you, and neither would I. He just means Xiaoan is a bit more distantly related, you know. Chen Xinji nodded in understanding. Lin Qingji chuckled softly, her voice gentle. We understand. Uncle, we're only doing our best for your sake. You don't need to feel any pressure. If you feel bad, just love us a little more, that's enough. That's right, Chen Xinji echoed with a smile. You and Mom just love us a little more, that's all we want. Cheng Tianyuan burst out laughing. Shui Ling joked, What, you think your dad doesn't love you enough? Enough. Of course it's enough. The more, the better. Yeah, who would ever complain about too much love? Ha ha. With the kids all in agreement, and the psychologist saying a change of environment and more familiar faces would help Xiaoan, Cheng Tianyuan finally felt at ease. Ever since her mother passed away, Shui Han had been withdrawn and gloomy. When she heard her uncle and aunt were taking her on vacation and would be keeping her company, along with Grandpa, she immediately agreed, urging them to hurry up and leave. Shui Ling coaxed her to wait a little for Xiuhu, telling her to be patient for a couple more days. It's summer all year round over there, with lots of trees and a gentle sea breeze, so it's not too hot, very comfortable. Just bring some summer clothes, maybe a few light shirts or sun jackets. Oh, and don't forget your bikini, you can swim in the sea morning and evening. Okay. Shui Han immediately said she wanted to go back to the sanatorium to pack. Shui Ling planned to go with her, but halfway there, Shui Han changed her mind. Auntie, can I buy new clothes? Shui Han pouted and said softly, Most of my clothes were bought by Mom. Every time I see them, I can't help but think of her. Shui Ling readily agreed, accompanying her downtown to buy over a dozen outfits and some underwear, plus a few swimsuits and several pairs of shoes. Looking at all the beautiful clothes, Shui Han's eyes reddened without her realizing. Shui Ling gently asked, What's wrong? Thinking of your mom again. And then, Shui Han whispered, Mom always said girls should dress up nicely so people will like them more. But she always... Shui Ling's eyes flickered, and she explained, Your mom was older. She didn't like flashy clothes, which is understandable. I don't like them either. Women dress up for those they care about. Later on, Cheng Tianfang always wore plain white and went without makeup, mostly because of her state of mind. Shui Han muttered, I asked Dad to buy Mom a pretty cheapao, but he said he didn't know how. He just didn't want to buy it. Don't say that, Shui Ling said gently. Your dad really doesn't know about these things. His own clothes are super plain. Shirts in summer, suits in winter, and he never changes it up. Shui Han thought about it. Yeah, that's true. After finishing their shopping, Shui Ling took Shui Han back. But as they approached the door, they saw Chung Tianyuan and Xue Heng chatting in the distance. Dad. Xue Han ran excitedly into Xue Heng's arms. You look so much better. Even more energetic than when we video chatted yesterday. Xue Heng smiled dotingly. Good things make people feel good. What good things? Xue Han asked curiously. Xue Heng just smiled and didn't answer, holding her hand. Xiao Han, you only have your internship and graduation prep left at school. Just relax and go on vacation with your uncle and aunt. Don't worry about anything else. Xue Han shrugged. I'm not worried at all. I already told cousin Achong to have the HR department at his entertainment company handle my internship paperwork and stamps. I'll just come back when it's time for the class graduation photo. At first, cousin Achong wasn't too willing, but maybe uncle talked to him, so he eventually agreed and took care of all her internship documents. She really had nothing to worry about. With several capable cousins ready to back her up, she could do whatever she wanted. As for her thesis, that was even less of a concern. Her classmates all said you could just copy any thesis you wanted. Everyone else graduating was doing the same anyway. If her thesis advisor was strict, she could just pay someone online to write it for her. She never lacked money in her account. She could get as much as she wanted. As long as she handed something in, she'd graduate smoothly, so there was really nothing to worry about. And Xue Heng couldn't afford to worry about anything else now. He just hoped his daughter would get better soon. It doesn't matter. We'll deal with it when the time comes. To him, his daughter's mental health was more important than anything. She'd never done well in school, so just finishing college was already a blessing. He couldn't ask for more. Graduating shouldn't be a problem. Because of the pandemic, some graduation procedures couldn't be carried out as usual, so the school had relaxed a lot of requirements. Cheng Tianyuan saw the bodyguards behind him carrying big bags and smiled. Xiao Han, go upstairs and pack your things. We'll go out for a big meal in a bit. Okay. Xue Han happily ran to her room. Watching his daughter's cheerful back, Xue Heng's smile slowly faded. I feel completely at ease leaving her in your care. But I'm sorry to trouble you so much. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, we'll do our best, but I can't promise anything. He had to be honest up front. They weren't doctors, so all they could do was try their best to guide and support the child. As for the results, none of them were confident. After all, Xue Han's problems were quite serious and couldn't be solved overnight. No, Xue Heng shook his head. You've already done more than enough. These past years, I've wanted to help but just didn't have the strength. I really don't know how to teach her properly. Even now, with my health better, I still don't know what to do. That was the truth, plain and simple. He'd never known how to raise his daughter well. He'd tried everything and failed every time. Even now, he still felt powerless about the whole topic. Xue Ling glanced at him. Focus on your health and managing the nursing home. With Ah Fong gone and Ah Huan busy, you and Xiaoyi will have to run the place. You'll be even busier. Right now, they could only take things one step at a time. They'd invested in the nursing home, so they'd have somewhere to go after retirement, make a little money, and not be bored or lonely. But in the past 2 or 3 years, business at the nursing home had gotten better and better, especially after the pandemic, when the number of elderly residents suddenly increased. Xue Heng had wanted to turn some people away, but since it was a business, he couldn't just push customers out the door. Zheng Xiaoyi was a doctor, and seeing so many elderly patients in need of care, she couldn't bear to refuse them either. She just told the staff to work overtime and ramped up recruitment for suitable workers. The more residents, the better the business, but the busier the management became. And now they were missing Xue Huan, their key person, and Cheng Tianfang, who handled finances. It was overwhelming. Luckily, Xue Heng's health was improving, so he could finally help out. Otherwise, Zheng Xiaoyi would probably collapse from exhaustion. Xue Heng nodded. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Xiao Han seems fine now, and her mood is much more stable. The doctor says she takes her medication on time every day, sleeps longer, but is in good spirits when she's awake. Don't worry, the doctors are getting their passports and will keep monitoring her condition. At first, 2 doctors took turns. Later, Lin Qingji arranged for a third, but for this trip abroad, only the original two could go. Fortunately, Shuai was recovering well, so the two doctors could manage for now. Shuai was deeply grateful and said quietly, "I have to thank Qingxiao in person. If it weren't for him and A Chong, I can't imagine what would have happened to Xiaohan." His daughter's illness had been well hidden at first, but when it broke out, it was terrifying. He'd had to take care of his ex-wife, gotten sick himself, and just didn't have the time or energy to look after his daughter. Plus, the nursing home was locked down, so he couldn't leave. He was completely helpless. Thankfully, Yang Ong and his brothers, along with Xiao Xian, all came to help, and they managed to get through the crisis. Later, his daughter's condition kept relapsing, and after his ex-wife passed away, it even got worse. Luckily, Qingxiao arranged for top psychologists and extended companionship, so his daughter could recover so quickly. "No need," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Thank him when you see him. We're all family, no need to be so formal." Shui Heng gripped his hand tightly. "Brother-in-law, thank you and Lingling for helping me so much. Honestly, I've been struggling these past few days. If Ah Huan and Xiao Yi were at the nursing home, I could leave to be with Xiaohan. But Ah Huan is so busy now, he can't come back anytime soon. I can't get away, and I don't know how to help her recover." To be honest, he didn't have the time or the ability. "We don't really know what to do either," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "It's mainly up to the doctors and Xiaohan's own cooperation." Shui Ling said quietly, "We'll stay in touch. If you get some free time, fly over to spend time with Uncle Jilan and Xiaohan." "I'll try my best," Shui Heng quickly promised. "Once Xiao Yi and Ah Huan students are ready to take over, I'll fly over right away." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Do what you can, don't overwork yourself. You've just recovered, take care of yourself." "I know." Shui Heng sighed. "I don't dare hope for Xiaohan to graduate smoothly anymore. I just want her to get better soon." Cheng Tianyuan relayed what the doctors had said. Quietly, "It might be a lifelong thing, but let's stay optimistic." Shui Heng nodded. Shui Ling didn't say much more, just reminded him to video chat with his father and daughter whenever he had time, and to let himself relax a bit. Shui Heng smiled and agreed. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling took Xiaohan back to Xinyuan, planning to leave the day after tomorrow. "Where's Huzi?" Qing Huanran asked. "Did you tell him?" Shui Yang replied, "He already knows. He said he'll just pack a few clothes and can fly out the day after tomorrow, no need to prepare much. He just needs to finish up his work these 2 days." Qing Huanran shook his head helplessly. "If he's too busy, just don't bring him back for now. Uncle and Aunt aren't around, and he's got to work and take care of little Tiger all by himself. How could he possibly manage?" "No way around it," Shui Yang teased. "Our generation of parents is the most anxious ever, no contest." "Hey!" Qing Huanran shot his younger brother a look and shook his head. "I'm not like that." Shui Yang let out a mocking laugh. "Not you? You sure? Don't speak too soon. You're not a dad yet. Wait till you are, you won't dare say that then." Qing Huanran puffed out his chest, full of confidence. "Academic success is about talent, not parental stress and anxiety. I've already told Anin, we're going for a free-range and Buddhist parenting style." "Yeah, right?" Shui Yang snorted. "That's what I used to say." Xiao Xiao agreed too. And then? She changed. She started getting anxious. If I hadn't put my foot down about not bringing the kids back this semester, she'd have signed them up for a dozen extracurricular and early education classes. Even split between the kids, that's 4 or 5 classes each. Cheng Huanran was a bit stunned. "Xiao Xiao, really? When did she become like that? There are already enough early education classes. They're all so little, what's the rush? How could they possibly know what they're interested in? Signing up for interest classes now? Isn't that way too early?" "No choice," Shui Yang said with a wry smile. She got scared by the other moms, felt she had to keep up, terrified our kids would lose at the starting line. Too early? Those moms can't wait for their kids to start running. In elementary school, it's all about IELTS and Math Olympiad, burning money and time. Too early? They wish they could race against time itself. Hearing this, Cheng Huanran couldn't help but feel sorry for his nephews and nieces. "You should talk to Xiao Xiao. They're still so young, there's no need to be so anxious. Shui Yang sighed. If I could talk her out of it, I would have done it already. I even tried talking to little Tiger the other day. Qing Huanran snorted. Can't persuade your wife, but you think you can persuade your brother? Shui Yang shrugged. No one can be persuaded. Tiger's not like me. He's got no one to discuss things with, playing both mom and dad. His pressure is way higher than mine. When you're under that much stress, you just can't relax. He hesitated for ages, but in the end, he still decided to bring little Tiger back. It's all the environment. Lin Qingji, who was flipping through an art book, smiled and joined the conversation. He just wanted the kid to be healthy, wasn't in a rush to bring him back. But when online classes ended, all the other parents rushed to send their kids back to school. He was the only one who didn't, and he didn't dare go against the crowd. Like the old saying goes, don't fear scarcity, fear inequality. Parents are all following the herd, pushing their kids, because they're afraid of their own children falling behind. If everyone just laid back, there wouldn't be this problem. Exactly. Shui Yang suddenly felt like he'd found a kindred spirit. That's it. When Xiaoxiao lived in Xinyuan, at most she'd send the kids to an early education class, 1 class a week, sometimes 2. I thought it was great. The kids could play with others, learn to make friends, play some educational games. But ever since we moved downtown, she saw all the other parents hustling and pushing their kids, and she started getting anxious. Especially after she heard how the family upstairs raises their kid, she got even more worked up. How do they raise their kid? Cheng Huanran asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Shui Yang replied seriously, they only had one little girl then, about 4 years old, and another on the way. Xiaoxiao said, from birth, the girl had a foreign nanny with a native accent, to make sure her first languages were both Chinese and English. The dad spoke Mandarin, the mom spoke their hometown dialect, just so the kid could pick up another dialect. Now the girl's learning 2 instruments, studying IELTS English, does an hour of mental math every day, plus an hour of math Olympiad prep, and 3 more extracurricular classes. Cheng Huanran was dumbfounded. Shui Yang went on, the one who hasn't even been born yet is already on the competition track. Every day, it's classical piano, tang and song poetry recitations, exposure to all kinds of art, hoping the baby will be born a prodigy in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Don't doubt it, it's real. Lots of parents are already competing over prenatal education. Next, they'll be competing over expectant moms and dads themselves. Who knows what's next? Maybe they'll start comparing the grandparents' genes. Lin Qingji chuckled softly. Cheng Huanran gave an awkward and rubbed his nose. Maybe that's just an extreme case. It can't represent everyone. Shui Yang sneered. Just wait. You'll soon see how brutal reality is. No need to go that far. Cheng Chong walked in holding a plate of pastries, munching on a mung bean cake. Talent is more important than anything. Hard work matters, sure, but it's nothing compared to talent. Lin Qingji nodded in agreement. IQ and talent aren't things you can just change at will. Maybe you can influence them a little, but you can't decide them. Shui Yang jumped up and snatched the pastry plate from his younger brother. It's all because people today love to stir things up. They'll do anything for money, all sorts of crazy marketing. Raise your IQ. The early bird gets the worm. Don't lose at the starting line. Einstein had a high IQ, right? Did his kids inherit it? Did his parents push him into genius with all this competition? Cheng Chong sat down, still holding half a mung bean cake, and stuffed it into Lin Qingji's mouth, then wiped his hands with a wet napkin. Rational people shouldn't be fooled by all that. Since you know better, you should try to talk some sense into your second sister-in-law. But your second sister-in-law isn't rational. Shui Yang shrugged helplessly. Cheng Chong chuckled. The early bird gets the worm. But what about the early worm? It gets eaten. Some things just can't be changed, so why not accept it? Where is this so-called starting line in life anyway? How do you define it? Where does it begin? Most of the time, what you think is the finish line is just someone else's starting line. You might spend your whole life and never even reach the point where they began. Ouch, that's harsh, Shui Yang muttered as he ate. You're the last person who should be a teacher. Confucius was tireless in teaching, but you'd be tireless in destroying people's hopes. Lin Qingji swallowed the pastry and laughed quietly. The scariest thing in life is losing hope. You can't destroy people's beliefs. Yang Yong's right, what you said is pretty brutal. Chung Chong glanced at him and shot back. Did I say anything wrong? Come on. Let's take you as an example. My second brother could work hard for generations, his son, his grandson, his great-grandson, on, and still never reach your starting line. Shui Yang. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. Shui Yang suddenly lunged, swinging his big fist as he charged at Cheng Huanchong. You little brat. What kind of comparison is that? Huh? That's ruthless. Just now you stabbed me in the heart, now you're killing me and twisting the knife. Cheng Huanchong burst out laughing, darting around to dodge. Am I not just telling the truth? Reality is cruel. You might as well accept it. Shui Yang roared, "Ah!" Cheng Huanchong couldn't dodge in time and got punched in the butt, so he dove straight into Lin Qingji's arms in fright. Save me. Finish line. Lin Qingji laughed heartily, hugging him with one arm and hurriedly blocking Shui Yang with the other. Come on, brother-in-law, let me plead for him. Please, have mercy and let him go. Shui Yang looked utterly aggrieved, clutching his chest with one hand and pretending to wipe away tears with the other. It's bad enough to be stabbed in the heart, but now you're flaunting your love right in front of me. First you stab, then you grind it in. This isn't a life fit for a human being. With that, he flopped down beside Cheng Huanran, whimpering for comfort. Cheng Huanran elegantly munched on a mung bean cake, then handed him a piece. Fresh pastries straight from the oven are the best. Xiao Xiao and Anan both love Master Li's pastries. Why don't we bring Master Li along this time? Shui Yang immediately panicked, wolfing down most of the mung bean cake. No way. They're stabbing my heart, and you're trying to kill my appetite. Half the reason I come home is for Master Li's cooking. Don't take away the last pleasure I have in life. TSK tisk. Cheng Huanchong clung to Lin Qingji, mocking, hear that? He only comes home to eat. Even raising a pig would be better than raising him. Even pigs aren't as heartless as he is. Shui Yang shot him a glare. You've got a whole team of chefs at your place, you can pick and choose. I'm not so lucky. My starting line only has Master Li, the old chef. Lin Qingji tilted his head and asked, does Master Li have a passport? Our family's gotten used to his cooking over the years. Why not bring him along for a while, so Grandpa, Grandma, and the others won't miss him? I can assign 2 other chefs to Xinyuan, 1 Chinese, 1 Western. How's that? Great. Cheng Huanran quickly agreed. Anan's pregnant and her tastes have changed. She's told me several times she misses Master Li's pastries. I think Master Li went to Thailand with his family last year, so his passport should be fine. Shui Yang nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao and the kids start drooling every time Master Li is mentioned. But we should still ask him. He's getting on in years and doesn't like to travel much anymore. We've got our own plane. It's smooth and convenient, Lin Qingji said gently. And it's just a few minutes' drive from the airport to the seaside, so no need to worry about bumps. Cheng Huanran stood up. I'll go ask Master Li in the main kitchen right now. With that, he hurried off. Shui Yang teased, you really go all out for your wife and the baby. I'm telling you, you're definitely going to be a tiger dad who pushes his kid to excel. Not necessarily, Cheng Huanchong yawned. Our eldest sister-in-law is different from the second. She's seen the world, so she's more laid back about things. Shui Yang thought for a moment and muttered, that's true. Lin Qingji agreed, exactly. The more someone has seen through the world, the more at ease they become. Eldest sister-in-law has been through real danger and violence, so she values a peaceful, ordinary life even more. The child's safety and health will always come first. True, Shui Yang praised. Her temperament is something ordinary people can't compare to. She really is one in a million. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but grumble, I still don't know what exactly about Big Brother moved her. How did he actually win her over? Shui Yang rolled his eyes at him. Is our Big Brother that bad, huh? He's not bad, but our sister-in-law is just too extraordinary, Cheng Huanchong said honestly. Whether it's her experience or anything else, they have nothing in common. Lin Qingji put down his sketchbook and smiled. That's exactly why they're attracted to each other. Sister-in-law lacked family warmth and lived on the edge, so she yearned for the warmth of our big family and relied on Big Brother's gentle, scholarly, doctorly vibe. Cheng Huanchong and Shui Yang both nodded approvingly. Makes sense. No wonder you're the finish line. Cheng Huanchong nudged his shoulder. You've got a unique perspective and always analyze things so clearly. Lin Qingji leaned against him, his gentle eyes full of laughter. All right. Stop trying to make people jealous. If brother-in-law really gets mad, don't blame me for not protecting you. Shui Yang shot them both a look and joked, enough already. The air is thick with the stench of jealousy. Don't just sit there being jealous, Cheng Huanchong said. Think about it. Wasn't what I said earlier true? You only remember the pain, but have you ever thought reality might be even harsher? Yeah, Shui Yang nodded slowly, but crushing people's hopes isn't right. Why do all those toxic motivational quotes sell so well? Because they're so good at fooling people. If everyone saw how cruel reality is, how could anyone go on? Lin Qingji nodded gently. What's the finish line? What's the starting line? There's really no such thing. It's all about how you look at it. Not everyone starts from the same place, and everyone's finish line is different. So there's no point in comparing. So philosophical. Shui Yang stifled a laugh. I barely understand you. Cheng Huanchong deliberately grinned at him, lazily saying, it's simple. Work hard if you want, but there's no need to compete endlessly. Even if you push your kid to the ceiling, there's always someone above. Just keep a good attitude and do what you need to do. Shui Yang snorted, no need to explain. I get it. The problem is, your second sister-in-law doesn't. Like Qing said, the problem isn't having less, but having inequality. But she doesn't realize that society is inherently unequal. Cheng Huanchong shrugged. Sorry, can't help with that. Your kid, your problem. Ours isn't even on the radar yet, so we don't have to worry for now. It's only a matter of time. Shui Yang stretched and got up. I'm going to take a nap. When Duo gets here, call me. Haven't seen him in ages, I kinda miss him. Cheng Huanchong replied, me too. Mom's invited him twice already, and he's finally coming. Yawning, Shui Yang headed to his room. Lin Qingji turned his handsome face, smiling at the guy leaning on his back. We'll have good news about our own child soon. Cheng Huanchong was stunned, eyes wide. Really? Lin Qingji nodded and lowered his voice. At the moment, we have 2 highly qualified doctors signed on to take over, and they're already searching for the best possible egg donors. Just don't pick any foreigners, Cheng Huanchong chuckled. My parents wouldn't agree to that, so let's not even consider it. Of course not, Lin Qingji shook his head. I wasn't thinking about that either. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but ask, so what are your criteria? Lin Qingji replied, ethnicity, family background, upbringing, appearance, height, character, education, manners, temperament, how they speak, things like that. Cheng Huanchong. Wow, that's a pretty thorough checklist. Lin Qingji smiled and spoke softly, our child should naturally be the best. Huh? Cheng Huanchong laughed and teased, weren't we just debating about not pressuring our kid to be the best? What, you want our child to win at the starting line too? Of course not, Lin Qingji shook his head. Win against whom, exactly? Don't believe that nonsense. I just want our kids to be healthy and well-adjusted, so it'll be easier for us to raise them. Besides, while we're not exactly the cream of the crop, we're both decent-looking and well-educated. I just don't want our child to be negatively influenced by outside factors, so our efforts raising them won't be wasted. Cheng Huanchong nodded approvingly. Sounds good. Let's do it that way. I'll leave this task to you. I have no idea how to choose, so you handle it. No way, Lin Qingji insisted. We'll choose together. Our child should be carefully selected by both of us. Cheng Huanchong laughed. Are there really that many options? It might be legal overseas, but I doubt there are that many Chinese donors to choose from. Lin Qingji's eyes flickered and he lowered his voice. I mentioned it to my parents before, and they suggested maybe we could find a good girl we know. They said it's better to have someone whose background we're familiar with. Once we settle on someone, they could just find an excuse to go abroad discreetly. No way. Cheng Huanchong shook his head firmly. I don't agree with that. Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow and smiled, afraid it'll be awkward, or worried it'll cause trouble later. Don't worry, it would all be kept secret, never made public. That's not it, Cheng Huancheng frowned and lowered his voice. A child's appearance isn't fixed, it's random. What if the kid looks like the mother and she has ulterior motives and comes looking for us later? That would be a huge headache. I'd rather keep the whole thing completely anonymous, not someone we know, just to be safe. Lin Qingji nodded in agreement. I didn't think it was a good idea either, so I told them I'd discuss it with you first. I haven't agreed to anything. Cheng Huancheng reminded him, you can choose anyone else, but on this point, we have to stand firm. All right, Lin Qingji agreed. Cheng Huancheng didn't seem in any rush. No hurry, take your time. My parents are going to have plenty of grandkids in the next few years. They won't be pressuring me. But my parents will, Lin Qingji chuckled. They've been waiting for years. If you weren't still in school, you'd never escape their clutches. Cheng Huancheng pretended to run away in fright, but just as he stood up, he saw Zheng Duoduo walk in, and his eyes widened in surprise. Zheng Duoduo, whom they hadn't seen in a while, looked haggard and pale, his eyes dull and lifeless, his whole demeanor listless, as if he had no energy at all. Cheng Huancheng was used to seeing Zheng Duoduo full of spirit, confident, and humorous. Seeing him like this for the first time was a real shock. Duoduo-ji. Zheng Duoduo saw him too, forced a smile, and came over to pat his arm and shoulder. Looks like you've put on a little weight lately, third. You're looking even more handsome. Cheng Huancheng, seeing Zheng Duoduo up close, felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but think of Zhua Chun, his eyes turning a little red. But you've lost weight. You can't let yourself go like this. Auntie would worry if she knew. Zheng Duoduo was momentarily stunned, then pulled him into a tight hug. I miss Mom so much. No one else dares mention her. I'm so afraid you'll all forget her, but thank goodness you haven't. Cheng Huancheng was moved to tears by his words. How could we ever forget Auntie? We just don't want to make you sad or keep you from moving on, so we don't bring her up in front of you. Auntie will always be in our hearts. We'll never forget her. Tears streamed down Zheng Duoduo's face as he wiped them away roughly. Yeah, that's right. In this world, you're either a super famous good person or a notorious villain, otherwise not that many people will remember you. For ordinary people, just being remembered by those close to you is already something special. Cheng Huancheng sniffled, grabbed a tissue for himself, and handed 2 more to Zheng Duoduo. Zheng Duoduo thanked him and wiped his face. Lin Qingji nodded politely. Have a seat. But Zheng Duoduo looked a little embarrassed and explained, Sister Ling is still waiting for me in the study. I have some work matters to discuss with her. We'll come out when we're done. Sorry, see you in a bit. Lin Qingji smiled and nodded. See you later. Zheng Duoduo quickly walked toward the study. Cheng Huancheng watched his thin back as he left and couldn't help but sniffle again. Duoduo-ji, he's really changed. Lin Qingji didn't seem surprised and said quietly, people who've been seriously ill, even after they recover, their appearance can change a lot. And people who've suffered great sorrow or pain, sometimes their looks change too. Sigh. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. Lin Qingji reminded him, remember to wake Yangong later. He wants to talk to Zheng Duoduo too. Oh right, Cheng Huancheng muttered. Xiaoxin also said she wants to see Duoduo-ji. I should give her a call. Lin Qingji frowned slightly as she listened, and only after he put down the phone did she ask curiously, Xiaoxin and Xinji are so close to him, how come they haven't seen him in so long? Did they have a falling out? Cheng Huancheng was caught off guard by the question and shook his head. I don't know. Lin Qingji was sharp and immediately sensed something was off. Duoduo's been back in the capital for a while now, hasn't he? Xinji and Xiaoxin have been living here at Xinyuan, but this is the first time he's come over. In the past, Zheng Duoduo would often come to Xinyuan for meals and gatherings. He was always around whenever there was an event. But recently, he hadn't shown up at all. Not even once. Not only that, Xinji didn't seem to mention him much either, almost as if she was avoiding the topic. Chang Huancheng finally realized something was wrong and asked, could he have had a falling out with Taituji? No idea, Lin Qingji said quietly. Once everyone's here, we'll find out. Chang Huancheng hurriedly walked around the sofa, heading for the study. Come back, Lin Qingji called after him, reminding Auntie probably already knows. Let her handle it. Don't go interrupting or they won't be able to talk properly. All right then, Chang Huancheng had no choice but to come back. Just before mealtime, Shui Xian got out of the car and walked briskly inside. Chang Huancheng was waiting in the entryway and beckoned her over. Shui Xian glanced around and asked, where's Duoduoji? Chang Huancheng replied, he's in the study with Mom. They've been in there for almost an hour and still haven't come out. Shui Xian hurried to change her shoes. Chang Huancheng sidled up and whispered, did Duoduoji and Taituji have a falling out? Shui Xian looked up sharply. Did Duoduoji say that? Chang Huancheng snorted and lifted his chin proudly. He didn't say it, I figured it out myself. Oh, please. Shui Xian shot him a disdainful look. With your observational skills and IQ? As if you could figure that out. Chang Huancheng. He promptly gave her a light smack on the head. Shui Xian exploded, eyes wide. Chang Huancheng. Are you looking for trouble? Chang Huancheng darted away, leaving behind a string of triumphant, ha 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 ha, laughter. Shui Xian raised her fist and chased after him. Stop right there. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Chang Huancheng laughed, quit yapping. Catch me if you can. Ha ha. Lin Qingji was reading on her tablet. She looked up to see the two of them running around the house, smiled to herself, and then went back to her book. Chang Huancheng, with his sister hot on his heels, had no choice but to duck into Shui Yang's room, where he started tossing pillows, cushions, blankets, and pajamas down to block her way. Shui Xian dodged as she went, threatening fiercely, if you stop now, your queen might just spare your life. We'll see who spares whom. Chang Huancheng shouted. Come on. Bring it. If you've got the guts, come up here. Shui Xian twisted around, grabbed all sorts of trinkets and toys from the table, and hurled them onto the bed. Shui Yang, shirtless and barely awake, groped around until he managed to grab something that seemed like a blanket, pulled it over himself, smacked his lips, and went back to sleep. Arg! Shui Xian threw with all her might. Chang Huancheng jumped around Shui Yang's bed, blocking her attacks and laughing maniacally. After being hit several times, Shui Yang finally couldn't take it anymore and opened his eyes. Can you pay a little more attention? Shui Xian huffed. Can you pay a little more attention too? Grab him for me. I'll give you 10,000. Shui Yang instantly woke up, reached out, and grabbed Chang Huancheng's leg. Chang Huancheng screamed, help! Help! 20,000. I'll pay 20,000. Shui Yang immediately let go, scooped up some trinkets from the bed, and threw them hard at Shui Xian. Ow! Shui Xian cursed, you money-grubbing traitor. 30,000. 30,000. Chang Huancheng had already leapt off the bed and dashed out to the living room, laughing all the way. Shui Xian and Shui Yang chased after him in single file. Zheng Duo opened the study door and, after a few steps, saw the three of them horsing around in the distance. He couldn't help but smile, leaning lazily against the wall to watch. Shui Ling came out as well. Without turning his head, Zheng Duo said quietly, Lingjia, being close without a blood relationship, it's just not the same as being related by blood. With blood ties, even if you've argued, fought, or hurt each other, you can turn around and let bygones be bygones with a laugh. It doesn't affect how close you are after. Shui Ling looked at the three siblings piling on each other and said softly, you're overthinking it. You and I aren't related, but even when I scold you, don't you still stick close to me? Xing just isn't good at expressing himself. You must have misunderstood him. Really? Zheng Duo sighed. Maybe he's the one who misunderstood me. Shui Ling smiled gently. With your relationship, you don't even need to talk it out to clear up a misunderstanding. Zheng Duo frowned and gave a wry smile. It's my fault. I just can't seem to pull myself together. I feel like I have no energy inside or out. Now that Mom's gone, it's like the world has lost all its color and everything's just shades of gray. The sadder you feel, the sadder Xing feels too, Shui Ling said quietly. He just hasn't told you, or maybe he can't. So he keeps it bottled up inside. He's secretly worried you blame him. But back then, the whole city was locked down, he couldn't go anywhere, had to live in his car, and there was nothing he could do. Even finding that cemetery plot took a lot of effort. He misses Aunt Chun just as much as you do, and after everything he went through, he probably hurts even more than you. So don't just blame him. Zhang Duo sighed regretfully. I was so caught up in my grief, blaming him for this and that. If I'd been the one who stayed in the capital, I probably couldn't have handled it as well as he did. Shui Ling chuckled. The elders always tell us to put ourselves in others' shoes. But you, once you're sad, you can't even think straight, huh? My bad. Zhang Duo bumped his head lightly against the wall, looking lost. Lingjia, what should I do? Shui Ling tilted her chin, watching the others still playing and laughing. Just do what they do, fight, mess around, turn your back on each other, but you're still brothers and sisters. If you made him mad, just coax him a little, and it'll be fine. Zhang Duo muttered, then I'll make him something tasty. I remember Taidu loves Auntie's rice cakes, right? I'll ask Chef Li to make some for me. Shui Ling laughed. You can't make them yourself? Doing it yourself would be more sincere. I only know how to eat. Zhang Duo gave a wry smile. Auntie fed me bite by bite growing up. The only thing I do in the kitchen is eat, I can't do anything else. If I tried to cook, the kitchen would probably go up in flames tonight. Shui Ling burst out laughing, then forget it. Don't go wrecking my kitchen, the kids still need it to survive. She gave Zhang Duo's shoulder a squeeze. Aunt Chun loved you and Taidu most. What made her happiest was seeing you two getting along. You shouldn't make her worry about you. Zhang Duo's eyes reddened, and he nodded. Dinner was ready, and everyone went to the dining hall to eat. Chen Xinji had to work late tonight, so he couldn't have dinner at Xinyuan. After dinner, Zhang Duo chatted and laughed with everyone until past 10, when Chen Xinji finally came back from working overtime. He raised his eyebrows in surprise to see Zhang Duo there, though he didn't show it, and walked into the living room as usual. Dad, Mom. Has everyone eaten? Everyone greeted him in turn. Shui Xian pulled him down to sit and snuggled up beside him. Zhang Duo's eyes flickered as he asked, It's past 10, have you eaten yet? Chen Xinji glanced at him thoughtfully and nodded. Zhang Duo said, I asked Chef Li to make you some rice cakes for a snack. You've been working hard, but you still need to eat. Taitu, don't just focus on making money, take care of yourself too. Chen Xinji smiled. Okay. Zhang Duo looked a little embarrassed, stood up, and said goodbye. Chen Xinji quickly got up to see him out. Zhang Duo took the opportunity to pat his arm and whispered, No need. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. I'll bring Xiaotong and my son over to visit this weekend. Okay, Chen Xinji replied with a smile. In the background, everyone exchanged glances, trying hard not to laugh. 2 days later, Cheng Tianyuan and his wife set off for Wenghua, taking Xiaoan and Xiaohuzi with them. Accompanying them were several bodyguards, 2 psychologists, and Master Li, who had worked at Xinyuan for many years. It was Master Li's first time flying on a private jet, and he was a bit nervous. Madam, my son just called me. He said I should buy insurance, that I need some kind of protection. Shui Ling was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Don't worry, everyone traveling with us is insured. Qing's assistant is very thorough. Everything's already arranged. Master Li gave an awkward smile and stammered. He's about to become a grandpa himself, but he still worries his old man won't be around much longer. Shui Ling smiled. Having such filial children is a blessing. Sigh. Master Li shook his head with a wry smile and sat down next to the bodyguard, Akeo. Akeo stood up and smiled. Why don't you take the inside seat? I'll sit on the outside, so it's easier to get in and out. All right, Master Li quickly got up. Akeo was about to offer a hand, but Master Li waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary, and easily switched seats himself. The plane took off soon after. Master Li nervously tapped his foot and forced a smile. I thought it'd be really bumpy, but turns out it's pretty smooth. Akeo smiled. This is a top-notch plane with the most professional crew. No need to worry about turbulence. Master Lee lowered his voice. I've only flown twice in my life, and I was scared both times. Akeo reassured him, don't worry, it's very stable and safe. Master Lee chuckled apologetically, you'll probably laugh at me. Last time I flew, I went home and slept for a whole day and night, and my head was still spinning. Akeo couldn't help but laugh. Sounds like you get motion sickness. Don't worry, the armrest next to your seat opens up. Inside there are tissues and a small bottle of pills for motion sickness. Just take one and you'll feel better. He thoughtfully opened the armrest and unscrewed a small white bottle to show Master Lee. Master Lee nodded eagerly and asked, motion sickness pills, they work for flying too? They work for both, Akeo replied. Master Lee grinned in thanks. As long as I don't get dizzy, maybe I'll even have the energy to go sightseeing after we land, instead of lying in bed all woozy. Take this chance to enjoy yourself a bit, Akeo said. You can get some rest too. Master Lee, you're not young anymore, are you? Haven't thought about retiring. Master Lee's tone turned a bit somber and quiet. At my age, I should have retired long ago. It's just that Madam and Sir don't mind keeping me around, so I can still work. Akeo couldn't help but ask, do you have Social Security? A pension? I do, Master Lee explained. When I was young, I worked as a chef in the canteen at a machinery factory. But then the factory closed down, and everyone went their own way. Back then, no one really knew about Social Security or insurance. Luckily, I had some skills, so I worked as a chef in a big restaurant. That's when I apprenticed under a master pastry chef and learned more skills to make a living. The restaurant owner started buying a Social Security, but after a few years, business went bad. I had to pay my own Social Security, working odd jobs here and there until I ended up at Xinyuan. Madam not only gave me a salary, but also helped continue my insurance. I've been getting my pension for a while, but it's not much. Akeo asked curiously, how much do you get a month? A little over 2,000, Master Lee sighed. At first, it was less than 2,000, but it's gone up a bit over time. My son and daughter-in-law both say it's too little. Honestly, if I were back in my hometown, 2,000 a month would be enough for an old man like me to get by. But here in the capital, with prices so high, it's definitely not enough. Akeo smiled. But you're still getting a salary now, so you don't have to worry. Yeah, Master Lee gave a bitter smile. I just don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Luckily, Madam pays well and provides room and board. If I had to rent a place, my pension would barely cover the rent. Akeo couldn't help but tease. With your salary and pension, and not much to spend on, you must be a rich man by now, right? Oh, come on. Master Lee chuckled and shot back. Your salary's higher than mine. Are you a rich man? Akeo shook his head with a wry smile. No way. I have a mortgage and a car loan, plus a wife and kids to support, and my parents and elderly grandmother back home. It looks like I make a lot, but I spend a lot too. There's barely anything left to save. His salary wasn't bad for the capital, but the high cost of housing and living ate it all up. We don't have a local household registration, so my kids have to go to private school. Tuition alone is tens of thousands a year, plus all sorts of extra fees and activities, at least 100,000 a year. 2 kids, that's 200,000. Add in the mortgage and car payments, and that's several 100,000 a year. Back home, expenses aren't high and the elders are frugal, but medical bills and hospital stays add up to at least 100,000 a year. It looks like I make a lot, but my savings are pitiful. Same here, Master Lee sighed quietly. I used to save up to help my son buy a house. Now my grandson's grown up and almost ready to get married, so I have to save up for him too. If it weren't for my grandchildren and Madam and Sir being such good people who've always treated me well, I would have retired and gone back home long ago. Akeo felt a bit sorry for the old man. You're still in good health, so working a few more years shouldn't be a problem. But you already helped your son buy a house. Why do you have to help your grandson too? Shouldn't the young people make their own way? There's no choice, Master Lee lowered his voice. Housing prices are sky high. With a fresh graduate salary, who knows how long it'd take to save up? Without a house, no decent girl would consider marrying a guy. To get married, you need a place to call home, somewhere to shelter from the wind and rain. If you're just renting, girls won't even date you. My son's salary isn't high, and my daughter-in-law's is okay, but still less than mine. As a grandpa, I help as much as I can, so the young ones don't have too much pressure. You really work hard, Akeo smiled. Once you retire, you can just wait for your son and grandson to take care of you. Masterly just gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. That's just wishful thinking. Better not expect too much. As long as I can still earn money, I have some value. Once I can't work or get around, I'll just be a burden to them. All I hope is that they don't resent me too much. Akeo frowned as he listened and said quietly, if they don't treat you well, you don't have to give them everything. You raised your son and even helped raise your grandkids. You're already the best kind of elder. You should save some money for yourself, so if you ever get sick or need something, you can rely on yourself. Masterly frowned awkwardly. My salary goes straight into my bank card, but I don't really know how to get it out. My son just takes it to pay the mortgage. After hearing this, Akeo couldn't help but worry for him. So you really don't have any money on you? Not even a little. Masterly gave an awkward smile and lowered his voice, about 1,000 or so. That's from the red envelopes my wife gave us for the new year. I haven't spent it all yet. Normally, everything's covered at Shinyuan food and lodging, so I barely spend anything, and I haven't asked my son for money back. Akeo reminded him again, no matter what, you should always keep some money on hand, just in case. There's nothing I can do. Masterly looked troubled. Some of my old buddies have told me the same thing. They say, no matter how filial your kids are, there'll be times when they can't take care of you. Besides, my son can barely take care of himself, so I really should keep something for emergencies. But I can't get my salary card back. My son says it's just enough to cover the mortgage, and there's barely anything left each month. Akeo thought for a moment and said quietly, maybe before, there wasn't much of a chance. But this time, since you're going abroad with us, you've got an opportunity. Huh? Masterly was a bit confused. What opportunity? Akeo explained, all the staff at Shinyuan get their salaries arranged by Madam. Once we're abroad, transferring money won't be as easy as before. You can talk to Madam and ask her to give you cash directly when we get back, and just hold off on paying your salary for now. Will that work? Masterly asked, uncertain. Akeo nodded. Madam is always easy to talk to. Whether it's a wire transfer or cash, it's all the same to her, it makes no difference. But for you, having tens of thousands on hand could be a lifesaver. That's true. Masterly broke into a smile. I'll talk to Madam about it later. Akeo gave him a look of approval and said quietly, your son earns a salary, your daughter-in-law earns a salary. The house for your grandson should be their responsibility too. Why should an old man like you bear it all? You're not young anymore. You should really start looking out for yourself. Master Lee's eyes glistened with tears as he sighed and waved his hand. Who doesn't want to look out for themselves? But I have no choice. My wife's long gone, and my son's not much use. I just do what I can. When I'm too old and weak to work, then they'll have to manage on their own. Akeo didn't agree and asked, you really want to work until you're old and gray? Most old folks in the countryside do, Masterly explained. A lot of people my age either farmed or learned a trade when they were young. But most companies or small businesses didn't provide insurance or social security, so you just keep working until you can't anymore. If your kids are filial, you'll have a better life. If not, all you can do is sigh and wait for the end. Akeo felt sorry for him and said quietly, at least you still get a bit of pension. No, Masterly explained. My son took that card too. He just tells me it goes up a little each year, but never says how much in total. Akeo couldn't believe it. Can't you keep it yourself? You should hold onto your own salary and social security cards. I don't know how to handle things at the bank, Masterly said helplessly. The bank is big, and if I ask too many questions, people get impatient. And phones these days are so complicated I even mess up making calls. Now, I just wait for people to call me. Everywhere you go, you have to scan codes with your phone. We old folks don't even know how to scan, let alone use them. Akeo gave a wry smile. Then you'll just have to grit your teeth and learn. There's no other way. Sigh, Masterly sighed. We're a generation that's been left behind by society. All these cards and codes, we can't use them, and even if we have them, we don't know what to do with them. Akeo thought for a moment, then still reminded him, no matter what, you need to have some private money. For elderly people, having money on hand is like having a lifeline, you can't be without it. All right. Masterly nodded. If that rascal asks, I'll just say I spent it all abroad. Akeo couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Just say that. How many times in your life do you get to go abroad? You should cherish the opportunity, right? You deserve to treat yourself. Of course. Master Lee's wrinkled face broke into a chrysanthemum-like smile. This is my second time. Maybe, probably won't be a third. Akeo shook his head in admiration. You're still strong and healthy. There'll be plenty more chances to travel abroad. Haha. Master Lee just laughed and said nothing more. Akeo set down the big backpack beside him and carefully adjusted some equipment he was carrying. After a moment of silence, Master Lee asked curiously, Are you bringing that many clothes? I heard it's hot there all year round. Just a few t-shirts and shorts should do. I only brought 3 sets. Madam said everything is provided there, so I just packed clothes and nothing else. Akeo replied while busying himself, It's not clothes. The housekeeper over there is very capable. Everything is organized and nothing is missing. You'll see when we get there. What I've got are some baby clothes and blankets my wife prepared for senior sister-in. She's about to become a mom, so these are gifts for the baby. Master Lee nodded in understanding. Akeo smiled and said, Your pastries are amazing. The old folks are always saying they don't miss anything else, just your pastries. Haha. Master Lee said with emotion, That's because they think highly of me. If Madam's family hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't have been able to stay at Xinyuan all these years. When your income is unstable, you always feel uneasy and anxious. Ever since I started working at Xinyuan, I haven't had to worry about being let go, and I've had years of stability. I'm really grateful to their whole family. Akeo chuckled. Me too. By the way, Master Lee, your pastries are so good. Don't you have a lot of apprentices? No. Master Lee shook his head with a sigh. Back when I worked at the restaurant, I took on 2 or 3, but none of them had patience or could endure hardship, so they all switched careers. One opened a bakery, and I've lost touch with the other 2. Akeo asked, Didn't your son or daughter-in-law learn from you? My daughter-in-law just learned some cooking, Master Lee explained. My son's not bright and doesn't like to learn. The grandkids are all in school, and my son thinks there's no future in working in the kitchen, so he won't let them learn. Akeo couldn't help but roll his eyes. There are all kinds of professions, and every trade can produce a master. What's wrong with being a pastry chef? Top pastry chefs can make tens of thousands a month. College grads start at 3,000 or 4,000 a month, and even the really capable ones might make a bit more later. Some never make more than 10,000 in their whole lives. Having a skill is a great thing. Your son just doesn't appreciate it. Master Lee joked with a laugh, Is it that good? How about I teach you? Free of charge. Achao burst out laughing and held out his hands. Look at these hands, rough and calloused, only good for brute strength. I can't even knead dough properly, let alone make pastries. If you're not picky, I wouldn't even dare ask you to teach me. Master Lee was amused, but perhaps something had struck a chord, because the smile faded from his lips. To be honest, most of the pastry techniques I know were passed down from our ancestors. There's not much that's truly original. My biggest regret in this life is probably that I have no one to pass it on to. Seeing the hint of sadness on Master Lee's face, Achao couldn't help but try to cheer him up. Really? Isn't your biggest regret not being able to buy a luxury apartment in the capital? Or not building a villa back home? Or not having a few million in your retirement fund? Master Lee shook his head with a wry smile. You don't understand. When you get to my age, money and material things just don't matter as much anymore. What's the word? Attachment? Yes, you're just not as attached to those things. Honestly, if it weren't for my son and grandkids, I wouldn't be working so hard to make money now. What really worries me is that the skills my masters passed down to me might die with me. That kind of regret is hard to put into words. Hao thought for a moment, then blurted out, "What's so hard about that? When you retire, just teach at a cooking school, one class a day, or even one every other day. You can make money easily and still teach apprentices. If you train them one by one, sure, that's exhausting. But in a class, you teach a whole group at once. Every year, a new batch, no need to worry at all." But Master Li shook his head and explained, "That's teaching students, not taking on apprentices. In our line of work, you have to learn with skill and precision, or what you make will lack soul." Hao didn't really get it. Master Li tried another analogy, gesturing as he spoke. "It's like you're a professional bodyguard. You know how to fight, how to use weapons. Those trainers at boxing gyms or fitness centers might know some moves too, but they're not on your level. They're just not the same. You get what I mean?" Hao finally understood. "You're worried your students won't be good enough, or won't truly grasp the essence of pastry making." "Exactly, that's it," Master Li sighed helplessly. "Teaching students, especially in a school setting. A single teacher with dozens of students, teaching one dish, and you end up with dozens of different flavors. That's not real learning. Taking on an apprentice isn't like that. To truly master the art of cooking, you need a professional master to guide you, plus your own hard work and passion, otherwise, you'll never really get it." "That sounds way too hard," Hao joked. "Hard work, dedication, and you have to love it with all your heart? Good thing I was just kidding about asking you to teach me. If you'd actually agreed, I'd have to back out now." Master Li laughed heartily. "If you're determined enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. If you put your heart into it, you can learn." Hao thought for a bit, then asked, "So in this field, do you need talent? Or not? People with talent always pick things up faster, and their results are better, right?" "Of course, talent matters," Master Li nodded. "The most important are a good sense of smell and taste. The world's a big place. There are all kinds of people. Those with sharp senses of smell and taste are definitely better suited for this line of work. Some people are born with sharp hearing, some with a keen eye for color, and some with a sensitive palate. Those who have an advantage in learning are the ones with talent." Master Li explained, "I used to have a very sensitive tongue. Anything I tasted, I could tell roughly what ingredients were used and how it was made. My master originally thought I wasn't smart enough, but when he saw I had some talent, he finally agreed to teach me. People with talent get twice the results with half the effort. Those without talent just have to work that much harder." "My sense of taste isn't great," Hao chuckled. "And I'm not picky, I eat whatever's in front of me, as long as it fills me up. Of course, the food from the big kitchen is always delicious. I've gotten used to it over the years. Sometimes, when I take my wife and kids out to eat on holidays, we say it's to have something different, but honestly, I always feel it's not as good as what you make, Master Li. Still, for my family's sake, I have to go out and try new things, soak up the atmosphere." Master Li's eyes crinkled kindly. "You're just being polite. Otherwise, I'd have been fired long ago." "Oh, right." Hao suddenly remembered. "My senior sister has a fantastic sense of smell. Anything she's smelled before, even years later, she can recognize it instantly." "Really?" Master Li asked, surprised. "After so many years? Just from a scent? It must be a familiar smell, right?" Hao shook his head and lowered his voice. "When my senior sister was little, our master paid special attention to training her senses and flexibility. Her sense of smell is the best. Let me tell you a real story, no exaggeration." "Oh," Master Li urged him on. "Tell me." Hao recounted, "Once, my master took her out, and a young woman stole an old man's wallet nearby. She was too young at the time to understand what a scammer was. Later, our master explained that such people are criminals and the police would catch them. Years went by, and one day, after school, my senior sister suddenly ran home and said she'd run into that woman on her way back and had caught her and taken her to the police. Our master thought she'd recognized the woman's face, but she said she couldn't remember her looks. She just remembered her unique body odor. Even after several years, she could still recall it. That's really impressive, Masterly praised. Chao gave a thumbs up, excited. She's amazing. At first, my master couldn't believe it, but later checked with a friend at the police station, and it turned out the woman confessed to several scams in our city years ago. Only then did my master believe it. Honestly, my senior sister is so talented largely because of her sharp senses and her skills. She's a natural for our line of work. It's such a shame, such a pity. Masterly couldn't help but ask, what's the pity? She suffered a serious arm injury, Chao said quietly, sighing. She can't lift heavy things and she's lost her strength. Masterly looked skeptical. Really? I never noticed. Of course you wouldn't, Chao explained. She can still carry things, just not with much force. It doesn't affect her daily life much, but when it comes to tough work, she just can't manage. Masterly nodded in sudden understanding. Then that's not so bad. At least her daily life isn't affected. But Chao sighed regretfully. You don't know, sir. What a waste of my senior sister's skills. It's like if your hands suddenly couldn't make pastries anymore. How would you feel? That'd be terrible. Masterly tried to imagine it, but couldn't bear to. He stammered, I'd probably feel awful, maybe even lose my appetite and have trouble sleeping. I'd never be happy again. Chao lowered his voice. At first, my senior sister couldn't accept it either. So she just went off alone to the deep mountains, started a tea plantation, and got into some completely unrelated farming business. After being cut off from the world for a long time, her mindset gradually stabilized, and she got back in touch with us. I can't imagine how she got through those days alone. Just thinking about it makes me feel bad for her. It really wasn't easy, Masterly frowned. What a shame. Chao gave a thumbs up. My senior sister used to be the personal bodyguard for top national leaders. Her professional skills were top-notch. If she'd been able to retire normally, there'd be a line of rich people fighting to hire her for hundreds of thousands, even millions a month. But she got injured and had to retire early. Wow. Master Li's eyes widened. Really? Is that true? Chao nodded. Why would I lie to you, sir? My senior sister was already famous in her 20s. She's a once-in-a-century talent. That's not just me bragging, her professional trainers said so. Master Li pressed excitedly. Who did she guard? Which big leader? Chao shook his head. That's not something I can say. Some things are classified. If my senior sister doesn't talk about it, it means she can't. She rarely mentions her past, so please don't go asking her about it just because I let it slip. Luckily, she's calm and open-minded and won't take it to heart, but it's still not good to keep poking at someone's old wounds. Among us fellow disciples, it's an unspoken rule not to bring it up. Fortunately, she married into such a good family, otherwise, life would really be unfair to her. Unfair? Masterly asked skeptically. You mean her husband's not good enough for her? Chao shook his head. No, it's just that my senior sister went through a lot. No matter how talented or gifted someone is, they still have to work incredibly hard to succeed young. My master's wife passed away when my senior sister was little, and my master was all about training. There was hardly any warmth at home. Luckily, my senior sister was very mature and could endure hardship. Later, after she was injured and lost the use of her arm, she still managed to get back on her feet by herself. The suffering she went through wasn't just the physical pain of brutal training, but even more so the psychological pain. Thankfully, fate made it up to her. She married into such a wonderful family. She'll be happy in her next life for sure. Her baby's almost due now. Seeing Chao's eyes redden and his voice choke up, Masterly understood. Heaven is fair. She'll definitely be blessed. Chao sniffed and turned away to compose himself. After a moment, the two of them tacitly avoided the heavy topic and returned to talking about pastry making. Masterly explained, Little Li is actually pretty good, and I'd be happy to teach her. But she likes cooking, not making pastries. If you don't love these traditional crafts, if you're not truly passionate, the food just won't taste good. True, Chao nodded in agreement. Masterly sighed in frustration. But now I work at Xi and Yuan, and I can't just go out looking for an apprentice every day. Literally calls me master, but she's learned less than 10% of my skills. Plus, she only cooks for the money. It's just a way to make a living for her. And since my wife is generous, her income is stable, so she's not that motivated. It's not ideal. Don't your grandchildren want to inherit your craft? A Chow prompted. Traditional skills like these are best learned from a young age. Usually, they're passed down in the family or to apprentices, right? Master Li nodded. That's how it usually goes. The old generation did it that way too. The grandfather did this, then the son, then the grandson, passing down the skill so the family business survives and the next generation always has a way to make a living. But my grandkids are all off at university. My son doesn't support it, and I don't dare bring it up with them. So, what if they're at university? A Chow snorted. Ever since college enrollment expanded, college graduates are everywhere. In downtown Beijing, you could throw a brick and hit 2 PhDs and a few master students. What matters is whether what you learn is useful. If it benefits you and your family and gives you a stable life, then you've truly learned something. At job fairs these days, the average salary for college grads is just a few thousand yuan. Some only get 4 or 5,000, or even less. Don't look down on traditional trades. If you master them, you can still make a fortune. But Master Li didn't dare hope for that. He smiled bitterly. They all work with pens, not their hands. Each generation manages the next, and since their parents don't agree, how can I bring it up? Just ask them. A Chow shrugged. Maybe they'd like it. Master Li still hesitated. Could it really be better than going to university? I doubt it. A Chow chuckled. It's not about which is better or worse. If they do well, then keep your thoughts to yourself. If not, then you can suggest it to your grandkids. Sigh. Master Li smiled wryly. To live to 70 is rare. I'm just an old man, I don't know how many days I have left. A Chow thought for a moment and suggested, my senior sister really loves your pastries. How about I ask her for you? No. Master Li waved his hands, flustered. She's the lady of the house, so wealthy, why would she need to do this? She likes it, A Chow interrupted, explaining. She told me that being pregnant, she can't do much, and sometimes gets a bit down. Master Li couldn't help but remind him, she's about to have a baby, she'll have to take care of the child soon. A Chow shook his head. You can't just focus on the baby all the time. That's a recipe for depression. Besides, learning for an hour or 2 a day isn't much, right? Anyway, I'll ask her for you. If the young lady likes it, I'd be more than happy to teach her. Master Li finally smiled. People with a keen sense of smell are great at cooking and making pastries. It's a real gift. At this, A Chow immediately made the decision. All right, when we get there, I'll talk to my senior sister right away. After she finishes her postpartum recovery, she'll definitely come to you to learn. Don't regret it then. Master Li nodded eagerly. I give you my word. Good. Haha. After flying for several hours straight, they finally arrived safely in the early evening. As soon as they got off the plane, everyone almost simultaneously took off their jackets or light sweaters. It was Master Li's first time here, and he asked in surprise, wow, why is it so hot? A Chow, now down to just a thin t-shirt, explained, it's summer all year round here. There's a thunderstorm every 2 or 3 days, but after that, the sun comes right back out. It's never too hot, but it always feels really comfortable. Master Li cheerfully took off his old jacket from over 20 years ago and praised, comfortable. Really comfortable. A Chow helped him with his large suitcase. Master Li, a bit flustered by the attention, waved him off. No, I can manage myself. A Chow shot him a look and said, we're old colleagues, no need to be so polite. Just think of it as me respecting my elders. Give me a chance, will you? Master Li burst out laughing. Thanks. It's great hanging out with you young folks. So much laughter. It really lifts my spirits. A Chow reminded him, watch your step. I'll go on ahead. All right. Master Li looked around and asked, by the way, where are Madam and Sir? A Chow replied without turning his head, they're up ahead. Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan walked down the stairs hand in hand. The others followed behind, carrying or dragging their big and small bags in a lively procession. Housekeeper Lee had specially brought 2 sightseeing carts and a few bodyguards to pick them up. Everyone enjoyed the sea breeze and the gorgeous sunset as they headed to their final destination. It's just a few minutes away, very close, Chung Tianyuan reminded them. Once we get past this road, you'll see the villa area. Little Tiger, wearing sunglasses, stretched his neck comfortably. This place is so spacious. No wonder it's a high-end residential area. Everywhere you look, it's beautiful. The sea, the beach, coconut trees, mountains, fruit trees. Amazing. No wonder when Little Tiger heard I was coming to pick him up, he burst into tears. Everyone burst out laughing. Housekeeper Lee enthusiastically introduced the area, explaining, this was originally a royal resort, later converted into a vacation villa community. The largest villas are at the back, with the best surroundings. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's connections and ties to the royal family, it would have been impossible to buy a place here. Some royal relatives live over there, and the security in this area is top-notch. As long as you stay inside the compound, there's absolutely no danger. Oh? Xue Ling nodded. I never heard Ironhead mention this before. I didn't expect such a backstory. Housekeeper Lee chuckled. Mr. Chen is quite famous here. He's often in the news and newspapers. I only know about this from chatting with other housekeepers nearby. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known either. Really? Little Tiger teased. What kind of news? Entertainment news? Front page? The rich, young, and promising CEO. Everyone laughed. Cheng Huanran explained, this is a country, but the population is only 6 or 7 million, about the size of a big city back home. How many media outlets could there be? If you're even a little famous, you'll end up in the news. That's true. Little Tiger nodded, then grinned. But it's a fact that Ironhead is both handsome and rich. He's definitely a hot topic among women. Someone with that much star power is bound to attract media attention wherever he goes. Housekeeper Lee nodded with a smile. That's right. Mr. Chen is very popular with young women. He was even voted runner-up in the national top 10 most handsome men contest. Really? Everyone laughed and asked. Housekeeper Lee replied, really. It was a magazine's handsome men poll, and Mr. Chen came in second. But he's never cared about that stuff. He probably doesn't even know. Xue Ling teased, second place? With his build, his aura, and those looks, he should have been first. Otherwise, it's a disgrace to our Xiao Xian. Everyone burst out laughing. Little Tiger called out, could you buy votes? How many votes did first place get? Did anyone check if there were fake votes? Next time there's a contest, let us know, we'll help vote. He's got to get first place, or we'll be letting down our Xiao Xian. Ha ha. Little Tiger clicked his tongue and started chatting with A Chao. So you guys are getting paid to go on vacation again, huh? Paid leave. A Chao and the others laughed. Of course. We fought tooth and nail for this. Everyone wanted to come. If Madame hadn't put her foot down, no one would have stayed behind at Xinyuan. The easiest job ever, plus a vacation. It doesn't get better than this. At the villa entrance, the 3 elders and several children were already waiting on the lush lawn, all running out excitedly with big smiles. Everyone hugged happily. Papa Xue asked curiously, where's Hong? Where's Xiao Xian? Why didn't they come? Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile, the third one still has a painting to finish, and he wants to finalize his thesis before coming. Coincidentally, Hing has a business trip coming up, so they'll probably come in 10 days or 2 weeks. Xue Ling, holding Xiao Shuang, explained, Xiao Xian and Xian are both busy. They said they'll come when they have time, but can't stay long for now. Always busy. Xue Zhilan joked, are they planning to make all the money in the world? Xue Ling smiled and explained, Xian was supposed to invest in a wind power plant here, but ran into some issues, so it's been postponed for a few months and they need to find a new site. He said he'll probably be here for the second half of the year, so he's sorting things out there first. Xiao Xian said she needs to work overtime, but she'll come for a long vacation in the second half of the year. Why didn't Yang come? Mama Xue pressed. Cheng Tianyuan replied, he's busy with live stream sales lately, Working from dawn till late at night, barely has time to eat or sleep, let alone go on vacation. Honestly, Mama Shui couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Xiaoxiao. He should at least come for a few days. Spend some time with his wife and child. But Wang Xiaoxiao didn't mind at all. Smiling, Grandma, whenever he has a moment, he video calls us. We see him every day. It's not the same. Mama Shui suggested, once things settle down, you should go back for a bit. Couples shouldn't be apart for so long. Wang Xiaoxiao blushed and asked, Mom, is everything okay in the capital now? Shui Ling shook her head. There are still occasional cases, and international flights haven't fully resumed yet. For now, you can only fly out domestically, not back in. But I heard flights to countries without outbreaks will resume next week, so it won't be suspended for long. Wang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Then, I'll wait a bit longer. Little Tiger hugged his two sons, kissing them left and right, but noticed his parents weren't around. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Little Tiger piped up. Grandma needed the bathroom, so Grandpa took her in. Mini Tiger hugged his dad's neck and asked sweetly, Daddy, do you not want me anymore? Little Huzi kissed his younger son on the cheek and replied, How could Daddy not want you? It's you two who stayed here and refused to come back. You're the ones who don't want Daddy. That's not true. Minnie Hu pouted, feeling wronged. You never come. Little Huzi smiled and said, But I'm here now, aren't I? The little guy was still dissatisfied and glared at him in annoyance. You took too long, and you weren't fast enough. Little Huzi pretended to be aggrieved. I flew here, you know. And it was a direct private jet, the fastest in the world, bar none, okay, little boss. Minnie Hu turned his little head away and snorted, still too slow. You said you'd come ages ago. My brother and I waited and waited. I almost gave up waiting, and only then did you show up. Way too slow. Little Huzi smothered him with a few more kisses and coaxed, My little boss, blame it on the plane for being too slow. Next time, Daddy will come by rocket, okay? I'll shoot up into the sky with a whoosh, and then zoom down and land right in front of you. How about that? Minnie Hu's eyes widened in delight. Really? Daddy, is riding a rocket fun? It's super fun. Little Huzi replied. It's so fast you can't even see it before it's gone. Wow! Minnie Hu clapped excitedly. Rocket! Rocket! I want to ride a rocket too. How could you ride a rocket? Wang Qing scolded her son with a laugh. Don't teach him nonsense. Little Huzi looked at his mother in her wheelchair, surprised and a bit choked up. Mom, you're speaking so smoothly. It sounds almost like before. Wang Qing smiled and gestured to her husband behind her. That's because your dad took good care of me. Ahu chuckled. Your mom really is speaking much more smoothly now, especially with short phrases. Long sentences are still a work in progress, but we all have faith in her. Keep it up. Little Huzi squatted down and held his mother's hand. Mom, you look so much better now. Dad looks great too. Wang Qing chuckled. We've both gained weight. Ahu couldn't help but laugh. We were just discussing whether we should lose some weight. Uncle Jillian says we're just happy and well-fed, no need to worry about dieting. Luckily, our stomachs have been much better lately. He suggested we eat more fruit and less meat. Your stomachs are better too? Little Huzi asked. Ahu replied, Uncle Jillian has the kitchen make medicinal meals for us. Your mom used to have a weak stomach and would get an upset tummy from eating fruit. Now, she can eat fruit 2 or 3 times a day with no problem. That's wonderful. Little Huzi praised. Our old Chinese doctors are amazing. Wang Qing smiled. The weather here is nice. The environment is good. It's really comfortable living here. Then keep staying here, Little Huzi said. He then gestured to Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling, who were surrounded by the elders and the little grandchildren. Uncle and aunt are going to stay here long-term too, to keep you company. Ahu asked nervously, How are things in the capital? I heard, it's everywhere now. Little Huzi nodded. Yes. Things are still better at home, but there are still occasional cases. This place is very secluded, a royal resort, so outsiders can't just come in. It's much safer here. That's why Uncle and Aunt moved here instead of taking you back. Wang Qing couldn't help but worry about her eldest grandson and whispered, Are you really taking the eldest back? Yes, Little Huzi explained. His classmates have already started school again, no more online classes. His little brother is still in kindergarten, no real study tasks, so he'll stay here for now. Little Hoosie Jr. pulled a long face and choked up, I want to stay with my brother. I don't want to go back to school. Hey now. Little Hoosie ruffled his son's cute mushroom haircut and comforted him. Every kid has to go to school. When your brother gets older, he'll have to go to elementary school too. Little Hoosie Jr. grumbled. Grandpa said you didn't really go to school much. If you didn't have to, why do we? Little Hoosie. He shot a glare at his father out of the corner of his eye, his face full of reproach. Ahu just went, and then burst out laughing. Your dad did fine in elementary school. Grandpa just meant he didn't go as far as Uncle Ran or Uncle Chong, who both got their master's degrees. As long as you study a few years more than your dad, that's enough. Graduate from university. Yes, university graduation is enough. Little Hoosie Jr. frowned in curiosity. Graduate from university? How long does that take? You have to grow up and take the college entrance exam, Little Hoosie explained. University is usually 3 or 4 years, so you'll be just over 20. Little Hoosie Jr. looked troubled. Do I really have to go to university? Little Hoosie nodded seriously. You have to. The little guy turned his head and saw that Grandpa and Grandma both had the no discussion, this is how it is look on their faces. He asked miserably, Daddy, can I skip elementary school? I want to go straight to university and be done with it. Everyone burst out laughing. Little Hoosie was both amused and exasperated. It doesn't work that way, unless you're a super genius who can skip grades all the way up. But those kinds of geniuses are 1 in 100 milli. Little Hoosie Jr. was dumbfounded. How many years is that? It sounds so long and painful. Little Hoosie replied, 6 years of elementary school, 6 years of middle and high school, then 3 or 4 years of university. Unless there's a huge change in the education system, that's the only way. Little Hoosie Jr. wiped away his tears and could only mutter, that's way too long. Ahu laughed. Unless your family has billions for you to inherit, you still have to study hard. Even if you're a terrible student, you have to at least make it to university graduation. My biggest regret in life is not forcing your dad to study more. Hey, Dad. Little Hoosie interrupted, disgruntled, and whispered, Why are you saying this in front of the kid? Don't I have any dignity? Ahu scoffed, You didn't study that much anyway. All right. Wang Qing stopped her husband. Don't say that. Even if you have a fortune to inherit, you still need to study. Exactly. Little Hoosie quickly added, Uncle Ran and the others all went to university. Uncle Ran even got a master's degree. After university, you can keep studying and get a master's or even a doctorate. Of course, you can try for a doctorate too. The little guy's face fell even more. He retorted, Then why don't you learn from him yourself? Such a brutal question left Little Tiger completely dumbfounded. Little Tiger. Wang Qing and Ahu struggled to hold back their laughter. Embarrassed, Little Tiger turned his head and shouted, Uncle Ran. Uncle Chenghuanran. Come here, quick. Chenghuanran, who was busy catching up and being affectionate with his lovely wife, reluctantly turned his head and asked, What is it? Little Tiger replied grumpily, Come here. I'm giving you a free son. Chenghuanran was amused and, with his arm around Kong'an, walked over. A free son? Seriously? We already have kids, but we wouldn't mind a few more. Little Tiger grabbed his eldest son by the collar and plopped him down in front of them. He's decided to go straight to college. He doesn't want to bother with elementary or middle school. Ranji, you're well educated. Maybe you know some shortcuts or good methods to teach him. If you can teach him well, you can have him for free, no charge. Chenghuanran and Kang'an both burst out laughing. Little Tiger, you want to go straight to college, huh? The little guy glared angrily at his biological father, then rushed over and hugged Chenghuanran's leg. Uncle Ran, can I not go back to the capital? Auntie, can you keep teaching me? As long as you teach me, that's enough. Kong'an chuckled awkwardly and glanced at Little Tiger. Your dad came all this way to pick you up. Are you really willing to stay separated from him? Don't you always say you miss him? Little Tiger secretly smiled when he heard this. But his son was ruthless and said, "If he's just here to take me to school, then I won't miss him anymore." Everyone burst out laughing. Little Tiger couldn't take it anymore and picked up his younger son to go play horsey. Little Tiger clung to Cheng Huanran's leg, rubbing against him like a spoiled child. "Uncle Ran, you're the one who loves me most. Are you all really going to leave me behind and send me back to the capital? Uncle Ran, you're the best." Cheng Huanran looked down, amused by the accessory hanging from his leg, and explained, "School over there has already started up again. The teachers asked your dad to bring you back, or else you'll fall behind the other kids. Plus, your classmates all miss you." "You don't miss your dad, but don't you miss your friends?" Little Tiger hesitated and mumbled, "My friends. I do miss them." Kongin said gently, "When it's time for school, you should go. It's already almost halfway through the semester. Just 2 more months and summer vacation will be here. Once it starts, you can come back again." "That's right," Cheng Huanran coaxed. "Once vacation starts, your dad will bring you right back. If he can't make it, I'll come get you myself. If I'm in the capital then, I'll come with you." Little Tiger was still uncertain and said softly, 2 months, that sounds like a long time." Cheng Huanran shook his head. "You've all been here for months already. As long as you focus on your studies, the time will fly by." Looking back, it felt like grades 1 through 6 passed in the blink of an eye. Middle school's 3 years went by even faster, and high school was over before I knew it. When you grow up, you'll realize that school days are the fastest time of your life. Little Tiger blinked a few times, looking utterly defeated. "How come I've blinked so many times, but elementary school still isn't over? And middle school and high school aren't over either?" Everyone laughed again. Cheng Huanran bent down and picked him up. "Come on. Uncle will take you somewhere fun." Kongin, a bit worried, asked, "You guys just got off a long flight. Aren't you tired?" "Don't worry, I feel great," Cheng Huanran explained. "I've been working out whenever I have time lately. I've even put on some muscle." Kongin poked his stomach. Cheng Huanran jumped, grabbing her hand. "Honey, not in public. Are you trying to embarrass me?" Kongin just smiled and walked away, one hand on her waist, the other on her pregnant belly. Cheng Huanran had no choice but to carry Little Tiger and follow. On the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao watched the couples walking off together and felt a pang of loneliness. She always said it was fine, but how could she not miss him? But her silly, absent-minded husband just took her words at face value. She told him to focus on work and not worry about them, and he readily agreed. He said he really couldn't spare the time to visit, because lately the live stream business had been booming. 2 sessions a day sometimes brought in as much as a whole year's sales before. Business was so good that he was absolutely hyped and excited, unable to stop. Not only that, but because he was tall and handsome, he was often asked to appear on camera during the live streams, even modeling clothes. He'd been a somewhat well-known swimmer in the sports world, so as soon as he appeared, some fans started speculating, and soon a flood of fans poured into the live stream to watch him. He said the age of internet traffic is really surreal, just a name, and suddenly a bunch of short videos pop up, all sorts of bizarre clickbait and attention-grabbing headlines. Some said a retired swimmer was forced to sell goods online to make a living. Others claimed he was now a model for a sports company, forced to smile and sell products. Some even said his family was so poor they couldn't put food on the table, so he had to go out and earn money. Fans even showered him with gifts, saying they wanted to help him find a job, like coaching swimming classes, promising a generous monthly salary. All sorts of things, leaving him both amused and exasperated. In less than 2 days, his short videos were everywhere, even trending on social media. He thought it was all over, but that very night the live stream gained several million new followers, leaving all the staff in shock. After double and triple checking, everyone cheered and hugged in excitement, even popping champagne to celebrate. With this new fan base, business in the live stream room got even better. He tried to clarify things, but most fans still believed the rumors online, so eventually he gave up and just kept selling. In less than a month, the profits were impressive, the company quickly turned losses into gains, and everything was moving in a positive direction. Shui Yang was working with incredible energy, and she was genuinely happy for him. But every day, there were only a few short minutes of video. He'd speak quickly, then hang up and disappear, leaving her staring at the phone screen in a daze. Even though her 4 kids took up most of her daily life, she still couldn't help but miss her husband. Xiao Xiao. Xueling called, come in quick. Yang Yang asked me to bring you all some gifts. They're in that big red suitcase. Come take a look. Wang Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. Forgetting everything else, she grabbed her kids and rushed over. Mom, what gifts? Gifts, gifts. Xiaoshuang and Xiaozhu clapped excitedly. Xueling smiled and shook her head. Yang Yang didn't say he's being all mysterious about it. Open it up and see for yourselves. Maybe there's a surprise. Surprise? None. Not even a little. In fact, all she felt was frustration. All 4 kids got gifts, each one a cute toy. The rest were things like fish ma and bags of wild morel mushrooms for the elderly. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't even get a single empty gift bag. How could she not feel frustrated? Mama. Xiao Peng excitedly played with his big yellow duck. Come look at the duck. The duck is so cute. Wang Xiaoxiao weakly waved her hand. Xiaozhu was busy with his own transformer, making sound effects as he played. Optimus Prime is here. He's here. Mama, look. Transform. Transform. Wang Xiaoxiao replied lazily, I see it. So impressive. Xiaozhu ran off to play with Mini Tiger. Wang Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead and glanced at her phone. WeChat was empty. She opened QQ, but aside from a pile of ads, there wasn't a single message from friends. And the person she was most hoping to hear from? Nothing. She went back to WeChat, clicked on Hubby, and saw that the only message since yesterday morning was a sticker. I'm busy. Nothing else. Sigh. She sent a cute sighing emoji. But even after a long while, there was still no reply. Just then, housekeeper Lee called everyone to the dining room for dinner. Each elder led a child, while the others chatted and laughed, carrying or piggybacking kids as they all headed to the dining room in a lively procession. The dining room had huge floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 sides, brightly lit, and the long, elegant table was covered with a dazzling array of dishes. Everyone ate and chatted happily. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little out of place. She didn't know why, but suddenly it hit her that all the joy and bustle seemed to have nothing to do with her. A wave of sourness and sadness welled up in her chest. The truth was, she missed Shui Yang so much. Since they started dating, this was the longest they'd ever been apart. Even though she kept saying it was fine, that video calls were enough, the reality was it was nowhere near enough. Xiao Xiao. Xueling poked her head out, calling, dinner's ready. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly got up, forcing a smile as she walked over. Mom, I was just watching some videos. Let's go eat. Xueling didn't miss the redness in her eyes and took her hand. Have you been watching Yang Yang's live streams every day? Wang Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile. Because of the time difference, not really. And even if I could support him, I can't have anything shipped to me here. Xueling smiled and suggested, watch when you have time. If you like something, have it sent to Xinyuan. When you go back, you can enjoy opening a bunch of packages all at once. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and agreed. Xueling lowered her voice. Xiao Xiao, you've worked so hard. If it weren't for you taking care of the kids, Yang Yang wouldn't be able to focus on his career. That boy is really lucky to have you. Wang Xiaoxiao gave a wry laugh. He works so hard and is so driven. Of course I have to support him. Xueling said gently, once the flights resume, you should fly back to Xianyang and then spend a few days with your parents. We have enough people here, plus experienced nannies. We'll take good care of the kids. You can go without a worry. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated. Mom, I feel bad leaving. The kids are still little, they need their mom. Xueling shook her head. Who says? That's exactly why you should take a break now and then. If the kids were just a few months old, we wouldn't dare take on the responsibility. But now they can play by themselves. Xiaoshuang and the others can even dress and feed themselves. Don't think they can't manage without you. It made sense when you made the kids your whole world before, but now they're growing up. You don't need to revolve around them 24/7 anymore. Wang Xiaoxiao was tempted, mumbling, then I'll keep an eye on the flights. Good. Shui Ling said softly, I heard your grandma's still not doing well, and your parents must be exhausted. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, they're really busy, no rest at all, day or night. I've been video calling them lately, and I can see they've both lost a lot of weight. Shui Ling reminded her, your parents are getting older. They can't overwork themselves. Their health is important, they can't afford to get sick. Why don't you help hire a caregiver? You young people have jobs and families, you can't help much, but at least you can lighten your parents' load. Wang Xiaoxiao looked troubled. Mom, Yang and I talked about this before. He said since we came here, we haven't needed our bodyguards or nannies, so we have plenty of money to hire caregivers. But it's not about the money. My parents, they just won't accept it. Shui Ling immediately understood. Is it because your parents are worried about what the other relatives will think? Yes, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. My mom isn't my grandma's only daughter. She thinks she can't take on everything herself. At first, my uncle and aunts took turns helping, but then one by one they said they were too busy, and in the end only my parents stuck it out. My mom said, since our family is putting in the effort and the money, the others should at least chip in financially. But hiring a caregiver is expensive, and the others don't agree. So my parents refused to hire one. The saying, no filial child at a sickbed for long is harsh but true. At this point, it wasn't just about filial piety. When it came to caring for the elderly, none of the relatives could agree on a solution. Those who could slip away did. Everyone had their own excuses and difficulties. Shui Ling shook her head gently. Your grandma's bedridden. It's not something that'll be solved in a day or two. Your parents might be able to tough it out for a month or two, but do you really want them to keep going like this? Even if no one else cares, you have to. Contact an agency and hire the best, most professional caregiver. You pay for it, and if the others want to help, fine. If not, that's their business. You're spending the money to ease your parents' burden. There's no need to get dragged into the older generation's disputes. You're right. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. My parents only have me and my sister who really care about them. The others don't. Seeing them so worn out just breaks my heart. Shui Ling glanced at her and asked, so what are you waiting for? Hire a caregiver and lighten their load. I'm afraid they'll be upset, so I haven't dared to decide on my own. Wang Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile. My parents seem easygoing, but when it comes to certain things, they're really stubborn. After listening, Shui Ling quickly came up with an idea. You should first consult a local agency and find the most professional and reliable caregiver you can. Then just say it was Yang who hired them, you had no idea at first. Wang Xiaoxiao. Shui Ling smiled slightly and explained, you care about your parents, and of course Yang does too. They might scold you for spending money recklessly or making decisions on your own, but they'd feel embarrassed to blame Yang. A son-in-law is different from a daughter. No matter how upset or awkward they feel, they won't criticize their son-in-law. After all, he's just showing he cares about how hard they've worked. Wang Xiaoxiao understood and quickly nodded, breaking into a smile. All right, I'll call and consult them later. Shui Ling reminded her, let Yang know when the time comes. You two just need to be on the same page, don't let the elders catch on. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoxiao glanced at her still empty phone screen and said softly, I haven't really talked to him much lately. He's so busy, he barely has time to chat. Shui Ling had already noticed the loneliness in her eyes. Earlier, when the elders brought it up, she'd put on a brave face and wouldn't admit the truth. Xiao, it's normal for couples to sometimes fall out of step. You just have to adjust to each other. You manage his properties, and though the work is a bit dull and repetitive, your income is steady. Yang's situation is different. He struck out on his own to start a business. The pressure on him is enormous. Last year, that rascal lost a lot of weight, and his complexion was poor. Clearly, he'd hit some big obstacles. He wouldn't admit it, but Shui Ling could see right through him. Xueling smiled and said, "Of all my kids, Yangong is the boldest and the most like me. He's outgoing, loves a challenge, and is always eager for new things. Ranan takes after his father, steady and thorough. The third and fourth are more independent, but not as daring, and they don't have much of a risk-taking spirit. That's why they all chose different careers. But if you think about it, the path of entrepreneurship that the second one chose is the hardest." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. He really has had a tough journey. After retiring, he started a company with a friend, and they were basically penniless at the beginning. No matter how hard or exhausting it was, he always stayed optimistic and kept going. The two of them squeezed into a tiny rental apartment, barely 10 square meters. Meals were either instant noodles or simple takeout, but he never complained. He was always cheerful. If she hadn't gotten pregnant by accident, he probably wouldn't have taken her home yet and would have kept pushing forward with his business. The company faced several major crises, but he managed to turn things around each time and slowly started making a profit. Unfortunately, just as things were looking up, internal problems cropped up one after another. He trusted his friends, but others were always wary of him. He valued relationships and insisted on running things honestly, but his partners kept letting him down. Xueling nodded. It really hasn't been easy. The more effort he puts in and the steadier his steps, the more likely he is to succeed in the end. He's different from his siblings. If he succeeds, it'll be a huge leap forward. Ranan took over the pharmaceutical group and is developing it along the same lines as before. There won't be much change, just stability. That suits his personality. The third makes money from his hobbies, and the entertainment company is run by others. Plus, a Qing spoils him, so he earns money in a relaxed, carefree way. The fourth's new media company is also managed by professionals. It brings in some money, but not a lot. Wang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Mom, are you saying that Yangyang's combination of live streaming and business will make even more money in the future?" "Yes," Xueling explained. "That model really fits the current market and the situation in China. It could make a lot of fast money, but Yangyang isn't a rookie, he can handle it." Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated. "I heard. Qing Xiao and Tai Tu have already invested. They're basically partners," Xueling explained. "They've invested in Express to Live. They're different from Yangyang. They have deep pockets and will throw money at anything with potential. If they lose, it doesn't matter much. If they win, it's just a bonus. But if Yangyang can make his live streaming business work, he'll earn even more. He needs a win, he can't afford another failure. That's why he's going all in this time. The timing is right, and with the Qing and Xing helping out, he should succeed. Xiao, he's just really busy. Try to be more understanding." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded quickly, giving an apologetic smile. "Mom, I don't blame him. He's working so hard for our family, for me and the kids." Xueling gently patted her hand and said warmly, "You've always been a good, considerate child. Don't worry, if he ever messes around or neglects you and the kids, I'll never take his side." "He wouldn't," Wang Xiaoxiao said softly, blushing. "He's not that kind of person." Xueling chuckled. "There's nothing especially remarkable about this family, but I'm proud that my kids all have good values. They're not the type to mess around. So I can promise you, even if they get momentarily distracted, it's just a passing thing. They'd never really cross the line." Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No way, that would never happen. I really do trust him on this." Xueling patted her arm gently. "That's good. The most important thing between a couple is trust. If you give him enough space and trust, he'll be able to go out and achieve great things. As long as you hold on to the most important thread, he'll always be yours." Wang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and asked, "Mom, what thread?" But Xueling didn't answer right away. She said softly, "When Yangyang and his siblings were little, their grandparents helped raise them, but the one who spent the most time with them was Ayuan. Back then, my career was taking off, and I was so busy I barely had time for the family. Luckily, they had Ayuan. He did all the school runs, weekend outings, everything. The elders depended on him too. No matter how tired I was, whenever I had a break, all I wanted was to go home. Wang Xiaoxiao. Xueling continued, because home was so warm. There were loving elders, adorable kids, and Ayuan's unwavering support and love. Home was my anchor. For that wonderful home, I had motivation and something to strive for. Duoduo's father, you never met him. He passed away when Duo was in her teens. He worked with me for years, was a brilliant businessman with great foresight. But he had a family that dragged him down, that left him exhausted and drained. So even though he started ahead of me, in the end, I left him far behind. Wang Xiaoxiao looked like she half understood, half didn't. Mom, do you mean the family? Not just that, Xueling said softly. I mean a happy and stable family. Right now, the kids are still young. You both can't focus on your careers at the same time. Someone has to make sacrifices and spend more time at home with the children. But that doesn't mean it has to be the woman who sacrifices. Neither Yang nor any of us think that way. We all feel for you, having to put your career on hold to have kids and raise them. No one thinks it's something you should just do by default. Running a happy, stable home is a huge responsibility. It's never as easy as it looks. She was a woman too, a mother, and she'd once dreamed of making her mark on the world. At a crucial moment, it was her husband who sacrificed part of his own career to take care of the family, giving her the freedom to charge ahead without worries. Compared to most women, she considered herself extremely lucky. Because of that, she appreciated Ayuan's efforts even more. And she recognized her daughter-in-law's sacrifices just the same. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with tears. She grabbed Xueling's hand. Mom, I'm so grateful you all understand me. I'm still so young and inexperienced. Back when we lived at Xi and Yuan, you took care of everything for us, gave us all the freedom and space we needed, and covered all our daily expenses. Only after we moved out did I realize how much work goes into just 3 meals a day. There are bodyguards, nannies, the elderly, the kids, so many people to feed and take care of, and everything has to be nutritious and hygienic. I have to figure out where to buy fresh food, where to get the best prices. Just the food alone is enough to drive me crazy. And there's eating, drinking, living, getting around, everything. I feel completely overwhelmed. Xueling nodded understandingly, her voice gentle. You're still young, so don't worry about not having experience. Being young means you have plenty of time to learn, to make mistakes, and to improve. It's always hard at first, but it'll get better with time. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. It really is hard. The money just disappears, and the house is still a mess. I know Yang was a bit impatient back then. He was struggling at work, and I couldn't help him at all. I couldn't even manage our little family properly. He never said anything or showed it, but I know he was a bit dissatisfied. He'll give you time, Xueling said softly. Now that his career is back on track, and after everything with the pandemic, he'll be more understanding and cherish your little family even more. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao choked up. I don't even dare bring this up with him. Xueling nodded. He's my son, I know him better than anyone. Don't worry. Just do your best, have confidence in yourself, and give yourself time. You'll definitely be able to give him a warm, stable home to rely on. And then Wang Xiaoxiao smiled sheepishly. Mom, if I don't understand something, can I ask you? Of course. Xueling put her arm around her shoulders, her voice warm. I'm not some amazing person. I've just walked more roads, met more people, and lived longer than you, so I have a bit more experience. Your generation is much smarter than ours. I'm sure you'll do even better than we did. Wang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mom. What are you thanking me for? Xueling ruffled her hair. If you two are happy, your marriage is harmonious, and your family is stable, that's what makes me happiest. She paused, then lowered her voice. There's one more important thing I need to remind you about. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly nodded. Okay, go ahead. Xueling spoke quietly. Once that boy starts making good money, make sure he pays his taxes properly, then have him transfer the rest to you so you can manage it. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately looked troubled. Mom, I really don't know anything about managing money. Just handling the rental income from our properties is already giving me a headache. Silly girl. Xueling laughed. I'm not saying you have to invest it or anything. Just keep control of the purse strings. If you don't know how to manage money, just put it in the bank and earn some interest. What's there to worry about? Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then looked embarrassed. Ask him for money? I don't think that's a good idea. He already said the rental income from his properties is mine to use as pocket money. Now that he's finally earning more, if I go and ask him for it, it feels kind of wrong. Xueling shook her head. It's fine. He earns the money, you save it, there's nothing wrong with that. You should bring it up, and you have to be proactive about it. He'll definitely agree. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't dare at all, shaking her head lightly. Xueling narrowed her eyes and reminded her, Yang isn't like his brother. He's more easygoing and generous. He's cheerful, loyal, and kind-hearted, but sometimes a bit soft. Now, the places he goes are full of those flashy women. He wouldn't do anything, but you never know, some women might try to trick him. Wang Xiaoxiao. Seeing she'd scared her enough, Xueling decided to push a little harder. If you take good care of the home and the kids, you'll have his heart, but you can't keep him locked up at home forever. Only by holding his heart and his money can you truly have all of him. That way, you'll feel more secure and confident. Xueling's words finally made Wang Xiaoxiao spill her worries. I worry about that too. Mom, you have no idea how messy that influencer circle is. Those female models are all so tall and thin, always hanging off each other, acting so casual. With girls like that around him all day, even if he's a saint, I still can't help but worry. Xueling nodded slowly. That's why you don't need to be anxious. Just keep his heart and his money tied to you. As long as you twist those two strands together, he won't go anywhere. He'll follow your lead. Besides, those flashy women mostly care about material things. If Xueyang had no money, just a poor guy with 4 kids, what kind of fool would chase after him? Exactly. Wang Xiaoxiao said, breaking into a relieved, excited smile. Mom, that's a great idea. But how do I bring it up? He's already made his decision about this. If I ask, won't he think I'm greedy? If you don't dare say it, I'll help you, Xueling smiled. I'll see it through to the end, okay? If he gets upset, I'll be the bad guy all the way. Wang Xiaoxiao was deeply moved and hugged Xueling's arm. Mom, you really are the best mother-in-law in the world. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Xueling laughed heartily and patted her back. All right, enough of that. Let's go eat. I just saw your favorite chocolate cake. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Xiaoxiao said with a laugh. Suddenly, I'm starving. Come on, let's eat. 3 days later, Xiaohuzi coaxed his eldest son to go back home with him. Cheng Huanran stayed behind for the time being, mainly because Kang'an was due to give birth in a few days. Her due date was next week. Ahu and Wang Qing also decided to stay, as the weather here was perfect for recuperation. Wang Qing was recovering much faster than before. Not only that, but thanks to frequent swimming and exercise, a well-managed diet, and a cheerful mood, Ahu's chronic health issues had also improved significantly. Xiaohuzi fully supported his parents' decision, telling them to stay as long as they liked and come back together with everyone else when the time came. Ahu quietly reminded his son that living here wasn't cheap. No matter how wealthy Xing was, it wasn't right to keep freeloading off him. Xiaohuzi took note and reassured them not to worry, promising he'd find a way to thank Xing properly. After returning to the capital, the father and son headed straight to Xinyuan to scrounge dinner. There was still a housekeeper at the courtyard house. Master Li's daughter-in-law. She was responsible for the cleaning and preparing 2 meals a day. Your aunt and her best friend are living here now, Xiaohuzi explained. I've been staying at Xinyuan these past few months. Little Xiaohu dragged his suitcase toward Xinyuan, standing his ground. Wherever you live, I'll live. I want to stay at Xinyuan too. Xiaohuzi laughed and asked, don't you miss your aunt? Little Xiaohu nodded. Of course I do. But Auntie is a girl and her best friend is a girl too. You and I are boys, it's not right for us to live with girls. So, let's stay at Xinyuan. Oh, Xiaohuzi teased, you actually understand that now? Little Xiaohu replied, of course. Besides, I like Xin Yuan better. Why's that? Xiaohuzi asked. The little guy grinned. The food's better there. And there are more people, it's livelier. Xiaohuzi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. All right. You can stay with Dad. If I come home late, there are uncles and aunties around to help out. No need, little Xiaohu lifted his chin. I'm a big boy now, I can sleep by myself. If you come home late, I'll just go to bed on my own. I can even sleep in a room all by myself. Xiaohuzi asked in surprise, really? You're not scared to sleep alone? Little Xiaohu replied. Grandpa and Grandma had me sleep with my little brother, saying 2 people wouldn't be scared. As soon as we lay down, my brother would fall asleep. I'd wait for him to fall asleep before closing my eyes. Sometimes, I'd fall asleep before I even knew he was asleep. Grandpa would come check on us at night, saying it wasn't cold and it didn't matter if we kicked off the covers, but he'd still come take a look. Xiaohuzi could hardly believe it. So you both sleep on your own now? The little guy nodded. Xiaohuzi was thoughtful for a moment, then smiled with relief. The kids were growing up day by day, but he was still stuck in his old bedtime routines. Who would have thought that after just a few months away on holiday, their habits would have changed so much? All right. From now on, you go to bed at 9 sharp. When I get home, I'll check if you've kicked off your blanket. The little guy stuck out his chin. Don't worry, Dad, I won't kick off the blanket. Xiaohuzi just laughed, not believing his son's bold claims for a second. Father and son entered Xin Yuan through the back door and found the big kitchen already bustling, delicious smells wafting through the air. Chen Xinji and Shui Xian were now living at Xin Yuan long-term, keeping company with Shui Yang and Cheng Huanchong. Shui Yang had been extremely busy lately. Apart from breakfast at Xin Yuan, he was hardly ever seen. Cheng Huanchong was busy rushing to finish his thesis and graduation project, so except for meals and sleep, he was holed up in the studio. So, the big Xin Yuan house was rather quiet most of the time, except for dinner when everyone gathered. As Xiaohuzi gnawed on roast meat, he kept piling more food onto his son's plate. Eat. Eat up. The main reason the kitchen was so lively tonight was the flavorful roast leg of lamb. Little Xiaohu didn't like airplane food and was already starving. Now, faced with his long-missed Xin Yuan cuisine, he dug in with gusto. Shui Xian couldn't help teasing, boys really do eat differently. Look at that professional rice-eating posture. Little Xiaohu grinned at her. Shui Xian brushed some rice off his cheek and pinched his chubby face. Not bad, looks like you've put on a bit of weight. Chen Xinji smiled at the little guy and praised. He looks sturdier, and his skin's a bit tanned, a healthy color. Xiaohuzi quickly explained. He swims every morning and evening. He used to be afraid of water, but now he's practically a swimming pro, better than me. Not just him, even Minnie who swims really well. Shui Xian asked in surprise, really? What about my second brother's kids? Even better, Xiaohuzi replied. Your second sister-in-law used to be a diver, so of course she's great at swimming. Plus, with Yang Yong's good genes, all those kids love swimming. Xiaozhu swims super fast, Xiaopeng too, they're like little fish, always beating me to the other side. If I didn't have a float, I'd barely make it back, I was exhausted. Haha. Cheng Huanchong scoffed, that's because you never exercise. Swimming takes a lot of stamina. You're a total weakling and still want to swim fast. Xiaohuzi chuckled and explained proudly, so later, I just stopped swimming and walked back. Some parts were only 50 or 60 centimeters deep, the shallowest just up to my calves, no need to worry about not making it back. Shui Xian laughed, when you don't have the stamina, you make up for it with height. By the way, are you two staying here? Cheng Huanchong suggested, the guest room next door is empty, why not set it up for little Xiaohu? Xiaohuzi replied, yes, definitely. Sometimes I get off work late, and it's good to have more people around to help out. He can shower and sleep by himself now, but I still don't feel comfortable leaving him alone at home. Agreed, Shui Xian said. Uncle Chen has nothing to do every day, let him take care of picking up and dropping off little Xiaohu. Xiaohuzi asked in confusion, old Chen isn't on vacation? Cheng Huanchong shook his head. He says he gets too bored at home. He'd rather come here, chat with colleagues, and have a better time. Here, he gets a regular salary and company, why not? Let him be in charge of little Xiaohu's pickup and drop-off, so he won't be too idle. Good. Xiaohuzi volunteered. From this month on, I'll cover his salary. Cheng Huancheng chuckled. Sure, just send it to my mom. She handles all the staff salaries at Xinyuan. Xiaohuzi agreed, then turned to Qin Xinji. Taitu, I'll transfer you some money too, as a subsidy for the workers and food expenses over there. Qin Xinji was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. No need for that. It's just a bit of food money. I can afford to treat Uncle Hu and the others. Little Huzi exclaimed, Io. And laughed. Of course you can afford it, but we can't impose for too long. You should at least accept a little something, just as a token. Otherwise, the elders will feel uncomfortable staying here for so long. Xue Xian chimed in. Don't be so polite with him. He's paying for the whole family anyway. What difference do two more people make? No need to be so formal. Just tell Uncle Hu and the others to relax and stay as long as they want, even for a lifetime. It's not like they'll eat him out of house and home. Little Huzi shook his head, but I already promised the elders. Qin Xinji said gently, then just tell them I've already accepted it. That way, they'll feel at ease staying here, right? Little Huzi. Little Xiaohu put down his spoon, his chubby little hands clasped into fists. Great kindness needs no thanks. If you ever need anything, just say the word. My life is yours from now on. Everyone. The next moment, everyone burst out laughing. Xue Xian ruffled his hair and asked, Where'd you learn all that, kid? Little Xiaohu replied, From TV. The martial arts dramas Grandpa always watches, that's how they do it. Someone saves a life, then there's revenge, and then they clasp their fists and say, Great kindness needs no thanks, or a gentleman does not hold a petty grudge. Cheng Huancheng laughed. Not bad, you've got it down. Little Huzi sighed with a wry smile. Only people my dad's age still watch those old martial arts dramas. Young people these days don't even know what wuxia is anymore. Xue Xian chuckled. These days, even the fantasy dramas are just about romance, let alone martial arts. Qin Xinji laughed softly. When we were kids, there were so many great wuxia shows. I remember Duo Duo, and I loved watching the Jin Yang series. We even secretly bought the books to read. Ran liked them too, but he mostly read the comic versions. Xue Xian rolled her eyes and muttered, I don't remember any of that. Qin Xinji smiled indulgently. You were just a little kid back then, too young to remember. Little Huzi shrugged. I don't remember either. Cheng Huancheng admitted, I haven't watched TV dramas in years. Little Huzi teased, then why does your entertainment company keep investing in them? If even the boss can't stand to watch, why bother making them? Cheng Huancheng shrugged. We mostly invest in movies and some variety shows. We do a few TV dramas, but not many. The past few years, the company's focus has been on training and signing promising new artists. When a newcomer gets popular, we make money and then look for the next one to train. We lost a bit on a movie last year, but luckily a variety show took off, so overall profits are okay. I barely get involved these days. Cheng's team handles everything now. What? Cheng Huancheng nodded. Couldn't keep them. Ended up letting everyone go at once. What happened with cousin Xue made my mom really angry. She said, don't use people you don't trust, and trust the people you use. If they could let so much money slip away right under their noses without noticing, it just means they weren't competent enough. We thought about keeping a few senior staff, but in the end, decided to just replace everyone. If they couldn't do the job, someone else can. Cheng found a pretty professional team to take over. Now we focus on investing in good scripts and movies, plus some new talent. Overall, things feel better than before. Must be making a lot, huh? Little Huzi blinked. Cheng Huancheng grinned so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. It's all right, enough for my own spending. Yeah, right? Little Huzi laughed. How much do you even spend? You're either painting or studying all day. What do you need money for? Major General Qing covers all your living expenses. You barely have a chance to spend anything, right? Cheng Huancheng nodded with a half-smile. You should be glad I don't have a chance to spend money otherwise. Where would I get the money to lend you? Just a flick of the wrist, and it's tens of millions, right? Little Huzi paused, then mimicked his son's fist salute. Great kindness needs no thanks. Cheng Huancheng laughed and scolded, get lost. Just remember to pay me back. Little Huzi laughed, next quarter, I should be able to pay it all back. Cheng Huancheng munched on a lamb skewer, no rush, take your time. Honestly, I don't even need it. Ugh, so jealous. Xue Xian sighed. Ugh, so jealous. Little Huzi echoed. A moment later, Little Huzi looked at Qin Xinji again. How about, you let me show a little appreciation, just a bit, okay? Qin Xinji laughed, and how much is a bit? Little Huzi was stumped, then chuckled sheepishly. How about I buy Xiaoxin a little gift? Xue Xian immediately understood and shook her head, no need. I already have a ton of jewelry and accessories. Buying more would just be a waste. If it's valuable, it's not a waste. Little Huzi coaxed. If you don't like it, just keep it as an investment. Xue Xian firmly shook her head. Little Huzi couldn't do anything with the couple, so he had to give up. That night, little Xiaohu went to bed early. Little Huzi wanted to spend time with his son, but the boy was so tired from the flight that he fell asleep before the bedtime story even started, leaving little Huzi with nothing to do. He wandered around the living room, snacking on fruit, watching TV, occasionally scrolling through his phone and dozing off. Shui Yang came home exhausted, and as soon as he walked in, he collapsed on the sofa and was asleep in seconds. Little Huzi, munching on a banana, asked, "How much did you make today?" "Over 60 million, Shui Yang replied. Little Huzi clicked his tongue and laughed, "You're making a killing." Shui Yang groaned weakly, "More like working myself to death." Little Huzi snorted, "If I could make a few million every day, I'd work myself to death and still be happy." Shui Yang grumbled, "Like you don't make enough? Just one ad fee from you is enough to run my legs off." Little Huzi crossed his legs and started sharing his worries from the day. Shui Yang, too tired to open his eyes, said, "What are you worried about? There's nothing to stress over. If you really want to help, just find a chance to promote Taitu and Oching's courier company. Have your team wear logo t-shirts or mention the company during live streams, no reason not to use your own people. Taitu's supporting a big family, a couple more like uncle who won't make a difference. If you don't spend the money, it's wasted." Little Huzi nodded slowly, "Good idea. Let's do that." Shui Yang yawned hugely and muttered, "We're all family. No one cares about a bit of money. If you don't give it, you'll feel bad. The older generation doesn't like owing favors, they don't want to eat, live, or take things for free. So just make a gesture and that's enough." "Okay," said Little Huzi. "Got it." But Shui Yang was already snoring. Little Huzi rolled his eyes and turned back to his banana. Late night, Xian Garden. In the room, Little Huzi was sleeping soundly. He didn't wake up until a buzzing sound rang in his ear. Groggy, he reached out from under the covers, fumbling around until he finally found his phone. Forcing his eyes open, he saw it was his sister calling. Without hesitation, he answered. "Hello. Bro. Are you there? You're at Xian Garden, right? You need to come home right now." Little Huzi was startled by his sister's anxious voice. "What's wrong?" "Bro, my best friend suddenly started throwing up and then fainted. I'm afraid calling an ambulance will take too long. You need to come right now." Drive. We'll take her to the hospital." Little Huzi jumped out of bed, agreeing repeatedly. "Okay, I'm coming right now. Don't panic. I'll be there right away." He hurriedly pulled on his pants, grabbed his car keys from the side, and rushed out in a panic. Suddenly, he turned and ran toward the main living room. There was a glass door in the living room that led straight to the back garden. It was closer to go home through the back gate of Xian Garden. But, unexpectedly, the living room was brightly lit. He saw Cheng Huancheng and Lin Jingji having a late-night snack. A new painting hung on the wall nearby, and as they ate, they discussed the artwork. Both of them were stunned for a moment when they saw Little Huzi rushing by. Cheng Huancheng asked suspiciously, "You, Huzi bro? Are you sleepwalking?" Little Huzi exclaimed, quickly explaining, "Shaoan just called me. She said her best friend who's staying at our place suddenly started vomiting and fainted." "It sounds pretty serious." She's so scared she's shaking, and she wants me to drive her to the hospital right away. With that, he hurried to open the glass door. Wait, Lin Qingji called out, reminding him. Turn it to the left. Oh, little Huzi said, laughing and cursing at himself. My brain's not awake yet. I'm still half out of it. He turned the handle left twice, and the glass door opened. Then, in a flurry, he dashed into the back garden and disappeared through the back gate. Lin Qingji lifted his chin slightly, reminding, it's the middle of the night, and he just woke up. Send 2 guys from the back gate to go with him and help out. Cheng Huanchong quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, pressed the intercom, and instructed the bodyguards on duty at the back gate to follow little Huzi and help. Then he sent another person from the front gate to help cover the back. Lin Qingji glanced at the antique clock in the corner. It's almost 3. Cheng Huanchong let out a long breath, exhausted. Let's finish eating and rest for a bit. After a shower, I'm going straight to bed. Been staying up late these days? Lin Qingji asked. Cheng Huanchong shook his head. Just tonight. I went to bed a little after midnight yesterday. I knew you'd be home tonight, and there was just a bit of trim left to finish, so I figured I'd get it done and wait for you. Lin Qingji elegantly put down his bowl and chopsticks, speaking gently. A light bowl of congee at night does feel good. It warms and soothes the stomach, and it's easy to digest. Cheng Huanchong explained, my parents always have the main kitchen make some congee just in case. If we're up late and get hungry, we can just grab a bowl. The chefs are used to it. They have to make some every night and keep it warm in the pot. At this, he couldn't help but mutter, it's fine until you mention it. Now I miss my parents again. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently. We're flying over tomorrow. By evening at the latest, you'll see Auntie and Uncle. Sigh, Cheng Huanchong yawned. I don't even know if I'll be able to wake up by noon tomorrow. Lin Qingji wiped his mouth. It's our own plane, so the schedule's flexible. If we get up late, we'll just fly late. As long as we get there by tomorrow night, it's fine. Cheng Huanchong leaned on the edge of the sofa. So, how was it? Did you feel okay today? Pretty good, Lin Qingji replied. Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes at him, grumbling, I spent countless days and nights on my graduation project, and all you have to say is, pretty good? Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. Cheng Huanchong pounced, pinning him down. Still laughing? You can still laugh. I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, tomorrow's your last day. Lin Qingji was forced to bend over, a smile all over his handsome, refined face. Tomorrow is always just one day. And think about it, how many works can actually get me to say, pretty good? Your project is more than enough for your PhD. Even Professor Mao will have no problem with it. Cheng Huanchong grabbed him by the back of the neck, ruffling his hair mercilessly. Can't you just say excellent? Is it that hard to say perfect? Do you really not know how to make me happy? Or do you just not want to? All right. Lin Qingji laughed. Your project looks as good as my hair does right now. Cheng Huanchong got even more annoyed and messed up his hair into a bird's nest. Lin Qingji smiled indulgently, shook his head, and his soft hair quickly fell back into place. All right. Haven't you heard that only picky buyers actually buy? Cheng Huanchong lazily got up, tossing out, it's my graduation project. Not for sale, and went back to his room. Lin Qingji tidied up the table, turned off some of the lights, and, wondering if little Huzi would come back the same way, just pulled the glass door to without locking it. Then he went back to coax a certain someone to bed. The next evening, little Huzi came back with huge dark circles under his eyes. Little who had already been picked up by old Chin and was doing his homework. Little Huzi ruffled his son's mushroom-shaped hair, then flopped onto the sofa and fell fast asleep. Little who didn't disturb his dad and continued doing his homework quietly. At dinner time, Qin Xinji and Xue Xian returned, followed by Lin Qingji and Cheng Huanchong. Hey, Xue Xian asked in surprise, weren't you two supposed to fly out this afternoon? Why are you still here? Cheng Huanchong explained, Mom wanted us to buy some supplements and the usual meds for Grandpa and Grandma. Also, Uncle whose hypertension meds are almost out, so we're picking those up too. Lin Qingji added gently, it wouldn't be right to show up empty-handed. We're going out to get some gifts for the elders and the kids. Awakened by the noise, Little Huzi rubbed his eyes and asked, "My dad's meds are out?" Cheng Huanchong turned around. "Just the blood pressure meds, the rest are fine. I bought enough for Uncle Hu for several months, don't worry." Oh, thanks." Little Huzi nodded sleepily. Little Hu poured him a glass of water and handed it over. Little Huzi praised him with a smile. "My son is so filial. Good boy." Everyone chatted as they walked toward the dining room. Cheng Huanchong asked with concern, "Was Xiaoyun's friend all right last night?" "You just got back now." "She's fine," Little Huzi replied. "Luckily, you had people come help last night. Otherwise, there's no way I could have carried her down the stairs by myself. In the end, it took 3 of us to get her down and into the car to rush to the hospital." Shui Xian couldn't help teasing. "Seriously? Huzi bro, how old are you? Can't even carry a young lady anymore? Gotta work on that core strength." Little Huzi nearly spat out his water, protesting, "What young lady? She's a big sister, okay? And I mean a really big one. She must weigh at least 150 jin, 75 kilograms." Everyone tried to hold back their laughter. Little Huzi pouted and lowered his voice. "It's not that I lack manners or strength, it's just that it's really too much for me. The 3 of us had to carry her to the car together, and none of us could lift her alone." Cheng Huanchong chuckled a bit awkwardly and asked, "She really weighs 150 jin? Even the bodyguards couldn't lift her? Seriously?" Little Huzi shook his head. "She's definitely over 150 jin, but I don't know the exact number. I couldn't move her last night, and the others all tried to carry her princess style, but they all failed one after another. Even Xiaoan couldn't move her calves. The reality is just that harsh." Shui Xian giggled. "So she really is a supersized big sister, huh?" Little Huzi laughed and explained, "When we got to the ER entrance, the nurses rushed out with a small hospital bed. We struggled to get her onto it, but even then, the bed almost couldn't hold her. Especially her chubby arms, some of them had to hang off the side." Cheng Huanchong picked up a big meatball and asked, "So, what happened to this big sister? Was it food poisoning?" "No," Little Huzi explained. "She was vomiting because she was drunk. Xiaoan was worried since she'd taken diet pills before, and then she fainted, so Xiaoan thought she might be suicidal. That's why she was so anxious." Shui Xian asked curiously, "Was it because of relationship problems? She couldn't get over it?" Little Huzi lowered his voice. "I heard she broke up with someone and has been down these past few days. Last night she went out binge eating and drinking and felt sick when she got back. I heard the young guy she was keeping deleted her and disappeared." "Oh ho!" Shui Xian's interest was instantly piqued. "She was keeping a little pretty boy? Really? What kind? What type?" Little Huzi was momentarily stunned, then replied, "A pretty boy is just that kind of effeminate. What other type could there be? That's just what Xiaoan told me in secret. I don't know the details." Shui Xian pressed excitedly, "How old is this big sister? Has she ever been married?" Little Huzi shook his head. "I don't think so. She's probably in her 30s, about the same age as Xiaoan." Shui Xian clicked her tongue, not sure if she was envious or jealous. These days, as long as young women have a bit of money, they don't want to be tied down by marriage. They just want to find someone they like and spend their days together, fall in love for a lifetime. That's why they get fooled, Qin Xinji interrupted, stuffing a piece of roast duck into her bowl. Shui Xian scrunched her nose at him playfully. Qin Xinji chuckled indulgently. "There's no such thing as absolute freedom in this world. People who say marriage is a shackle just don't see the security it brings. Those who chase after total freedom end up being burdened by it. This big sister is a perfect example. Take it as a lesson." "Not necessarily," Shui Xian muttered. Little Huzi laughed. "She spent money on that pretty boy, and he made her happy. Without the constraints of marriage, there's no security either. If they were married, she wouldn't have to worry about finding him, right? They were free to be together, and just as free to split up, so free she can't even find a trace of him now." Shui Xian. Lin Qingji wiped his fingers and set the wet towel aside. "There are pros and cons to everything. There's no absolute right or wrong, it's up to your own heart to decide. Once you've made your choice, you have to bear the consequences yourself." Little Huzi shook his head. Acute gastroenteritis, plus depression. She probably won't be discharged anytime soon. Shaoan found her a caregiver, since she still has to work and can't handle everything herself. No family? Shui Xian asked. Is she from out of town? Little Huzi replied, she's a migrant in Beijing, her hometown's in the south. Shaoan said she had a tough time a few years back, but later made good money in investment banking. The job was stressful, she stayed up late all the time, her life was irregular, and she loved fried food and milk tea, but hardly exercised. Over time, she became a 200-something gene heavyweight. After she made money, she started dieting and going to the gym several times a week. She met that pretty boy at the gym. Maybe it was loneliness or maybe pride, but she promised him 30,000 a month to be her boyfriend. 30,000? Shui Xian muttered. That's not a small sum. Little Huzi went on, Shaoan said that pretty boy spent a ton. Always wanted the best gaming gear. To make him happy, Big Sister once blew tens of thousands on his equipment. Phones, limited edition sneakers, watches, he was always pestering her for stuff. Later, her savings ran dry, and she almost sold her apartment. If Shaoan hadn't stopped her, she would have already put it on the market. Wow, Shui Xian gave a wry smile. A real-life case of lust clouding judgment. Men are willing to spend on beautiful women, and women are willing to spend on handsome men. It's not hard to understand. Where there's money, there's love, makes sense. Everyone else at the table was male. The next moment, all eyes turned to her, every face plainly spelling out, can't relate. Cheng Huancheng looked at her in disdain. There are plenty of good-looking men and women out there. If you have to pay for someone, don't talk about love, it's not happening. Lin Qingji couldn't help but tease, he's the greedy type. Wants someone good-looking, but doesn't care about their feelings, just their money. Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes at him, then smiled. Who says I don't care? If you really dared to give, would I refuse? Go ahead and give then. Lin Qingji just smiled and said nothing. He'd already given himself away, delivered himself to the door. What else could he possibly need? Shui Xian, always up for drama, joked, third brother, he won't give you anything. Cheng Huancheng shrugged and explained, he doesn't say anything because he means he'll give anything, no need to say it. Lin Qingji smiled and nodded in agreement. Everyone chuckled. Little Huzi's son, not quite understanding, urged his dad, if that chubby auntie didn't sell her house, why is she staying at our place? Little Huzi replied, she rented out her apartment, gets 7,000 or 8,000 a month in rent, so she has a bit more income. All that just to keep a pretty boy. She really went all out, Shui Xian muttered. Well, at least now that guy's gone, she's still around, and she can keep the money she earns from now on. Little Huzi snorted. Wishful thinking. That guy maxed out her credit card, she's over 200,000 in debt. Now she has to work to pay it back. As Shui Xian listened, she completely lost interest in the topic. In the end, it's all about money, nothing worth shipping here. If there's no romantic love story, it's not worth shipping as a couple. Chen Xinji gave her a doting look and reminded her, if you don't drink your soup soon, it'll get cold. Those sugar daddy stories you talk about only turn into romance in novels. How often does that happen in real life? Be realistic. Shui Xian pouted in protest. Romance novels are based on real life too. There must be stories like that. There are, but they're rare, Chen Xinji replied gently. Most people in this world are just ordinary. To live a plain, peaceful, and stable life is already hard enough. Where do you think all those dramatic, twist-filled, romantic love stories come from? Exactly. Cheng Huancheng put on his big brother act and lectured, you're not a kid anymore, stop filling yo. Shui Xian snorted, none of your business. Oh. Cheng Huancheng straightened up, his handsome face turning stern. What, I can't say anything to you now? Shui Xian grumbled, you're only older than me by 1 minute. Don't act like such a big brother. A minute is still older. Cheng Huancheng said smugly. Even if it's just a second, I'm still your big brother. As long as I'm older, I'm the big brother. Got it? Fuming, Shui Xian stuffed a piece of chicken into her mouth, but then suddenly gagged, startling everyone. Qin Xinji raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why does it taste so fishy? Shui Xian spat out the chicken, fanning her hand in disgust, then took a sip of juice. Qin Xinji shook her head. It's chicken, not fish. How could it be fishy? You probably just ate too fast. Maybe I choked a little, Shui Xian muttered. Seeing she was fine, the others relaxed and continued eating. Xiao Huzi changed the subject. Third brother, when are you and Qingxiao leaving? Tomorrow morning, Chang Huanchang replied. We stayed up late the past 2 nights, so I need to fix my sleep schedule tonight. If we left tonight, we'd just end up pulling another all-nighter, no need to torture ourselves. We're going on a long vacation anyway, so why make it hard on our bodies? Lin Qingji explained. We'll probably be able to stay for a month or 2, maybe even longer. Qin Xinji asked curiously, you're not busy? I am, Lin Qingji smiled, but sometimes you have to stop and rest. If something urgent comes up, I can handle it from over there. If I need to travel, I'll just fly out from there. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but complain. He barely gets any days off in a year. Says he's going on vacation, but he still has to deal with work all the time. Unless he forces himself to take a break, he never really stops. He'll work himself to death at this rate. Qin Xinji reminded them, if there's any issue at the airport, let me know. The small airport over there was originally a private royal airstrip, not open to the public. The occasional takeoff or landing was fine, but for long-term parking, they'd need to arrange it in advance. There's an extra fee. Lin Qingji clearly had already looked into it. I've asked my assistant to handle it. If there's anything else, I'll let you know. Qin Xinji nodded. Shui Xian sipped her juice and asked, how's Xiaoan doing? She's fine, Chang Huanchang replied. Mom said she suddenly got dizzy on the plane and slept the whole way after taking some medicine. When they got to the seaside, her assistant and bodyguard carried her upstairs. She didn't even greet everyone. But these days she's been eating, drinking, and having fun with everyone. Totally normal. With Uncle Jillian around, she'll be fine. Lin Qingji was less optimistic. Her psychological issues aren't something that can be solved overnight. She seems fine now, but you never know when something might flare up. The psychologist said her condition is stable and just needs slow recovery, but they're keeping a close eye on her, just in case. Is it genetic? Xiao Huzi couldn't help but ask. Everyone was stumped by the question and didn't know how to answer. After a while, Shui Xian put down her chopsticks. Qin Xinji asked, not eating anymore? Not really hungry, Shui Xian shook her head. It's either too fishy or too greasy. Qin Xinji looked around, puzzled. Really? Shui Xian pouted. Maybe I just don't have an appetite. It's fine, I'll go to bed early tonight and I'll be fine tomorrow. Qin Xinji didn't push her. There are little bananas and sweet mandarins you like in the living room. Shui Xian happily ran off to the living room. Suddenly, Chang Huanchang remembered something. Oh right, Brother Liao called. He said a bunch of tenants sent gifts to thank Mom for waiving 2 months' rent. He's bringing them over tomorrow. Xiao Huzi laughed. Since they're for Auntie, why don't you take them with you tomorrow? No need, Chang Huanchang said. Take them all the way abroad? That's too much trouble. Just let Mom know. Qin Xinji was curious. What kind of gifts? Qing Huanchong shook his head. Brother Liao didn't say, just that there are 20 or 30 packages. He'll have to borrow a car to bring them all. Xiao Huzi suggested, bring a few over so Auntie can feel the tenants' gratitude. I don't think that's a good idea. Lin Qingji shook his head gently. There are still sporadic infections in the capital every day. If the gifts haven't been disinfected, it's better not to bring them over, just in case. Yeah, Chang Huanchong agreed. It's not a good idea. There are old people and little kids over there. Sister-in-law just had a baby and is still in confinement. We have to be extra careful. A few days ago, Kong'an gave birth to a baby boy named Chengzhe. After a week in the hospital, she returned to the seaside villa for her confinement. Originally, Shui Ling and housekeeper Li had found a great postpartum care center for her, but Kong'an recovered so quickly that she was able to take walks right after giving birth. She insisted on not going to the care center, so her mother-in-law and husband wouldn't have to run back and forth. Seeing how relaxed she was, everyone was relieved and brought her back to the seaside villa for her confinement. There were plenty of people there, and everything was well-equipped, so it wasn't hard to arrange for her. Xiao Huzi quickly agreed, right, better not risk it. And then, Qin Xinji also thought it wasn't worth the risk. Normally, Brother Liao and the company's staff handle the tenants. Maybe just tell him not to bring the gifts, and let the staff share them instead. Okay, Cheng Huancheng nodded. Qin Xinji added, Mom said before, if Big Brother decides to stay there long-term, she might have to come back to help oversee the pharmaceutical group. Qin Huancheng shook his head. Big Brother keeps saying it's not necessary. He says he can travel back and forth and do video meetings every day. Sister-in-law said there's no need to hire a nanny or baby nurse for now. She can take care of the baby herself. Luckily Big Brother is there too, so there are enough hands. Sister-in-law is amazing, Xiao Huzi praised. If she's confident she can handle the baby, I'm sure she doesn't even need Ranji's help. Cheng Huancheng chuckled. Sister-in-law said she gets bored if she's not working, so having a baby to play with keeps her busy. Even when she was pregnant, she insisted on running for half an hour every morning and evening and swimming for an hour or more each time. She's a real superwoman, not your average new mom. Off to the side, Lin Qingji dipped his index finger in water and wrote a few characters with the zhe pronunciation on the tablecloth. Which one is it? Is it the zhe from Shuangji double auspicious? Cheng Huancheng glanced over and replied, yes, it's exactly that zhe. Eldest brother said second brother's kids all have names that combine two characters into one. Since that's how their generation is named, we'll just keep it going. Oh, and Dad picked this name. Not eldest brother and his wife. But both of them really liked it, Dad suggested it, and they agreed right away. Lin Qingji smiled approvingly. It's a great name. Cheng Huancheng explained. Mom said it sounds nice too, and everyone else agreed. I think it sounds great as well. Qingja. Qingja. The more you say it, the smoother it sounds. Little Huzi couldn't help but sigh. The eldest son and eldest grandson really are different. Uncle Yuan never helped name any of Yang Yang's kids. The status of the eldest grandson is truly special. Lin Qingji said, Rangji is the eldest son, and Xiaozhe is the eldest grandson. In traditional families, the status of the eldest son and eldest grandson is indeed unique. I suppose so, Cheng Huancheng explained. I heard from my mom that my dad was so happy he couldn't sleep all night, wearing his reading glasses and poring over dictionaries, determined to find the best-sounding character. Second brother's kids were all named by him, and his wife, Dad, and Mom didn't get involved at all. You shouldn't say all this together, Qin Xinji gently corrected with a smile. Luckily, we're all family here, so there's no need to worry about anyone complaining about favoritism. But if Xiao Xiao heard this, she might take it to heart and feel upset. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes and whispered, It's not that serious, is it? Xinji's right, Lin Qingji reminded him. A daughter-in-law's perspective is different from a son's. When we talk about the special status of the eldest son and grandson, we're not saying the elders are biased. It's just that they shoulder more responsibility in the family, so the elders naturally pay more attention to them. Oh, Cheng Huancheng grinned. Saying all this together, yeah, it could easily be misunderstood. Got it, I'll be more careful next time. Little Huzi whispered, especially in front of Xiao Xiao. Got it, Cheng Huancheng made a mental note. Little Huzi chuckled and asked, Yang Yang's kids are all twins, so their names are combined characters. But Rangji only has one child, how come they're using the same naming style? Cheng Huancheng replied, second brother's kids are older, so it makes sense to keep the tradition going. Instead of everyone having single character names, each kid in the family has their own unique character. It actually makes them stand out more. By that logic, our kids should follow Yang Yang's example too, Qin Xinji said. But honestly, this is much better than naming by generation. Lin Qingji smiled slightly. That's true. Cheng Huancheng shook his head. Our family can't really use generational names anyway. My eldest brother and I have the surname Chang, but second brother and Xiaoxin have the surname Shui. No matter which side's generational naming we use, it's awkward and complicated, so in the end, we didn't follow either side's tradition. I remember Dad saying that in Qingjia village, the boys are all named according to their generation. In fact, Dad's name follows that tradition. Little Huzi couldn't help but ask, aren't you guys the Huan generation? Qing Huanran, Cheng Huanchong. Lin Qingji and Qin Xinji both looked at the third brother, with the same puzzled expression as little Huzi. Qing Huanchong shook his head. No, really. Dad said so himself, and he wouldn't be wrong. He said eldest brother was born back in Rongqing, and after Mom married him, the whole family changed for the better, everything became more prosperous and renewed, so he named eldest brother Cheng Huanran, meaning renewed. So, eldest brother's name wasn't based on the generational character. The other three nodded in agreement. Cheng Huanchong continued, my name was based on eldest brothers, not on the generational character either. Second brother and Xiaoxin also weren't named that way. They followed the Shui family's tradition, which is to use single character names. Lin Qingji couldn't help but ask, so what about Changzhe? That's a single character name too. Maybe it's just copying second brother's kids, Cheng Huanchong said. Single character names are pretty nice, actually. Little Huzi stifled a laugh. Could it be that Uncle Yuan just couldn't think of a better character, so he went with a single character out of convenience? Everyone burst out laughing. Little Xiaohu giggled along, raising his chubby little hand. I know. It's all because we're lazy. Grandpa said he's called Ahu Tiger. Dad is Xiaohu Little Tiger, because he's the child of a tiger. So I'm Xiaoxioha Tiny Tiger, because I'm the child of Little Tiger. Everyone laughed even harder. That's right. All because we're lazy. You little rascal. We all have proper names. These are just nicknames, little names, got it. Come on. Who doesn't know you as Xiaohu? Who even remembers your real name? You don't remember? You little brat. If you dare say you don't, I'll give you a beating. I'm too lazy. Too lazy to remember. Ha ha. The next day at noon, Cheng Huanchong and Lin Qingji set off for the south. Shui Xian and his wife said they'd be busy for a while longer, but planned to head south for vacation in about a month. That evening, both couples were busy with work and couldn't make it home for dinner. In the big dining room, it was just little Huzi and his son, plus Shui Yang. Shui Yang looked left and right and, before he knew it, started to feel a bit forlorn, sighing repeatedly. Little Huzi, ever the loyal friend, patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, my son, and I will keep you company. Shui Yang shot him a look and retorted, are you sure you two aren't just here for free food, drinks, and lodging? We are. Little Xiaohu raised his hand. But Uncle Yang, you can't refuse us. Because we need each other. Little Huzi's eyes lit up in delight, and he applauded his son. Not bad, not bad. I've noticed that since we got back from vacation, this kid's gotten a lot more eloquent. It's true, the more people you interact with, the better your communication skills get. Shui Yang laughed and pinched the little guy's cheek. We need each other? I need you? Huh. Little Xiaohu wasn't scared at all, grinning, Uncle Yang, the more you say that, the lonelier you must feel inside. Shui Yang. Little Huzi tried not to laugh. Shui Yang propped his chin on his hand, sighing helplessly, hurry up and eat. After dinner, I'm video calling my wife and kids. Life like this, honestly, it's unbearable. If it's really that bad, why not have your wife bring the kids back? Little Huzi suggested seriously. It's not good for couples to be apart for too long, and the kids need their dad too. Shui Yang pursed his lips. You think I don't want to? But I'm really busy right now. As soon as I finish eating and showering, I have to go to bed. I have to be at the live stream studio before 4. And dude, not 4 in the afternoon, 4 in the morning. I get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the dogs. Where do I have time for my wife and kids? It's better for them to stay over there, at least they're happier that way. Xiao Huzi disagreed, shaking his head. Whether the kid's happy or not is one thing. But what about sister-in-law Xiao Xiao? Shui Yang, always the careless type, said, she's definitely happy too. Every day she just eats, drinks, plays with the kid, or chats with the elders. No chores, no work, she's living the good life. But Xiaohuzi, having been through it himself, warned him again, it's not good for a couple to be apart for too long. If my wife hadn't kept running off to the southern island and staying away from the capital for so long, our relationship wouldn't have grown distant, and no one would have had the chance to come between us. With his son present, Xiaohuzi couldn't say too much, so he just gave a light warning to Shuiyang. Unexpectedly, Shuiyang was full of confidence. Xiaoxiao's cheerful and considerate. She's nothing like Shanyu. I'm not worried about her at all. Xiaohuzi rolled his eyes at him. I'm not talking about that kind of worry. I mean, being apart for months at a time can affect your relationship. Don't you miss your wife? Don't you think she misses you? Shuiyang smacked his lips. Once I get busy, I barely know what day it is. Where would I find the time to miss her? Xiaohuzi gave him a knowing, slightly teasing look. You're still young and full of energy. Don't tell me you never think about her late at night. Come on. You're not some lonely old man in his 70s. Of course Shuiyang knew what he meant and could only shake his head helplessly. I really don't have time. I told you, I'm so exhausted every day that I fall asleep the second I hit the bed. When I wake up, it's straight back to work. I barely have any thoughts about it. When my wife's around, maybe I'll think about it once in a while. When she's not, I don't even have that, just tiredness and busyness. That's all. Xiaohuzi gave him a complicated look and muttered, you poor thing. At least when your wife's around, you can still barely play the part of a husband. When she's gone, you're basically a eunuch. Shut up. Shuiyang laughed and scolded, who talks like that? Huh? Aren't you basically a eunuch yourself? Don't tell me you have the time and energy to go out for a one-night stand. Shut it. Xiaohuzi glared at him, sneaking a glance at his son. Little Huzi was gnawing on a chicken wing and playing with his smartwatch, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Xiaohuzi flicked his son on the forehead. Are you full yet? Yeah. The little guy tossed the gnawed chicken bone onto the table. I'm done. Xiaohuzi hurried to clean up, grumbling, if you're full, go do something else. The kid scampered out of the dining room. Don't run. I told you not to run after eating. What are your ears for? I tell you every day and you never listen. All he got in response was the sound of even faster footsteps. Xiaohuzi muttered weakly, little brat. Shuiyang chuckled and shrugged. Having kids is fun for a moment, but raising them is a lifetime of misery. How is it? Isn't it rough looking after the kid by yourself? Get lost. Xiaohuzi laughed and scolded, you've got 4 kids, I only have 2. No matter how rough it is for me, it can't be worse than you. Shuiyang raised his eyebrows suggestively, and with the kid gone, he spoke even more freely. Don't pretend to be some innocent boy. Who'd believe it? Even when you were young, you weren't innocent. If you're not out messing around, it's only because you can't anymore. Who'd believe otherwise? We're all in our 30s. This is supposed to be our prime. I just don't have the urge, Xiaohuzi said honestly. Shuiyang looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Xiaohuzi replied quietly, after the divorce, I just didn't feel like it anymore. All I thought about was rebuilding the club and taking care of my parents and the kids. I didn't have the time or energy for anything else. Shuiyang stared in disbelief. Seriously? What about now? You're financially stable, your parents are fine. You still don't want to? Nope. Xiaohuzi shook his head. Just don't have the urge. Shuiyang pressed, what about when you see a beautiful woman? A sexy one? Haven't even watched a video to, take the edge off. Nope, Xiaohuzi replied quietly. Not even a little bit. Shuiyang let out a sound of disbelief. Wow, you're worse off than me. You're basically a eunuch now. Get lost. Xiaohuzi shook his head. It's not that I can't, I just don't feel like it. Shuiyang eyed him skeptically. You don't even feel anything watching videos, and you say you're fine? Who are you kidding? Xiaohuzi sighed helplessly. I guess I'm just too busy. I got used to it, and now I don't even feel the urge anymore. That's rough. Shuiyang said seriously. Bro, you need to find yourself a girlfriend. Not for marriage, just for fun. Spend some money on her, it's not like you're short on cash. Xiaohuzi just rolled his eyes and went back to eating. Shuiyang leaned in. I'm serious. You can't go on like this. You're in your 30s, but living like a monk. Don't let it drag on, get back out there. You don't even miss your wife, Xiaohuzi snorted. What's there for a widower like me to me? How am I any different? Xiaohuzi shot back. Shui Yang. So the two of them ate in silence, the atmosphere suddenly heavy. After a long while, Shui Yang sighed and said quietly, maybe it's not just the two of us. Of course not. Xiaohuzi rattled off several examples. Some guys say even with their wives right there, they don't feel anything. It's not that they can't, they just don't have the urge anymore. Shui Yang couldn't help but sigh. Man, we're all turning into saints. Xiaohuzi chuckled. I've got a few guys on my team, all in their 20s. Back when we were that age, we couldn't go a day without thinking about women. But these guys are all like monks, calm as still water. Ask them why they don't date, and what do they say? They'd rather raise cats or dogs. If they have free time, they'd rather play with their pets than get a girlfriend. See? It's not just us, right? Shui Yang felt like he'd found allies inside. Even guys in their 20s are like this now. All that talk about youthful energy and raging hormones nowadays, whether you're young or just recently young, those words barely mean anything anymore. Xiaohuzi raised an eyebrow. So, are you worried your wife will come back and expect you to perform your duties? That's not it, Shui Yang shook his head, his face awkward. I'm just worried I'll be too busy to spend time with her. Xiaohuzi snorted. Same difference. Shui Yang gave a wry smile and muttered, ever since we had a few kids, I just haven't had the same drive. What used to happen in a week now happens maybe once in half a year. With all the work stress, I just don't think about it anymore. Xiaohuzi said quietly, same here. The two of them ate in silence, not daring to continue this awkward and helpless topic. A few days later, Shui Yang received a text from Wang Xiaoxiao saying she'd booked a flight home for tomorrow. Little Huzi tried to hold back his laughter. See? The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Now that your wife's coming back, she's definitely going to make you pay up all the conjugal dues you owe from the past few months. You can't get out of it, sooner or later, you'll have to pay. Shui Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his voice. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not like I can't pay. If I owe, I'll pay. Little Huzi snickered. Across from them, Shui Exine yawned and asked, what are you guys talking about? You're laughing so hard. Share the joke with me. Shui Yang took a big gulp of porridge and shook his head. Nothing much. Just talking about work and how we're feeling. Little Huzi almost spat out his food, but under Shui Yang's fierce warning glare, he quickly waved his hand to indicate there was nothing. Shui Exine was annoyed and pouted, what's this? You can't even share your work talk and feelings with me? Are you two trying to exclude me? There are hardly any people left in this house and you're still acting all exclusive. Little Huzi struggled not to laugh. Shui Yang cleared his throat and said irritably, it's not that we don't want to tell you, there's just nothing to say. Oh, by the way, your second sister-in-law is coming back for a few days. Really? Shui Exine was overjoyed. When? Is she coming back alone? Shui Yang nodded. She's got a flight tomorrow, should arrive in the evening. But she'll have to quarantine for over a week. Luckily things are calm in Wagor right now, so it'll be 2 weeks at most, 10 days if we're lucky. By the time she actually gets home, it'll be about 2 weeks later. She couldn't bring the kids with her, no way they could handle being quarantined for so long. So she's only coming back for a few days? Shui Exine muttered. If it's just for a few days, she might as well not come. She has to quarantine for ages, but can only stay a short while. Luckily, only this side required quarantine. If both sides did, the whole trip would take a month. Shui Yang explained, I already texted her back, but she hasn't replied yet. Honestly, I don't want her to come back either. 2 weeks of quarantine plus a short stay, she'll be gone at least a month. Even if she stays 3 or 4 weeks, or even a couple of months, she'll have to go back eventually. My eldest sister-in-law is still in confinement, and the kids can't be without her. If she leaves for so long, the kids will all be left to mom and dad. They have to look after my sister-in-law, the elderly, and those little troublemakers. How can they handle all that? Little Huzi chimed in, but aren't there nannies? And the housekeeper and staff at the villa? What about the bodyguards? Auntie pays them all a lot. Are they just wasting her money? Shui Yang looked a bit awkward and defended himself. It's not the same. Staff are staff, bodyguards are bodyguards. They all have their own jobs. The kids have never been away from her since they were born. If she leaves, who knows how much trouble they'll cause. It can't be that bad, Shui Xian said. The twins and the others are pretty well behaved. When they stay here, they eat and sleep just fine, never make a fuss. Shui Yang grunted. A day or two is fine. But if it's longer, it's different. Shui Xian eyed him suspiciously. Second brother, what's up with you? Why do you sound like you're not happy about second sister-in-law coming back? Are you out of your mind? Or did you two have a fight? Is she coming back to beat you up? Get out of here. Shui Yang scolded with a laugh. Why would we fight? Like I said, it's mainly because the kids can't be without her. Little Huzi snickered. Shui Xian couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Xiaoxiao. She's been over there with the kids for months. It's been tough for her. And it hasn't been tough for me? Shui Yang grumbled. I've been leaving the house at 3 a.m. for 10 days straight. This is the first time in 2 weeks I've had breakfast at home. She's tired, but so am I, okay? Shui Xian shot him a look, sizing him up. Wait, why do I feel like you don't really miss her? Shouldn't you be over the moon that she's coming back? Shui Yang rolled his eyes. Can't you see the word happy written right here in my eyes? Nope, Shui Xian replied. Little Huzi burst out laughing. Shui Yang tossed a fried dough stick at Little Huzi and said irritably, all right. She can come or not, whatever. Let's eat, enough nonsense. Shui Xian snorted. Look at you, acting so weird. If you two didn't have a fight, I'll write my name backwards. Just eat, Shui Yang muttered, feeling stifled. I can't even shut you up with food. Shui Xian pouted. I don't feel like eating. Little Huzi looked up at her. Why not? Xian, you're not dieting, are you? Seriously. If you get any skinnier, you won't look good. You've lost a lot of weight lately, and your complexion doesn't look great, did you know that? I'm not dieting, Shui Xian said innocently. I haven't dieted in years. I don't know why, but I haven't been sleeping well lately, feel tired all the time, and don't have much appetite. Shui Yang looked her over and frowned. You really don't look great. Not sleeping well? Insomnia. Little Huzi agreed. When you don't sleep well, your appetite goes too. If you don't sleep, you'll feel tired, look tired, your skin will be bad, everything goes downhill. Useless chatter. Shui Yang shoved him aside and asked, have you seen a doctor? Maybe have the family doctor come over. Going to the hospital is such a hassle these days. If it's not urgent, better not go. Uncle Huan is off the grid, can't reach him. Better get the family doctor. Shui Xian shook her head. No need. I just can't sleep well and have no appetite, it's nothing serious. Where's Arnhead? Shui Yang asked. Didn't see him this morning. Shui Xian replied, he's on a business trip for a few days, should be back by the weekend. How come I didn't know? Shui Yang widened his eyes. Do we really live in the same house? Little Huzi rolled his eyes at him. You come home late and leave early. When you're eating dinner, everyone else is asleep. When you go to work, they're not up yet. With your schedule, who even sees you? And there are so few people at Xinyuan now, it's even harder to run into anyone. True, Shui Yang said, a bit annoyed. My schedule is really something else. Shui Xian yawned. Forget it, I'm off to work. Not eating. Wait. Shui Yang called out. Take something to eat on the way, at least have a little. Take a nap at lunch to recharge. Got it. The next morning, Wang Xiaoxiao flew back to China. Shui Yang couldn't meet her because as soon as she got off the plane, a car took her straight to the quarantine hotel. She wouldn't be able to return to Xinyuan for another 2 weeks. That night, on his way home, Shui Yang video called her. But after just a few words, the two of them started arguing. Shui Yang hadn't slept for a whole day and night. His head was buzzing, and he really didn't have the energy to coax his wife, so he just hung up. Back at Xinyuan, Shui Yang went straight to his room, collapsed onto the bed, didn't even bother with the covers, and fell asleep in seconds, not waking up until noon the next day. Hey! Xiao Huzi banged on the door. Lunchtime. Are you up yet? Get up and eat. Little Tiger came running over, calling out, "Uncle Yang. The boiled fish is ready. I want to eat. I want fish." "All right." Xiao Huzi grinned. "Let's go have some boiled fish." Then he knocked on the door again. "Yang Ong. Time to eat." After that, he took Little Tiger to look for Shui Xian. Knock knock. Knock knock, asterisk. Little Tiger asked curiously, "Dad, why did you knock so loud on Uncle's door, but so softly on Aunt Xian's?" Xiao Huzi replied, "Because Aunt Xian is a girl. Us men have to be gentle and considerate with girls, not rough." "Oh." Little Tiger took note. A moment later, a sleepy voice came from inside the room, "Coming." Xiao Huzi called, "Xianer, get up for lunch. It's already past 12. Hurry up." Shui Xian answered. Xiao Huzi took his son to the big dining room. "It's the weekend today. Daddy's free this afternoon. How about I take you to the amusement park?" Little Tiger shook his head. "I want to go swimming." Xiao Huzi agreed without hesitation. "Sure, let's go swimming. It's hot out, swimming is the best." "Daddy, can we go swim at the beach?" the little guy asked hopefully. Xiao Huzi explained, "The beach is too far. By the time we drive there, it'll be evening and we'd have to head back right away." The little guy looked disappointed and muttered, "The pool is always crowded. I can't go where Daddy goes, and Daddy can't go where I go. I just want to play in the water." Suddenly, Xiao Huzi remembered the small pool in the backyard and had an idea. "Hey, how about I clean up the little pool in the back garden and fill it up for you to play in?" "Yay, yay!" The little guy jumped up and down excitedly. "Then I can play as long as I want. All the way until it's dark." Xiao Huzi nodded quickly. "No problem." All he had to do was move a lounge chair under the tree and nap while watching his son. No need to drive anywhere. Couldn't be easier. A while later, Shui Yang walked into the dining room, still groggy from sleep. Little Tiger quickly greeted him, "Uncle Yang." Shui Yang smiled, ruffled the little guy's mushroom haircut, gave him a kiss, and finally let him go to sit down. "Oh? We're having boiled fish today. Looks delicious, really whets the appetite." Xiao Huzi was shoveling rice into his mouth and mumbled, "Super appetizing. I feel like I could eat 3 big bowls." Shui Yang picked up his chopsticks and asked, "No need to work overtime today?" "Nope," Xiao Huzi replied. "There aren't any big competitions lately. The team's just training. The manager, coach, and Xiao Yun are watching over things. Nothing for me to do even if I go." Shui Yang grumbled, "Man, I'm so jealous. Ever since I started live streaming, it feels like vacation is a distant dream. Who knows when I'll get another day off." Xiao Huzi snorted, "The internet never sleeps, it's 24/7. "What vacation?" Shui Yang sighed helplessly, "Gotta hustle for the money." Xiao Huzi asked, "What time are you heading out this afternoon?" "Still time for a nap." "I'll leave after I eat," Shui Yang stretched. "I've got a live stream at 3, so I need to get ready." Xiao Huzi asked where Wang Xiaoxiao was quarantining and reminded him, "Remember to order her some good food for delivery." Shui Yang nodded absent-mindedly. Xiao Huzi couldn't help but ask, "That's allowed, right? They can deliver food to the hotel." "No idea," Shui Yang replied. "I haven't asked." Xiao Huzi sensed something was off and asked, "What's wrong?" Shui Yang said quietly, "We had a fight last night. I haven't had time to make it up to her." Xiao Huzi probed, "What did you fight about? Isn't she in quarantine? What's there to fight about?" Shui Yang snorted, "I called her after work, finally had a moment to catch my breath, but she just kept complaining, bad service at the airport, had to wait for hours, quarantine hotel isn't great, just endless grumbling. I wasn't in the best mood either, told her I'd warned her, but she wouldn't listen and insisted on coming back. The pandemic controls here are still strict, you can't avoid quarantine, and it's more than 2 weeks. It's not like I didn't warn her." She got mad and started arguing. I couldn't be bothered, so I just hung up. Xiao Huzi frowned, "Is that really worth fighting over?" Shui Yang sighed, "I'd been working non-stop for over 50 hours. My head was about to explode, and she just kept nagging, like the monk's tightening spell." Xiao Huzi said, "Get some sleep, clear your head, and apologize to her later. She came back for you, right? Don't take her for granted." "Yeah," Shui Yang nodded. Xiao Huzi glanced toward the front door and muttered, "What's taking Xian so long?" Shui Yang raised an eyebrow. "She doesn't have to work weekends, right? She's still in her room sleeping." Xiao Huzi replied, "We already called her." Suddenly, Shui Yang remembered something and asked, "Did her insomnia get better? Is she eating properly now?" About the same," Xiao Huzi answered. "She hasn't been home for meals much lately." Shui Yang frowned. "When she comes, we should ask. If she's still not better, let's have the family doctor take a look. Can't let her health slide." He'd been so busy lately, he'd completely forgotten about it. His little sister had always been delicate, and with her husband away, he, as her brother, hadn't even remembered to check on her. Shame on him. Xiao Huzi agreed. Shui Yang gnawed on a big fish head and muttered, "I wonder when Ironhead will be back." "Should be soon, right?" "He said this weekend," Xiao Huzi replied. "This afternoon or tonight." Just then, there was a strange noise from up ahead. Xiao Huzi and Shui Yang didn't notice, still focused on eating. A moment later, bodyguard Xiao Huang rushed in, visibly anxious. "Second young master." "Young master who?" "Miss Xian fainted. In the hallway outside." "What?" Shui Yang dropped his chopsticks in shock and dashed out like the wind. Xiao Huzi jumped up too, flustered. "What happened?" "She fainted." The bodyguard explained. "A colleague carried Miss Xian back to her room. I've already contacted the family doctor. He's on his way." Good, good. Xiao Huzi ran out. "Nice work." I'll go check on her." When little Tiger came rushing in, he found that Shui Xian had already woken up, albeit weakly. Shui Yang was holding his sister's hand, feeling her forehead and then her face. "No fever. So why did you suddenly faint? Your face is pale and you look completely drained." Little Tiger asked nervously, "Could it be low blood sugar?" Shui Xian rolled her eyes weakly and replied, "Probably." Little Tiger turned and ordered, "Quick. Go to the main kitchen and get some sugar water. Make it extra sweet." The bodyguard at the door answered and hurried off to the kitchen. Little Tiger explained, "Our receptionist used to faint from time to time, and it was always low blood sugar. Young women want to look good, so they starve themselves to stay thin, and end up with low blood sugar, getting dizzy every few days. Every time she fainted, we'd give her a piece of candy. After it happened a few times, she got scared and stopped dieting. She started eating and drinking normally and didn't faint anymore." Shui Yang glared at his sister and asked, "Have you been skipping meals again?" "No," Shui Xian protested, feeling wronged. "I just haven't had much appetite. It's not about dieting. I didn't eat much last night, felt really tired, and went to bed early. Maybe I've been eating too little lately, so it really is low blood sugar." Shui Yang scolded, "If you don't have an appetite, then make something to stimulate it. Dried tangerine peel, hawthorn. You just don't eat if you're not hungry. You'll starve yourself sick at this rate." "But I don't even feel that hungry," Shui Xian said honestly. Little Tiger immediately thought it was serious. "If you can't eat much and don't feel hungry, that's definitely a stomach problem." "Really?" Shui Yang asked suspiciously. "Is your stomach bothering you?" Shui Xian shook her head. "No, nothing hurts. I just feel weak and tired. Sometimes I can't sleep at night, sometimes I could sleep all day." Little Tiger suggested, "Let's get you some sugar water first, then take some stomach medicine." Shui Xian replied feebly, "My stomach's been fine these past few years. I don't even have any stomach medicine around." "I have some in my room." Little Tiger dashed out. "I'll go get it." Shui Yang sighed helplessly and helped tidy up his sister's messy hair. "If you're not feeling well, you need to take care of it right away. Don't just focus on work and making money. It's been days, hasn't it? Why didn't you see a doctor and get some medicine?" Shui Xian yawned and shook her head. "It's not that bad, so I didn't pay much attention. The company just hired 2 or 3 senior managers, and I've been observing them lately. They're all pretty good, so my money was well spent. Maybe I've just got a lot on my mind. Or maybe I rely on Xing too much, so when he went on a business trip, I fell ill. Honestly," Shui Yang said sternly. "He goes on a business trip and you get sick. How's he supposed to focus on work? You really are a handful." Shui Xian pouted. just don't tell him for now, okay? You're not a kid anymore, but you still can't take care of yourself. Always making your family worry. Hearing the word family, Shwe Xian suddenly felt a pang of sadness. If Mom and Dad were home, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Second brother, I miss Mom and Dad. Shwe Yang awkwardly turned away and muttered, I miss them too. When they were here, we were their treasures. Now that they're gone, we have to handle everything ourselves. Outsiders will never treat us like treasures. We're not even worth grass to them. The siblings exchanged a look, both faces full of gloom, sighing together. The sugar water arrived, and Shwe Xian drank half a bowl in one go. I can't, it's too sweet. I can't drink anymore. Shwe Yang glared at her. It's just sugar water, not medicine. Drink it all. No, Shwe Xian protested, making a face. It's making me nauseous. Little Tiger handed over the stomach medicine. Then take the medicine. Wait, Shwe Yang asked, is it supposed to be taken before or after Maya? Shwe Yang said, then wait until after she eats. Or better yet, let's wait for the family doctor to check her out before deciding. Good idea, Little Tiger agreed. Better safe than sorry. Shwe Xian nodded. Right, Uncle Huan has reminded me several times. Don't take any medicine during pre-pregnancy unless you're sure you're not pregnant. If you're not feeling well, test first to make sure you're not pregnant before taking anything. He also said most medicines aren't safe for pregnant women, so I have to be careful. Huh? Shwe Yang and Little Tiger exchanged glances, then slowly turned to stare at Shwe Xian's belly. Could you be pregnant? Are you pregnant? They both blurted out at the same time, leaving Shwe Xian dumbfounded. No. I don't know. I've just been feeling off these past 2 weeks, but I don't think so. Little Tiger guessed, no appetite, can't eat? Any vomiting? Oh right. Some people faint. That's a symptom too. Shwe Xian shook her head. Just a dry mouth and a bit of nausea in the morning. That's probably it. Shwe Yang said excitedly. Morning sickness is a sign of pregnancy. When your second sister-in-law was pregnant with our kids, she always threw up the worst in the mornings. Little Tiger and Shwe Yang were both thrilled, hugging each other and patting each other's backs. Shwe Xian lying in bed. Don't get ahead of yourselves, Shwe Xian said. My periods have never been regular. We've been trying for a while, but there's been no good news. And don't tell Tai too, or he'll get all worked up for nothing. Little Tiger laughed, I bet you are. Trust a man's intuition. Shwe Xian tried not to laugh. You men have a sixth sense now? Or is it a seventh? Hey, Shwe Yang thumped his chest. I've been a dad for years. I know what I'm talking about. Shwe Xian giggled. Are you confident in your guess or in my belly? Because I'm not. She and her husband had been trying for a baby for a while, but there hadn't been any good news. Fortunately, both of them had a good attitude about it, not anxious or impatient, just letting things happen as they would. I'm confident in both. Shwe Yang said cheerfully. A little over 10 minutes later, the family doctor arrived in a hurry. After a thorough check and some questions, he took her pulse seriously, then made the same guess. Shwe Xian still couldn't quite believe it. Really? You can tell just by taking my pulse. The family doctor smiled. Miss Xian, you should have more faith in my skills. But if you're still unsure, you can use a test strip to check. Shwe Xian nervously took a test, and sure enough, 2 clear lines appeared. Congratulations, congratulations. You're pregnant, without a doubt. Shwe Xian was stunned. Little Huzi and Shwe Yang were both excited and thrilled, and hurried to share the good news with their relatives overseas. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were overjoyed as well, and immediately started asking all sorts of questions and showering them with concern. But as soon as they started asking, Shwe Yang ended up getting a good scolding from the parents. They blamed him for not taking better care of his sister and only going to the doctor after she had fainted. Shwe Yang smiled sheepishly and muttered, I did ask her, but she said she was fine. Cheng Tianyuan snapped. She couldn't eat, looked pale, and you still didn't go get a doctor. Honestly, how do you all take care of yourselves? With us not around, is this how you muddle through your days? Do you think you're still little kids, Needing your mom and me to remind you of everything, arrange every detail for you? Huh. Shui Yang could only grin awkwardly and didn't dare say anything more. Little Huzi kept his distance, not daring to chime in. Even Shui Xian got scolded. Even though she was a newly pregnant woman, she still got a thorough telling off. You've been married for years, and you only found out you were pregnant after 2 months. What have you been doing? You clearly weren't feeling well, but you didn't go see a doctor to find out what was wrong. Always dragging your feet. You've dragged your brain into mush. Shui Xian could only giggle apologetically. After Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling finished their scolding, they switched back to being caring and started discussing what to do next. If you're not eating or sleeping well, you might as well stop working and come here to rest and take care of the baby. Shui Xian hesitated and explained, I still need a bit more time. I have to hand over my work. Also, Tai Tuji's side needs to wait until next month. Her parents' faces darkened again on the video call, and another round of scolding came crashing down. Work. At a time like this, you're still thinking about work? Didn't you hear what the family doctor just said? The pregnancy isn't very stable, you need to rest and take care of yourself. Are you really that desperate for money? Even if the company runs at a loss for a few months, it's not like you'll starve. What's most important right now? How can you still not figure it out? It's just a small company with 20 or 30 people. If it can't run without you, then maybe it shouldn't be running at all. Shui Xian. No one can scold you as harshly as your own mom. Cheng Tianyuan chimed in exactly. When your mom was pregnant with you too, things were crazy busy at the company, but she knew that if she didn't take a break, she wouldn't be able to keep the pregnancy safe. She spent the last 2 months in the hospital, couldn't even get out of bed. Only after you two were born safely did she go back to work. Making money is important, sure, but you don't need to be the one putting food on the table right now. Work if you can, but if you can't, let it go. After you have the baby, you can always find a way to earn it back. Shui Xian didn't dare argue, nor did she have the strength to. She could only obediently agree. Little Huzi finally dared to come closer and asked, Uncle, Auntie, if Xian comes over to rest, will you two be too busy? We'll manage, Shui Ling thought for a moment and replied, we have plenty of help here. Besides, she doesn't look too bad. She probably just needs to eat things she likes and take some medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. Before the baby is born, she's the only one who'll have a hard time. There's not much we can do to help. Once the baby's here, then things will get busy. She paused, then instructed, I'll have Xilian Shigong talk to the family doctor and get a prescription for some Chinese medicine to help stabilize the pregnancy. Go get the medicine right away and have Master Shaoli brew it for her to drink. Yes, Shui Yang agreed. Cheng Tianyuan explained, there are plenty of servants and bodyguards here at Xinji's place, so there's nothing to worry about. Shui Xian hesitated, but isn't my sister-in-law still in her postpartum confinement? You think she's as delicate as you? Shui Ling said, Anin's been taking care of the baby herself since she got back from the hospital, doing everything on her own. She's in great shape. She started going to the gym just 10 days after giving birth. Not only does she not need anyone to look after her, she can take care of the baby herself and even help out with those little rascals at your second brother's house. Shui Xian was dumbfounded. Sister-in-law is amazing. Shui Yang, a little embarrassed, said, Xiao Xiao had to leave suddenly, so you all had to help watch those little rascals. Sister-in-law is still in confinement, and we're still troubling her. Cheng Tianyuan said, we're all family. Helping each other is how it should be. Xiao Xiao is still in quarantine, but she video chats with us and the kids every day. The kids haven't cried for their mom or dad, they eat, sleep, and play as usual, so it's not too much trouble. I know exactly how much trouble they can be. Shui Yang frowned. Dad, Mom, if you're short on help, just hire another nanny or two. Shui Ling refused. Didn't I just say? We have plenty of help and bodyguards here. The servants help look after the kids, and their grandparents help too. Don't worry, everyone's fine. Even so, Shui Yang was still a little uneasy. All right, you handle it as you see fit. If it really doesn't work, once Xiao Xiao's out of quarantine, just send those little rascals back. Xue Ling disagreed. According to the capital's quarantine policy, the kids would have to quarantine too if they went over. They're still so little. How could we let them quarantine alone for half a month? It's more practical to wait for Xiao Xiao to come back. All right, Xue Yang shrugged. Once she's out of quarantine, let her stay a few days and then come back. Xue Ling shot him a look and reminded, let Xiao Xiao stay a bit longer. She's not just going to see you, she also needs to fly home to visit her grandmother. Oh, right. Xue Yang suddenly remembered, muttering, Mom, if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have totally forgotten about that. Xue Ling snorted, if we weren't around to nag you all the time, what would you remember? You're all so busy you can't see straight. Your brains are full of work and nothing else. 2 months pregnant and you only just found out. Well, that's your real ability. Xue Yang and Xue Xian. Fine. No one can roast you like your own mom. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't resist adding, if we'd been as careless as you two, who knows if you'd even have been born. Xue Yang and Xue Xian. Soon, Xue Zhilian and the family doctor carefully came up with a prescription for stabilizing the pregnancy. Drink 2 bowls today, the doctor instructed. Don't eat cold food or drink cold drinks. Otherwise, eat whatever you want, even if you throw up, it's fine. Xue Xian agreed. Little Huzi saw the doctor out, then went to bring some food for Xue Xian. Xue Xian only managed a few bites of rice before shaking her head. I can't eat anymore. I suddenly miss Master Lao Li's pastries. In a couple of days, once you fly over, you'll be able to eat them, Xue Yang coaxed. Have a bit of soy sauce, try to eat a few more bites. Xue Xian forced herself to eat a few more bites, then suddenly put down her chopsticks. Second brother, did we forget to tell the most important person? Huh? Oh right. They forgot to tell the father-to-be. Airplane, business class. Qin Xinji sat by the window, his handsome face resting calmly against the seat. He sat upright with elegance, eyes closed as he relaxed. Beside him, his male assistant was busy writing something when he suddenly felt someone tug at his sleeve. He turned his head and saw a tall, beautiful young woman, probably in her 20s, with fair skin and long legs, dressed head to toe in designer brands. She gave him a charming, ingratiating smile. The assistant was momentarily dazzled by her looks, but maintained his composure and smiled back. Miss, can I help you? The woman gestured toward her seat not far away and said in a soft, coquettish voice, Handsome, my seat is too far from the window. I can't see the most beautiful night view of the capital. Can I swap seats with you? As she spoke, her gaze unabashedly landed on Qin Xinji's handsome face. The assistant chuckled quietly, clearly used to this kind of situation and handling it with ease. I'm afraid not. My boss doesn't like sitting with strangers. The woman's disappointment was obvious, but she still tried to push her luck. Then can I swap with your boss? The seat next to mine is empty. The assistant shook his head firmly. No. Unable to resist, the woman looked at Qin Xinji and pleaded softly, Handsome, are you sure you can't switch seats with me? I really like your window seat. Qin Xinji opened his eyes and shot her a cold glance, clearly annoyed at being disturbed. No. The woman was startled by his icy gaze, but she couldn't help being drawn in by his striking features. Handsome. Sorry, the assistant interjected, blocking her. Our boss has been married for years. He's a devoted husband and a family man. Hearing this, the woman finally retreated, albeit reluctantly. But it was obvious she was quite taken with Qin Xinji's good looks and aloof demeanor, sneaking glances at him from time to time. The assistant stifled a laugh. Qin Xinji's rest had been interrupted. He frowned and glanced at his watch, still at least an hour until landing, then closed his eyes again. He'd been busy these past few days. Last night, he finished work late. Because of the time difference, he hadn't dared to video call his sweet wife, and he wondered if she'd be upset. He needed to rest well so he could spend more time with her tonight and tomorrow. Thinking of his soft, adorable wife, a small smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Xiaolu, did you finish wrapping the gifts I asked you to prepare? The assistant replied, all done. Boss, the gifts you bought for your wife are beautiful. I'm sure she'll love them. Good. Qin Xinji's eyes softened. She loves jade, and this green jade really suits her complexion. The assistant grinned. Only when talking about his wife did the boss show such a happy and gentle expression. Shinji wasn't a talkative man. After confirming the important details, he closed his eyes again to rest. The plane sped through the clouds and finally landed at the capital airport an hour later. After presenting half a month's worth of continuous COVID test reports, they quickly made their way to the parking lot. At that moment, Shinji's phone powered on. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. A flood of notifications and voicemails came through. He slipped the phone into his pocket and didn't check it until he was seated in his luxury car, sipping some water. His phone screen was covered in red notification dots. He went straight to the chat with wife and saw that she'd sent him several stickers a few hours ago. Each one was shy and a little flirty, with a mischievous, ambiguous look in the eyes. He lowered his head and smiled. Looks like his little darling missed him. Shui Yang had also sent him a voice message over 50 seconds long, and 3 of them in total. Just looking at it made Shinji reluctant to listen. Not just Shui Yang, but Zheng Duo had also sent him over a dozen WeChat messages, the longest one being 58 seconds. Why were they all suddenly sending him voice messages and all so long-winded? Shinji ignored them and went back to his wife's chat, sending her a kissing emoji. Wife, I've arrived in the capital. I'll be home in just over half an hour. Unexpectedly, his wife didn't reply right away. It was just after 8 p.m., she probably hadn't gone to bed yet. It was the weekend, but she often had to work overtime. With his wife busy, he had no choice but to open Shui Yang's voice message. Oh my god. Ironhead bro. Congratulations, congrats. I just called your phone, but it was off. Figured you must be on a plane. Haha. Just so you know, you missed the most important, most sacred moment. We all found out before you did. Ha ha. Shinji was baffled. Congratulations? The most important and sacred moment? This guy never gets to the point, just rambles on and on. Helpless, he played the next message. Ironhead bro. You're going to be a dad. Xiaoxin is pregnant. 2 months along. She's an expectant mom, and you're an expectant dad. Next spring, you'll have a healthy, adorable baby. Congrats. Welcome to the ranks of poor, happy dads. Tada. Come on, come on. The dad club welcomes you. Shinji. He froze for a second, his fingers trembling, not knowing what to do. He replayed the message. Maybe he was too excited, or maybe he just couldn't believe it. He listened to it again. Oh my god. Is it true? Really? Really? He and Xiaoxin had been trying for a baby for a long time, but things never quite worked out. He'd secretly hoped to be a father, but never dared show it for fear of pressuring his wife. Then Zheng Duoduo's voice message came through too, excitedly congratulating him on becoming a dad, and cheerfully saying he was finally going to be an uncle. He emphasized that he'd been an uncle for years, but this was his first time being a real uncle by blood. It took a long while for Shinji to finally process it all. He opened his wife's chat, but didn't know what to type. He scrolled through the stickers, but couldn't find a single one that could express the overwhelming emotion he felt at that moment. He looked through them again and again, hesitating for ages, not knowing which one to send. In the end, he closed the sticker panel and tried to type something, typed a word, deleted it over and over, not knowing what to say. Shinji let out a helpless laugh, clutching his phone and gazing out at the city's nightscape, watching the beautiful neon lights flash by. He could only take deep breaths, trying to calm the surging emotions threatening to overflow from his chest. He was going to be a dad. He was finally going to be a dad. His beloved childhood sweetheart, his adorable, sweet wife was going to be a mom, about to give birth to a child that belonged to the two of them alone. From now on, there would be a little one in this world who shared his blood, carrying on their love and expanding their happy family. At this thought, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Shui Xian's pregnancy symptoms were extremely severe. She couldn't eat, anything she tried to eat made her throw up. She couldn't sleep well, but as soon as she got up, she'd start nodding off again. She couldn't go to work, not because she was willing to leave the company behind, but because she could barely take care of herself and needed someone else to look after her. There was no way she had the energy to go back to work. And that someone else was, of course, her dear husband, Chen Xinji. I've set aside all the work I can. Anyway, before you enter the stable phase, I'm going to take good care of you, no matter what. Shui Xian sniffled, then clutched her chest and dry heaved. What's that smell? Chen Xinji looked surprised. Can't you tell? It's your favorite, human grilled meat. Really? Shui Xian sniffed a couple more times, then quickly surrendered. Take it away, take it away. The smell is making me sick. Chen Xinji quickly assessed the situation. You couldn't eat the cheesecake this morning either. You started gagging as soon as you smelled it. Looks like your sense of taste has changed. Shui Xian clutched her chest, looking miserable and weak. Is there anything with no smell? Bird's nest soup, maybe, Chen Xinji suggested. I had the kitchen make some with milk. Shui Xian shook her head. No milk. Just thinking about the taste of milk makes me want to throw up. Chen Xinji hurriedly said, then we'll skip the milk, just rock sugar and bird's nest, okay? Bring it over, I'll give it a try. Shui Xian muttered, not very confident in herself. I feel so hungry, but I just can't eat. Chen Xinji's heart ached for her, and he kissed her on the forehead. In just a few days, you've lost so much weight. This baby, what a little troublemaker. Shui Xian grumbled, feeling wronged. If I'd known having a baby was this hard, I wouldn't have done it. Don't say things like that. Chen Xinji chuckled dotingly. Mom said the morning sickness usually only lasts 2 or 3 months. Once you get to the middle or late part of the stable phase, it'll go away. Think of. Chen Xinji said softly, you're my goddess, too. Oh, please. Shui Xian teased. If you keep flattering me, I'll have no choice but to give you a son. Chen Xinji laughed. A daughter would be great, too. I actually prefer daughters. I'm fine with either, Shui Xian said, gently stroking her belly. But it'd be best to have one of each, a big brother first, then a little sister, so the brother can spoil his sister. Chen Xinji couldn't help but laugh. Just a moment ago, she was saying she didn't want to have a baby, and now, before the first one is even born, she's already planning for a second, a little girl this time. All right, whatever you say. You're the mom, you get to decide. Shui Xian snuggled into his arms, acting spoiled. I get to pick the baby's name, too. Of course, Chen Xinji agreed readily. You're the one giving birth, so you get to name the baby. Shui Xian giggled. Chen Xinji gently stroked her hair and explained, I went to the cemetery this morning to visit Mom and tell her the good news. I'm sure she's watching over us and will be very happy. For elders, nothing brings more comfort and joy than seeing their children and grandchildren safe, happy, and the family line thriving. Shui Xian nodded. When the baby's born, we'll take him to visit Grandma. Mom always wanted us to have a baby sooner, but he's a little late. Chen Xinji reassured her, Mom would never blame him for being late. She was always loving and tolerant with the younger generation. Her grandchildren were her greatest treasure. She'd never hold it against him. The two of them snuggled together, chatting quietly. It wasn't until Shui Xian finally felt hungry that Chen Xinji hurried to the kitchen to fetch the bird's nest soup. Just as he reached the door, he saw Shui Yang coming down the hall, yawning. How's the Montabee's appetite today? Chen Xinji shook his head. Still can't eat, and she keeps dry heaving. Shui Yang felt bad for his little sister and opened the door to go in. Hey, fourth sis, you're actually doing pretty well. You only found out you were pregnant at 2 months, so you've only got a little over a month left of this. Once you get past it, everything will taste good again, and you'll be able to eat a ton. He paused, then added, your second sister-in-law was the same way. Shui Xian looked pitiful. It's only been a few days, and I've already lost so much weight. And there's still over a month left. Just thinking about it makes me feel hopeless. Hey, Shui Yang laughed. You're actually pretty lucky. Some people start throwing up the moment they get pregnant and don't stop until the baby's born, but they still manage to have healthy babies. Really? Shui Xian was shocked. That sounds terrifying. Is that true? Shui Yang nodded. Of course it's true. When your second sister-in-law was having her second child, the woman in the next hospital bed was like that. She said she'd been throwing up every day since she got pregnant, and even before going into the delivery room, she had to throw up twice before she could go in. The doctor said it's rare, but it does happen. Shwe Xian shivered in fear. I'm not one of those rare cases, right? Oh my god. A few days of this is already torture. If it lasts for months, just kill me now. Chen Xinji shot Shui Yang a look, then turned to comfort his delicate wife. The doctor said it's rare, so it's not common. You only started having mild symptoms after a month, and the real pregnancy reactions didn't start until 2 months in. That's actually very lucky. Shwe Xian replied weakly, we'll see. Right now I feel exhausted all over, and I don't want to move at all. Chen Xinji brought over the bird's nest soup and coaxed her. You haven't eaten anything, of course you don't have any energy. Come on, try to eat a little. Shwe Xian took a couple of bites, then frowned and stopped. Why isn't it sweet? It tastes so bland. Chen Xinji tasted it himself. It's sweet enough. Your taste buds have just changed. Shwe Xian forced herself to eat a couple more bites, but then refused to eat any more. Shui Yang couldn't stand it and scolded her, you're being overly sensitive. Even if you throw it up, you still have to eat for the baby. Shwe Xian pouted, feeling wronged. Shui Yang snatched the bowl from Chen Xinji and lectured her, you're about to be a mom, stop being so sensitive. Your second sister-in-law felt awful too and couldn't eat, but she didn't dare be picky. She forced herself to eat, even if she threw it up. If you don't eat, how's the baby supposed to grow? With your skinny little body, what nutrition can you provide, huh? Shwe Xian could only grit her teeth and force down a few more spoonfuls. Why is it that when women go through all this suffering to have a baby, you men act like it's just normal? Shui Yang's eyes flickered. Remembering how hard it had been for his own wife to carry twins, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It's not that we think it's normal, it's just that we can't share the burden, and we hate seeing you suffer. But honestly, you're just being too sensitive. Your older sisters-in-law never even complained. Shwe Xian. Shui Yang made her eat a few more spoonfuls before tossing the bowl back to Chen Xinji. All right, you two get some rest. I'm off to comfort my wife. As evening fell, little Tiger was led off the car by Old Chen. The little guy obediently waved goodbye to Old Chen, then dashed straight into the main living room. To his surprise, the big living room was cold and empty, not a single person in sight. Daddy's not back yet, he muttered. Just then, Shwe Xian came out, supported by Chen Xinji holding her arm. Little Tiger. The little guy ran over with quick steps. Chen Xinji hurriedly held him back, reminding, you can't jump onto Aunt Xian anymore, understand? Little Tiger responded with 2 OOS, then asked, is it because of the baby in Aunt Xian's tummy? He doesn't want me around. Shwe Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Xinji gently explained, it's because the baby is too small right now. If you jump on her, it might hurt the baby. Once the baby is born and grows up, you can play together. He'll love having you as his big brother. Little Tiger glanced at Shwe Xian's still flat stomach, grumbling, still too small right now. After a pause, he quickly changed the subject. Is it a little brother or a little sister? I hope it's a sister. Chen Xinji smiled, eyes crinkling. I hope it's a sister too. No way. Shwe Xian shook her head. He has to be a big brother, so he can protect his little sister in the future. At that, Little Tiger instantly lost interest. I like little sisters more. They're so cute. Little brothers aren't cute at all. They just fight with me over toys and snacks. But Dad always says I'm the big brother and have to let my little brother have things. Shwe Xian giggled. Exactly. My big brothers always let me have my way and spoil me, so I hope my baby can be like that too. Your dad dotes on your aunt, doesn't he? Yeah, Little Tiger nodded. Shwe Xian gently stroked her belly, a motherly smile spreading across her face. I'm sure it's a boy this time. When I have a second child, that one has to be a girl. Little Tiger asked curiously, but what if they're all boys? What if you never have a girl? Shwe Xian's motherly smile faltered. She mumbled then. I'll just keep having babies until I get a girl. There's no way they'll all be boys, right? Chinshinji pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. Little Tiger suddenly seemed to realize something and broke into a grin. I get it. That's what Uncle Yuan and the others did. They wanted a girl, so they kept having babies, and it wasn't until the fourth one that they finally got you, Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian, if you don't have a girl until your 10th baby, I'll name her Tensis. Shui Xian. Chinshinji burst out laughing, rubbing the little guy's mushroom haircut. Shui Xian spat twice for luck, then clasped her hands in a prayer gesture. Heavens! Kids don't know any better. Please, let me have a girl next time, I must. Little Tiger didn't understand what she meant and wandered off after dropping his backpack. Soon, he was dragged back by Tiger. Is dinner ready yet? I'm starving. Shui Xian replied, almost. The kitchen's already started bringing out dishes. Second brother went to pick up second sister-in-law. Tonight we're having a big family dinner. Tiger, your favorite pickled fish is on the menu. Tiger whistled and grinned. Sis-in-law's been quarantined in the hotel for over half a month, eating all sorts of takeout. She must really miss home-cooked food. She deserves a feast. They'd thought they could send her food, but the hotel's epidemic control staff were strict, no outside items allowed. Shuai had ordered all sorts of things, but none of it made it through. Everything had to be sent back. For the next few days, we'll treat her to banquets. Shui Xian declared grandly. Tiger couldn't help teasing, no matter how big the feast, you can't eat much yourself. Shui Xian's face fell instantly. She muttered, careful or I'll throw up in front of you and ruin your appetite. Haha. Tiger shrugged, unfazed. Sis, I'm a father of 2. My son once pooped on me and I still managed to finish my meal. Well, Shui Xian could only admire him for that. A while later, the security camera showed Shui Yang's car entering the gate. Everyone headed to the dining hall. Shui Yang didn't stop anywhere else and went straight to the dining hall. Once inside, he washed his hands first. Shui Xian was already seated, looking around. Where's second sister-in-law? Bathroom, maybe, Tiger replied. Or maybe she went to her room to drop off her luggage. Shui Xian picked up a piece of cold tomato salad, took a small bite, and only after making sure she felt fine did she happily eat the rest. Seeing she liked it, Chinshinji quickly brought the whole plate of salad over. But Shui Xian only ate one piece before putting down her chopsticks. Let's wait for second sister-in-law before we start. Just then, Shui Yang walked in, drying his hands, and said coolly, no need. Let's eat. Everyone paused, instinctively looking at his face. Tiger was the first to ask, where's sis-in-law? Didn't you pick her up? She can't come out yet? I thought today was the day. Shui Yang's face was grim as he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. She already booked a flight south. As soon as she left the hotel, she got in a Didi and now she's on a plane back to her parents' place. Everyone. Shui Xian was a bit slow to react. Why didn't she come to Xinyuan first? We haven't seen her in so long. Didn't she want to spend a few days with you? Tiger asked suspiciously, don't tell me you still haven't made up with her? He'd heard before that Shui Yang didn't want his wife to come because he was too busy to spend time with her. Then he heard they didn't get to meet at the airport, and sis-in-law was sent straight to quarantine. They even had a fight over video chat that night. He told Shui Yang to make it up to his wife and not let her feel bad. But after more than half a month, now that she was finally out of quarantine, they still didn't even see each other. Clearly, this guy still hadn't made up with his wife. Shui Yang kept his head down, eating and ignoring everyone. Everyone exchanged glances and finally understood. Well, looks like the couple had a fight, and a serious one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so down. Chinshinji cleared her throat. Let's eat first. After dinner, we'll help you make it up to Xiao Xiao. Tiger called his son to start eating. But Shui Yang muttered, if she wants to throw a tantrum, let her. Do whatever she wants. Don't bother with her. Don't waste your time. What's wrong with you? Shui Xian couldn't help scolding him. You made second sister-in-law mad and won't even try to make up? Are you looking for trouble? Tiger chimed in, yeah, you should spoil your wife. You two haven't seen each other in months. Don't you miss her? Doesn't she miss you? Why make things so hard? Shui Yang kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth, ignoring them all. Qin Xinji signaled to the others with her eyes and said gently, "All right, let's eat first. We'll talk more after dinner." Shui Xian didn't eat much and soon put down her chopsticks, heading to the living room. Qin Xinji reminded her to walk carefully, then sped up her own eating. Seeing how quiet the atmosphere at the dinner table had become, Little Tiger cleared his throat and took the initiative to start a conversation with Qin Xinji. "Taituji, you haven't really been out much these past few days, have you?" Qin Xinji shook his head. "Unless it's something really urgent that I have to handle personally, I leave everything else to my assistants. Xiaoxin can't eat or sleep well these days, so I need to stay by her side more." Little Tiger couldn't help but ask. Andy said before that she wanted Xiaoxin to go over there to rest during her pregnancy. "What are you guys planning?" "Next week, probably," Qin Xinji explained. "I need to get my work sorted out during this period, and hopefully we can go over there by next weekend." Little Tiger said, "There are 2 family doctors over there, one Chinese and one Western. They'll definitely take good care of Xiaoxin." "Yes," Qin Xinji replied warmly. "But the most important thing is that it's lively over there. Xiaoxin grew up in a big family. She's used to having people around. The house has been so empty lately, she gets down easily. With a better environment and family all around, her mood will definitely improve. With my parents there to keep her company and look after her, I'll feel at ease leaving for work." Little Tiger gave a wry laugh. "Once you guys go, it'll just be me and my dad left in Qinyuan." "Puh." Shui Yang deliberately spat out a fish bone with a loud noise and scolded, "I'm not a person, huh? Just you 2 left? What about the security guards, the bodyguards, the kitchen staff? None of them count as people." Little Tiger frowned and asked, "Come on, bro, you're really staying behind? I'd advise you to push off whatever work you can, and even if you can't, just try to. Book a ticket and go over there to comfort your wife. Spend a few days with her." Shui Yang buried his head in his food and didn't respond. Across from him, Qin Xinji couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him. "Yang, when you 2 argue, you get worked up, and so does Xiao Xiao. The things you say in the heat of the moment don't count. You get mad at her, she gets mad at you. You're just butting heads, but does that solve anything? When there's a problem, shouldn't you try to solve it first?" Shui Yang swallowed his food and let out a long, helpless sigh. "There's actually nothing wrong between us. All the so-called problems are things she's imagined herself, things she's brought on herself." Little Tiger blurted out, "What's bothering her? Is it something to do with her family?" "Not just that," Shui Yang shook his head. "She's more troubled by me. Her grandma's been sick for a while, bedridden, and her parents are taking care of her. I wanted to hire a caregiver, but my in-laws refused. Since they didn't want it, I couldn't force them. Then the pandemic hit, and I got busy volunteering, so I forgot about it. She told me that if she tried to hire a caregiver, her parents wouldn't accept it, but if I did it, they might. At the time, I was busy with my live stream and told her to find a suitable agency and send someone over. She got mad, saying I didn't care about her family. What kind of accusation is that? For heaven's sake, am I that kind of person?" He had always respected his in-laws. Both were outstanding teachers, strict with themselves and kind to others. They lived frugally and never asked him for money or things, so he could only find chances to help out quietly. I told her I was really busy. She could just hire a caregiver and say I insisted on it. Wouldn't that work? Does everything have to be done by me personally to prove I care about her parents? Otherwise, I'm in the wrong? What kind of twisted logic is that? Little Tiger frowned. Why not just make a call and find someone? It's not that hard. Shui Yang retorted, I only sleep 5 hours a day, sometimes not even 4. Back then, I had to run even to the bathroom. I had no time for these little things. Besides, she knows better than I do what kind of caregiver her grandma needs, right? Why does it have to be me? I try to understand her, but has she ever tried to understand me? Qin Xinji was silent for a moment, then suggested, your live stream business is doing better and better. Why not hire 2 or 3 more assistants to help out? Try not to get newbies, find people with experience, so they can get up to speed quickly. Exactly, Little Tiger agreed. The more you earn, the better. It's not like you can't afford the extra salaries. You shouldn't be stingy about that. Shui Yang explained helplessly, it's not that I haven't thought about it. HR just can't find the right people. Recently, I poached a good guy, planning to have him be a regular streamer here. His team is pretty solid, more than a dozen people. Once I get 2 more helpers and another person in finance, things should ease up. That's basically starting a new business, Qin Xinji commented. Everything's hard at the beginning. You've really been working yourself to the bone lately. See? Shui Yang gave a bitter laugh. You guys all understand how hard I'm working, how tough it is for me. But my own wife, she's always suspicious, always picking faults, always feeling wronged. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion, can't she be a little more understanding? I'm working so hard to earn money, all for our family's future. What's she making a fuss about all day? Little Tiger had been through it himself. Even though he felt for his brother, he didn't hold back on the advice. Men and women are different. They see things from totally different perspectives. Sometimes, women don't need big speeches or promises about the future. They just want a hug, some comforting, or a little gift, and they'll be fine. Take it from me, bro. Sometimes you just have to swallow your pride. A real man knows when to bend. Shui Yang wanted to say something but stopped, frustration written all over his face as he held his head in his hands. Qin Xinji smiled slightly and said, "Don't let it get to you. Even the wisest judge can't settle family disputes, not because they're too complicated, but because there's often no clear right or wrong. In a family, who's right and who's wrong is sometimes impossible to untangle. Most of the time, there's no need to argue about it, just let it go and focus on living well together. That's what really matters." Little Tiger nodded quickly. Exactly. That's the truth. Shui Yang still kept his head down, silent. Qin Xinji continued to comfort him. You're working hard starting your business again, and Xiao Xiao has it tough too. You're earning money to support the family, and she's raising and teaching the kids. When she's by your side, you see how hard she works, so you can put up with things. But after half a year apart, you probably think she's just relaxing over there, and you can't even make a call to arrange a caregiver. Deep down, you start to resent her a little. In the end, it's all because you've been apart too long. Out of sight, out of mind, being separated for so long, with all the frustrations and impatience, sooner or later it's bound to cause big problems. Exactly. Little Tiger snorted. I told you this before. She saw how busy you were, so she took the initiative to fly over and spend time with you. But you didn't appreciate it at all, just kept making things worse. Everyone had tried their best to persuade him, but Shui Yang still hadn't eaten his fill. He propped up his head, gloomily sipping fruit wine. The fruit wine wasn't strong, so Qin Xinji didn't stop him. Little Tiger smelled the wine and couldn't resist coming over to ask for a cup. Shui Yang pulled the little guy onto his lap, teasing him as they played. How about I give you a big cup? Drink it all and you'll get tipsy and start acting silly. Wanna try? I do. Little Tiger answered, bravely. Shui Yang burst out laughing, pinching the boy's cheek. Drink it, and you'll be so dizzy you won't know which way is north. Little Tiger hugged his neck, acting cute. If I can't find north, I'll look for south. I have a compass, after all. Shui Yang kissed his cheek and shook his head. Kids can't drink alcohol. Little Tiger grumbled in protest, but there's fruit in it. I saw it. It's fruit. It's basically juice. Get out of here. Tiger scolded with a laugh. That's not juice, it's wine. What's a little brat doing drinking wine? Careful, you'll never grow up. Little Tiger stuck out his tongue at his dad and bounced away. Shui Yang downed several cups in a row before finally letting out a satisfied sigh. That's the stuff. Tiger came over and poured himself a drink. Bro, Ironhead and I have been talking to you for ages. Our throats are about dry. You could at least say something. Squeak. Shui Yang replied obediently. Tiger. Shui Yang squeaked again, then burst out laughing. Qin Xinji and Tiger. What's up with this guy? A few cups of wine and he's drunk? That can't be it. Shui Yang put away his smile and pouted. Thanks. You guys analyzed everything really well, and you made a lot of sense. But there's another issue between me and her. It's a real issue, a big one. Not just some little annoyance or worry. Tiger and Shinji exchanged bewildered glances. What big issue could there be between them? They had plenty to eat and wear, houses and villas galore. Money wasn't a problem, nor was help. Their kids were all lively and adorable. What could possibly be wrong? Shui Yang explained with a sigh. She said she wants me to hand over all the money I've earned for her to manage. Huh? Tiger asked suspiciously. All your money? For her to manage? To help you invest? Shinji was puzzled. Didn't you already let Xiao manage the properties and shares you inherited? As far as he knew, aside from Shui Yang, most of the other three's assets were also left in Shui Ling's hands. It wasn't that Shui Ling insisted on controlling things, they were all just too busy to manage it themselves. Shui Yang explained gloomily, she's talking about the money I've made in the past 6 months, from streaming. She wants to help you manage your finances? Tiger asked. Shui Yang nodded. That's what she says, but I know what she really means. She just doesn't trust me. She's worried I'll have too much money on hand. Tiger. What kind of logic is that? Shui Yang let out a cold laugh. She says that when men have money, they're more likely to stray. If you can't control a man's heart, then control his money. She learned all this online and insists on using it on me. Shinji frowned. She's worried you'll go bad if you have too much money? That you'll do something to betray her? That's basically it. Shui Yang looked utterly defeated. We've known each other for so many years, and she still can't trust me on this. To say I'm not disappointed, that's impossible. From dating to marriage to having kids, from their first child to their second, they'd been together for over a decade. This was the first time he'd ever felt disappointed in Wang Xiao, deeply disappointed. She never thinks, if I were some playboy, I could have had a pile of girlfriends back in junior high or high school. Why would I have waited until the training team to date her? I only pretended to be poor before. It's not like I really had no money. The properties my parents left me are all managed by her. The money I have is what I've earned through my own business, and even when things were tough, I never asked her for a cent. All the rental income goes to her as pocket money. The streaming accounts are still a mess. I haven't even sorted them out yet. I don't even know how much I've made myself, and she's already asking me to hand it all over for her to manage. All of it. Tiger couldn't help but mutter, that's a bit greedy. A man's money is always in motion. If you lock it all up, how are you supposed to do business? Shui Yang said helplessly, she doesn't understand any of that. She just wants to control my money, but she doesn't realize it's not just rental income, and it needs investment and promotion. You can't just stash it all away. Tiger shook his head with a wry smile. Shinji lowered his gaze, thinking calmly for a moment. Has Xiao ever made any big investments? Maybe she lost money and needs more to cover it. Shui Yang shook his head. She doesn't know anything about investing. She can't even read stock charts. She just collects rent and keeps the money in the bank, barely spends any. When she moved out, expenses were high, but I covered it. Then what does she want so much money for? Tiger looked suspicious. She doesn't spend much, doesn't invest, already has billions in stocks and cash, still not enough? Shui Yang snorted. Didn't I make it clear? She doesn't trust me. She's worried that if I have money, I'll get ideas. She wants me to always be broke so other women won't come after me. Tiger took a sip of fruit wine and gave him a sympathetic look. To be fair, with your looks and physique, if you had even a bit more money, you'd have women throwing themselves at you. Shui Yang was both angry and helpless. How did she end up like this? I barely recognize her anymore. After all these years of marriage, how did we end up with no basic trust between us? Calm down, Shinji advised. Tiger refilled his empty glass and said quietly, don't be like this. Maybe she just said it a bit harshly, and you misunderstood her. Shui Yang took a big gulp and gave a bitter smile. I told her the accounts aren't sorted out yet, and I'll see how much is left after taxes at the end of the year. She got mad and accused me of being unwilling. If I really am unwilling, just say so, no need to make excuses. What else can I say? Just because she's my wife, does that mean she can be unreasonable? What about me? When do I get to be unreasonable for once? Can't we just be reasonable with each other once in a while? All right, enough drinking, Chinshinji said, analyzing. It's probably just a lack of communication from being apart so long. Xiao Xiao isn't an unreasonable woman. Tiger nodded. Yeah, it's probably just a misunderstanding in how you two talk. You should find a chance to fly over and have a good talk with her, bring her back. I'm not going. Shui Yang's face darkened. I'm swamped here. How can I leave? She wants money, right? I have to earn it for her otherwise. Where would the money she wants to manage even come from? Chinshinji couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He reminded, she's throwing a tantrum and now you're joining in? Who does that help? The only ones suffering are you two. Exactly. Xiao Huzi scoffed. Can't eat, drowning your sorrows in booze. Tomorrow you probably won't even be able to get out of bed. Still thinking about making money? Just give it a rest. Shui Yang kept drinking gloomily. Xiao Huzi tried to persuade him, bro, sister-in-law Xiao Xiao isn't the kind of woman who's totally unreasonable. Most likely, your tone was off, and she's been isolated for so long she's in a bad mood. You both spoke too harshly, and that's how the misunderstanding happened. Misunderstanding? Shui Yang shot back. When she asked for all my money, she didn't say it was a misunderstanding. She spelled it out, word for word, crystal clear. Xiao Huzi retorted, didn't you always say a real man earns money so his wife and kids can spend it? What? Back when you had nothing you were generous, but now that you've got money you're stingy. Shui Yang muttered, what's there to be stingy about? If she wants it, I'll give it to her. It's not like I'm refusing. Xiao Huzi grinned, then what are you mad about? Shui Yang was at a loss for words. Off to the side, Chinshinji chuckled. He's mad that Xiao Xiao asked him directly, and even more mad that she doesn't trust him. Xiao Huzi and Chinshinji exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. Shui Yang just kept downing his drink. Chinshinji stepped forward and stopped him, speaking gently, all right, that's enough. Stop drinking. I feel awful. Shui Yang whined. Let me have a few more, just 3 more. 3 and I'm done. Chinshinji countered, will drinking make you feel better? Will it solve any of your problems? Shui Yang sulked, at least I'll be able to sleep tonight. Chinshinji laughed, and what about tomorrow night? And the night after? Since when did you start running away from your problems? If mom and dad found out, imagine how angry they'd be. Don't tell them, Shui Yang muttered. No need to make them worry. They already have to help watch the kids, no need to trouble them with our grown-up messes. A man in his 30s, not only unable to help his parents, but still needing them to look after his kids. If he still made them worry at this age, he might as well not be alive. So you know not to worry the elders. Xiao Huzi shot back. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and book a ticket to go make up with your wife. Shui Yang rolled his eyes. Not going. Xiao Huzi frowned, whatever. I've said everything I can say. If you don't go, don't come crying to me when you regret it. Shui Yang stayed silent. Chinshinji took away his glass and asked, still got a lot of work on your plate? How many days do you need? Want us to help smooth things over with Xiao Xiao, buy you some time. Shui Yang explained irritably, I'm swamped every day, I really can't get away right now. Maybe I'll just take a break from streaming for a couple of days soon. All right, Chinshinji nodded, understanding. We'll help talk to Xiao Xiao for you. Shui Yang nodded, clearly reluctant. Xiao Huzi breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a punch on the arm. Drama queen. What are you even being dramatic about? Shui Yang snorted, the real drama queens are women, okay? Who's always making trouble out of nothing? And when something happens, instead of trying to fix it, she runs back to her parents' house. What's that about? Xiao Huzi shrugged, yeah, women all love that move. What can we do? We're men, we don't have a parent's house to run to, so we just have to tough it out. Chinshinji couldn't be bothered to complain with them and got up. I'm going to keep Xiaoxin company. Hey! Shui Yang quickly called out, don't let Xiaoxin blab. If she tells mom and dad, I'll skin her alive. Chinshinji paused, glancing back at him. You lay a finger on my wife and see how many lives you've got, huh? If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Shui Yang. Xiao Huzi stifled a laugh. Chinshinji strode into the living room and found his sweet wife watching TV and eating tangerines. Don't eat too many, or you'll get acid reflux and feel even more nauseous. Shui Xin mumbled an okay, and said, I'll finish this one and stop. Shinji glanced at the tangerine peels in the trash and couldn't help but smile wryly. I'm thirsty. Give me the rest. Shui Xin sighed and handed him the remaining tangerines. It's just a few little tangerines, is it really that serious? Look at how stingy you are. Shinji took the tangerines and ate them slowly. Better than watching you turn pale from throwing up. So, does your throat finally have some flavor? Feel like eating anything else? Shui Xin shook her head. No way, I can't eat anymore. By the way, what's going on with my second brother and sister-in-law? Shinji smiled. Nothing serious, just a little spat. Yangyang asked you not to tell mom and dad, so they won't worry. Humph. Shui Xin snorted. If they really don't want mom and dad to worry, they shouldn't make such a fuss. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Shinji chuckled. His sweet wife was becoming more and more like him. Even the things she said sounded exactly the same. I'll try to talk to Xiaoxiao later, see if I can help smooth things over. Once Yangyang clears his schedule, he'll head south to bring her back. Shui Xin laughed. He was all tough when he was losing his temper, wasn't he? Seriously. He's got the nerve to make his wife mad, but not the guts to make up with her. Now we have to help. Shinji smiled. You women understand each other better. Xiaoxiao's always gotten along well with you. She won't hang up on you. Yangyang's probably been blocked everywhere by now. He can't do it without your help. All right, Shui Xin agreed. Now you finally realize how important I am to this family, huh? Shinji nodded seriously, of course. Without you, this family would fall apart. Ha ha. Shui Xin burst out laughing. Shinji sat with her to watch TV. Oh, right. Shui Xin suddenly remembered something. If I'm feeling better in a few days, I want to visit Master and tell him the good news. Shinji shook his head. Wait until the pregnancy is stable. The elders say you shouldn't tell anyone until after 3 months. For now, just our family knows. We'll tell others when it's safe. Really? Shui Xin teased. You believe in that stuff too? Shinji smiled. It's not about believing or not. Early and late pregnancy are both unstable, you know that. Once the baby's safe, we can share the good news. There's no rush, right? Better safe than sorry. All right, Shui Xin said, speaking without a filter. Wouldn't want to lose it by accident and get Master's hopes up for nothing. Shinji frowned and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. Shui Xin stuck out her tongue and giggled. Shinji glared at her, but finally let it go. A little after 9 in the morning, Shinji sat with Shui Xin in the large dining hall, sipping porridge. Yawning, Xiao Huzi strolled in late and mumbled, morning. Shui Xin looked at him suspiciously. Seriously? You're only just up, Brother Huzi? Where's little Hu? Doesn't he have school today? He went to school this morning, Xiao Huzi explained. I had breakfast with him bright and early, then personally took him to the school gate. After I got back, it was only a bit past 7, and I was still dead tired, so I went back to bed for a nap. Shinji raised his eyebrows. Old Chen's not around today? He's here, Xiao Huzi replied with a wry smile. But the kid insisted I take him this morning. Said his classmates make fun of him for not having his mom or dad drop him off. So I made a point of taking him myself, just to give him a bit of face. Shui Xion's heart ached when she heard this. His classmates tease him? Really? Xiao Huzi shrugged helplessly. Boys this age, you know how they are, no filter at all. They love to compete and pick at each other's flaws. He's not a great student, so his classmates don't cut him any slack. Usually, it's just the driver picking him up, so they tease him that his parents don't love him. The little guy gets upset and can't help but cry, so now I have to take him whenever I can. I told him, I'll do the morning drop-off, but I might not make it in the afternoon, so old Chin will have to pick him up then. So that's how it is. Shui Xian couldn't help but advise, if you have time, you should try to drop him off and pick him up more often. Xiao Huzi, now playing both mom and dad, used to be carefree, but life had changed him completely. As long as I can spare the time, I won't miss any of his school events or parent meetings. But there's just so much going on at school. Back when we were kids, there was maybe one parent-teacher meeting a semester. Now, there's not just parent-teacher meetings, but parent-child activities, sports days, all kinds of things. Crafts, painting, festivals, so many I can't even keep track. Sometimes I really want to yell in the parents' group chat. Seriously. Parents aren't just sitting at home napping after dropping their kids off. We have to earn a living too, out early and back late, working hard. Back in our grandparents' day, a couple might have 7 or 8 kids. If they had to raise them the way we do now, would they still dare to have so many? Even 2 would feel like too much. Now, Xiaohuzi is run ragged just handling 1 kid on his own. Shui Xian sighed, muttering, "That's so true. There's a working mom at my company, her kid's about 7 or 8. She's always rushing to and from work, sometimes doesn't even have time to brush her hair, wears whatever's handy, and her makeup is, well, let's not talk about it. HR says she's always asking for time off for parent meetings and school events, sometimes twice a month. That's why a lot of HRs insist on hiring single women and reject applications from married women because moms can't keep stable work hours. It's not that people doubt working moms' abilities, Xiaohuzi shrugged. It's just that reality is too harsh. Working moms don't have time for overtime, and they have to take time off for their kids. In families with more than 1 kid, usually one parent has to stay home full-time to take care of them, do the school runs, and handle all the little things. So tough, Shui Xian muttered. Good thing we didn't have to go through that as kids, or my mom might never have become President Shui. Xiaohuzi chuckled. Auntie probably still would have become President Shui, but Uncle Ah Yuan might not have been able to run his business. He'd have been a full-time house husband. That's too sad. Shui Xian couldn't even picture it. Qin Xinji, though he didn't say much, agreed with them. Back then, factories had family housing. Usually, one person's income could just about support the whole family. Most moms were housewives, taking care of the kids and elders, keeping the house clean and cooking. When the kids got older, moms would do some odd jobs to help out. But now, every little thing costs money: food, housing, transport. Mortgages, car loans, all kinds of loans force moms to go out and work. They can't take care of the home, and they can't focus on work either. It's really tough. Shui Xian was curious. Family housing? Like employee dorms? Anyone in the company could get one? Most factories had family housing, Qin Xinji explained. Some were built by the company, some with both company and personal funds. The apartments were small and crowded, but that's just how it was. If your company had family housing, at least you ha. Yeah, Xiaohuzi chimed in. My dad said back then, the company would assign housing. When he was single, he couldn't get one. Later, he quit and started making money with Auntie, and that's when they bought their own place. He also said the first batch of commercial apartments in Rongqing were those by the river, most of them developed by Auntie. At this point, Xiaohuzi couldn't help complaining. Back then, apartments were cheap, nothing like the crazy prices now. Everything's expensive these days. Housing, food, transport, education, healthcare, nothing's cheap. Last week, Little Hu had a cough, and I bought a bottle of some herbal cough syrup, 56 yuan. For a tiny bottle. A pacifier costs dozens, a baby bottle 100 or 2. Prices are just ridiculous. Shui Xian nodded, then broke into a smile. Weren't we just talking about kids? How do we end up on social pressures? It makes sense, Xiaohuzi said. I'm a dad who actually makes decent money, and even I worry about raising a kid. Imagine those who don't make much or can't make money at all. How are they supposed to raise kids? That's social pressure, isn't it? It's overwhelming. Shui Xian rubbed her belly. Now I'm scared to even think about having a second child. Qin Xinji chuckled. Just focus on having the first one safely. You can worry about a second later. You're overthinking things. Xiaohuzi didn't dare linger too long and left for work after breakfast. Shui Xian hadn't slept well the night before. After a few sips of porridge, she planned to go back to her room for a nap. Wait. Qin Xinji stopped her. The medicine's almost ready. Drink it before you go back to sleep. Shui Xian glanced around. My second brother isn't back yet, right? No, Shinji replied. He left at 3 or 4 in the morning. He probably won't be back until evening. Shui Xin felt a pang of sympathy. He really has been busy and exhausted lately. My second sister-in-law shouldn't be so anxious. Someone that busy doesn't have time for wandering thoughts. Shinji's brow twitched. What, is Xiao Xiao really that much of a worrier? Yeah. Shui Xin lowered her voice. She's worried that with all the beautiful women around second brother these days, he might get targeted by someone else, so she's been on edge all the time. Shinji frowned. No wonder Yang complains that she doesn't trust him enough. A crisis of trust between husband and wife is no trivial matter. All relationships are built on trust, and that's even more true for a married couple. Shui Xin was at a loss. She asked, so what should we do now? Shinji thought for a moment and analyzed. A big part of the problem is that Xiao Xiao has been at home for so long, while Yang has been focused on his career. There's already a disconnect between them. Once distance grows, differences naturally follow. It's impossible to juggle everything, Shui Xin said gloomily. Being a career woman isn't easy. Second sister-in-law is gentle and family-oriented, not cut out for business. My second brother is so busy. If she also goes to help him, what about the kids? Someone has to take care of the family. It's Xiao Xiao who hasn't adjusted her mindset, Shinji said. Shui Xin pressed, so what do we do? I've already tried to talk to her, but she's so anxious. She insists on controlling all my second brother's finances, otherwise she just can't feel secure. Shinji frowned. How did Xiao Xiao become so insecure? How should I know? Shui Xin explained. Ever since they moved out, I've barely seen her. At family dinners, we only chat for a bit before everyone gets busy. There's never a chance for a real conversation. Honestly, after moving out and handling everything herself, shouldn't she be more confident? Not really, Shinji explained. Yang said that after they moved out, things were pretty tough. Maybe a lot of reasons piled up and made Xiao Xiao even less confident. Really? Shui Xin asked doubtfully. My second brother told you that? Shinji nodded. Xiao Xiao talks about wanting independence, but she can't really manage financially or practically. Yang happened to hit a rough patch at the same time, with a lot of pressure. He even borrowed money from Ranan several times. That bad? Shui Xin couldn't help but sigh. Looks like their problems didn't happen overnight. Shinji reminded her, the fact that it's all come to a head and everyone knows about it shows there were warning signs all along. Remember, nothing happens for no reason. Enough about that, Shui Xin said. Do you actually have a solution or not? We've been talking in circles for ages. Just give me an answer. Shinji shook his head helplessly. I don't know. I really don't have a good solution. Huh? Shui Xin rolled her eyes at him. Even if my second brother coaxes her to come back, it won't solve the real problem. If the root issue isn't resolved, sooner or later there'll be more conflict. Shinji thought for a moment. Well, there's no need to worry too much. Once she comes back, let mom talk to her. When you can't solve a problem, leave it to the capable elders. Shui Xin had always relied on her parents and brothers. Whenever she ran into something tricky, her instinct was to turn to her parents for help. You're right. Let mom talk to second sister-in-law. I can't do it. Last night she went on, and my head was pounding. Forget helping to talk her around. I can't even listen to her complaints. Shinji ruffled her hair. You're still recovering and you're not in the best shape. No one blames you. Shui Xin snuggled into his arms and let out a little yawn. Honestly, I think second sister-in-law is worrying for nothing. No one in our family has a wandering eye. From our grandparents down to Xiaoshuang and Xiaozu, every one of us is loyal to the core. Not just our own family, even those who married in are all top-notch. No one's got a roving mind. Shinji chuckled. You have a point. If nothing else, he was confident in himself. As for the others, he thought they were all calm and self-controlled, especially when it came to relationships. They knew how to set boundaries. There was no need for their partners to worry. In this, his parents-in-law played a crucial role. The home they built on trust and love taught their children the importance of trust. A while later, Chin Shinji brought over her prenatal medicine. It's a bit hot, let it cool before you drink it. Shue Xian frowned. Let it sit for a bit, there's no rush. Suddenly, Chin Shinji remembered a message from Jung Duo. Duo said they're a bit busy lately. They'll come visit you this weekend if they have time. Shue Xian couldn't help but ask, how's Xiaoming doing? Is the nanny still helping out? Yes, Chin Shinji explained. The same nanny is still helping. Ever since Xiaotong started working at the company, there's been so much to do at home. At first, the two of them were overwhelmed, but they're starting to get used to it now. Shue Xian felt sorry for them. They used to have mom helping out. Now they have to manage on their own. There are cameras all over the house, Chin Shinji said. They don't have to worry about not being able to monitor the nanny and the child. But Xiaotong is still anxious, afraid the nanny might mistreat the child when they're not looking. Duo said they're just taking it one step at a time, there's only so much they can do. Both of them have to work, and they're both in management, so they're out early and home late almost every day. They barely have time for their son. Xiaotong said that when they leave for work in the morning, their son is usually still asleep. By the time they get home, he's already in bed. If they don't have to work overtime, they can play with him in the evening, build blocks, watch TV. But if they do have to work late, they only see their son when he's asleep. Shue Xian shuddered. I keep seeing videos online of nannies abusing kids. It's horrifying. Don't scare Xiaotong, Chin Shinji said with a wry smile. She's already terrified. If you scare her anymore, she might just break down. Shue Xian asked curiously why. Does she have to work? Yes, Chin Shinji reminded her. You remember her job situation, right? She really can't stay at home for long, she needs to work. Shue Xian couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiaotong and said softly, poor Xiaotong. When I look at her, I feel like I'm seeing my future self. Being a mom is just so hard. If you focus entirely on your child, you have to give up your career. By the time your child grows up, you might have missed your chance at work. But if you don't give up your career, you worry your child won't be cared for properly, or might even be abused, affecting their health and well-being. Don't worry, Chin Shinji comforted her. Our situation is different. We have lots of family to help. With our own people around, no nanny or childcare worker would dare try anything. Shue Xian clutched her belly and whispered, aggrieved, it's not even time to give birth yet, but I already feel endless worry and despair stretching out ahead of me. Nonsense. Chin Shinji scolded gently. Don't talk like that. Shue Xian stuck out her tongue and couldn't help retorting, I'm definitely not the first anxious mom, am I? All right, Chin Shinji coaxed. Drink your medicine and get some rest. Evening, by the sea. The sky was awash with the colors of sunset. Seagulls swooped gracefully over the water, and waves rolled in one after another, slowly washing over the silvery white sand. Shui Ling sat under a coconut tree with her parents, watching a few children building sandcastles on the beach. Just then, chubby little Zhu came running over, covered head to toe in wet sand. Grandma, look at my magic turtle. It's a big turtle. Shui Ling leaned over to take a look and praised the little guy. Little Zhu waved his plastic shovel excitedly. Grandpa, look too. You all have to see. Shui's father and mother sat up straight, pretending to examine it very seriously. Wow! Amazing! That's awesome! Finally satisfied, the little one waddled back, belly jiggling. Not to be outdone, the other kids came running over, eager for compliments. Shui Ling gave them a thumbs up. You're all amazing! Tonight you'll get an extra treat, everyone gets a cupcake. Yay! I love cake the most. I want an egg tart. Strawberry flavor. Shui Ling quickly agreed. All right, you'll all get what you want. The children returned to their sand piles, busy with their grand construction project. Ahu pushed Wang Qing over in a wheelchair, looking around. Where's Minnie Hu? Where did that rascal run off to? Shui Ling smiled. He went swimming with Ran Ran. That brat. Ahu laughed and scolded, always sticking to Ran Ran. Wang Qing chuckled fondly. Those brothers have always been close to Ran Ran. Shui's father took a bite of mung bean cake and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Anin's baking is getting better and better, almost as good as old Lee's. She's a master now. Ahu clapped his hands and grabbed a piece to try. Not bad. She's got the touch of a real pastry chef. He quickly grabbed another piece for Wang Qing. You have to try this. It tastes almost exactly the same. Wang Qing took a small bite and nodded in approval. Anin learns so fast. Ahu couldn't help but ask, if Anin is learning to bake, who's looking after the baby? She must be too busy, right? No, Xueling explained. She still takes care of Xiaozha herself. The little one is very well behaved, eats and sleeps, sleeps and eats, very easy to look after. Anin only studies for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon, so it doesn't really interfere. Ahu laughed and teased, is it only other people's kids who are easy? I remember when Xiaohu and Minnie who were little, they'd stay up late and cry all the time. You had to hold them or they wouldn't sleep. Everyone laughed. Shue's mother explained, Xiaozha really is quiet and well-behaved, not like most kids. Yangong and the others were good too, but they'd still cry for milk or want to be held. Xiaozha's different. Even when he's hungry, he doesn't wail. When it's time to eat, he eats. If you don't feed him, he just waits quietly. Bathing, dressing, sleeping, he never cries. So well-behaved. Shue's father praised. Out of all our grandkids, he's the easiest. Ahu laughed heartily, so easy. Ranran and the others should have a few more. Everyone burst out laughing. A while later, Xue Zhilian came over, leaning on his cane. Xue Ling quickly gave up a chair for him. Xue Zhilian put away his cane and sat down slowly. It rained earlier. I thought we wouldn't be able to come out this evening. But then the sun came out and the sky was beautiful again. The weather here is just amazing. Xue's father offered him some pastries and asked, where's Xiaohan? I haven't seen her. She's off playing again, Xue Zhilian replied. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. Is someone with her? Yes, Xue Zhilian sighed helplessly. But that girl complains all the time about being followed. Ahu laughed, she's young. Wants her freedom. Totally understandable. Xue Zhilian threw up his hands in resignation. We try to talk to her, persuade her, but she just won't listen. Wang Qing chuckled softly, no need to persuade her. Young people don't like being nagged. Xue Zhilian shook his head with a wry smile. Xue's father couldn't help but ask, Xiaohan seems to be going out a lot lately, right? Yes, Xue Zhilian replied. She goes out before dark and doesn't come back until late. Sleeps in all morning, spends the afternoons staring at her phone. Look, it's getting dark now, our night owl is out and about. Xue's mother glanced around and lowered her voice. That girl, has she found someone? I don't know, Xue Zhilian said, a little embarrassed. I'm too shy to ask. And even if I did, she wouldn't tell me. Xue's mother quickly turned to her daughter, do you know? I don't, Xue Ling laughed. But it's not hard to guess. At this age, who doesn't care about romance? Just let her be. As long as someone's with her and she's safe, nothing else matters. Xue Han had grown up. She was no longer a little kid. The more you tried to shield her, the less it worked. Instead of worrying about her falling, it was better to let her stumble and learn to stand on her own. But Xue's mother still worried. I bet Aheng doesn't agree. So what? Xue Ling replied with a laugh. If he doesn't agree, will Xiaohan listen? Young people love to do the opposite of what we say. The more you object, the more she'll do it. The best way is to pretend you don't know, just play dumb. Exactly, Xue Zhilian nodded. The more you tell her no, the less she listens. Forget it, let's just play dumb. Everyone laughed. Ahu squinted into the sea breeze inside, some have too much, some too little. My Xiaoan is always busy with work, surrounded by guys, but not one has chased after her. Xiaohan's so much younger and already has someone. What's Aheng objecting to? What's the point? In a few years, when she's almost 30 and still single, he'll be worried sick. Why are parents always like this? When the kids want to date, they try to stop them. When the kids don't want to, they keep nagging. So contradictory. Just let them handle it themselves. Stop meddling. Why make yourself anxious? The more you try to control, the less you can. Might as well not bother, right? Right, Xue Ling nodded. That's exactly it. The kids are adults now, they need to figure things out for themselves. Don't interfere too much. Shui Jilian frowned and sighed. Even if you want to control them, you can't. I don't dare stop her, she'd hate me for it. I'm old now, I've come to terms with life and death, what else is there to worry about? When a hang asks, I'll just say I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen. That's all I can do. Shui Ling patted the old man's hand reassuringly. Don't worry. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. Don't worry too much. What about the bodyguard and the psychologist? Shui Jilian asked. You've arranged everything? Shui Ling nodded. It's all taken care of. Good, Shui Jilian said, relieved. If you're handling it, Lingling, I have nothing to worry about. But Mama Shui still couldn't quite relax. She reminded them, this isn't the capital. There are foreigners everywhere outside. We can't just let the kids date whoever they want. Finding a partner could mean marriage. What if she ended up with a foreigner and they couldn't even communicate? What would they do then? After all, this isn't the capital. How could they just let everything go unchecked? And then, Papa Shui agreed, if we were in the capital, we could send someone to ask around. Even if we couldn't find out everything, at least we'd know the basics pretty quickly. But here, it's different. Ahu laughed and teased, what if she finds herself a pitch-black African guy, then what? Wang Qing shot him a look and reminded, most people here are Chinese. There aren't many black people around. Ahu scratched his head and explained, I was just giving an example. There aren't any black people, but there are plenty of locals. They don't really look like us either. Shui Jilian sighed and said, I already asked her, but that kid's mouth is tighter than a clam. No matter how I ask, she won't say a word. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I can't force her. Luckily, Lingling arranged for someone to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, how could I be at ease? He said he couldn't control her, that it wasn't his place, but as an elder, how could he really just sit back and do nothing? His son was far away, and if something happened to his granddaughter while she was under his care as her guardian, he'd be to blame. But he really was powerless, and he'd already warned his son in advance that he'd done his best. Mama Shui glared at her daughter and asked, Did you find something out? Did you? No, Shui Ling answered honestly. I didn't go digging. I just told the person following Xiaoan to stay alert and make sure she doesn't get hurt or tricked. Mama Shui couldn't help but get angry. What kind of instruction is that? At most, the person following her can keep her from getting physically hurt. But what if that boy breaks her heart or tricks her? There's no way to guarantee that, Shui Ling replied with a laugh. Who can promise their daughter won't get hurt or tricked when she falls in love? It's enough to keep her safe physically. As for whether her heart gets broken, no one can guarantee that, right? Young people these days fall in love so freely. If they hit it off, they start chatting, and sometimes they're off to a hotel right away. There's someone to protect her from physical harm, but as for heartbreak, breakups, or sadness, no one can guarantee she'll never get hurt. Shui Jilian also thought this made sense. Xiaoan is a bit emotionally fragile. Maybe letting her go through some tough times will make her stronger. Oh, come on. Papa Shui reminded him grumpily. What if she gets depressed again? Her condition has only just started to improve. Shui Jilian smiled wryly. We'll deal with things as they come. Overprotecting her won't work. If she can't handle any setbacks, she'll make a huge fuss at the first sign of trouble. It's better not. What if she goes too far? Ahu muttered. What if we can't pull her back? What if she ends up marrying abroad? Shui Jilian was amused. If it works out, isn't that a good thing? Girls grow up, they're bound to get married sooner or later. If she finds someone reliable and settles down early, isn't that even better? That's true. Ahu nodded repeatedly. Better to fall in love and marry early than end up a leftover woman. My own little Yuner is almost a leftover warrior, my wife, and I worry ourselves sick. Mama Shui thought about it and didn't object anymore. If the other person is decent, then it's a good thing. If they're a foreigner, so be it, as long as the young people get along. Ever since the reform and opening up, there have been more and more young people marrying foreigners. For example, when a Heng studied abroad, he brought back a foreign woman with an awkward status. And then there was little Xiao, who has passed away. She married a chubby foreigner, too. Though the outcomes weren't always ideal, it's not unheard of. Papa Shui still wasn't quite on board. We should still ask. If it's someone of Chinese descent, that's fine. If not, we need to be careful. Our Shui family doesn't have any foreign blood yet, no need to bring in some strange mixed kids, right? Ahu laughed. Uncle, don't worry. Mixed kids are great, they're so good-looking. Just because we didn't have any before doesn't mean we can't have them now or in the future. Exactly. Shui Ling chuckled. We have to look ahead, not stick to old rules. Take Taitu, for example. He lived here before and even had citizenship. He's half a foreigner, right? When Xiaoxin married him, you didn't object, did you? As long as Xiaoan likes the person and they're decent, why worry so much? On this point, Shui Ling was pretty open-minded. Xiaoan was a sensitive child. The more you tried to stop her, the more she'd rebel against her elders. Rather than making things worse, it was better to loosen up and give her enough freedom. If she got her heart broken, she'd have to deal with it herself. She'd told Shui Heng before, bringing Xiaoan here was to give her a new environment, to help her learn to adapt, not to wrap her in a completely sheltered bubble and keep her naive. Some things can't be solved by constant vigilance. Rather than living in fear forever, it's better to face things calmly. Shui Jilian agreed there was no need to worry too much. We old folks are halfway in the grave, our ideas are bound to be outdated. Even if she finds a foreigner, it's fine. Even if she has mixed kids, it's fine. Someone in the family has to be the first to try something new and break the mold, right? Papa Shui chuckled. If you put it that way, there's nothing to worry about. Great attitude. Ahu gave a thumbs up. Uncle Jilian, you're getting more and more open-minded. You're practically a sage now. Shui Jilian laughed heartily. That's what getting old does. Being a sage just means you're open and understanding. When you're old, you see things more clearly and take them in stride. Shui Ling laughed along. Wang Qing was still curious. Is it really a foreigner? Really? Shui Ling shook her head. Probably not. Xiuhan's English isn't good, and she doesn't speak the local language here at all. If they can't communicate, there's no way they're dating. So I'm guessing it's probably a Chinese or an overseas student. That's good, that's good. Papa Shui let out a sigh of relief. Just don't let it be a pitch-black foreigner. Imagine having a bunch of little black kids running around. That'd be weird. Shui Ling was amused and shook her head. You never know. Anyway, let's just wait and see. If things don't work out and they break up, we worried for nothing, didn't we? Exactly. Yeah, no need to fuss. Mother Shui asked her daughter, when are Xiaoxin and the others coming over? Didn't they say it would be soon? It's been days already. This weekend, Shui Ling replied. Xing needs to wrap up his work first, otherwise he can't get away. Mother Shui teased, work, there's work over there, and work here too. By the time Taitu finishes being busy, the baby will probably already be born. Everyone burst out laughing. Shui Ling said, young people should focus on their careers. You can't just drop everything because you're pregnant. When I was expecting my eldest and second child, didn't I still go to work as usual? Xiaoxin is already being pampered, staying home on bed rest. If Xing couldn't go to work either, that would be too much. It's just a pregnancy, life can't stop for her, and the whole world can't revolve around her belly. You're you. Mother Shui said loudly. Your generation is nothing like the young people today. Shui Ling chuckled, that's true. We weren't so delicate, and we didn't have such good conditions either. Everyone laughed heartily. Shui Jilian smiled and said, when Ah Heng's mother was pregnant with the two of them, she still had to work. Maternity leave wasn't long back then, so no matter how uncomfortable you were, you had to keep working right up until you were too big to move, then you'd finally take leave. I remember Ah Huan was almost born at work. His mom quickly packed some baby clothes, held her belly, and went off to the maternity ward. Her coworkers joked that she almost gave birth in the hospital hallway. Women back then were all so tough, not a hint of fussiness. Rare. Father Shui nodded. There were some delicate people, but they were definitely the minority. Most people were really tough. Mother Shui added, People in that era went to the countryside, could handle both pen and sword, and were all able to endure hardship. And they were all pretty gutsy too. Very gutsy, Xue Jilian laughed. When we went to the countryside, there weren't enough planks, so we even dared to dig up coffin boards. As long as there was a bit of moonlight at night, we'd run all over the hills and fields. Tigers, leopards, wolves, snakes, we weren't afraid of any of them. We'd just grab our hose and go. Haha. Our educated youth team even killed and ate 2 wolves. Everyone gasped in amazement. Ah, who joked, if you did that nowadays, you'd all be arrested. Those are protected species now, killing them is against the law. We ate them all, Xue Jilian said calmly. Didn't leave a shred of evidence. Meat was so rare back then, anything with a whiff of meat got eaten. Xue Ling gave a thumbs up. The older generation really were something else. It was all because of the environment. Xue Jilian shook his head with a wry smile. We were shaped by our circumstances. Young people today are smarter and more capable than we were, but their environment is so much better, so they're a bit softer. Xue Ling didn't hold back. None of our kids are particularly tough, especially Xiaoxin. She's the textbook definition of spoiled and fussy. Father Xue, missing his granddaughter, muttered, if I'd known Taitu would be so busy, we should have had Xiaoxin come earlier. It's been over half a year since I last saw her. She's probably lost weight. She's pregnant, Xue Ling explained. She can't eat, can't sleep well, so of course she's lost weight. Next month she'll probably feel better, start eating and sleeping well, and soon she'll be as chubby as a mother pig. Everyone burst out laughing again. If people could be like sows and give birth to a dozen piglets at once, just one pregnancy and you'd have enough kids, wouldn't that be convenient? Haha, 10 babies in one go, that's more than enough. At most, humans can have quadruplets or quintuplets. No way a human belly can hold that many. We say, as fat as a sow, but we're nowhere near as impressive. True. If you could have all your kids at once, do your postpartum recovery together, and raise them all at the same time, it'd save so much time and effort. That wouldn't work. Xue Ling pointed out the harsh reality. How many people would it take to care for them? No one would be able to work, all the parents and grandparents would have to stay home, and even then, there might not be enough hands. A can of formula a day, a pack of diapers a day, money flying out the window and no one earning any. Everyone laughed again. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Definitely not. Raising kids isn't as easy as raising pigs. Ah, who grinned? I wonder if Xiaoxin is having twins. No, Xue Ling replied. She had her first prenatal checkup at the hospital last week. The doctor said there's only 1 heartbeat, not 2. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She and Ah Chong are both twins, how come she can't have twins herself? Yeah. Statistically, her chances should be much higher than most people's. Xue Ling explained. The doctor said the chances go up the more pregnancies you have. 1 or 2 times isn't a guarantee. Xue Jilian nodded. That's right. With more pregnancies, the odds increase a lot. Xiao Xiao and Yang Yang's situation is different. Xiao Xiao is a twin herself, so her chances are higher. Yang Yang's family also has a history of twins, so when the 2 of them got together, the odds of twins were very high. But Taitu's side doesn't have that gene, so unless there are multiple pregnancies, the chances are pretty low. Then just have more kids. Mother Xue laughed. Eventually, she'll have a set of twins. Taitu can afford it, let Xiaoxin have 7 or 8. Nothing makes the elderly happier than a house full of children and grandchildren. If each grandchild had a few kids, there'd be 20 great-grandchildren in no time. Just thinking about it makes you happy. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. The young people definitely don't see it that way. Oh, right. Mother Xue frowned. How long has Xiao Xiao been gone? Feels like it's been a month or 2. Such a long time. Not that long, Xue Ling explained. Almost a month. She spent half a month in hotel quarantine. Now she's still at her parents' place, keeping them company. Ah, who asked curiously, did Yang Ang go with her? No, Xue Ling replied. That rascal says he's too busy, can't get away from work in the capital. Wang Qing sighed, everyone's busy. Tell me about it. Ah Hu grumbled. Little Huzi is so busy we barely see him. Even video calls are rushed. Just then, Chung Tianyuan walked over, calling out, "Dinner time. Dinner's ready." Wow. Time to eat. The kids dropped everything and raced back. Chung Tianyuan smiled kindly, calling, "Remember to wash your hands and feet first. No skipping out on hygiene." The elders got up one after another and followed. Who pushed Wang Qing along to catch up? Chung Tianyuan asked curiously, "What did Amin call about this afternoon?" He sounded a bit anxious. Who gave a wry smile. He said old Lu's wife passed away, asked if we should send some condolence money or something. Shui Ling exclaimed, "Sister Jinhua? She passed away." Ahu sighed and nodded. "Yesterday, she passed away." Shui Ling had once run a pig farm with sister-in-law Jinhua, and she had a deep impression of Lu Xiaoyu's family. It was a pity that the business partnership eventually ended, and since they lived far apart, contact gradually faded. It had been many years since she'd heard any news about them. Lu Xiaoyu was Ahu's friend, and also a friend of Chen Min. Back when they lived close by, they would sometimes get together for drinks and a chat when they returned to their hometown, so they kept up with each other's lives. Ahu explained, Amin and his kids moved to live by the mountains, a bit far from the city, so they didn't keep in touch much with that couple. Later, I heard things weren't going well for them. Amin even sent them some money and helped out with things from time to time. At this point, Ahu couldn't help but sigh again. Their later years were tough, struggling through illness, barely scraping by. Sometimes, it would have been better if they'd been freed from it all sooner. Shui Ling frowned. How did it come to this? They used to be in pretty good shape financially. Not to mention anything else, Lu Xiaoyu was hardworking and capable, and had made a good amount of money working on her projects. As for the pig farm, Sister Jinhua's family had made a fortune for several years in a row, buying houses and cars, even building villas, more than one in fact. Even if they were getting old and couldn't work anymore, they still had several properties to rely on for retirement. How could things have gotten so bad that they had to depend on old friends for help? Ahu frowned and explained, their kids are all useless. They split up his money, spent it, squandered it. The two daughters-in-law were always fighting, never giving them a moment's peace. And on top of that, they refused to take care of the old couple, even kicked them into a nursing home. Later, they complained the nursing home was too expensive and sent them back to the old house in the countryside. The house was falling apart, no neighbors around. If anything happened, there'd be no one to call for help. Amin said the old lady became paralyzed, and Lu Xiaoyu had to take care of her all by himself. The kids rarely showed up, leaving everything to the old man. Chung Tianyuan was furious when he heard this. What about their relatives? Their extended family? Why didn't anyone help? They couldn't. Ahu shook his head with a sigh. No money, no say. The kids themselves barely scraped by with odd jobs, just trying to get by. If they couldn't do it, what could relatives or friends do? You can't force them, and even if you do, what's the use? Chung Tianyuan's face was dark with anger. They can't even look after the parents who worked so hard for them their whole lives, can't give money, won't help take care of them, shows they have no filial piety at all. Ahu snorted. It's not like they just turned unfilial now. They've been like this for years. I tried to persuade old Lu to at least keep some money aside for emergencies, but he just couldn't. Every time the kids came crying to him, he'd hand over whatever he had. Amin tried to talk sense into him, but he just couldn't bear to see his own flesh and blood suffer. He'd help as much as he could. In the end, he gave everything away, and then the kids started treating them like a burden, shuffling them around until they ended up in a nursing home. When they couldn't pay the fees anymore, they just sent them back to the old house to wait for the end. Shui Ling felt a chill in her heart. They worked so hard for those kids all their lives, and yet their later years turned out so bleak. It was miserable, Ahu sighed. Amin said the old lady lost her mind in the end, bedridden and crying every day. Old Lu's health wasn't good either. He worked too hard when he was young and was left with all sorts of problems. He still had to force himself to take care of his wife, barely able to look after himself. Amin gave him money for medicine and sometimes brought over duck eggs and duck meat. Old Lu said that once his wife passed, He'd go help out at the duck farm, as long as Amin gave him something to eat. He'd be fine. Shui Ling felt a pang of sorrow and whispered, he's over 70, and still has to work the fields to support himself. 70 doesn't sound that old, Ahu frowned, but they've both been plagued by illnesses since their 50s. You know how hard old Lu worked when he was young. He pushed his body too far, and now he's suffering for it. He looks much older than his years, like he's well into his 80s. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, how much did you have Amin send over? We'll chip in the same amount. Ahu replied, I knew they didn't have a cent left, and I was worried they wouldn't be able to afford the funeral, so I had Amin send 30,000 yuan over. We're not as well off as before, but we can still manage that much. We were brothers, how could I not help? I'll send 30,000 too, Chung Tianyuan said. I'll contact Amin later and transfer the money to his account. Luckily he's there and can help deliver it. Shui Ling felt sorry for Lu Xiaoyu. Back then, Brother Lu worked on a lot of projects with me. He was one of my best men. I never thought his later years would be so hard. She thought for a moment and quickly made up her mind. After sister-in-law Jinhua's funeral, let's get in touch with him. If he wants to go to Amin's place, I'll send some money over so Amin can build him a room to live in, and the rest can go toward medicine and living expenses. That's great. Ahu was deeply moved. He really needs a place to stay. With Amin there, they can look after each other, and I'll feel better too. Amin's kids all live there, so it's not convenient for an old man to live with them. If he can have his own room, it'll be much better for him. Wang Qing nodded. Yes, that's a good arrangement. Lingling, you really have a kind heart. It's just a small thing, Shui Ling sighed. I'm luckier than Brother Lu. My later years are comfortable, I have enough money, and my kids are all filial. Hearing how hard things are for him now, I really feel for him. If I can help, I will. Luckily, I'm not short on money and can still do something for him. Chung Tianyuan nodded approvingly. All right, after the funeral, we'll get in touch with him. No rush, Ahu reminded them. You should contact Amin soon and send the money over. Amin just married off his son recently and spent a lot, so he probably doesn't have much left. All right, Chung Tianyuan said. I'll call Amin as soon as we finish eating. Next time, let us know sooner if anything comes up. If I hadn't asked, were you planning on saying anything? Ahu smiled wryly. It's not that I didn't want to say, I just didn't think about it. It's not exactly something to be proud of, is it? I wanted to help old Lu before, but there's only so much I can do from afar. I just told Amin to do what he could and let us know if anything happened. If he hadn't told me, how would I know? All right, I know you, Chung Tianyuan said. Come on, let's eat. Yeah, let's eat. On the third day, Chung Tianyuan received an overseas call from Chen Min. Chen Min was furious on the phone, cursing Lu Xiaoyu's children up and down. You and brother who gave them 60,000 for the funeral, and what did they do? They sent her straight to the crematorium, dumped the ashes at a temple, paid a few thousand, and called it done. There's still more than 50,000 left from the funeral money, and now every single one of them is eyeing it, demanding their share. Old Lu is absolutely livid. They're all a bunch of greedy wolves. All they care about is money. Chung Tianyuan tried to calm him down and asked what arrangements had been made for old Lu. Chen Min explained that he had already driven over to pick up old Lu and brought him to his duck farm, where he'd tidied up a room for him to stay in for now. Those bastards kept pestering me, asking how much I'd pay old Lu a month to work for me. They wouldn't let him leave unless I named a number. Old Lu was sobbing in the car, saying he's already half in the grave, yet his kids are still trying to suck him dry. I told them I'll cover his food and lodging, but not a penny more. Exactly. Chung Tianyuan said angrily. That's what you should tell them. Chen Min sighed helplessly, cursing, those bastards wouldn't even let me drive away. They blocked the car, saying old Lu could still work, that being a security guard downstairs in some apartment complex would get him over 2,000 a month. They said my duck farm was too far from the city, too much work, too inconvenient. In the end, I had no choice but to say I'd pay old Lu 2,000 a month, plus food and lodging. Only then did they finally let us go. Otherwise, they would have just kept blocking the car. Chung Tianyuan felt dizzy with anger. Unbelievable. How did old Lu end up with such ungrateful kids? I don't know how he raised them. They're all ungrateful. Chin Min pounded his chest. No conscience. Not a shred of filial piety or decency. Ching Tianyuan said. Lingling was really upset when she heard about Lu's situation. She asked me to send some money to your account, so you can build a separate room for Lu and use the rest for his medical bills and living expenses. Chin Min was moved, stammering, I just married off my son recently. The bride price was tens of thousands, plus we bought a house and a car, so money's been tight. I'm not exactly flush right now. If Lu can have his own room and a better environment, his quality of life in his later years will be much better. I'll take him to the doctor and buy his medicine. If I can't help much with money, I'll do what I can to help with my time and effort. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chung Tianyuan lowered his voice. I've already sent the money. Sent it a while ago, so you should have received it by now. Chin Min couldn't help asking roughly how much. 1 million, Chung Tianyuan replied. Chin Min was stunned for a second, then said, that's a lot. But old Lu's health isn't great, and medical bills and hospital stays are so expensive these days. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him, just make sure the room is comfortable. Use the rest for his medical care and living expenses. If it's not enough, just let us know quietly. One phone call and we can transfer more in minutes. Don't worry about the trouble. Chin Min was deeply grateful. If old Lu finds out, he'll probably be so moved he'll cry his eyes out. We're old friends, Chung Tianyuan sighed. We're living well now, we don't lack money. Helping out an old buddy is the least we can do. Back in Rongqing, Lu helped us out a lot. We've never forgotten what he did for us. Chin Min hesitated, lowering his voice. You mustn't let his kids find out about this money. No need for them to know, Ching Tianyuan said. Besides, we don't even know those little punks. I'll remind Ahu not to mention it either. He's got old colleagues and friends in Rongqing, and sometimes they chat on the phone. Better to keep it quiet so those ungrateful brats don't hear about it. All right, make sure you remind Brother Hu, Chin Min said. The two chatted a bit longer before hanging up. Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare delay and immediately went to speak with Ahu. Ahu quickly agreed, of course. I won't say a word. I won't tell anyone. Rongqing's not that big, word gets around and those ungrateful brats might find out. They're like vampires, sucking the life out of him. I can't stand them. Xue Ling frowned and cursed. They even dared to demand their mother's funeral money? Absolutely heartless. Sigh. Xue's father said with feeling, there's nothing stranger than people in this world. It takes all sorts to make a world. Xue's mother looked down on these kinds of young people the most, snorting coldly, people with no conscience or filial piety will squander any fortune they inherit. If they can treat their own parents like this, exploiting and draining them, how can they expect to get by in society? Who would want to deal with people like that? Sooner or later, they'll crash and burn. The worse it'll get for them. Exactly. Ahu frowned, explaining, back in the day, old Lu was hardworking and capable. He had his own construction crew early on, made good money with every project. Later, his wife Jean Hua and Lingling started a pig farm, made a fortune in a few years, bought a house, built a villa, money rolling in. Back then, old Lu was famous for being rich in Rongqing. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, his kids would squander everything? All the money old Lu and his wife saved up was drained away. Even the house they planned to retire in was sold. In the end, the kids just pushed them around, leaving them to die in some shabby corner. They didn't raise their kids right, Xue Zhilian commented. They worked themselves to the bone, suffered all the hardships, but couldn't bear to let their kids go through even a little bit of hardship. The kids got used to taking from their parents, so when they grew up, they thought it was normal to keep demanding from them. That's why they don't know how to be grateful, only how to take and take. That's why you can't spoil your kids too much when they're young. Exactly, Xue's father agreed. Let your kids know what the family situation is as they grow up. Let them see how hard their parents work, how hard it is to make money. Otherwise, they'll never learn to be grateful. Hu gave a wry smile. Lu and his wife both grew up poor. They'd rather suffer themselves than let their kids go through any hardship. When the kids grew up, they always wanted this or that, and as long as Lou could provide, he'd give it to them. Maybe that's why the kids learned to cry and act weak, to throw tantrums and make scenes, and ended up selfish as adults. You reap what you sow, Shue's mother shook her head. If you don't raise your kids right, you'll suffer in the end. Xue Ling gave a helpless little laugh. It's too late for regrets now. All we can do as old friends is help where we can think of it as doing a good deed. Right, Ahu quickly agreed. I'll chip in a bit too, buy him a massage chair and some practical furniture. Wang Qing nodded approvingly. Go ahead. Over the weekend, Lin Qingji's plane brought Xue Xian and Qin Xinji over. Everyone was overjoyed and excited to see each other. They chatted for more than half the day before finally sitting down to enjoy a big meal. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and asked, Didn't you say you'd be here on Friday? Why didn't you come until Sunday? He was busy, Xue Xian replied. Plus, Duoduo's little one got sick and had to be hospitalized. He went to help for most of the day, so we had to postpone by another day. Everyone immediately asked about the little one's condition. Why did he get sick again? Was it serious? How's he now? Qin Xinji answered, It's really hard to get in and out of the hospital these days. The epidemic prevention policies are a real hassle. For a child to see a doctor, they need a nucleic acid test, and so do the caregivers, and you can't have too many people. The kid suddenly had a high fever, but neither Duo nor Xiaotong had a 24-hour nucleic acid test certificate. There was a long line for testing, and the results wouldn't be out for at least 12 hours. Luckily, I go to a private hospital for testing every 2 days, so my results were still within 24 hours. I rushed the little one in to see the doctor. With a high fever that wouldn't go down, there was no time to lose. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy and quickly asked how the child was doing now. Xue Xian replied, The fever's gone now, and he'll be discharged this afternoon. Sister Xiaotong and brother Duo are taking turns looking after him. They said he's fine now. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and sighed. That little one has always been skinny and frail, with a pale face. He's probably lost even more weight this time. Qin Xinji reassured, Kids grow and recover quickly, so there's no need to worry too much. He's just lost a bit of weight, but he's not short at all. The doctor said he's at least 3 or 4 centimeters taller than average for his age. Father Xue shook his head. Both his parents are tall, so he's bound to be tall too. It's just his immune system that's weak, he's always getting sick. Last time I video called Duo, the little guy was coughing nonstop. Duo said he had a cold. The cough was so bad, it was heartbreaking to watch. Qin Xinji explained helplessly, the kid was mainly looked after by my mom before. His parents hardly got involved. Later, Xiaotong took him back to her family home. There's no heating in Rongqing, and when the cold wave hit in winter, he wasn't dressed warmly enough and caught colds several times in a row. Since then, his immune system hasn't been great. He's already been sick a few times this year. Nannies just aren't reliable, Mother Xue shook her head. You really need family to keep an eye on things. Xue Xian explained, Sister Xiaotong installed cameras in every corner of the house. She checks in whenever she has time and talks to the nanny through her phone. That's still not good enough. Mother Xue waved her hand. When kids are little, they really need to be looked after by family. Xiaotong can't watch the nanny 24/7, can she? And a nanny can never care for a child as well as a mom or grandma. It's just not the same. There's no choice, Qin Xinji said. Xiaotong has to work, and sometimes she has to work overtime at night. She really can't manage the kid. Mother Xue pursed her lips. Would it really make such a difference to take a year or 2 off? The kid's almost old enough for kindergarten. This is the most mischievous and active age. If you're not careful, they get sick or hurt so easily. Mom, you don't understand, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. Competition is fierce these days. If Xiaotong doesn't keep up, she's afraid she'll be pushed out of the market. Mother Xue rolled her eyes. It's all because society is too harsh on women. Why is it like this? You have a baby, and if you don't work for a few years, you get eliminated? In the old days, women had several kids in their lifetime. If they all got eliminated, how much labor would be lost? Grandma's right. Shui Xian pouted playfully. I also think the workplace is really unfair to women now. If you don't have kids, the elders say it's not okay. If you have too few, they say it's not okay. If you have kids but don't look after them yourself, they say it's not okay either. But the boss doesn't care. The market doesn't care. If you step away for a few years, people think you can't keep up. Society moves so fast now, it's exhausting to keep up. If you're not careful, you'll be left behind and looked down on. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help teasing. Come on, aren't you the boss yourself? Are you going to look down on yourself? I really do feel anxious about this, Shui Xian admitted honestly. Chen Xinji smiled gently and said, no need to worry. You don't have to stress about that. Yes, I do, Shui Xian said, a bit agitated. There are new memes and trends on the internet every day. If I took a few years off, my employees would definitely laugh at me behind my back, maybe even look down on me. You're the boss. Cheng Huanran reminded her with a laugh. Who'd dare laugh at you? Just find an excuse to fire them. Shui Xian giggled. Who? Feeding little tiger said, let's be honest, the workplace is just too unfriendly now. Back in the day, I could earn enough alone to support the whole family. Qing could stay home, write, read, and relax. It didn't matter if she made money or not, it didn't affect the family's livelihood. She never had to worry about falling behind if she didn't work for a few years. She was always fine. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Shui Ling gave a wry smile. It's true, the market is just too brutal now. Young people are under so much pressure and anxiety. Xiao Tong is a living example, it's really not easy for her. Mother Shui couldn't help but ask, can you just give her a nominal position? Let her stay on the books for a few years. Shui Ling laughed helplessly. Mom, you think it's still like decades ago? Where would you find a nominal position now, and for several years at that? I haven't managed the group for ages, Duoduo's in charge now. If he could give his own wife a nominal job, don't you think he would? With so many employees, if someone could just draw a salary for years without working, what would the others think? If you can't even guarantee basic fairness, how can Duo set an example and convince people? Mother Shui shook her head. See, that's shooting yourself in the foot. You've blocked your own way out, what can you do? Just suffer, I guess. Everyone laughed. Qing Tianuan said, honestly, you can't blame young people for the way things are now, it's society's fault. Young people are the victims. Shui Jilian nodded repeatedly. That's true. Young people today face more temptations, enjoy better material and spiritual conditions, but also face more pressure and fiercer competition. There are pros and cons, it's hard to say which generation had it better. It's definitely better now. Who said cheerfully. When we were young, we didn't have enough to eat or wear. You're 10 or 20 years younger than us, so your childhood was even tougher. A lot of people starved or died of illness, and society was much harsher. Young people today don't have to worry about hunger or sickness. Everyone can eat and dress warmly. It's just a matter of being a bit better or a bit worse off. No, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. The gap is much bigger now, the differences are greater. Ahu didn't think much of it and asked, how has the gap gotten even bigger? Isn't it obvious? Cheng Tianyuan replied. Back when we were kids, every household was pretty much the same. If your parents were capable, they could get a job in a factory and earn a wage. If not, they stayed in the countryside and farmed. At that time, an ordinary worker's salary was just a few dozen yuan, and that was already considered a great income. Even the highest earners and the lowest earners in the village only differed by 100 or 200 yuan at most. In those days, if a rural family had even a few dozen yuan in savings, they were considered well off. The younger generation stared in disbelief. No way, Dad. Just a few dozen yuan made you rich. The idea of a rich family was just a few dozen yuan. These days, even if you have hundreds of thousands, people won't call you wealthy. Was that really just a few decades ago? It feels like something from the last century. No, the century before that. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It's true. Back then, the difference between rich and poor families was just 100 or so yuan, sometimes even just a few dozen. In rural areas, if a family owned a bicycle, they were considered the local tycoon. Exactly. Ahu got excited, laughing. I saved for years to buy my first bicycle. I had a job then, earning just over 30 yuan a month. Uncle Hu, how much was a bicycle back then? Shui Xian asked curiously. Ahu answered without thinking, if you had a ration ticket, a bike was a bit over 100 yuan. By the time I bought mine, you didn't need a ticket anymore, but it cost just over 200. Really? Shui Xian laughed. You made over 30 yuan a month. Couldn't you save up in a few months? Silly girl. Ahu burst out laughing. You think it was like now, where you start earning after graduation and your parents keep supporting you until you're truly independent. Dream on. My monthly wage had to cover food, medicine, and clothes for my mother, daily expenses. If I managed to save a few yuan a month, that was already good. Anyway, I remember it took me ages to save up for that bike. Later, I sold it to your mom. Really? Cheng Huanchong asked, amused. Uncle Hu, how could you bear to sell it? Ahu sighed. My mother fell ill, and we sold everything we could for her medical bills, but it still wasn't enough. Back then, hardly anyone had cash on hand. To come up with over 100 yuan at once, almost impossible. Luckily, Amin knew a yuan and said he'd just married a pretty city girl with a good job, so they should have some money. We went to them that very night. That's when I first met your parents. Ha ha. Everyone listened, sighing with emotion. Wang Qing even had tears in her eyes. Ahu shook his head and waved his hand. Let's not talk about it. Those days were really tough, unbelievably hard. There just weren't any opportunities to make money, none at all. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan said helplessly. Getting a factory job with a steady wage made you the envy of everyone, a person with a work unit, guaranteed a worry-free life. Shui Jilian nodded repeatedly. Back then, workers had high status. Anyone with a steady job was respected. Not like now, where workers are looked down on. In our day, skilled workers were always addressed respectfully as master. Now people just say, just a lousy laborer. It's unbelievable. Shui's father chimed in, that's right. It's only been a few decades, but how did things change so much? When we were young, being a worker was the most honorable thing. When I was a technician, everyone called me master wherever I went. If it were now, people would just call you a lousy laborer right to your face. I wouldn't even know where to hide my old face. Shui's mother snorted. Where would you hide it? Is your old face going to fall off? Just keep it on your head. Let people think what they want. We just need to live our own lives. Besides, you stopped being a worker and started your own business, didn't you? True, true. Shui's father chuckled. Later, things got better. Private businesses could open factories. Not everything had to be state-owned. People could start their own companies. Ahu frowned. Big cities really are different. There were way more opportunities than in our area. In Rongqing, there were barely any factories, state-owned or private. There just weren't any chances to make money. Shui Ling nodded. Life back then can't compare to now. Things were really tough. Young people today may have more pressure, but society is better, and there are more opportunities. But there are more capable people too. Qing Huancheng laughed. Back then, if a village had one college student, they were a big deal. Now, throw a brick and you'll hit a bunch of highly educated people. There are more opportunities, but also more competition. Lin Qingji nodded in agreement. That's true. More opportunities also mean more pressure. The overall environment is better, and that's what matters, Cheng Tianyuan concluded. You might feel more psychological pressure, but back then, we had to shoulder responsibilities while not having enough to eat. We worked all day, then looked for side jobs at night, worried about not making even a yuan or two. We had both physical and mental stress. That's right. A better environment is good for most people. Exactly. At least now we eat well, drink well, live well, living lives our elders couldn't even imagine. True. Back then, I couldn't even dream life would be this good. Ha ha. Just then, Kong'an arrived late, carrying little Chengzhe. Cheng Huanran quickly served her some food. Xue Xian, seeing the adorable chubby baby, immediately put down her chopsticks to go hug him, only to be stopped by Chen Xinji. Why? Xue Xian pouted. I haven't held little Zhe yet. Chen Xinji smiled and explained, pregnant women shouldn't hold babies. Some people are superstitious about that. It's fine, Kong'an shook her head. Our family doesn't have tea. That's right. Xue Ling laughed. Let her hold him. Just watch your belly, and don't let the little guy kick you. Xue Xian giggled and ran over to her nephew. Don't worry, he's so little, he can't kick me. Kong'an handed her son to Xue Xian, saying gently, he may be small, but he's got a strong grip. Xue Xian looked at the soft, chubby little guy, her heart melting. So cute. He looks just like his big brother. Qing Huanran beamed. They say the first child usually looks more like the father, the second like the mother. That's true most of the time, Xue Ling shook her head, but not always. Our second one doesn't look like me at all, he looks like himself. Everyone burst out laughing. Ahu burst out laughing and bluntly pointed out, Yang Yang really doesn't look like Ayuan, or his sister-in-law either. His temperament isn't like ours either, his biological father chimed in, unreserved. I honestly don't know who he takes after. Papa Xue chuckled and explained, he's really more like himself. The descendants of the old Xue family have always tended to be gentle types, but he's big and burly, just like the strong farmhands from the countryside back in the day. Qing Tianyuan shook his head. Back then, country folks were all skinny as rails. None of them were as big and sturdy as him. Hey, Xue Xian quickly interjected, Dad, you and the others haven't seen second brother in ages. You don't know, he's lost a lot of weight recently. Cheng Huancheng hurriedly agreed, that's right. Ever since the outbreak at the end of last year, he's been slimming down. He's been busy with that live stream business for over half a year now, staying up late, working overtime, his days and nights all mixed up. He's lost quite a bit of weight. Mama Xue's heart ached when she heard this. Really? He's lost that much weight? I haven't video called him in ages either. That boy, why does he have to push himself so hard? It's not like our family is short of food or drink. Why make things so tough on himself? Papa Xue was distressed too, and shot Xue Xian a look. It's just you and Taidu at home. Why don't you try talking some sense into him? Xue Xian protested innocently. He's working hard for his career, not out drinking, gambling, or getting into trouble. Why should I stop him? For people our age trying to start a business, it's never easy. Cheng Huancheng shrank his head and chuckled sheepishly. Second brother's always been so sturdy, but he actually looks pretty good after slimming down. Oh, and after losing weight, he looks more like Dad. His features and face shape are more like Dad's. Sometimes he appears as a guest on the live stream, and lots of fans really like him. Being slimmer makes you look better on camera. He looks quite dashing now. Everyone laughed. Yang Yang's features really do resemble Ayuan's. When he was little, he looked even more like Ayuan. And his build too. Ayuan's always been thin, while he's always been big and strong, so it didn't seem like they resembled each other. But actually, his shoulders and frame are more like Ayuan's. Xue Xian gave a wry smile. He stays up late a lot, so his complexion isn't great. Luckily, live stream lighting these days is really professional. Just stand under the lights and your skin looks flawless. Chen Xinji explained. He said he's planning to take a few days off next week and head south to pick up Xiao Xiao. He was supposed to take a break this week. Xue Xian shook her head, but he's just too busy, so it's been pushed back again and again, now until next week. Xue Ling frowned slightly and asked, why is Xiao Xiao heading south directly? Why not stay in the capital a few more days? Second brother's just too busy, Xue Xian stammered. Second sister-in-law had to quarantine for half a month, and second brother couldn't visit her. Later, she booked a flight south, and he was too busy to look after her, so she just went back to her parents' place on her own. No one knows their daughter better than her mother. Seeing her daughter's evasive eyes and hesitant words, Xue Ling quickly guessed things weren't as simple as they sounded. But since everyone was happily gathered for a meal, with the kids eating and playing nearby, Xue Ling didn't press further. At that moment, Shui Han, who'd been distractedly staring at her phone while eating, got up and sidled over to Shui Jilian. "Grandpa, I need to go out for a bit this evening." Shui Jilian responded. "Going out again?" Come on," Shui Han pouted, acting cute. "It'll just be a little while." "Just a little while." Shui Jilian gave a wry smile. "Last time you said, just a little while, you were gone for over 6 hours and didn't come back until after 1 in the morning. There are only 24 hours in a day, and you spent a quarter of them out, yet you call that a little while? Doesn't seem quite right, does it?" He might be old, but he wasn't senile, and he wasn't so easily fooled. Once or twice, he could turn a blind eye. But 3 or 4 times, he couldn't keep pretending he didn't notice. His granddaughter always chose her words carelessly, never following through, fooling him again and again. He kept pretending not to notice, hoping she'd set her own boundaries, but instead, she just kept pushing further every time. As the elder, unless he truly didn't know, he couldn't just let her do as she pleased. Shui Han blushed and whispered, this time it really will just be a little while. "Grandpa, please say yes." Shui Jilian explained helplessly, "Your dad messaged earlier and said he wants to video call us around 9 tonight. It's getting late. Are you sure your little while will get you back in time for the call? If your dad asks about you and I can't answer, that wouldn't look good, would it? And if he calls your phone directly, will you be able to answer and turn on your camera?" "Oh." Shui Han was stumped and quickly shook her head. "Grandpa, you can't tell Dad, okay? Promise you won't. Then be back by 9, no later than 9:30, all right?" Shui Jilian smiled gently. "I can chat with your dad a bit longer and say you're upstairs showering and will come down later." "That's too early," Shui Han muttered. "It's hot here, nightlife doesn't even start by 9:30. Shui Jilian nodded. "I understand, but your dad might not." "Grandpa," Shui Han wheedled. Shui Jilian had to say, "If you don't want your dad to know you're always running out, then be back by 10 at the latest. I'll message your dad and tell him we'll video call at 10 instead." "Still too early," Shui Han complained. Shui Jilian shook his head. "That's the bottom line. If you're not back in time, you'll have to explain to your dad yourself. He only video calls us every 3 or 4 days, and each time it's at most half an hour. It's not much to ask, right? If you can't spare even half an hour for your dad every few days because you're out enjoying nightlife, that's a bit much, don't you think?" "Okay." Shui Han quickly weighed her options and finally compromised. "I'll be back before 10. Shui Jilian smiled and nodded. "Home by 10, not a minute later." Okay. Shui Han nodded absent-mindedly, eyes glued to her phone, and replied perfunctorily, "Got it." Shui Jilian reminded her again, "You must take your bodyguard and psychologist with you. Don't leave their sight or this old man won't be able to keep you safe. If your dad gets worried, your Aunt Lingling will send you straight back to him." "Shui Han." Shui Jilian lowered his voice. "If you don't believe me, you can try. Lingling may seem kind and gentle, but when she's determined, no one can stop her. Even if you beg me, even if I shamelessly beg her, she won't agree." Shui Han shrank back, obediently agreeing, not daring to have any sneaky ideas. She'd seen Shui Ling's thunderous methods before. She knew better than to doubt it. Shui Jilian said gently, "Go on and be careful on the road." Shui Han quietly slipped away, hurried upstairs to get ready, then rushed back down, leading her bodyguard and psychologist out the back door. After carefully reviewing the surveillance footage, Housekeeper Li quietly reported to Shui Ling, "Madam, Miss Biao has gone out again." Shui Ling nodded and asked, "She took our own car, right? Are the bodyguard and psychologist accompanying her?" "Yes, they're both with her," Housekeeper Li replied. Shui Ling felt reassured and said gently, "This child is a bit timid and not very thorough in handling things. With her coming and going, I'll have to trouble you to keep an extra eye on her." Housekeeper Li smiled and bowed. "You're too kind, madam. This is my duty." Shui Ling continued warmly, "If the bodyguard and psychologist have to work overtime, please help keep track of it. I'll make sure to pay them their overtime wages at the beginning of next month." "Of course." Housekeeper Li nodded. "I'll make a note of it shortly." Shui Ling reminded her, There are more and more people living here now. Xiao Xian is pregnant and has a poor appetite, so I'll have to rely on you to pay extra attention to the kitchen's food arrangements. Yes, madam. Housekeeper Li smiled and explained, I've already spoken with Mr. Chen about the young lady's food preferences. I'll discuss her menu with the chefs soon. Please rest assured. Xueling chuckled softly. You're always so thorough and meticulous. I have complete confidence in you. Housekeeper Li nodded gracefully and said quietly, then I'll go take care of things. Wait. Xueling suddenly called out. Housekeeper Li turned back with a smile. Xueling's eyes were full of appreciation as she asked, Xiaoli, can I chat with you about a few personal things? Housekeeper Li quickly nodded. Of course, madam. Xueling asked, how old are you this year? In my mid-30s, Housekeeper Li thought for a moment and replied. I immigrated here with my parents when I was a teenager. Oh. Xueling asked curiously, your whole family immigrated together? Housekeeper Li nodded and explained, my father's family has always loved working on ships, traveling all over the world. He was a sailor when he was young. But my mother never approved of his job and always hoped he'd work nearby and help take care of the family. Later, my siblings and I were born one after another, and it was very hard for my mother to raise several children alone. But my father couldn't give up the high salary of being a sailor. Eventually, the shipping company he worked for decided to open a new branch here, and my father volunteered to come. The company agreed and transferred him to a desk job. My mother heard the climate here was nice, and there were many Chinese immigrants, so she finally agreed, though she was nervous. Not long after, our whole family immigrated here. I see. Xueling smiled and praised her. No wonder your Chinese is so good. If you'd been born here, you probably wouldn't speak so fluently. That's right. Housekeeper Li smiled gently. Another important reason is that my parents sent us to Chinese schools, where all our classmates spoke Mandarin. They also encouraged us to speak Mandarin at home, so all my siblings speak it very well. Xueling said warmly, it's fate that we met in a foreign country, live under the same roof, and trust each other. Thank you, madam. Housekeeper Li replied shyly, I'm lucky to have your support and trust, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this job well. Xueling shook her head and laughed softly. You're too modest. Your organizational and management skills are excellent, confident, poised, yet humble and gracious. To be honest, I can't praise you enough. My son-in-law said from the start that you were very professional and thorough, but I didn't think much of it at first. The more I've worked with you, the more I realize he didn't praise you enough. Haha. Housekeeper Li laughed. Madam, you really know how to make people happy. Every time I chat with you, it's always pleasant and relaxing, and I learn a lot. Xueling smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight. If it doesn't delay your work, why don't you sit and chat a bit longer? Of course. Housekeeper Li sat down on a small round stool nearby. Xueling asked again, from what you said earlier, you must have quite a few siblings? Has anyone gone back to China? 4 of us, Housekeeper Li replied. 3 older sisters and 1 younger brother. None of us went back, we're all here. I'm the 3rd child, my brother is the youngest. Of all of us, only my brother is married. The 3 sisters are all still single. Xueling smiled and asked, your sisters must be in their early 40s by now? Still no partners? They've dated, but none have married. Housekeeper Li shook her head and smiled wryly. A lot of Chinese immigrants here marry and have children late, or even not at all. Oh. Xueling asked in confusion, is it because they can't accept the local ideas about family? Housekeeper Li explained, that's part of it, but more because they have high standards and are very independent. All of us sisters are well-educated and very independent. Maybe there just aren't that many suitable partners. Chinese here prefer to marry other Chinese, not locals. Xueling nodded slowly and asked, is that because of traditional beliefs or something else? Both family and personal reasons, Housekeeper Li said with a wry smile. My parents insist on it, and it's their only requirement. They say they don't care about money or career, but the partner must be Chinese. I didn't really listen, but even after looking around, I still haven't found the right person. My brother married a Chinese girl, My sister-in-law is very traditional and gets along well with our family. Xueling couldn't help asking, most elders still hope their children marry other Chinese, right? Yes, housekeeperly replied. That's how it is for most Chinese families here. Xueling pressed further. Are the Chinese boys here not good enough? You don't like them? There are still some outstanding ones, housekeeperly said with a gentle smile. Like Mr. Chen, for example. But even though there are a lot of Chinese here, they're still a minority compared to the locals, so the pool of potential partners is much smaller. The older generation of immigrants tends to be more traditional, and their children are usually well-behaved, well-educated, and work as white-collar professionals. Of course, some families are very wealthy and influential in the local business community. Xueling nodded thoughtfully and asked, it shouldn't be difficult to look into someone's background here, right? Not at all, housekeeperly answered honestly. Mr. Chen has a wide network here. If you ask him, he can find out quickly. Xueling smiled wryly. My own child isn't mature enough, and her grandfather is worried. He wants to check on the person she's seeing, just to make sure she doesn't get tricked. It's hard to judge people in a new place. At first, everyone thought Xue Han was just acting on a whim, so they didn't pay much attention, and Xueling didn't want to interfere too much. But Xue Zhilian said she'd been coming home later and later, looking like she'd fallen head over heels in love, and was worried that the local bars and entertainment venues were too chaotic, and their granddaughter might get taken advantage of. There was no need to investigate too deeply, just make sure the person wasn't some thug or someone with a suspicious background. The old man's requirements weren't high. Housekeeperly suggested, Madam, you can ask Mr. Chen for help. I'm sure you'll get good news soon. All right. Xueling nodded. Thank you. Housekeeperly felt a bit puzzled, but didn't ask further. She got up and left with a smile. Logically, Madam could have just asked Mr. Chen directly, why did she chat with me for so long about all this? Of course, Xueling knew that if she just asked her son-in-law about this and set things in motion, there would be good news soon enough. But she had spent half the day chatting idly with housekeeperly for her own reasons. After a while, she finally turned to look for her son-in-law. Chen Xinji nodded and reassured her in a low voice, Mom, don't worry. I'll have someone look into it right away. Ask the bodyguard, Xueling reminded him. He should know her name and such. That'll make things easier and quicker to check. Chen Xinji agreed, picked up his phone, and went out. Sitting on the bed, Xue Xian grinned and asked curiously, Mom, does Xiao Han have a boyfriend again? That's right, Xueling sighed. I don't even know if I should be happy for her or worried about her. Xue Xian looked skeptical. What are you talking about? Of course you should be happy for her. She's not that young anymore. She can date and get married. Their cousin Xue Han was a few years younger than them, but she started school late and even had to repeat a grade in elementary school, so she was already 23 or 24 when she graduated. At that age, dating was a bit late, but marriage would be considered a bit early. Still, if she found someone she really liked, it wouldn't be too early. For someone like Xue Xian, who started dating as a teenager and got married right after graduation, it seemed like most people these days were dating and marrying later and having kids later too. Xueling gave a wry, awkward laugh. But this child has never been very lucky, and her judgment of people isn't great, so I can't help but worry about her. She had watched Xiao Han grow up and naturally hoped she'd find her own happiness soon. But this child had always had bad luck, wasn't very bright, and had a stubborn personality, so her taste in people wasn't exactly trustworthy. If she was just having a bit of fun, enjoying herself and playing the field, I'd let her be. It's a young person's world now, and we're in a foreign country. She doesn't need to be so cautious and uptight. She can do whatever she wants. But she seems to be serious this time, and she's even met his parents. Wow! Xue Xian exclaimed in delight. She's already at the meet the parents stage? Really? That's great. This time it'll probably work out. But Xueling wasn't as optimistic as her daughter. She explained, they haven't been together long, but Xiao Han fell head over heels right away, and foolishly went home with him. This isn't the capital, it's not our territory, so we have to be careful. If Xiao Han was just dating, having a fling, no one would interfere as long as she was happy. But unexpectedly, she'd gotten serious, and the other party seemed to be as well, even taking her home to meet his family. Because of this, Uncle Julien insisted they look into things, just in case their granddaughter got tricked. True, Shui Xian nodded. No worries, let Brother Taidu check it out. Xueling cautioned, don't say anything for now, no need for too many people to know. Xiao Han's situation is very special, and she's not exactly outgoing. She really hates people knowing her private business. She's been hiding it from everyone, thinking she's fooled us all. If she doesn't bring it up herself, let's just pretend we don't know. Oh, okay. Shui Xian shrugged. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Xueling didn't sound confident at all and gave a bitter smile. I have a feeling, things probably won't go smoothly this time.